If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is the long-awaited Scott Peterson case, where I'll be taking a logical and comprehensive analysis of Scott Peterson and the case itself and the various issues with the case and whether or not that points to innocence or guilt or somewhere in between. Again, not to fall for any kind of black and white fallacies or any other kind of logical fallacies. As with many cases, there are certain aspects of the case that are simply not discussed, and the devil lies in the details. And in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, we will delve into these details. As always, if you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you're still not getting notifications, you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK and look at the newest videos and podcasts that way. If you like this podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic requests, logical analysis requests, co-podcaster requests, as well as the option to be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Now, first of all, I will address a common issue with a lot of these cases. Now, obviously, there is an outcry for justice in a lot of true crime cases, particularly where someone is killed who is not a criminal or an innocent child, or, of course, a woman who's pregnant is murdered. In a lot of these cases, there's just an outcry for justice, and sometimes, even in cases where the perpetrator that they caught and are alleging is guilty is actually guilty, in this public outcry and media vilification, it seems like cases aren't always built as legitimately as they could be because of all of the media hoopla. Now, obviously, justice should be served, but the law should also be followed. Obviously, the criteria in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. So even if someone is guilty, if the evidence is not there, they should not be convicted according to the law. Now, it's a completely separate issue if they're known to be guilty and, there's family members who want to execute vigilante justice or anything like that, particularly in the case of young children or a pregnant woman being killed. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not my place to say that that's immoral or unjust. That's not my business. But if we're just looking at the letter of the law, it's very dangerous to convict people unless the evidence truly is beyond a reasonable doubt, because otherwise you have a lot of innocent people in prison. Now, we have a lot of innocent people in prison anyway, even with the standard being beyond a reasonable doubt, simply because either the standard is not followed and or there's a lot of corruption and or incompetence within the justice system. Obviously, on MINDSHOCK, we go over a lot of cases like that. So with that out of the way, Scott Peterson was obviously vilified in a particular fashion that might have affected the way evidence was gathered. Now, is there enough evidence to convict beyond a reasonable doubt? That's what we're going to be looking at. I'm not saying yes or no. It's a little bit complicated, mostly because there's a few unanswered questions and things that don't add up. Now, just because there's things that don't add up, that doesn't mean the guy's innocent. But if you're building a case and the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt, again, even guilty people, they're entitled to a fair trial to confirm the guilt. That way, there's no question to whether or not justice has been served. And that's something very important to keep in mind, because here we do have questions. We have questions. So I will go over a brief breakdown of the case, and then we'll be going into aspects of the case that are not discussed and have not been adequately explained. So this is just straight from the Wikipedia. Scott Lee Peterson, born October 24th, 1972, is an American convicted murderer who is currently incarcerated in San Quentin State Prison. In 2004, he was convicted of the first-degree murder of his pregnant wife, Lacey Peterson, and the second-degree murder of their unborn son, Connor, in Modesto, California. And in 2005, he was sentenced to death by lethal injection. His case was an automatic appeal to the Supreme Court of California. On August 24th, 2020, the death penalty for Peterson was overturned, though his conviction was upheld. So that was about a month ago when the death penalty was overturned. Another interesting thing to note that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and again, this is a logical podcast. I'd be remiss to say, how could people be tried and convicted of murder of someone unborn if unborn people are not considered lives with rights that can be violated? Again, we're not going to go down the abortion rabbit hole. It's just that jumped out at me. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. This is Mind Shock. We go down every rabbit hole. We talk about everything. Again, in an objective and neutral fashion. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just trying to stay logically consistent here. All right. So, early life and marriage. Scott Lee Peterson, born October 24th, 1972, Sharp Coronado Hospital, San Diego, California, to Lee Arthur Peterson, a businessman who owned a crate packaging company, and Jacqueline Jackie Helen Latham, who owned a boutique in La Jolla called The Put On. Though Lee and Jackie had 6 children from previous relationships, Scott was their only child together. As a child, he shared a bedroom with his half-brother John in the family 2-bedroom apartment in La Jolla. Peterson began playing golf at an early age, a result of time he spent with his father. By 14, he could beat his father at the game. For a time, he had dreams of becoming a professional golfer like Phil Mickelson, his teammate at the University of San Diego High School. By the end of high school, he was one of the top junior golfers in San Diego. In 1990, Peterson enrolled in Arizona State, where Mickelson had also enrolled, on a partial golf scholarship. Mickelson would go on to become a highly successful PGA golfer. And Lee Peterson later testified that the considerable competition that Mickelson presented to his son while they were at Arizona State discouraged Peterson. Randall Mell of the Broward County, Florida Sun-Sentinel reported that Chip Couch, the father of another Arizona State golfer, Chris Couch, told Mell that he got Peterson kicked off the golf team. Couch stated that Peterson had taken Chris out drinking and to meet girls, resulting in a hangover for Chris. As Chris was the number 1 junior in the country, Chip did not want Peterson to threaten his son's future and complained to the golf coach, who kicked Peterson off the team. Peterson transferred to Cuesta College in San Luis Obispo and later California Polytechnic State University. He initially planned to major in international business, but changed his major to agricultural business. Professors who taught Peterson described him as a model student. His agribusiness professor, Jim Ahern, commented, "I wouldn't mind having a class full of Scott Petersons." While at California Polytechnic, Peterson worked at a restaurant in Morro Bay called the Pacific Cafe. One of his co-workers would receive visits from a neighbor named Lacey Denise Rocha, who also attended Cal Poly as an ornamental horticulture major. When Peterson and his future wife first met at the restaurant in mid-94, Lacey made the first move, sending him her phone number. Immediately after meeting him, Lacey told her mother that she had met the man that she would marry. Peterson later called Lacey, and they began dating, their first date being a deep-sea fishing trip on which Lacey got seasick. Now, psychologically, the first and last moment of their official relationship, I guess, could be described as a fishing trip on a seaboat, in where she got sick. Did he really dispose of her in that fashion? And we'll be getting into that later. As Peterson's relationship with Lacey grew more serious, he put aside his dreams of professional golf in order to focus on a business career. The couple dated for 2 years and eventually moved in together. In 97, after Lacey graduated, they married at Sycamore Mineral Springs Resort in San Luis Obispo. Luis Obispo counties Avila Valley. While Peterson finished his senior year, Lacey took a job in nearby Prunedale. Prosecutors have stated that around this time, Peterson engaged in the first of at least 2 extramarital affairs, though they did not reveal a name or details of each relationship. Peterson graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in agricultural business in June of '98. After their graduations, the Petersons opened a sports bar in San Luis Obispo called The Shack. Contrary to LA Times story that reported that Peterson's parents loaned him money to open the establishment, his parents emphatically told the San Francisco Chronicle that they did not, believing it was a bad investment. When the couple had difficulty finding a technician to install a needed vent in the restaurant, Peterson took the necessary certification course in Los Angeles in order to install it himself. Business was initially slow, but eventually improved, especially on weekends. The Petersons sold the shack in 2000 when they moved to Lacey's hometown of Modesto to start a family. In October 2000, they purchased a 3-bedroom, 2-bath bungalow house for $177,000 on Covina Avenue in an upscale neighborhood near La Loma Park. Lacey soon took a part-time job as a substitute teacher, and Peterson got a job with Trade Corp USA, a newly founded subsidiary of a European fertilizer company. According to Lee Peterson, the Spanish company was trying to establish a customer base in the U.S. and hired Peterson as their West Coast representative. Working on salary plus commission, he sold irrigation systems, fertilizer, chemical nutrients, and related products to big farms and flower growers, primarily in California, Arizona, and New Mexico. Peterson was earning a salary of $5,000 a month before taxes. Lacey's loved ones, including her mother and younger sister, related that she worked enthusiastically at being the perfect housewife, enjoying cooking and entertaining, and that she and her family welcomed the news in 2002 that she was pregnant. In November 2002, when Lacey was 7 months pregnant, Peterson was introduced by a friend to a Fresno massage therapist named Amber Frey. In later public statements, Frey said Peterson told her he was single, and the two began a romantic relationship. The last time Peterson's parents saw Lacey was during a 3-day weekend they spent together in Carmel, California, the week before Christmas. The disappearance of Lacey Peterson. On December 23, 2002, 5:45 p.m., Peterson and Lacey went to Salon, the workplace of Lacey's sister, Amy Rocha, for a monthly scheduled haircut. As they spoke, Rocha said Peterson offered to pick up a fruit basket that she had ordered for her grandfather as the Christmas gift the next day because he would be playing golf at a course nearby. Prosecutors say Peterson also told other people he would play golf on the day of Christmas Eve. Later that evening, Sharon Rocha, Lacey's mother, spoke with Lacey on the telephone around 8:30 p.m. Peterson later told police that he last saw his wife at 9:30 a.m. December 24th when he left to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He said Lacey was watching a cooking television show but was preparing to mop the floor, bake cookies, and walk the family dog to a nearby park. Later that morning, a female neighbor of the Petersons said she found the Petersons' dog, a golden retriever named Mackenzie, and returned him to the Petersons' backyard between 10:10 and 10:17 a.m. About a half hour later, shortly after 10:45 a.m., another neighbor named Mike Chiavetta said he found Mackenzie wandering the neighborhood with a muddy leash and also returned him to the Petersons' yard. Peterson said he returned home that afternoon to find it empty. Peterson found Mackenzie in their backyard, and Lacey's 96 Land Rover Discovery SE was in the driveway. He showered and washed his clothes because he got wet from fishing. Now, what's interesting with the dog wandering the neighborhood on several different occasions, it would be interesting to note whether the dog was distraught or not, because animals obviously have, you could call it a sixth sense or awareness of danger. They're very attached to their owners. And then, of course, how long did they own the dog? These are details that I haven't seen explicitly stated. I'll try to find them, however. According to ABC News, Peterson reported his wife Lacey missing from their Modesto home. However, the New York Post reported that when Lacey still had not returned home by 5:15 p.m., Peterson called his mother-in-law, and about a half hour later, Lacey's stepfather, Ron Gransky, called the police. So again, these inconsistent stories are an issue, and of course, how trustworthy are any of these newspapers reporting? Obviously, especially the past few years, we've come to find that whatever's printed in the newspaper is not necessarily gospel truth. Neither is what is being reported by police. Either, again, I'm not insinuating any foul play on the part of the police. Simply, humans make mistakes. Humans are fallible. And for whatever reason, a lot of documentaries and podcasts, they don't seem to understand that whatever's reported either by a newspaper, reporters, news, or even law enforcement, that doesn't mean it's gospel truth. Not that difficult of a concept, but some people struggle with it. The Modesto Bee also attributes the first call to police to Gransky. Lacey was 7.5 months pregnant with a due date of February 10th, 2003. The couple had planned to name the baby boy Connor. The exact date and cause of Lacey's death were never determined. Now, that's also obviously an issue. Lacey was reported missing on Christmas Eve, and the story attracted nationwide media interest. And for those that remember, I mean, this was one of the biggest cases. I mean, possibly top 10 all-time most media coverage. After police arrived at the Peterson home that night, Lacey's keys, wallet, and sunglasses were found in her purse in a closet. The dining room table was meticulously set for a family dinner the following night. One detective found a phone book on the kitchen counter open to a full-page ad for a defense lawyer. Peterson was reported to be completely calm. Modesto police detectives John Bueller and Alan Brochini, the lead investigators on the case, questioned Scott Peterson that evening. Although Scott initially said he had spent the day golfing, he later told the police that he had gone to fish for sturgeon at the Berkeley Marina. At 2:15 p.m., he left a message for Lacey stating, "Hey, beautiful, it's 2:15, I'm leaving Berkeley." Peterson stated that he went fishing about 90 miles from the couple's Modesto home. Detectives immediately launched a search, but were surprised by Scott Peterson's behavior. Bueller told ABC News in 2017, "I suspected Scott when I first met him. Didn't mean he did it, but I was a little bit thrown off by his calm, cool demeanor and his lack of questioning. He wasn't, 'Will you call me back? Can I have one of your cards? What are you guys doing now?'" You know what's weird, though? So a couple things here regarding this. So everybody handles situations completely differently. Did he have a complete shutdown and didn't think to ask those things? I mean, that's very common. How old is this officer here, and how many cases has he had like this? What is his pool of subjects to make this determination? And even if it's a big pool, again, Scott Peterson could be a weird guy. He might not behave like everybody else, specifically if he's panicking mentally, not necessarily physically. There could be a physical shutdown and his brain is worried over time, or his brain could be shutting down as well because he can't handle it. So some people point to him. See, if he's that calm, again, I don't want to fall for any black and white fallacies here. I'm not saying any of this points to either guilt or innocence. But if he's that calm, cool, and collected as a killer, he's probably not going to be making mistakes like leaving the phone book out for defense lawyers. I mean, that almost, if police are trying to frame the guy, that's almost, or even if, let's say he's guilty and the police want more evidence to make it look like he's more guilty, that almost seems like something the police would do, to leave a phone book open to a defense ad. Because if he's that calm, cool, and collected and that careful where he didn't really leave any evidence of this crime, he probably wouldn't be leaving out a phone book. And also, he probably wouldn't be making the silly mistake of saying, oh, yeah, I was golfing. Oh, wait, never mind, I was fishing. Who does that? So again, if he's guilty, he can't be that perfect of a criminal mastermind because he can't be making that many mistakes if he's that psychotic or sociopathic to the point where he can just be this calm, cold criminal mastermind to not leave any evidence. So that leaves the other possibilities. Either he's innocent and obviously he's freaking out and that causes all of these issues, because if he's innocent and his wife is missing, his pregnant wife is missing, and he's going crazy, he might have golf. He might have been thinking golf before. He might have forgot where he was. I mean, that's a possibility. Or if he's guilty, he's not that calm, cool, and collected. If he's guilty, then, and his brain is scrambling to try to cover for himself, and he thought maybe to say he was golfing, then he realized that could be verified or not verified, and then he switched his story. And then also, is it really true that he switched his story? Again, I'm not saying the police are guilty in anything, but if they do, again, we could look at countless cases. Police want their man and they want to close cases. I don't want to fall for these hasty generalization, logical fallacies, because this is mind shock, but I'm just going to ask this question. How many times have we seen shoddy police work because they really believed they had their guy and they didn't do a truly objective, legitimate investigation where they covered all the bases and considered the possibility that the guy that they thought did it didn't really do it, just to make the investigation as legitimate as possible? We've seen that so often, so often. Is that what happened here? Or, of course, again, I am not going to dismiss any possibility. If there was funny police business, as there are in certain cases, again, I'm not ascribing percentages, it could be the vast minority, but every once in a blue moon, let's say, when officers are involved in some shady business, illegal business, they might have associates, they might have people they cover for. Again, I'm not saying that happened here in any way. I'm just saying if we're doing an objective, logical, neutral investigation, we're not going to take anything off the table unless we can determine that definitively in line with logic and reason. Modesto police did not immediately reveal to the public that Peterson was a suspect, largely because Lacey's family and friends maintained their faith in his innocence during the month following her disappearance. The police did treat the case as suspicious within the first few hours after the missing persons report was filed. Eventually, the police grew more suspicious of Peterson due to inconsistencies in his story. On January 17, 2003, it became known that Peterson had engaged in 2 other extramarital affairs prior to Amber Frey. Frey approached the police about Peterson, who had denied to police that he was having an affair. She told detectives that she met Peterson on November 20th and that he had initially told her he was single. After they began dating, however, she came to suspect that he was married and confronted him on December 9th about this. Frey relayed to Broccini he said he lost his wife. This would be the first holiday he was without his wife. At a January 24, 2003 press conference, the Rocha family publicly withdrew their support of Peterson, explaining that they did this upon learning of his affair with Frey, in particular upon seeing photos of Peterson and Frey together. You know what's weird, though? I mean, again, how many people have extramarital affairs that don't go on to murder their spouse? I mean, the vast majority. I mean, there's so many people having affairs out there. Again, I don't want to cast a negative light on society as a whole, but I would say we're not talking these microscopic percentages. I mean, chances are someone in your circle of friends or acquaintances has probably had an extramarital affair at some point, particularly if they're older. You know, again, unless you only have maybe 2 or 3 friends. If you have a large circle of friends and acquaintances, chances are you know someone, even if they didn't tell you that or you don't know that explicitly. There are people out there that have extramarital affairs. It is not the most rare thing in the world. That's my only point there. However, people murdering their spouses, that's exponentially more rare than having extramarital affairs. So having an affair does not make one a murderer. Similarly, there's plenty of people, out of the people that do murder their spouses, there's a percentage that have never had extramarital affairs. So again, that's almost, I don't want to say it's a complete non-factor, but it would be fallacious to think that those two, that to draw a link, correlate, to draw a link between having an affair and being a murderer. It's not quite that's not necessarily a legitimate link there to draw. But ever in the eyes of the media, however, which I opened with that point, that does vilify Peterson. I mean, he's cheating on his pregnant wife. I mean, that's not cool. Even if she wasn't killed, I mean, that's just not cool. Now you compile that with her being missing, and then if with her having been killed with with his unborn son, I mean, that's bad. Now, literally anything he does at this point is going to make him look even worse, no matter what it is, no matter if it's connected to the murders or not. Lacey's brother, Brent Rocha, stated that although Peterson had admitted to an affair a year earlier in a January 16, 2003 phone conversation, following Lacey's disappearance, Peterson had ceased communicating with the Rocha family in regard to what happened to her. They later said they were angered not by the affair, but by the fact that Peterson had told Frey that he had lost his wife on December 9th, 2002, 14 days before she disappeared, and that he would be spending his first Christmas without her. Police later speculated whether this was an indication that Peterson had already decided to kill Lacey, which Sharon Rocha agreed was a possibility. Frey allowed police detectives to secretly record her subsequent phone conversations with Peterson in the hopes of getting him to confess. During the trial, the audio recordings of the couple's telephone conversations were played and the transcripts were publicized. The recordings revealed that in the days after Lacey went missing, Peterson told Frey that he had traveled to Paris to celebrate the holidays, in part with his new companions Pasquale and Francois. In reality, he had made one of those phone calls minutes before attending the New Year's Eve candlelight vigil for Lacey in Modesto. Again, that's very weird, but to me that doesn't connect anything to the murders, because people who are philanderers or people involved in extramarital affairs, they probably lie about a whole lot of things, and lying probably comes natural. And again, that's why it's difficult in murder cases when you're trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that someone is guilty if the accused is a chronic liar or someone involved in affairs that always lies to people. If lying is their default, they're going to lie whether they're innocent or guilty. So you can't really use that as a metric. Again, I've said this before in many other podcasts. I'm a big fan of brain fingerprint scans because it's not like a lie detector test. It's not like a polygraph where it's trying to measure attempted deception. With the brain fingerprint scan, it bypasses intentions, and it's simply it measures the brain's response to whether information is familiar or not. And obviously, he should be brain fingerprint scanned. Everybody around him should be scanned. Frey should be scanned. And we'd have a much better picture here, whether it would be admissible in court or not, even though it is scientific, even though government agencies like the CIA, the FBI, the military, they all use it. And there's a $100,000 reward for anyone that can beat it, which I believe no one has been able to collect yet. So again, another case where it would be quite effective. The recovery of Lacey and Connor's remains. On April 13th, 2003, a couple walking their dog found the decomposing but well-preserved body of a late-term male fetus in a marshy area of the San Francisco Bay shore in Richmond's Point Isabel Regional Shoreline Park, north of Berkeley. Its umbilical cord was still attached. Although a judge sealed autopsy results, an anonymous Associated Press source revealed that 1.5 loops of nylon tape were found around the fetus's neck, and a significant cut was on the fetus's body. One day later, a passerby found the torso of a recently pregnant woman wearing beige pants and a maternity bra on the eastern shore of the bay along a rocky shoreline of the same park, 1 mile away from where the baby's body was found. The corpse was decomposed to the point of being almost unrecognizable as a human body, and the head, arms, most of the legs, and all the internal organs except for the uterus were missing. Now, I really don't want to go down some of these darker rabbit holes. I mean, this is dark enough, this is tragic enough. But there are cases where, of course, there's black market organ harvesters and criminals run in circles of criminals. So whether or not Scott Peterson is guilty, and we'll be examining some of his connections as well, but if he's innocent and other criminals were responsible in some capacity, we do have to wonder if organ removal has something to do with something, because that's not normal. When someone kills their spouse, they don't really remove all the organs. It's rough. And then, of course, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. If he did kill her and someone else found the body that wanted to harvest organ, I mean, again, we really don't know. These are very, very dark rabbit holes. On April 18, 2003, the results of DNA tests verified the bodies were Lacey Peterson and her son Connor. The autopsy on both bodies was performed by forensic pathologist Dr. Brian Peterson. No relation to the Petersons. Now, I'm not a fan of coincidences of any kind. Out of all of the forensic pathologists out there, someone named Peterson ended up performing. Now, again, someone needs to calculate the odds on that. I'm just not a fan of coincidences. And it seems in a lot of these cases, we have these coincidences that don't really mean anything. They really don't. But it's just because this guy, again, Peterson, he's not related to Peterson, at least no known relation. But it's just weird. It's weird. It's at least partially mind-shocking. Out of all of the forensic pathologists, it's just weird. According to the autopsy, Connor's skin was not decomposed at all, though the right side of his body was mutilated and the placenta and umbilical cord were not found with the body. That's weird. It said that a late-term male fetus was found with its umbilical cord still attached. However, the autopsy, it's stating here that the placenta and umbilical cord were not found with the body. Again, conflicting reports. Lacey's cervix was intact. The exact date and cause of Lacey's death were never determined. Now, that's a bit problematic. Again, this isn't the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. This is post-2000. I mean, technology's at a certain point where again, there at least could be guesses made. And we do have guesses, of course, but there's no official cause of death. There's no date of death. She had suffered 2 cracked ribs, though Dr. Peterson could not determine if this occurred before or after her death. Lacey's upper torso had been emptied of internal organs except for the uterus, which protected the fetus, explaining the lower level of decomposition it experienced. Dr. Peterson determined that the fetus had been expelled from Lacey's decaying body, though he could not determine whether it was alive or dead when this occurred. So this guy couldn't really determine anything about anything. So it sounds like they really should have got more opinions, right? I mean, why would you just have one guy coincidentally named Peterson do it's weird to me. Maybe they did have other people, but it seems like they should have several leading experts, highly experienced forensic pathologists, do their own independent testing, independent autopsies, and then also confer and possibly even bring in further experts, because we only have this one guy's opinion here and he can't really determine anything. So again, just another problematic aspect of this case, which has many, many problematic aspects. The discovery of the bodies created a greater sense of urgency for Broccini and Bueller, who had put a tracker on Peterson's car. Knowing that he was in San Diego at the time, they feared he would escape across the border to Mexico. Broccini commented in 2017, "I just thought we've got to go find Scott right now. He told me he was there, and that's where the bodies come up. I mean, I believe it was premeditated. He planned it. San Diego was pretty darn close to the Mexican border. Scott knew the area pretty well. That's where his parents lived. That's where he lived. So it wasn't like he was going to have to get on MapQuest and try to figure out a way to get to Tijuana." The FBI and Modesto Police Department performed forensic searches of Peterson's home. The FBI also conducted mitochondrial DNA testing on a hair from pliers found in Peterson's fishing boat that linked them with hairs recovered from Lacey's hairbrush. The authorities also searched Peterson's pickup truck, toolbox, warehouse, and boat. After Peterson was arrested, police conducted further searches in the bay in an attempt to locate handmade concrete anchors they believe weighed down Lacey's body while it was underwater. Nothing was found. All right, so we have a whole new list of problems. Now, to the people that think that pliers, that one of Lacey's hairs on pliers on Peterson's fishing boat, what does that mean? I mean, if you just do a forensics test and you really look for evidence, you'll find a lot of husbands and their tools have the hairs of their wives or children, whoever they live with, on stuff. I mean, just it gets on clothes, it gets on stuff, especially if it was just one hair. It's just, it says a hair from pliers. So it's not like there was a ton of hair, which obviously would be a lot more suspicious. But it's bizarre. It's really bizarre. And another point on Peterson attempting to escape, which we'll get into. Again, innocent or guilty. Let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm not saying he's guilty, but let's say someone is guilty. The media has already made up their mind. Police have made up their mind. Now, you can know you're innocent, but would you run if you really believed there was no chance of justice getting served? I don't know. That's a hard question to answer. Everybody's different. Some people have more faith in police and the court systems than others. It's just that simple. I mean, there's a lot of innocent people in prison, and a lot of innocent people in prison who did not have the media completely against them. So I don't think someone fleeing immediately points to guilt. Similarly, the response, even innocent people that are intimidated by police or confronted by police, or they run from police. It's just an instinct to run when you feel threatened or you just have some kind of response. That doesn't necessarily point to innocence or guilt. There's been a lot of research on this. I don't remember the exact percentages, but I believe it was somewhere close to 50-50 on whether or not someone would run from police. So innocent people, when provoked, especially if they're wary or in an emotional state, they will simply just run, even if they're not guilty. The same way people confess to crimes they didn't do. I mean, with all the new information and all of the new documentaries coming out on false confessions, it's really scary stuff. But I think these previous notions, these ignorant notions that someone who's innocent would never do this, or this, I think they can be dispelled. I think they can be dispelled now, and we can just pursue the truth with cold, hard logic and reason. The arrest. Peterson was arrested April 18th, 2003, near La Hala Golf Course. He told police that he was meeting his father and brother for a game of golf. His naturally dark brown hair had been dyed blonde, and his Mercedes-Benz was overstuffed with miscellaneous items, including near $15,000 in cash, 12 Viagra tablets, survival gear, camping equipment, several changes of clothes, 4 cell phones, and his brother's driver's license in addition to his own. Peterson's father explained that he had used his brother's license the day before to get a San Diego resident discount at the golf course, and that Peterson had been living out of his car because of the media attention. However, police suspected these items were an indication that Peterson planned to flee to Mexico, an idea with which prosecutors would later concur. And again, even if he did plan to flee, I don't believe that you can use that anywhere near beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty. Especially if his perception was that he would be convicted no matter, like, let's, again, for the sake of argument, let's say he's innocent. If his perception is that he's going to be convicted no matter what, again, that might make someone flee even if they're innocent. Again, just for the sake of argument. And again, if they're framing their case, oh, he was planning to flee, therefore he's guilty. To me, how is that beyond a reasonable doubt? It is not, but let's examine other aspects here. April 21st, 2003, Peterson was arraigned before Judge Nancy Ashley in Stanislaus County Superior Court. He was charged with 2 felony counts of murder with premeditation and special circumstances. The first-degree murder of Lacey, the second-degree murder of Connor. He pleaded not guilty. Bail was set at $1 million. Trial. Before his arraignment, Peterson had been represented by Kirk McAllister, a veteran criminal defense attorney from Modesto. Chief Deputy Public Defender Kent Faulkner was also assigned to the case. Peterson later indicated that he could afford a private attorney, namely Mark Geragos, who had done other high-profile criminal defense work. On January 20th, 2004, a judge changed the venue of the trial from Modesto to Redwood City because Peterson was the victim of increasing hostility in the Modesto area. And again, you know what's weird? If he could afford these high-profile criminal attorneys, why was he looking through the phone book for defense attorneys? If that's true, and if that phone, I mean, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. Peterson's trial began June 1st, 2004, and was followed closely by the media. The lead prosecutor was Rick DiStazo. Geragos led Peterson's defense. In opening statements, Geragos claimed Peterson was a cad for cheating on Lacey, but not a murderer. Prosecution witness Frey engaged her own attorney, Gloria Allred, to represent her. Allred was not bound by the gag order imposed on those involved in the trial. Although she maintained that her client had no opinion about whether Peterson was guilty, Allred was openly sympathetic to the prosecution. She appeared frequently on television news programs during the trial. That's kind of weird. Is that something someone would do? I don't know. Prosecutors claimed Peterson made cement anchors to weigh his wife's body down in San Francisco Bay. However, no anchors were found when the bay was searched, even though sonar could locate small objects on the sea floor. So this is another problem when you're attempting to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, obviously, this is nowhere near the fiasco the Stephen Avery case is, where nothing makes any sense, because it is plausible that Peterson could have made cement anchors, right, to weigh the body down. But they didn't find any. So how can we say that that's, like, even if he's guilty, let's say he's guilty, you're trying to prove how he did it, and you can't. So how does that qualify for beyond a reasonable doubt? That's a problem there. The defense questioned whether the investigation was thorough. Modesto Police Detective Mike Hermos admitted he did not check the alibi of a prostitute who was accused of stealing checks from Peterson's mailbox. But Hermos did not indicate that the woman was ever a suspect, and prosecutor Dave Harris noted the checks were stolen after Lacey vanished, precluding the woman from involvement in Lacey's disappearance. A police community service officer testified that an interview with Peterson had no sound due to no batteries put in a tape recorder. Oh man, this is tough. I actually was not aware of this particular detail in the case in previous research, but that's quite hilarious in terms of incompetency. Can you trust a police investigation where officers don't even know if there are batteries in a tape recorder? I mean, this is rough. This is rough. I mean, again, we've seen guilty perps, like, with actual legitimate evidence walk free because T's weren't crossed and I's weren't dotted, things weren't followed to the letter of the law, or there were just loopholes. Here we have a case where there's no definitive evidence against Scott Peterson, which is bizarre in and of itself. And we have officers who can't even keep tape recorders loaded with batteries. I mean, clearly the investigation was not legitimate. Again, that does not mean that he's innocent or guilty. Other detectives were called to testify about the extensive search for evidence. And again, just to mention this again, once police zero in on a suspect, we've seen this in so many cases, including many unsolved cases, where they zeroed in on a suspect early on that turned out to be innocent, and that was lost time that they couldn't get back, whereas if they had kept the investigation open and they had a wide net and considered many possibilities instead of getting sidetracked and being convinced that one person was definitely the perpetrator, they could have solved a lot of cases. We see this all the time. And I cannot overstate the importance in understanding police incompetency. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK podcast, Assumed Competency, definitely check that out. There's this assumption by those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship that so-called experts or authority figures, people wearing costumes of various natures, that they know what they're doing and they're competent at it. I would not say that. I mean, again, just anybody who's been alive a certain period of time, who's not a coincidence theorist, who's able to think critically, there's a lot of incompetent people out there. Not just police officers, not just prosecutors, not just judges. There's a lot of incompetent people out there. So we really don't know if this case possibly could have been handled a lot better and had a different outcome, either with definitive evidence against Peterson, or if Peterson's innocent, possibly evidence of other people. I mean, we do have the robbery across the street that was weird. There are theories that Lacey possibly witnessed some kind of criminal activity and was taken care of. Here's the other thing, though. If Scott Peterson was also involved in another criminal enterprise that we know nothing about, and he couldn't, and that's why he's so shady, and we know he's a liar who was involved in extramarital affairs. Are there other factors we're not seeing that account for even the fishing trip or all these things? And was he possibly framed by other individuals in criminal enterprises? I'll be exploring that theory as well. Peterson's defense lawyers based their case on the lack of direct evidence and played down the significance of circumstantial evidence. They suggested that the fetal remains were of a full-term infant and theorized that someone kidnapped Lacey, held her until she gave birth, and then dumped both bodies in the bay. The prosecution's medical experts contended that the baby was not full-term and died at the same time as his mother. But that's not what the autopsy could not make those determinations. But the prosecution found medical experts that could. It's again, this case definitely was not handled as competently as it could have been. I mean, that's a fact. Juror Francis Gorman was removed and replaced early in the trial due to misconduct. Jury foreman and Attorney General Gregory Jackson later requested his own removal during jury deliberations, most likely because his fellow jurors wanted to replace him as a foreman. Garagos told reporters that Jackson had mentioned threats he received when he requested to be removed from the jury. Jackson was replaced by an alternate. So now we have to add funny business with the jurors to this long list of problems with the case. I mean, as if there wasn't enough shady business. What kind of threats? I mean, again, I'll have to examine that on a future episode, a dedicated episode to issues there, but this case has no shortage of funny business. I mean, again, innocent or guilty, there's problems here. All right. Regarding the evidence, a single hair was the only piece of forensic evidence that was identified. The hair, matched through DNA comparison to hair from Lacey's hairbrush, was stuck to pliers found on Peterson's boat. Okay, and again, Is that evidence in cases of, like, let's say a serial killer who doesn't know the victim, when you have that situation, yes, that's quite damning. I'm still not 100% sure if you could use that as beyond a reasonable doubt. Particularly, like, let's say the serial killer is not acting alone, and maybe he wasn't the one maybe he did the kidnapping but not the murder, whatever. If you're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt for a murder charge, a husband having traces of DNA of his wife on himself or his boat, is that really that crazy? Because how many husbands out there have their wife's DNA or hair on them, on their boat, in their car? Probably a lot. So again, this is not beyond a reasonable doubt evidence. Presented as prosecution during the trial was the fact that Peterson changed his appearance and purchased a vehicle using his mother's name in order to avoid recognition by the press. He added 2 pornographic television channels to his cable service only days after his wife's disappearance. The prosecution stated that this meant he knew she would not be returning home? What? I mean, this guy's got affairs going on. Possibly, I mean, there's a prostitute who's stealing checks from his mailbox. Does the prostitute know him? I mean, this guy is obviously a man of shady moral character who has affairs. I'm not 100% sure how adding television channels to his cable service days after his wife's disappearance. So he did that days after, so not the day of or the next day. So if the reason he was adding those was because his wife's not coming back, wouldn't he have added it day one? I mean, I'm really not following the prosecution. I mean, these are new lows here, and I'm not sure what. So he doesn't want to be recognized by the press, so he changed his appearance and purchased a vehicle using his mother's name. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, guilty or innocent, would someone want media attention, particularly in a case like this? How does that mean anything? It's really bizarre. Peterson expressed interest in selling the house he had shared with Lacey and traded in her Land Rover for a Dodge pickup truck. Again, guilty or innocent. I mean, how it seems like these just have nothing to do with anything. Rick Chang, a hydrologist with the U.S. Geological Survey and an expert witness on tides of the San Francisco Bay, testified as a witness for the prosecution. During cross-examination, Chang admitted that his findings were, quote, probable, not precise, end quote. So again, if we're dealing with beyond a reasonable doubt, do we need a certain level of precision? Tidal systems are sufficiently chaotic, and he was unable to develop an exact model of the body's disposal and travel. As the trial progressed, the prosecution opened discussion of Peterson's affair with Frey and the contents of their secretly recorded telephone calls. Again, if there's nothing on there about Lacey or Lacey's, if there is no confession or anything even pointing in that direction, how is any of that relevant? It's kind of weird. I mean, if there were clues in there, which there might be, I mean, I'll go over those more detailed and get a mental profile here. And of course, we also, this is MINDSHOCK, of course. This is a logical podcast. Scott Peterson, theoretically, someone could be a murderer. Like, let's say Scott Peterson did kill people, or, like, who knows, somebody nobody knows about. And so he's a murderer. Does that mean he killed Lacey? And that's what he's on trial for, and that's what needs to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, we could have an individual here that is a murderer, an actual murderer, who didn't commit the crime he's accused of, which means another murderer is out there scot-free. Bizarre, definitely bizarre, but I don't see the relevancy here. It seems like they're just trying to attack his character, talking about these cable channels added, talking about his affairs, talking about him changing his appearance, possibly going on the run. These are all things that an innocent man who thought he would be convicted no matter what would do. I mean, that's inarguable. If a man who's innocent truly believes he's going to be convicted, even if he's innocent, you know, like, those are the actions he would take. Now, again, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying he's innocent in any way. He could be completely guilty. But we have to see, it doesn't seem like the beyond a reasonable doubt threshold has been met. Not even close, especially with this poor of a prosecution. Would a different prosecution team have made a better case? I think so. I think more competent prosecutors would have been able to do that. Charles March, a fertility specialist, was expected to be a crucial witness for the defense, one who, according to the San Francisco Chronicle, could single-handedly exonerate Peterson by showing that Lacey's fetus died a week after prosecutors claimed. Under cross-examination, March admitted basing his findings on an anecdote from one of Lacey's friends that she had taken a home pregnancy test on June 9, 2002. When prosecutors pointed out that no medical records relied on the June 9th date, March became flustered and confused on the stand and asked the prosecutor to, quote, cut him some slack, end quote, undermining his credibility. Summing up this key defense witness, Stan Goldman, a criminal law professor at Loyola Law School in Los Angeles, said, "There were moments today that reminded me of Chernobyl." According to one newspaper account about March's testimony, by the end of his testimony Thursday, legal analysts and jurors closed their notebooks, rolled their eyes, and snickered when they thought no one was looking. Okay, here's another point, though, of all this silliness. Like, let's say that guy's the most incompetent human being on earth. What does that have to do with proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Scott Peterson murdered Lacey and their unborn son? I don't see the connection there. I mean, it's the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not the defense. That's something that's lost in media a lot. And either you believe in the law or you don't. If you believe in the law, then the standard for a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's that simple. There's nothing to misinterpret. There's nothing to spin. It's that simple. And we don't have that here. Now, again, there's a lot of things that make him look guilty. A lot. But that doesn't mean the burden of proof was met. And people get confused. There's a lot of comments from triggered individuals that are saying that I'm saying people are innocent. I'm not saying he's innocent at all. We're logically examining whether the burden of proof was met here. It's that simple. If certain people can't follow along, this is probably not the podcast for them. All right. Motive: the prosecution presented Peterson's affair with Frey, financial problems, and his impending fatherhood as motives for the murder, surmising that he killed Lacey due to increasing debt and a desire to be single again. All right, I mean, yeah, a lot of people think that don't commit murder as well. Verdict and sentencing. On November 12, 2004, the jury convicted Peterson of 2 counts of murder. First-degree murder with special circumstances for killing Lacey, and second-degree murder for killing the fetus she carried. The penalty phase of the trial began on November 30th and concluded December 13th when the jury rendered a sentence of death. You know what else is kind of crazy that nobody talks about? I mean, there are legitimate cases where the burden of proof is clearly met. Like, you might have security footage of the person committing the murder. You might have DNA evidence. You might have a murder weapon, multiple witnesses, multiple camera angles. I mean, you have everything. You have the mother lode. In that situation, I think a lot less people would have a problem with the death penalty. But in situations where there's no physical evidence, you're going to give somebody the death penalty. That's kind of scary. Again, like, let's say he's completely guilty. To be able to render a death sentence with no physical evidence other than a hair, which, of course, again, that's as circumstantial as you can get. I mean, it's just, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And that really goes to show how much the media can influence public perception to the point where people can call for someone's death without physical evidence. I'm not suggesting the jurors were on the fence. They might have truly believed that he committed this crime, and maybe he did. But without physical evidence, not only a guilty count, but sentenced to death. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. Like, what if they found out someone else did it after he was executed? Like in other cases where there have been people, far too many, that have been executed that turned out to be innocent. I mean, it's rough. And then even if they were guilty, again, who, I mean, it's a completely different situation when there's a prisoner who's posing no threat at the moment and they're being executed. I mean, that's homicide. And it doesn't bring back anybody. So, and again, it's being carried out by people who are not the family members. Like, it's one thing to say that the family members of the murdered, I mean, again, that moral line, I think it's difficult, especially like when you're dealing with children or unborn children. It's very difficult to, I mean, I don't know how many people would convict family members out for justice, dishing out vigilante justice. Again, in cases where it's 100%, they're 100% sure, and it's known. I mean, it's way beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no question in those cases. But, all right. On March 16th, Judge Alfred A. DeLucci followed the jury verdict, sentencing Peterson to death by lethal injection and ordering him to pay $10,000 toward the cost of Lacey's funeral, calling the murder of Lacey, quote, cruel, uncaring, heartless, and callous, end quote. In later press conferences, members of the jury stated that they felt that Peterson's demeanor, specifically his lack of emotion, and the phone calls to Frey in the days following Lacey's disappearance indicated that he was guilty. See, to me, that's also completely insane because there's two scenarios where he's innocent that could play out, though. If he's innocent and he's mentally shut down and he can't deal with it, of course he's going to be, I mean, people manage grief in different ways. And how much worse would it be if he's innocent and he really does feel a lot? Or he's innocent, but he is completely insane. He's a sociopath, maybe even a murderer. Maybe he has killed other people, but he didn't kill them. That would explain his demeanor as well. So again, this kind of evidence is so circumstantial, particularly when you consider that humans react to things so differently. You can't 100% base it on that. They based their verdict on, quote, hundreds of small puzzle pieces of circumstantial evidence that were revealed during the trial, from the location of Lacey's body to the myriad of lies her husband told after the disappearance, end quote. Now, again, we already know he's a liar, so liars are going to lie. That doesn't, I mean, logically, that has no connection to him being a murderer. We already know he's a liar. So whether he's innocent or guilty, he's going to be lying. I mean, that we know. We know that. So again, this circumstantial evidence, can these pieces prove beyond a reasonable doubt? To me, it's not even close. But again, it seems it's very possible that he's guilty. I'm not saying he's not guilty. The circumstantial evidence does look really bad. The jury decided on the death penalty because they felt that Peterson betrayed his responsibility to protect his wife and son. So again, just playing devil's advocate here, if this was some other criminal enterprise that is responsible for death, and I'll be going into the witnesses that say they saw her walking the dog and all these things. If other parties are responsible, he betrayed his responsibility to protect his wife and son. I mean, can he really be around his wife and son 24/7? And in other cases where people's wives and or children are killed, people don't get the death penalty for that, because if they're innocent of that, it's hard, it's rough. I mean, it's one of the dangers of living. I mean, there's really no guarantee of life, particularly with evil people around. On October 21st, 2005, a judge ruled that proceeds from a $250,000 life insurance policy Peter took out on Lacey would go to Lacey's mother, which was reaffirmed by the 5th District Court of Appeal on October 21st, 2005. Peterson's automatic appeal was filed in the California Supreme Court July 5th, 2012. Peterson arrived at San Quentin State Prison in the early morning hours of Wednesday, March 17, 2005. He was reported not to have slept the night before, being too, quote, jazzed, end quote, to sleep. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, that's neither here nor there. Again, innocent or guilty. I mean, it seems like a lot of these things were just kind of pulled out to make him look bad. But again, innocent or guilty, they could have played out the same way. He joined the more than 700 other inmates in California's sole death row facility while his case is on automatic appeal to the Supreme Court of California. September 2006, former Congressman William E. Dannemeyer sent a letter to the California Attorney General and other officials arguing that Laci Peterson had been killed by members of a satanic cult, not by Peterson. Now, again, the organ removal is definitely an issue, and we'll have to get back to that. But people really love to scoff at the satanic angle because it seems like almost every high profile case or even some low profile case, it gets blamed on Satanists or the occult a lot. Now, here's the thing. We know that Satanists are responsible for a certain percentage. Now, maybe it's 0.000000001 of all murders or whatever, but we know it's there. So to just appeal to incredulity, which is of course a logical fallacy, instead of logically, objectively, and neutrally examining the possibility, I mean, we have more evidence of that here than other cases. Again, the organ removal, the lack of solid evidence against Scott Peterson. It's rough. It's rough. I mean, we have a former congressman now, again, without going down these Illuminati rabbit holes, how many congressmen and senators know what's up as far as the occult, satanic worship, and all these things that go on behind the scenes, human trafficking, all these things that, again, in 2020, in hindsight, we have a lot more information now than in years prior. So again, in 2006, when this came out, there were a lot more cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists than today. So that might have seemed a lot more ridiculous than it does today. Today, it definitely seems a lot less ridiculous. I mean, still, I mean, we're talking outside chances, but out of all the cases, to say that this isn't the one without honest investigation, condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. And this is MINDSHOCK. We're not like other podcasts. We're going to go down every rabbit hole, including that one. Appeal and death sentence overturned. July 6, 2012, Peterson's attorney, Cliff Gardner, filed a 423-page appeal of Peterson's sentence, stating that the publicity surrounding the trial, incorrect evidentiary rulings, and other mistakes deprived Peterson of a fair trial. Now, I actually could see that as well. It does not seem like he got a fair trial. The state attorney general's office filed their response brief on January 26, 2015. The defense filed a response to the state's brief July 2015, claiming that a certified dog that detected Laci's scent at Berkeley Marina had failed 2/3 of tests with similar conditions. Now, that's a big issue, and I remember reading about that. That's a huge issue because if these dogs are not competent dogs, if they're failing most tests, we can't trust the results. Now, in general, most dogs, again, with these good track records, they are accurate. But dogs with terrible track records, I mean, are we going to put our faith in that? It's kind of like humans. I mean, there are certain humans that are very competent and excellent at their job, and there are other humans that aren't. So it's like, again, with dogs, not all dogs have equal training. Not all dogs have equal genetics either. I mean, not every single dog is just incredibly capable in that department. And if we have all these tests that are showing that that particular dogs that detected Laci's scent at the Berkeley Marina were not competent, then we can't accept that as evidence, can we? November 2015, the defense filed a habeas corpus petition claiming that a juror lied on her juror application and that there was evidence that neighbors saw Laci alive after Scott left home. Again, not just one neighbor, multiple neighbors. On August 10, 2017, the state attorney general responded to the appeal by filing a 150-page document contesting the notion, disputing the claims put forward in the appeal, stating that the appeal ignored, quote, overwhelming evidence, end quote, that Peterson murdered Laci. Again, I mean, how overwhelming is it if all we have is a hair? Supervising Deputy Attorney General Donna Provenzano stated that the timeline of the crime was established by the neighbor who found the Petersons' golden retriever, Mackenzie, wandering in the street with its leash still attached before the sightings of Lacey and her dog. Provenzano also indicated, quote, purported sightings of Lacey were legion, end quote, noting 74 reported sightings in 26 states and overseas, most of which she stated were neither viable nor corroborated. But again, how is that a valid comparison? We're talking about her actual neighbors who know what she looked like in the actual vicinity. We're not talking about after all the media hoopla in other countries. It's quite bizarre. In August 2018, the defense filed a reply, the sixth brief filed. The brief included 6 claims of, quote, deficient performance, end quote, by trial attorney Mark Garagos, such as failing to call experts in fetal growth, dog scent, how bodies move in water, stating that he would call witnesses, but failing to follow through on this and failing to properly address burglary evidence. Now, that is true. He definitely had inefficient counsel. I mean, I don't see how anybody could argue that. And again, with the prosecution, the burden is on the prosecution. If all they can produce is a hair, and then it doesn't matter how much circumstantial evidence you have. And I agree, it does not make Peterson look good. It makes him look very guilty. But the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond. There's still some doubt, however small doubt, there's doubt. There is doubt here. There's no doubt that he's, a cheating liar, but there is doubt that he particularly murdered Lacey Peterson. I mean, there seems to be possibly more circumstantial evidence that he's innocent. Again, factoring all these reports of, Lacey's. I mean, we're not talking about one report here. It's not one witness. That's the problem. And it's not like they identified some fat lady who looked like she was pregnant with a dog that looked exactly like Mackenzie. It's, you know what I mean? It's if that was done and they attributed this to a particular person and they proved that this person was walking the neighborhood at this time, that accounted for all of the sightings. That would be what the prosecution would have to have done to shut this down. That was not done. So that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. On June 2nd, 2020, the California Supreme Court heard argument on Scott Peterson's appeal. The defense argued that prospective jurors were improperly excused, that the trial judge improperly allowed 2 jurors onto Peterson's boat, that the judge erred in insisting the prosecution be present during defense testing of the boat, and the motion to move the trial to another county should have been granted due to juror questionnaire results showing almost half of the prospective jurors had already concluded Peterson was guilty prior to the trial. How is this a fair trial? I mean, again, guilty or innocent, guilty people deserve a fair trial under the law. I mean, that's an indisputable fact. That way, there's no question. The law needs to be followed. Guilty people need to be punished. And so, automatically, when you're not following the law, problems arise here in many different ways. The prosecution countered that the California Supreme Court should only overturn the verdict if it were to find that a prospective juror was improperly dismissed and that there, quote, there was no credible claim that any of the 12 jurors who decided Peterson's fate were unfair or partial, end quote. On August 24th, 2020, in a 7-0 decision, the Supreme Court of California upheld Peterson's conviction but overturned his death sentence because Peterson's trial judge, Albert DeLucci, who had died on February 26, 2008, had dismissed jurors who opposed capital punishment without asking them whether they could put their views aside. Again, we have all this protocol not being followed. That's an issue. I mean, again, innocent or guilty, these are all issues. Justice Leandra Kruger explained that per Supreme Court ruling since 1968, jurors may not be excused merely for opposition to the death penalty, but only for views rendering them unable to fairly consider imposing that penalty in accordance with their oath. This is the meaning of the guarantee of an impartial jury. Okay, so, lot of issues here. And what else is weird is that the official autopsy is still sealed. Why? They're sentencing this guy to death. He's already been sentenced. The trial is over. What are they afraid of? It's really bizarre. It's really bizarre, and it possibly might lead credence to this former congressman saying that there's some kind of satanic cult involved. And again, let's not fall for black and white fallacies. Is it possible Scott Peterson is guilty and there's also a satanic cult involved? Well, again, what's with the organ removal? There's a lot of fishy business going on here. But this case is unique. You have this guy being convicted of a death penalty. So there's no murder scene. There's no murder weapon. There's no blood. I mean, there's really nothing that you see. So in other cases, forget death penalty or not. In other cases where people are convicted, there's at least some kind of planted evidence. I mean, there's nothing here. There's really nothing here. I mean, he was basically convicted on behavior, on the way people thought a guilty man would act. And because he was a philanderer and a liar. It's rough. It's a really rough case. And things we'll be getting into, and I mean, this is obviously a podcast series. There's too much to go over. There was a burglar across the street, which, again, I'm not saying that was connected in any way. But you have to really... you have to question, because even in the regarding the police department, they got the date of the robbery wrong and all these other things. I mean, again, the police can't even keep batteries in a tape recorder. If they zeroed in on Scott Peterson immediately early on because they didn't like his behavior. Because if he's a lying, cheating scumbag, they don't like his behavior. His behavior is going to be that of a lying, cheating scumbag. That doesn't mean he killed her, and that doesn't mean police should not be objective just because, you know, someone who they think is the murderer, even if they are, even if he's guilty, they should still do a proper investigation to prevent issues like these where they can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because the investigation is botched. It seems a lot of the people that think he's guilty, they just constantly point to comments he made. But that's the issue with a lying, cheating scumbag. They're going to be liars and they're going to say terrible things. They're going to, I mean, there have been plenty, again, it's really weird. It's really weird. People who cheat, I mean, they even say their wife is dead. I mean, that's a common line. I mean, they get sympathy as a widower. I mean, that's kind of a common thing for certain people that cheat or have all these extramarital affairs. I mean, how does that prove he killed his wife? It's really weird how that's being used as proof. Now, again, I'm not saying he's innocent. But if he's guilty, you're going to need something more to prove beyond a reasonable doubt other than behaviors and words. We're talking about humans here, particularly if you're talking about a shady human who's going to lie no matter what, even if he's innocent. And that's where again, if we're being scientific, that's the control here. Because it's even if he were innocent, like, again, someone of his character, that's the crux of the issue here that I think a lot of people don't discuss in the Scott Peterson case. If he's innocent, he would still be lying and being shady. So that's the thing. You can't, and even, again, even a different person, people react differently to different things. That's why using someone's behaviors or words or actions, that's not the same thing as physical evidence. And we can't pretend that that's the same thing as physical evidence. Other circumstantial things in both directions. Apparently his boat was not that big. It's a 14-foot game fisher. How awkward would it be to handle the body? I mean, not that it couldn't be done, but nobody saw this being done. Would he think it's a good idea to do it? It's really weird. It's really weird. I mean, I'll be getting into other aspects of the case, but here's a mind shocker for you. Well, also, the neighbor's house was broken into that morning. Okay, funny business with police reports and dates. And apparently the Petersons did not live that far from a very dangerous neighborhood. So again, we have variables here. We have doubt. So here's one of the biggest mind shockers. So the taped conversation of the two burglars actually went missing, which is bizarre. Are these burglars connected to Satanists? Now, here's the biggest mind shock of them all. 7 months prior, another pregnant woman was found in that bay with her head, feet, and hands cut off. And I don't know if this is publicly reported or it's that popularly reported, but ABC News had a story January 7th, 2006. Autopsy, Lacey Peterson's head was missing. So is there this other death of this other woman who had and she also had missing limbs. Parts of her limbs were missing. So there's this other pregnant woman who was also killed in a similar fashion. Why is nobody talking about this? And looking further, there actually was another pregnant woman who went missing and survived her kidnapping. So we have in the year prior, two pregnant women go missing. One of them is found washed up near where Lacey was found. Is that a coincidence? See, again, I don't like coincidences. That does not look good. So is Scott Peterson a serial killer who kills pregnant women? Or is he innocent? And there's something else going on. Either another serial killer or, again, some kind of a cult connected to something else. Who knows? But this is really mind-shocking. Nobody seems to be talking about this. The coincidence theorists just brushed it off. Now, I agree. Theoretically, it's possible it's a coincidence. But another pregnant woman found washed up in the same area where Lacey was. What are we going to make of this? We have them living near a high crime area. We have another burglary going on literally that morning. And I'm going to close this podcast out with this issue, with this excerpt from a wiretap where Sharon Rocha, who is Lacey Peterson's mother, this is a wiretap with Scott Peterson. Sharon says, regarding that Lacey was kidnapped for the baby. So some kind of cartel, human trafficking, who knows what it is, selling babies. But Sharon says, yeah, that's what I thought too. I don't know. The way they said it had funny, sniffing all around. I'm still trying to get them to find that blue pickup that Kim McGregor said she saw several times. Scott says, yeah, definitely. Sharon says, I mean, if they were sitting there watching and it was a couple, I keep going back to someone, taking her for the baby. Scott says, yeah. So Dr. Brian Peterson, who performed Lacey's autopsy, also concluded that Connor was not born vaginally. He said Connor escaped Lacey's womb from an opening at the top of the uterus. He argued on the state's behalf that a hole in the uterus resulted from decomposition, and Mark Garagos argued that the hole could have been caused by someone cutting Connor out of Lacey. This idea is given considerable weight when we factor in that Connor lived at least a week beyond December 24th. I don't know how this is known, but if he did, then we have evidence that points to the Medina burglary as possibly being connected with Lacey's disappearance. But the counter argument to that is, why would burglars want a baby unless maybe they didn't? If they were working with another criminal enterprise and Lacey somehow witnessed the burglary, now they wanted to get rid of her. She's pregnant. Do they know someone else? Do they not want to kill a pregnant woman? Do they hand her off to another party? We do not have a time of death. We don't even have a date of death. So how anyone can say this is beyond a reasonable doubt, I really don't know. But we have not only this blue pickup that was supposedly spotted in the area, but we also have men in a van that was seen that morning by multiple parties. So we have two suspicious vehicles in the area during the Medina burglary and later. So was Lacey Peterson alive after Scott Peterson left for the warehouse? And we have, of course, his time logging into his computer and all his actions. So if the prosecution is arguing that Scott took Lacey with him and killed her and got rid of the body, but if she's walking the neighborhood, possibly witnessing a burglary, is that really that outlandish? Now, here's another theory. This is the Bruce McGuire theory. Let's say Scott Peterson did want to kill Lacey Peterson. Maybe he never got the chance because Lacey Peterson witnessed a burglary. The burglars kidnapped her. They either handed her off to someone else, or maybe they wanted to become involved in the black market themselves, and they were waiting for the baby to be born. We don't have a time of death. Is there a serial killer involved? How is this connected to the other pregnant woman who washed up decapitated with missing limbs? I believe they did not find the baby in that case. In the next episode, I'll be going into more detail on all of those, including all the reports. But this is one mind-shocking case. This is not a simple case. It is just really, really bizarre and mind-shocking. Oh, and I almost forgot. The other thing I didn't mention is, of course, Scott Peterson's sister-in-law, Jamie Peterson, who has been an avid supporter of Scott Peterson's. How many cases do we have where someone on the side of the victim is backing the accused? I mean, we see it here and there, but in this high-profile case, Jamie married Lacey's brother, and she's been quite vocal about Scott Peterson's innocence. And I'll be getting more into her in future podcasts, but just wanted to touch upon that. So let's do just a quick recap to round this episode out. I think a lot of people just got so focused on the media hoopla and just the character assassination, whether rightfully so or not, of Scott Peterson, because again, he's a cheater, he's a liar, he's all these things, but that character assassination does not a murderer make, and does not beyond a reasonable doubt burden meet. So quick recap, multiple neighbors, I believe it was over 12 plus, claim they witnessed Lacey Peterson walking her dog after Scott left for work. And apparently he logged in his computer. Or someone else logged into the computer, pretending to be him. Who knows? Okay. Now, the other issue we have, the cadaver tracker dogs that apparently led detectives to the fishing pier where he launched his boat, had apparently either expired, invalid, or terrible track records. So we don't really know. So the accuracy of the dogs is still in dispute, particularly with their previous records. Okay. Witnesses at the boat ramp said they did see Scott Peterson that day, who has a small aluminum boat. They said that he had nothing unusual on his boat and nothing appeared unusual. One marina witness stated that someone loading a human-sized bag onto such a small boat would have been noticed. Just the opinion of witnesses. Okay. There was a home broken into across the street from their house the day she disappeared. The police falsified the date, claiming that there was no connection. No connection to this. Okay. To Lacey Peterson's disappearance. Now that's insane. I mean, that's a crime. That's compromising in multiple investigations. How did they get away with this? Did they just say, oh, oopsies, we changed the date on the robbery? I mean, it's absolutely insane. So plenty more to go over, but this case definitely more than meets the eye here. A lot of mind-shocking issues. It's not that simple, and it clearly appears he didn't get a fair trial, even if he's guilty. Hope you guys enjoyed another episode of MindShock True Crime. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure your device allows those notifications to come through. And you could also just go to youtube.com/MindShock and see all of the podcasts and videos on the channel without having to rely on the notifications. If you like this podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis requests, co-podcasters, and depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Scott Peterson case. This is episode 2, Undamning Evidence. Is there damning evidence against Scott Peterson? If so, was it just assumption and misconception, and should it be undamned? And we will attempt to find the truth in an objective, logical analysis in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and as always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK or youtube.com/MINDSHOCKTrueCrime to raise awareness in this case, which may be a wrongful conviction. And if it is, that means the true perpetrators are still out there. And if it's not, then the book needs to be closed on this case by the actual law, by the letter of the law, beyond a reasonable doubt, which was clearly not followed, even if Scott Peterson is guilty and even if he acted alone. But if that's not the case, then the truth should be found out, because justice is of utmost importance, not satiating people's egos about being right in different true crime cases, as the true crime community has been known to be about. So like and share this podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So there are obviously more problems with this case than you can shake a stick at. I mean, of course, Laci Peterson, spotted by her own neighbors walking the neighborhood after Scott Peterson left. So again, these are not random strangers who have never seen Laci Peterson before. Keep in mind, she's also pregnant, visibly pregnant. So again, this is not like other true crime cases where you have uncorroborated sightings. These are her actual neighbors in her neighborhood, and she's pregnant. So she's not a nondescript, average-looking individual at this point in time. And then also couple that with the robbery occurring directly across the street from a person gone missing, eventually found murdered. I mean, how many coincidences do the coincidence theorists believe in? I mean, it's so silly to think that all of these things are completely unrelated. Now, if there was true damning evidence, true conclusive physical damning evidence against Scott Peterson, that would be a little bit more interesting to look at. And then that still doesn't mean he acted alone. Because again, if you're after justice, you want to get all guilty parties responsible. And of course, there's level of guilt. Just because someone didn't physically harm her, that doesn't mean they didn't know about it or didn't assist in some kind of cover-up. So everybody should be held accountable that is responsible. And I believe most people should agree on that. Yet, of course, the true crime community has not always been known to be sensible or logical, which is, of course, the necessitated the very existence of the MINDSHOCK podcast. Now, before we get into all of the specifics and the mind shocks that have not been discussed in this case, that point to either Scott Peterson being completely innocent or not acting alone, let's go over an article here. This is January 25th, 2015, thetroublewithjustice.com. Scott Peterson was not entitled to a perfect trial, but he was entitled to a fair one. He received neither. Scott Peterson recognizes in his appeal that he was not entitled to a perfect trial, but he was obviously entitled to a fair one. This is why a documentary was made about his trial by media. And that's another interesting point that doesn't get enough discussion. With cases that are truly open and shut with plenty of physical evidence, these people are not getting entire documentaries. Like in the Stephen Avery, Brendan Dassey case. If it was that much of an open shut case, slam dunk, as Ken Kratz and Corruptowak assured everybody, how would a documentary even be made? Because if the evidence is all there, everything's on the up and up, and it was a fair trial, and they were convicted lawfully, with evidence against them, there would be no need for any kind of documentary. Nobody would be questioning it. And there's plenty of cases like that. There's plenty of cases where there's a ton of physical evidence, everything adds up, there's no corruption or even a hint of corruption on the part of law enforcement or prosecution. And those are all open and shut cases. It's really bizarre how so many individuals that allegedly are true crime aficionados and follow all these cases, and they're just really clueless about what beyond a reasonable doubt means, and so clueless as they don't even compare cases where there's legitimate physical evidence and no corruption or wrongdoing or any even inkling of nefarious or incompetent activity. And then these other cases, like Stephen Avery, Scott Peterson. I mean, there's a slew of other cases where things just don't add up. And the coincidence theorists and authority worshiping cultists that can't believe law enforcement could ever be corrupt or mistaken, it's weird. It's like they've never studied any legitimate open and shut cases. It's really bizarre. But let's continue here. On December 3rd, 2003, he was charged with the murder of his wife and their unborn child by the Stanislaus County District Attorney, and he pleaded not guilty. Media frenzy. The media frenzy started on December 26, 2002, right after Lacey Peterson was reported missing on December 24th. Neighbor Amy Krigbaum called it a media feeding frenzy. She reported that the entire block in front of the Petersons' house was blocked off with the media, as well as satellite trucks, and they did not budge for 5 months. Eventually, a member of the media used a bullhorn and screamed, "You murdered your wife, you murdered your child." Random people would drive by the home shouting murderer. And I mean, this is truly bizarre. I mean, how did they know he did it? Did they witness the crime? Did they not talk to the other neighbors who spotted Lacey? I mean, I guess they didn't know about the timeline. So I guess if they spotted Lacey Peterson earlier and they assumed he killed her later, I mean, again, yeah, because a lot of the details weren't known about his boat visit, his boat trip, and that whole timeline. So I guess they wouldn't have known the timeline. But if you don't know for sure, I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to do. I mean, especially in the U.S., where there's supposedly a blind justice court system where everyone's entitled to a fair trial. And in a criminal case, they have to be convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond. Not approximated. Not sort of within, but beyond. Clearly beyond. I mean, this is basic English. But that says a lot about the masses and how people just have their emotions manipulated by the idiot box. They see something on TV, they think it's real, they don't really logically examine anything. That's what MINDSHOCK is for. Later on, a huge billboard was erected with the question, "Man or monster?" And a local radio station was asking motorists and passerbys to call in to answer their question, was Scott Peterson guilty or innocent? Scott Peterson was not cooperative. Scott was extremely cooperative in the days following Lacey Peterson's disappearance and spoke extensively with police. He spoke with Detective Douglas Mansfield, Detective Craig Grogan, Detective Alan Broccini, Detective John Bueller. I wonder if Detective John Bueller attended all his classes. Captain Christopher Boyer, Officer John Evers, and Officer Matthew Spurlock. He was repeatedly described as cooperative by Spurlock and Evers. Broccini testified that Scott agreed to sit down with him and review what they had discussed already for hours. Mansfield also described him as very cooperative. He allowed detectives to search his house and warehouse right away and without any warrant. Interesting. He eventually balked at sharing with them when he realized they were making a case against him. Now, this is an interesting point. So all of the so-called guilters in the Scott Peterson case, a lot of them are authority-worshipping bootleggers who think that law enforcement can't be wrong or corrupt in any way. But put yourself in this position. If, let's say, just for the sake of argument, I'm not saying Scott Peterson is innocent or guilty, but in any case, take a different case. If someone's spouse or significant other is murdered, and they're 100% cooperative with police, and let's say they're innocent. Again, Scott Peterson, some other individual in another theoretical case. Once you realize, if you're innocent, once you realize you're being framed, basically, or set up by police just for the sake of closing a case on statistics, because, I mean, that's a safe bet if it's the significant other, because it usually is. Now, what does usually mean? Obviously, that doesn't mean every single case. There are murdering psychos out there. There are criminals out there that kill people, not just their significant other. So, of course, not that it's not a safe bet, not that Scott Peterson shouldn't be looked at, but if you're an innocent party and you've been 100% cooperative and you realize that the police are actually not even investigating any other leads and they're just going to pin it on you regardless of you're innocent or guilty, would you stop cooperating at that point? I mean, any logical, reasonable individual would probably say, wait a second. They've been like the police are only going after them if you know you're innocent. Would you continue to cooperate and help the police build a case against you when you're innocent? And that's an interesting question, and it's probably one that guilters will refuse to even answer. Continuing on here, Scott Peterson was innocent until proven guilty, even if Brochini tried to say that he gave Peterson the benefit of the doubt. Greg Reed, who is a friend of Lacey and Scott, was told by the police on the evening of December 24th that they already, quote, had a good idea what happened, end quote, in the case, and they, quote, thought Scott did it, end quote. Now, again, there's a difference between not investigating the significant other and, of course, investigating the significant other, because most females that are met with foul play are met with foul play at the hands of their significant other or someone known to them. So, of course, you have to investigate the people close to the individual. But if there's no evidence, I mean, it's weird. And then they start changing the dates on the burglary that goes on across the street, and they don't even investigate all of the sightings. And it's painfully obvious at this point. I mean, we're in 2021 now with all of the media and all of the corruption and incompetence that's been uncovered and flat out laziness. I mean, do police want to close cases more than they want to find justice? Now, obviously not all police. There's plenty of police officers with integrity out there that legitimately want truth and justice. But to hallucinate that it's 100%, I mean, that's quite silly. I don't know how people do that with a straight face. Facts of the case: on December 24th, 2002, around 5:15 p.m., Scott called his mother-in-law, Sharon Roca, to check if Lacey was at her house. She testified at the preliminary hearing that she looked at the clock on the stove to confirm the time. He proceeded to tell her that Lacey's car was in their driveway and their dog Mackenzie was in the backyard with its leash on. She had not seen or spoken with Lacey that day and suggested he call some of Lacey's friends to see if she was with them. Scott called her friend Amy, who described Scott as panicked. He then called some of Lacey's friends and went door to door in the neighborhood. Now, see, another thing, guilty parties, a lot of times they put up a little bit of an act, but how many of them put up a thorough act where they do this extensive search and frantically go talk to all these individuals? And how good of an actor is Scott Peterson? Because if he's a great actor, maybe he did. If he's guilty, maybe he did pull this off like this. But if he's innocent, do these actions make sense? Neighbor Amy Kraigbaum described Scott as very, very upset and distraught. Lacey's friends Stacy Boyers and Lori Ellsworth described Scott as upset and panicked. No one had seen Lacey. Lacey's stepfather, Ron Gransky, called 911 at 5:47 to report that his daughter had been missing since this morning. I found it quite strange that he told the operator that she was missing since the morning. At the time, there was nothing to indicate when she disappeared. It probably was pure speculation on his part, and it did not seem to raise a red flag at all, contrary to every word that came out of Scott's mouth. Scott told detectives that on December 24th, 2002, Lacey got up around 7 a.m. and watched the Today Show. He got up about an hour later, and when he left, she was mopping the entryway floor. The cleaning lady was at their house the day before, but they had a messy dog and expected visitors for brunch the next morning. He mentioned that the Martha Stewart show she was watching discussed meringue and cookies, but the detective said it was false and used it as an excuse to sign the affidavit that cited the lie that convinced a judge to issue a search warrant and led to wiretaps on his phones. In fact, at 9:46 a.m., Martha Stewart did talk about meringue and cookies on her show. He was falsely and conveniently accused of lying to justify recording his conversations. Interesting. Interesting. Scott then drove to his warehouse to pick up the 14-foot aluminum boat he had purchased 2 weeks before. Once there, he checked his email and cleaned up around the office. It was proven that he assembled a working tool called a mortiser and uploaded other tools in the back of his truck. He then drove to the Berkeley Marina, where he spent over an hour in the water and headed towards Brooks Island, mostly to test his new boat. He had researched fishing in the bay on the internet and requested a 2-day permit 4 days before just in case. His fishing gearbox was in the boat. The cops tried to say no fishing bait was found, but Scott was never a bait fisherman. They made a big deal of Scott fishing when Lacey's stepdad had done the same thing the exact same day, but in a secluded location. Wait a second. Is this a little bit too much of a mind-shocking coincidence, or are there controls in place where people do go fishing? Now, if he so is it possible Scott Peterson had premeditated this murder, and that's why the permits are set up and all of this? Or if it was a crime of passion, it just happened to line up? And if we're like, it's hard to like when you're dealing with this many coincidences. So Lacey's stepdad is fishing the same day. Interesting. So if we're using a fishing trip and the possibility that Lacey was transported, are we saying that anybody who's fishing that day could have done it? In which case we have to include the stepdad, right? If we're just being objective and not biased towards Scott Peterson. Scott had owned several boats in the past, so this purchase was no red flag. His decision not to play golf because it was too cold and go fishing instead was very reasonable and indicated no premeditation. He hooked the boat back to the trailer at about 2:15 p.m. and headed back to Modesto. He planned to meet Lacey at home around 4 p.m. and they were going to head to her mother later on in the evening. The police investigation. As one of the searching officers, Derek Letzinger, forthrightly conceded, there were no signs at all of foul play in the house. Nothing was out of place and there was no smell of bleach or appearance of cover-up, even if the media was saying otherwise. Right away, the detectives tried to find links to the crime having been committed to the 23rd, but nothing pointed in that direction. Computer records from the Petersons' home show that someone was on the internet between 8:40 a.m. and 8:45 a.m. on the morning of December 24th, looking at a garden weather vane, a Gap Pro Fleece scarf, and a sunflower umbrella stand. While it is certainly conceivable that Scott was looking for these items and also the sale of a golf bag, it seems far more likely that Lacey was the one doing the search. Come on. There are no guys out there that like fleece scarves and sunflower umbrella stands? After all, as several prosecution witnesses noted, it was Lacey who had a sunflower tattoo. Plus, Scott never even mentioned the computer to the detectives, so it could not have been a planted alibi as he had no clue they would search it. Police also found Lacey's curling iron out on the bathroom counter. The cleaning lady confirmed that when she cleaned on the 23rd, she put everything away on the bathroom counter. While it is possible that Lacey would have used the curling iron to curl her hair just before going to sleep on December 23rd, the more likely scenario is that she used the iron to curl her hair on the morning of December 24th. Sharon Roca told detectives that Scott told her he saw Lacey curl her hair that morning and she looked cute. This date is significant and explains the prosecutor's attempt to include December 23rd as a possible date for the crime. Sometime after 10:30 on the morning of December 24th, 2002, the Medina house across the street from Lacey and Scott was burglarized. Law enforcement wanted to eliminate the possibility of a link between the burglars and her disappearance because it did not fit their scenario of Scott being the guilty party. And here's something that's just, it's so curious. All of the coincidence and authority-worshipping cultists, they avoid this burglary like the plague. In how many missing person cases where someone is kidnapped and murdered, was there a burglary directly across the street from their house at approximately the same time? Like, that's a coincidence that it's just so tough to write that off. It's so tough if you're being a logical, objective, neutral investigators. If you're not going off emotion or what the media spoon fed you to think on the idiot box, with all this talk of murders and monsters and plastering Scott Peterson's face all over the place with those titles to skew perceptions, it's so tough to just stick your head in the sand regarding this robbery across the street. And we'll look at the Medina burglary a little bit closer in a moment, but let me finish with this overview here. Even if the state initially theorized that Scott killed Lacey on the night of December 23rd or the early morning hours of December 24th, in closing argument, however, the prosecutor would concede that based on the evidence, he could not prove when the crime occurred. Now, here's the thing. Can you even prove a crime occurred at all? I mean, if you don't have the details of a crime, how can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred? We're not talking about being off by an hour. We're talking about not even knowing the day. I mean, what is the damning evidence that links Scott Peterson to this crime? I haven't seen it yet. I mean, maybe it's there. Maybe Scott Peterson's guilty. But just where's the evidence? In criminal cases, the state need not prove motive in order to convict. But prosecutor Rick DiStasso took upon himself to explain why a man with no prior criminal history, nor history of domestic violence, would suddenly kill his wife and unborn child. His theory: Scott did not want to be a father, was strapped for cash, and had a mistress. He wanted to be free and decided to plan his wife's murder by buying a boat and looking at the currents to dump her in the bay. When his wife and infant's bodies were found on April 3rd, 2003, on the San Francisco Bay shore in Richmond's Point Isabel Regional Shoreline Park after a huge storm, they arrested Peterson right away and accused him of wanting to flee the country because he had changed his hair color and his car was full of supplies. They called it consciousness of guilt. Here's the thing, though. If you know you're innocent and you're going to be convicted and you have no chance because you've already been convicted in the media and you know the cops are out to get you, even if you're innocent, would you run? How much faith do people have in the justice system? Now, people say running proves guilt. I mean, just look at the natural fight or flight response of a human being. Look at all those people that run from police even when they're innocent. Because it's just, if a predator is chasing you, your natural instinct is to run. Now, if you can overcome your natural instinct, I mean, a lot of guilty people that are sociopaths and they know how the system works, they'll allow themselves to be arrested. They won't run. They'll play games with police, etc., and they're guilty. So clearly, not running is not a sign of innocence, is it? There are plenty of individuals that are calm, collected, and they allow especially if they know they're going to be out of there, if they're rich, they're going to be out on bail, whatever the case may be. Not running is not a sign of innocence, is it? Running is not inherently a sign of guilt either. It's a fight or flight response. It actually has nothing to do with innocence or guilt. Just like not running doesn't really have anything to do with innocence or guilt either. So to hallucinate that Scott Peterson is definitely guilty because he changed his hair color and he was supposedly wanting to flee the country, is that because he knew that corrupt and or incompetent police thought he did it no matter what if he was innocent? And to discredit that possibility, that's quite silly and illogical. Obviously, he could also be guilty and fleeing because he's guilty, but how would you know which? And why hallucinate that you know which? I mean, that's just not very objective. The trial on January 9, 2004, the trial was originally filed in Stanislaus County. Prior to trial, Peterson had filed a motion to change venue, alleging that prejudicial publicity about the case rendered a fair trial impossible in Stanislaus County, but the case was transferred to San Mateo County, only 90 miles away. And that really, again, goes to show the power of the media in slanting people's views and creating biases. You see this in the Stephen Avery case as well. I mean, they call a press conference before the trial to say that Avery's guilty. I mean, it's just insanity across the board. The death qualified jury. The parties agreed on a jury questionnaire. After nearly 1,000 jurors had completed their questionnaires, the results showed that 96% of potential jurors had been exposed to publicity about the case. And of this group, 45% were willing to admit they had prejudged Peterson's guilt. So that's 45% were willing to admit. How many were not willing to admit that were? The state objected once again to another request for a change of venue, and the court denied the motion. Prospective juror after prospective juror was discharged simply because they wrote in their questionnaires they were opposed to the death penalty. No questioning of these jurors was allowed, even though every one of them also stated in their questionnaire that they would consider death as an option in the case despite their views on the death penalty. Instead, each of the jurors was discharged because in the court's stated view, if you don't support the death penalty, you cannot be death qualified. A practice highly contested to this day. That's kind of weird, though. Regardless of the penalty, aren't the jurors there to judge innocent or guilty based on available evidence? It's just kind of weird. Because why would the death penalty even factor in if he's innocent? I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. A grandmother and retired secretary was booted out of the jury pool for saying that she wanted to infiltrate the jury to find Peterson guilty. Quote, anyone who would defend a wife killer and a child molester deserves to lose, end quote. Wow, what an interesting grandmother and retired secretary. Clearly, she's not biased. Wow. During voir dire, the prosecutor got rid of a prospective juror because she had prejudged Peterson innocent. The judge had to remind him that you can't prejudge innocence because according to the law, you are presumed innocent. And it was only the tip of this jury selection iceberg. Wow, that's weird. Expert testimony. The state admitted that his expert on the movement of bodies in water was not an expert in that field. Wow. So the state, this guy's not an expert in this field, but we're going to have him testify anyway. Wow, that's crazy. The dog scent evidence was highly prejudicial, and one of the dogs had a dismal record of being wrong 66% of the time when he was tested or used. That's weird. Like, most dogs are fairly accurate, so why is this particular dog, who clearly has some kind of an issue, why is it still being used? It's kind of weird. The fact that Merlin, the scent dog, became the star of the National Enquirer's articles should be enough to indicate it was a farce. Or did they use that dog on purpose? Another dog named Twist showed no interest for the boat. One of the dogs traced Lacey's scent to the marina, but not to the warehouse or the boat. That makes no sense if the theory of the state is that she was transported in the boat to the warehouse, then the marina. The state bet its case on these experts, telling the jury that if they were believed, Scott was a murderer. That still doesn't mean he's a murderer, because again, how do they know who was transporting who and if that person acted alone? And if transporting a body is not the same thing as killing somebody. If there was an accidental death, I mean, that's not technically murder in the legal sense. So again, there's a lot of nonsense going on here. In this respect, Peterson states in his appeal that in the context of the evidence before the jury, the significance of these experts to the outcome of this case cannot be overemphasized. The facts of the case provided to the court illustrate how, in his legal opinion, the evidence was really erroneous. Chain of guilt, or chain of fools. Chain of fools, that's catchy. According to Peterson's appeal, virtually every link in the state's evidentiary chain of guilt was fundamentally flawed. It was not just that the state failed to establish the time, place, and cause of death, or manner of death for that matter, because it could have been an accident followed by a cover-up. It also stipulates that the evidence the state claimed conclusively established Scott's guilt was simply unreliable and should never have been admitted in this capital trial. So that's a good point as well, because how can people hallucinate that this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I just don't get it. I mean, you can think that Scott Peterson's guilty. Maybe he is. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying, how is it possible to hallucinate that this is legitimate evidence proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty of murder? Real or imagined evidence, concrete at Scott's warehouse. Rather than rely on fictive descriptions of the photographs of the concrete dust, the actual exhibits given to the jury are the best indicator of the soundness of this evidence. It is fair to say that the circular spaces the prosecution saw on the trailer bed are hardly distinctive in appearance, and looking at the photographs of the trailer, it is difficult to make out any circles rather than simply a collection of concrete detritus. Anyone who has mixed even a small quantity of concrete knows how messy it is. Moreover, Phelps, a competitor of Scott's, told the police that he had seen fence posts and concrete on Scott's trailer in September. Greg Reed, Scott's friend, told police that Scott had been doing concrete work in his yard in September. And again, that doesn't prove Scott innocent in any way, but it doesn't prove him guilty either. Because if he's already working with concrete, obviously there would be concrete evidence. And again, that doesn't mean he didn't fashion whatever to tie Lacey's body down and engage in this crime. But it doesn't mean he did either. It doesn't really show anything either way. Containers to make anchors. The container thought to be the one used by Scott at the warehouse to make the anchors turned out to be the wrong size. They never found any suitable container. And that's an interesting thing, too, because you don't really hear that being talked about. Cement used in Scott and Lacey's driveway. The prosecution expert said the cement missing from the bag found at the warehouse could not be used in the driveway as Peterson suggested. But the defense expert testified it was the same type. And he happened to be the one who taught the prosecution expert in his trade. So I would defer to his expertise in this instance. Wow, I didn't know that detail. Wow, is this mind-shocking? So the more experienced expert, the expert that educated isn't that a conflict of interest as well? They couldn't find another expert. So the expert on the side of the prosecution said it couldn't be used. The defense expert said not only could it be used, it was the same exact type and was the educator of the prosecution expert. He was the one who taught the prosecution expert. Wow, you can't make this stuff up. Again, how could anybody hallucinate this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I do not know. The burglary across the street from Scott and Lacey, the Medina house across the street was burglarized on December 24th, the same day Lacey disappeared. According to a declaration which the state itself prepared, several weeks after Lacey's disappearance, Lieutenant Xavier Aponte, who was a guard at the California Rehabilitation, reported a call he had monitored between inmate Sean Tenbrink and his brother Adam Tenbrink. During the call, Adam's friend, Stephen Todd, admitted Lacey saw him burglarizing the Medina home on September 24th, 2002. Okay, we're firmly in mind shock territory. Wow, let me say this again. So, this is several weeks after Lacey's disappearance. Lieutenant Xavier Aponte, this is a guard. He reported a call he had monitored. So he himself had monitored this call between inmate Sean Tenbrink and his brother Adam Tenbrink. During the call, Adam's friend, Stephen Todd, admitted that Lacey saw him burglarizing the Medina home on December 24th, 2002. So would the police still say she was killed on the 23rd? If she was witnessing a crime across the street from her house. Now obviously people are killed to cover up crimes. I mean, I think even the most ardent coincidence theorist would admit that killing someone who witnessed a crime, getting rid of a witness, that's not novel in any way. That's not unusual in the world of criminals. I mean, it's actually fairly standard. I mean, it's almost a trope in media because you have to get rid of the witness, right? I mean, it's standard criminal operating procedure. So here's the kicker. Aponte said this conversation was taped. The tape was eventually lost. Now, who has the power to make this tape go missing? It is hard not to find this quite convenient. So if law enforcement is changing the dates of the burglary, they're getting rid of tapes where criminals are admitting that Lacey Peterson is witnessing them burglarize the house. I mean, how can coincidence theorists just stick their head in the sand and pretend this all doesn't exist and has no relevance to Lacey Peterson's death? I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Now, a common comeback of authority-worshipping cultists and law enforcement bootlickers is they say law enforcement would never do that. There's zero bad apples. There's no corrupt law enforcement. Here's the thing. If they wouldn't do that, then the tape would have made public and this thing would have been blown wide open, but that didn't happen, did it? So either all of these individuals are lying, there's no tape, or the tape actually went missing. Now, even if it went missing, that doesn't necessarily mean it was a cover-up by law enforcement, but it is quite convenient. I mean, if occasionally evidence does go missing in a non-corrupt fashion, not everyone is perfect at record keeping, especially not government employees. But it's just awfully convenient when you combine that with the date being changed on the police reports regarding the Medina burglary. When you combine that with that, it's definitely looks like a cover-up on the part of law enforcement. And to argue that it can't be done because it can't be done because it wouldn't be done, if it wasn't done, again, if this is legitimate, then it would have already been made public and we'd all be listening to the tape, as does occur in other cases. Look at other cases where police corruption was exposed. So again, this isn't rocket science here. Continuing on here, if Lacey saw Todd burglarizing the Medina house after 10:30 on December 24th, when Lacey was alive, when Scott left that morning, and can only be innocent. The fact that the tape got lost is very troubling. And this is not even factoring in all of the sightings of Lacey Peterson in the neighborhood. So, okay, it's about to get more mind-shocking here. Neighbor Diane Jackson told police she saw the Medina burglary on December 24th. Again, so this isn't just a rumor of police changing the date. I mean, there's other witnesses here. She saw 3 men outside the home removing a safe. In front of the house, she saw a van which she described as, quote, an older model, tan or light brown, end quote. Detective Cloward also received a call from Tom Harshman reporting that on December 28th, 2002, 4 days later, he saw a woman fitting Lacey's description urinating by the side of the road next to a van and then being pushed into the van. Far-fetched maybe, but reality is often stranger than fiction. So let's get a little deeper into Diane Jackson's statement here. So this is from the trial. 6:30 p.m., Detective Stow received information about Jackson's call and interviewed Jackson for further information. On December 27th, 2002, at 1830 hours, I received information from Detective Blom and Police Clerk Gallagher of information on this burglary. I was provided with a copy of the police report along with a separate typed page that indicated that at 1610 hours, on December 27, 2002, a Diane Jackson via Sergeant Ed Steele said she witnessed the 459, the California burglary statute, on Covina on December 24th at 1140 hours. At 1140, she saw the van and the safe being removed from the house. I called the number at 1830 hours and spoke with Diane Jackson, 3 short of stature, dark-skinned but not African-American guys. When asked to further describe the individuals, she stated that's all she could remember, as she wasn't thinking about that and hadn't thought about that until she called the police. From Garagos cross-examining Detective Craig Grogan. Mark Garagos, okay. And then he said that what was on the call sheet was that she witnessed a burglary on Covina, correct? 459 is a penal code section for burglary. Craig Grogan says yes. Mark Garagos on 12/24 at 11:40 a.m. Craig Grogan says that's what it says. Mark Garagos, okay, and she said she saw the van and the safe being removed from the house, correct? Grogan says that's what it says. Diane Jackson and Kristen Dempewolf were both hypnotized in 2003 in hopes of revealing more information. From the Modesto Bee, September 12th, 2003, a doctor hypnotized Diane Jackson at the Modesto Police Department in an attempt to draw out more details. In a statement to police, Jackson also provided information that conflicts with the authorities' version of a burglary that happened around the same time Laci Peterson disappeared. From Scott's appeal. Moreover, neighbor Diane Jackson reported to Sergeant Ed Steele that she had witnessed the Medina burglary on Covina Avenue December 24th. She described seeing 3 men outside the home removing a safe. A safe was in fact stolen from the Medina home, thus corroborating Jackson's report. For the coincidence theorists and guilters that vehemently believe that Diane Jackson was just lying or hallucinating. Jackson also saw a van parked on the street in front of the house. Jackson described it as an older model, tan or light brown. Sergeant Cloward also received a call from Tom Harshman, reporting that on December 28, 2002, he saw a woman fitting Laci's description urinating by the side of the road next to a van, then being pushed into the van. Okay, so those are 2 separate witness accounts on 2 separate days. That second one 4 days later. So I don't know how much information there is to corroborate Tom Harshman's report. Again, do all pregnant women look the same from a great distance? Now, it doesn't say that, it doesn't say whether he provided details of the van, whether or not the van was also tan or light brown in this excerpt here. Curious indeed. Now, here's how crazy this is with all of the date changing by the police. Again, let's go to the Modesto Bee article. This is September 12, 2003 by John Cote. Police hypnotize second woman. A woman was hypnotized during the police investigation of the disappearance of Laci Peterson last year has raised new questions about the handling of the case, according to a report obtained Thursday. The woman, Diane Jackson, is now a potential witness for the defense. She is one of 2 people known to have been hypnotized in the investigation. In a statement to investigators, she provided new information that is at odds with the police version of a neighborhood burglary about the time Laci Peterson, nearly 8 months pregnant, disappeared in late December. Jackson said Thursday she could not comment publicly because members of Scott Peterson's defense team have informed her she will be subpoenaed as a witness, bringing her under a sweeping gag order imposed in the double murder case. According to the report, Jackson told police she was driving to her home in the La Loma neighborhood at 11:40 a.m. December 24th when she saw 3 men standing near a tan van parked in front of 516 Covina Avenue, directly across the street from the Peterson home. One rear van door was open, the other ajar, she said. The house was burglarized December 24th, 25th, or 26th. So, again, we don't know the date, while residents Rudy and Susan Medina were out of town. Police reports indicate that the home was burglarized at 6:30 a.m. December 26th, and the thieves made off with 2 firearms, tools, and a safe containing jewelry. On January 2nd, authorities arrested 2 men, Stephen Wayne Todd, 36, and Donald Glenn Pierce, 44, in connection with the burglary and said neither was connected to Peterson's disappearance. But how would they know that? I mean, so they immediately said that it wasn't connected? Like, what investigation did they do? And again, in how many cases where somebody's been kidnapped and murdered is there a robbery directly across the street from there? I mean, you can't make this stuff up. If this was in a book or movie and it was unrelated, it's just people wouldn't believe it. It just stretches the willing suspension of disbelief. Todd led police to some of the stolen property, including the safe, jewelry, and a weed trimmer, according to a police report. The safe held $50,000 worth of jewelry, Susan Medina said in January. We're confident in our minds that we have resolved one crime, police detective Doug Reidenauer said shortly after Todd's and Pierce's arrests. And now we can get back to focusing on Laci's disappearance. Now, is that a convenient statement? The search came to an end in mid-April when the bodies of the 27-year-old Peterson and her unborn son, Connor, were found along the eastern shore of San Francisco Bay, several miles from where her husband said he launched his boat to go fishing December 24th. Peterson told police that he last saw his wife about 9:30 a.m. Christmas Eve as he left for the bay, and she prepared to walk their golden retriever. Peterson, 30, was arrested a few days after the bodies were found and charged with 2 counts of murder. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Court records show that Todd pleaded guilty and Pierce pleaded no contest to burglary in exchange for reduced sentences. And what else was part of that deal? But some La Loma residents are skeptical that Todd and Pierce could have pulled off the robbery, including taking out the safe undetected on December 26th amid police, Peterson search volunteers, and TV crews who took over the neighborhood 2 days earlier. I mean, that's a good point, because the Peterson home is flooded with media, news reporters, neighbors driving by, and the guys are going to calmly take out a safe and carry it into a van in the driveway right across from the Peterson home. I mean, are there actually coincidence theorists that believe this changed date on the police report? This is 11:30. This is 11:40 a.m. This is the middle of the day. It's like noon. Police discounted reports of a suspicious van in the neighborhood, saying it belonged to landscapers. Now, the other thing is, how did they completely determine that? Did they just assume that? Because they already got their guy. Jackson's account to police indicates that she saw no landscaping equipment with the 3 men, whom she described as Hispanic or Asian. Todd and Pierce are white. In interviewing Jackson, police displayed pictures of 3 men suspected of being the trio she spotted in front of the Medina home. The pictures were of men who previously performed yard work for Jackson, and clearly different for the men Jackson saw in front of the Medina home, according to the account. The trio reportedly turned toward Jackson with malevolent looks as she drove by. A doctor hypnotized Jackson at the police department in an attempt to draw out more details. She reportedly recalled little else beyond perceiving a threat from the 3 men. But authorities believe a link between the men and Peterson's disappearance is tenuous. Peterson's dog, which her husband said Lacey had taken for a walk, was found running loose more than an hour before Jackson saw the van. A neighbor said she spotted the golden retriever Mackenzie between 10:10 and 10:17 a.m., his leash attached and muddy. The woman said she returned the dog to its yard, not realizing there might be something amiss. Peterson's defense team repeatedly has said they were searching for a tan or brown van after at least one other witness reported seeing one in the area around the time Peterson said his wife was going to walk their dog. Okay, so there's other witnesses of this exact van on the 24th, not the 26th, the 24th. So the coincidence theorists would have to believe all these people are mistaken on the date, and that police did not, in order for the police to have not changed the date, and that guys would rob a house directly across the street from the Peterson home, completely swamped by media, news van, and neighbors searching. In June, law enforcement located a brown van that Peterson's defense claimed may have been involved in the case. The van's occupants agreed to let investigators examine the vehicle, and it was towed to the state crime lab in Ripon, according to the Stanislaus County District Attorney's Office. Authorities investigated several people associated with the van and determined that they had no involvement in Peterson's disappearance, according to prosecutors. And again, how did they determine that? And is there some kind of cover-up? And why is there a cover-up? Because if we're dealing with human trafficking, pregnant woman, serial killer ring, something of that nature, again, coincidence theorists posit it's completely impossible, but there was another woman found dismembered, another pregnant woman, in that same bay. But that's all coincidental, right? And then there's also attempted abductions specifically of pregnant women in the area. And of course, that's all coincidental, according to the coincidence theorists. Kristen Dempewolf, 33, is the other person known to have been hypnotized in the investigation. Dempewolf was about the same stage of pregnancy as Peterson at the time Peterson disappeared, and also lives in the neighborhood. Prosecutors have indicated that they intend to introduce testimony from Dempewolf. So the prosecution is claiming those that witnessed Lacey Peterson were actually witnessing Dempewolf, who was the pregnant lady with the golden retriever that walked her dog on that day. Curious indeed. So that is interesting. Now, here's the thing regarding the Medina burglary. This is from ABC News. Article by Jennifer Perrone, May 14th, 2021. That is today. So this article just came out today. Almost 2 decades after being convicted of pregnant wife's murder, Scott Peterson seeks new trial. There's absolutely no physical evidence at all that Scott committed this crime. You can't just pick Scott as a default because you don't know what else it could have been, said his sister-in-law, Janie Peterson. To dump his wife's body in broad daylight, it just defies logic. Scott Peterson's defense attorney, Pat Harris, alleged that investigators misinterpreted circumstantial evidence. The prosecution couldn't tell you when the murder happened. They couldn't tell you where it happened. They couldn't tell you how it happened. The only thing they could do is just say Scott Peterson's a bad person. Harris alleges the investigation dismissed a burglary that had occurred across the street from the Petersons' home on the same day Lacey Peterson disappeared, December 24th, 2002. Scott Peterson said that his wife was home at the time, and multiple witnesses claimed to have seen Lacey Peterson walking the dog in the neighborhood. So multiple witnesses. So did every single person mistake Steppenwolf for Peterson? And I mean, and Dempewolf is actually misspelled Steppenwolf or something in the court documents. But either way, let's look at the plot is really thickening here. This is from the book Presumed Guilty, What the Jury Never Knew About Lacey Peterson's Murder. So what the jury didn't hear. It appears the jurors convicted Scott Peterson because they had no other explanation for who murdered Lacey and Connor. Several of the jurors commented at a news conference after the trial that they were left with no other possibilities as to who the killer was. When you add it up, there doesn't appear to be any other option, said one of the jurors. How is that beyond a reasonable doubt? So if there's no evidence against someone, but someone's just put there, they just put somebody in front of them. Well, we don't know what it could have been, so we'll just convict this guy because he's sitting right here. I mean, that's insanity. That's insanity. 6 witnesses. I think it was actually a lot more. But in this book, it says 6 witnesses said they saw Lacey alive the morning of December 24th walking her dog. During the trial, we heard the defense speak the phrase, "We have direct evidence." We did. Unfortunately, that evidence didn't make it to the courtroom. I repeatedly went through the thousands of pages of reports and police logs, each time with a different focus. When I scoured them looking for the suspicious vehicles in Lacey's neighborhood at the time she disappeared, 2 reports stood out. Robert Nickerson, a building inspector with the city of Modesto, inspected a project at the Medina home across the street from Lacey's house at 8:20 a.m. on December 24th. Wait a second. Whoa. Wait, what? The building inspector of the city of Modesto happens to be inspecting the home the same morning it's robbed? Wait a second. This is too much. The coincidences here are stacking up like crazy. A government employee with the city of Modesto happens to be inspecting the home that happens to be robbed the same day that Lacey Peterson is alleged to have been abducted, murdered, and taken. I mean, come on. The amount of coincidence here is crazy. Okay, let's continue here. He believes that he left the home at 9:20 a.m., so the inspection was at 8:20 a.m. He believes he left the house at about 9:20 a.m. So what was he doing for a full hour? And walked to his vehicle from which he had a clear view of the Peterson home. He was familiar with Scott and Lacey and their home because he had inspected their swimming pool the year before. So the inspector just happens to be there that day? Man, that's a big ask. Again, if you're writing a movie or something, if you saw this in a movie, like what are the chances of all these coincidences? I mean, this is the day before Christmas. This is Christmas Eve. All of this is happening on Christmas Eve? Wow, I don't get it. This is crazy. How many inspections are done on Christmas Eve? I don't know. When he left the Medina's home, Nickerson said that he had to drive around a vehicle to get out. He believed that it was a white Ford van that was blocking his way. So he's stating it was white and not tan. He recalled that the van had 2 back doors and the paint was chipping around the window, revealing the gray primer. He also noticed a crude crack on top with wooden cross supports. So this guy, the inspector from Modesto happens to be inspecting the home across the street from the Peterson home, who's also familiar with the Peterson home and the Petersons. And he's leaving as the robbers are robbing the house. What? What? About the same time, witness Kristen Dempewolf walked up the same street. As she was passing the house, she noticed what appeared to be the same van parked on the street. She described the van as an unusually long, older white utility van without rear side windows. The other windows were tinted. As she walked by, she noticed that the upper portion of the van looked oxidized and dull, as if someone had used a scouring pad on it. It was parked in front of the Medina home directly across the street from the Peterson house. Dempewolf reported what she saw to the police and told them that she had never seen this van before, although she walked the neighborhood frequently. This information was not heard by Peterson's jury. It seems that Dempewolf and Nickerson had independently witnessed the same thing at the same time. Okay, this is weird, and we do have more witness testimony confirming that it was not Dempewolf who was cited, even though she happened to have a look-alike dog to Mackenzie, which is also... I mean, how many coincidences are there in this case? I mean, this is a lot. This is really a lot. You don't see this in other cases. There happens to be another pregnant woman, approximately the same stage of pregnancy. I mean, it's just with the same exact dog. Who happens to walk right by her house. I mean, this is crazy. And there's a city inspector there at the same time as the burglary? Or is this white van not related to the burglary? Because the other witness, Jackson, stated that it was a tan or light brown van, not white. Although she could have been mistaken about colors, depending on the shade. Because this van apparently was already flaking. It was an older van. So, okay, is it possible that the robbers saw Dempewolf watching them rob them? But Dempewolf apparently didn't see the actual robbery. She walked by outside and saw the empty van. So, who knows? Now, here, we're going to go even further into MINDSHOCK land. But before I tease that, let me finish with the ABC article here. A neighbor, Diane Jackson, said she saw 3 men in a van in front of the home on December 24th that morning, said Janie Peterson. Investigators later caught the men who broke into the house and interviewed them. The police determined that the men did not abduct Lacey Peterson. Now let's look at how they determined that. We caught the guys that went in there and broke into the house and interviewed them. They talked about the abduction, saying, "We don't want that. Our hands are clean on that," said Modesto Police Department Detective Al Brochini. So he interviewed the criminals. They said their hands are clean. That settles that. The criminals denied the abduction. Therefore, they determined there was no abduction. Wow, what a thorough police investigation. How thorough. I mean, wow. Wow. So would low-life criminals robbing houses that possibly also sold people into human trafficking or had some kind of connection that did so, would they deny their involvement in the human trafficking? Or are we expected to believe that the criminals, so there's direct evidence of them robbing the house with the safe, there's no evidence of the abduction. Do they expect them to admit the abduction even if they were guilty? I mean, are we in some kind of bizarro world? Is this how Al Brochini conducts investigations? So there's a couple more details here. We're going to go really far into MINDSHOCK land because this is unbelievable. In 2003, Modesto police received a tip from Lieutenant Xavier Aponte at Norco Prison in California. Aponte claimed that he had overheard an inmate's phone conversation in which Lacey Peterson was mentioned. We sent our investigator down to interview Lieutenant Aponte, who confirmed and signed a declaration saying it was true, said Harris. We asked him specifically if he had been interviewed by the Modesto police, and he said yes. They interviewed me back before the trial started. So this is, again, a government employee. He's at the Norco prison. This is Lieutenant Xavier Aponte. This isn't some low-ranking individual. And he signed a declaration affidavit, whatever you want to call it, that this was all true. So this isn't a tip that he gave to the National Enquirer for money. He stated this to police and signed an affidavit for an investigator. At first, Aponte said the inmate told them Lacey Peterson had seen one of the burglars and that the burglar had threatened her. Aponte later backtracked on the details of the call. That's interesting. We were going to call him in as a witness, and he changed his story, and he started saying, well, I don't really know what I heard. He started backing off of everything, said Harris. Now, why would an individual do that? Was he intimidated or told to stand this down and walk this back by other law enforcement? See, when law enforcement does this, and they see if they made the tape disappear, what proof does he have? Because when he thought there was a tape, he was signing affidavits, he was all above board. As soon as it comes out there's no tape, all of a sudden he doesn't know what he heard. How curious is that? Just some closing, just the end of the article here. In April 2021, the trial judge granted Scott Peterson's team request for a 60-day extension to conduct discovery. Harris said that if Peterson were granted a new trial, the defense would be ready. What I want the public to know in this coming trial is just listen to the evidence. Don't go on emotion on this, said Harris. It's rare in life you get a second chance. It's taken 18 years for Scott sitting in a jail cell. Lacey Peterson's mother, Sharon Roca, said another trial would be painful for the family and would likely only result in the same outcome. To have to go through a trial again, of course, would be excruciating. But if that's what it takes, I'll be there, she said. And I'm sure they'll find him guilty again. Interesting words. Again, very interesting. All right, let's go to some more. So let's get really into MINDSHOCK land here. So back to this book, Presumed Guilty, What the Jury Never Knew About Lacey Peterson's Murder. So Dempewolf and Nickerson had independently witnessed the same thing at the same time. The evidence was starting to connect in my mind. Diana Campos saw two men yelling at Lacey. So again, if Dempewolf did not report being yelled at, then it's not Lacey. And Dempewolf apparently only walked by on the street seeing the van. She did not actually see the robbery. 3 of the 6 witnesses who saw Lacey on the morning of December 24th placed her at the same location at the same time, 10 to 10:30 a.m. There were no reported sightings after that. As I continued pouring through the reports and dispatches looking for mentions of suspicious vehicles, I experienced one of the biggest revelations in the disappearance of Lacey Peterson. I found a report from a driving school instructor, Leora Garcia. She had been training a student in Scott and Lacey's neighborhood the morning of December 24th. Is this believable? All these people are doing all these things on Christmas Eve. Now, personally, I haven't experienced that a lot of people do business on December 24th, that there's things just extensively scheduled for December 24th. I mean, maybe that's just me. I mean, usually it's things pertaining to Christmas. Christmas parties, church events, things of that nature. But this looks like business as usual in this neighborhood. We have government inspectors, city inspectors, we have driving school instructors, all operating December 24th, all in this exact area. It was only a little mention, a few lines long. Garcia reported that she saw a vehicle pulled to the side of the road. She noticed a long coat hanging out and it sped off. There is no mention of where this occurred or what the suspicious vehicle looked like. She was able to read part of the license plate. That's all there was, this short report. I called Garcia at her home in Ripon, a town not far from Modesto. I verified who she was and that she had been driving around Lacey's neighborhood training a student driver the morning of December 24th. I mean, this is a popular neighborhood. A lot of stuff seems to go down here. I asked where she'd seen the suspicious vehicle she reported to the police. She said she saw it near the Moose Park parking lot that was located underneath Stanislaus County Hospital. And I immediately realized this was where Diana Campos saw Lacey with the 2 men following close behind and verbally assaulting her. This was also close to the area where Martha Aguilar and Jean Pedrioli reported seeing her. Garcia told me that the vehicle was a white van with paint peeling off the sides near the roof and a weird wooden rack on top that she'll never forget. It had Texas plates with a rainbow frame, she said. When she saw the van, she was making the loop underneath the bridge on La Loma Avenue. Something about the van frightened her. As the van sped off in front of her, she stopped her car. It was then, she said, that she saw a woman's coat caught in the passenger door. She said a strange feeling came over her and she was very scared. This appeared to be the same van that Nickerson and Dempelwolf saw. They each separately describe the same details on the van. Very close to this location, there was a police report of screaming heard the morning of December 24th near the public bathrooms in the park. Remember, police dismissed the scream heard as simply being a rumor. What was going on in that area at that time was probably the most important thing the police should have focused on. Instead, they focused on Scott Peterson, and these important eyewitnesses were ignored. So what do we make of all this? We have 3 or more individuals verifying a white van with peeling paint and some kind of rack. And then we have one witness, Jackson, stating it was light brown or tan. Is it possible that Jackson was mistaken? Because all these other individuals are describing the same exact van. Okay. Also, if Jackson was in her vehicle driving by, did her windshield somehow change the color of the van? Because the other individuals, so the building inspector and Dempelwolf, did not have a windshield in their way when they spotted the van. So does that account for the shade of the van being off? And they all did see the same van. Diane Jackson also described it kind of changes. Dark-skinned men, but not African-American. So they're white with tans. And again, is this a result of her windshield? I also couldn't find any photos of Dempelwolf to see if she really does look like Lacey Peterson. Because if her facial structure looks nothing like Lacey Peterson and she wears different style of clothes, I mean, these are all things that need to be determined. We know the dog is the same. But again, there's all these other witnesses. There's the scream near the public bathrooms in the park. I mean, there's all these things that are coincidentally happening that same morning that are just completely written off by the coincidence theorists. So let's look at pwc-sii.com regarding the Medina burglary. Rudy and Susan Medina, who lived across the street from Scott and Lacey, left their home on December 24th, 2002 at 10:32 a.m. for a short holiday trip to Los Angeles. When they returned on December 26th, 4:30 p.m., they discovered their home had been burglarized. December 24th is the day Lacey disappeared. Okay, so they're leaving at 10:32 a.m. Wait a second. So were they there for the inspector, or was the inspector only walking around outside and they didn't even interact with the inspector? Background. On January 2nd, 2003, Stephen Wayne Todd and Donald Glenn Pierce were arrested, 1406 Tenaya Drive in Modesto, California. Through an informant named Mark, the Modesto Police Department learned that some of the items taken from the home of Rudy and Susan Medina, 516 Covina Avenue, were in the possession of Stephen Wayne Todd. When the Modesto police arrived at Tenaya Street address, they recovered some of the jewelry and the large safe, which had been taken from the Medina property. Stephen Todd, interviewed by Officer Michael Hicks on January 2nd, said he had nothing to do with the woman and the baby. He then told the officer the burglary at Medina's had taken place on December 27th. When this proved to be untrue, the Medinas were home by that time, he said that the burglary had taken place on December 26th between 3 and 7 a.m. The Modesto police took his word for this and did not investigate further. Wow. Okay. So that's why, so this might be incompetence more than conspiracy, because if the police are just taking the word of the burglars for everything, the date of the burglary, the fact that they had nothing to do with any abduction, is that, so yeah, again, maybe this is a Keystone Cop situation. Maybe it's a combination of both. Let's not fall for black and white logical fallacies. Maybe it is a cover-up, but some of the officers are just extremely incompetent. Sergeant Ron Cloward, MPD, put out word that anyone who had the remaining possessions from the Medina burglary could return them to MPD and no questions would be asked. On one occasion, a woman ran into the police station headquarters and threw jewelry on the counter and then ran out. This incident was not recorded on the security camera at the headquarters. Does anybody believe that? Wow. This case just gets more and more mind-shocking. 2003. We're not talking about the 70s or the 80s, although I think in the 80s or early 90s, they definitely started to have security cameras at police stations. But this is 2003 Modesto. We're not talking about some town in the middle of nowhere in the Midwest. This is Modesto, California. The incident happened to not be recorded on the security cameras. Yeah, I don't know. This case is getting more and more mind-shocking. This is just all unbelievable. Again, if you're writing a book or a movie, oh, well, the police cameras happen to not record this individual. Wow. Okay, when Stephen Todd pled guilty during his court appearance in February 2003, he was given a sentence of 8 years and 8 months, even though he was a 3-strike offender. Donald Glenn Pierce received a sentence of 180 days. In the summer of 2003, Mark Garagos asked Detective Craig Grogan to turn over the Medina safe, still in police custody, so it could be tested. Grogan later told him that sometime after Garagos made the request, the safe was destroyed. So they're destroying the safe only months after. What is going on here? Evidence destroyed, tapes go missing, footage at the police station not recording individuals possibly pertinent to the investigation. I mean, what is going on in this case? Are the coincidence theorists seriously still defending this investigation? Evidence the burglary is linked to Laci's disappearance. This is credible information to suggest that this burglary occurred on December 24th, 2002, shortly after the Medinas left home at 10:32 a.m., and may have been directly connected to Laci Peterson's disappearance. So does that mean somebody was watching the home? Because as soon as they leave, they rob the house. Okay. Medina and police presence in the Covina neighborhood was extreme after the word of Laci's disappearance became known on the evening of December 24th, making a December 26th burglary highly impractical. I mean, it's kind of funny, though. Like, if you're a group of burglars, even if you want to target that neighborhood, are you going to target the house? I mean, the only house more obvious would be the Peterson home, which has police crawling around and reporters. And apparently Scott Peterson is possibly home. And are you going to target the house across the street from that house if you're a burglar? I mean, this is crazy. There were numerous sightings of Laci Peterson walking her dog in the Covina neighborhood on the morning of December 24th that were not thoroughly investigated by the MPD, which chose instead to rely on the unverified timeline constructed by Karen Service, who lived at 517 Covina Avenue and who found the Petersons' dog Mackenzie in the street in front of the Medina's house on the morning of December 24th. Her estimate of the time she found the dog was used to exclude a connection between Laci's disappearance and the Medina burglary. You know what's crazy, though? Why would anybody favor the testimony of one individual when you have multiple individuals corroborating each other's storylines, each other's sightings of the van in the driveway? Multiple individuals. Here you have one, Karen Service, who may or may not have connection to law enforcement, may or may not have been intimidated into making this statement, or who simply may have been mistaken about the time or day. One individual could certainly be mistaken, but when you're stacking up multiple witnesses with the same exact story, what's more likely, that all these individuals are mistaken, or that one individual is mistaken and or intimidated? Diane Jackson, who lived a short distance away, reported seeing 3 men with a van and a safe in front of the Medina's house at 11:40 a.m. on December 24th, 2002. Her information was considered credible enough to be used in the flyer asking for the information about the burglary and offering a $1,000 reward. However, the Modesto police arranged for her to be hypnotized by an unqualified hypnotist. And for that reason, her testimony was not allowed at trial. I mean, is this like forgetting batteries in a tape recorder? I mean, what kind of I mean, is this all done on purpose? Or are the Modesto police just bumbling idiots who don't even have a functional security camera at the police station? Wow. Or did they intentionally use an unqualified hypnotist so her testimony would be dismissed? Some of the information, however, came in through the testimony of Detective Craig Krogan. Merlin, the trailing dog owned by Cindy Valentin, trailed Lacey's scent to the Gallo Winery in the airport district on the night of December 26th. On December 31st, 2002, a gold Croton watch, identical to Lacey's watch, which disappeared the same day she did, was pawned by Deanna Renfro. The Modesto police did not investigate this woman or her connection to the Medina burglars. A background check would have shown links between the families of Deanna Renfro and those of Stephen Todd and the Ten Brink family. All right, let me repeat that again for the coincidence theorists. On December 31st, 2002, a gold Croton watch, identical to Lacey's watch, which disappeared the same day she did, was pawned by Deanna Renfro. The Modesto police did not investigate this woman or her connection to the Medina burglars. A background check would have shown links between the families of Deanna Renfro and those of Stephen Todd and the Ten Brink family. So, a woman connected to the burglars happened to pawn a watch which happened to be identical to Lacey Peterson's only a few days later, a week later. What is going on with this case? Again, is for this to all be coincidental and not connected to Lacey Peterson. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. 2 weeks before the end of the trial, shortly before Mark Garagos was to begin his CIC, the prosecution turned over information about a prisoner in Stanislaus County Jail who confirmed the information given in a tip which had been received from Lieutenant Xavier Aponte, Norco Correctional Institute, during the last part of January 2003. Lieutenant Aponte said that a phone call between an inmate and his brother, Sean and Adam Tenbrink, discussed Stephen Todd's confrontation with Lacey Peterson during the burglary at Medina's. The only information provided to the defense about his tip was a simple notation on a CD which included 10,000 other tips about the case. Modesto police did not provide reports or information about any investigation of this tip. Lieutenant Aponte gave a signed statement to defense investigators which said the prisoner had been interviewed by MPD and that MPD had received a copy of the taped phone conversation. So here we have a signed statement that Modesto has a copy of the taped phone conversation. So after Modesto had it, it mysteriously goes missing. Very, very curious. Judge DeLucci refused to consider this information which connected the Medina burglary to Lacey's disappearance and denied the defense motion for a new trial. So in a non-botched, non-corrupt investigation, I mean, this is beyond grounds for a new trial, is it not? I mean, it's insanity. All of this is complete and utter insanity. All right, so from this same website, let's look at information regarding Dempa Wolf. So she was a so-called lookalike. She's supposedly the same height, weight, and hair color and pregnant on December 24th. She also often walked the area with her dog. She may have walked past the Peterson house about 9:30 a.m. on the 24th and saw Scott Peterson loading umbrellas into his truck. She wasn't certain in her recollection that these incidents occurred on the 24th. It may have been a different day, and she usually walked later in the afternoon. So by her own admission, she usually walks afternoons and not mornings. The reason she was hypnotized was to establish that she did indeed walk on the morning of the 24th. So is this the same hypnotist that's not qualified, and was he fed information for the police? Can we even trust Dempa Wolf's account? So why was she hypnotized? So according to this website, Dempelwolf offered no evidence that would point to the burglary or other information that would suggest Lacey was abducted. Therefore, she wouldn't need to have her memory enhanced to look for additional details about something in this regard. However, the only evidence the police were looking for was evidence that would help build a case against Scott. First, she couldn't say for certain that she walked the morning of the 24th. Police needed her to remember that she did, thus providing an alternate explanation to why so many people stated they saw Lacey. That's interesting because if by her own admission, her normal walk time is afternoons. Second, if she saw Scott loading umbrellas into his truck, it's reasonable to conclude they were looking for additional details there, if perhaps she saw something other than the umbrellas. Further, Dr. Pennington, according to court transcripts, was probably attempting to influence Dempelwolf into remembering something she just wasn't sure about. This, along with other solid legal rationale, was the basis for Geragos' motion to prevent her from testifying at trial. Unfortunately, the same rule also applied to Diane Jackson. The difference is Jackson's testimony most likely would have tipped the scale of reasonable doubt the other way. Kristen Dempelwolf was not hypnotized in an attempt to find out information about Lacey's possible abductors because she hadn't seen anything in the first place to indicate this. Even if she had walked by the house even before Scott left and before Lacey took her walk. That's another interesting point because if she wasn't even out the same time that Lacey was out, how could she have been mistaken? And what are the chances that these two pregnant women were out walking the exact same streets at the exact same time with the exact same dog? Looking dog. Diane Jackson, on the other hand, may have been hypnotized for the reasons put forth, that she saw that the men she saw may have abducted Lacey, and did she remember any further details that would help track them down? But if the hypnosis of Dempelwolf was for the sole purpose of implicating Scott, then it stands to reason that Jackson's hypnosis was done for the same reason. By that time, the police had already solved, in quotation, the burglary, and most of their attention was focused on Scott. Not only were they searching the bay, searching the house, and tapping Scott's phones, but they admitted after the trial that they had their man. And most of their efforts were an attempt to prove it. Okay, so yeah, this is really crazy. This is really, really crazy. So by her own admission, and is it curious that no photos of Dempelwolf can be found on the internet? Does she really not look like Lacey? I don't know. And even if she does, by her own admission, she's an afternoon walker. There's one more piece of damning evidence that places the robbery on December 24th. That is outgoing mail. So Stephen Wayne Todd testified that he saw outgoing mail at the Medina home in their mailbox. So Susan Medina, so again, in the trial testimony, Susan Medina, it stated Susan Medina was the one to put out the outgoing mail and not Rudy Medina. Rudy Medina was checking to see if the outgoing mail was still there or had been picked up before 10:32 a.m. So Susan Medina put the outgoing mail in the mailbox between 9:30 and 10 a.m. And between 9:30 to 10 a.m., Todd apparently saw the mail there. The postman came through Covina between 10:35 and 10:50 a.m. And this is when he picked up the outgoing mail. And he left 3 letters inside the mailbox. He has no recollection of picking any outgoing mailbox, most likely because it was routine. So Todd apparently would have had to break in after 10:50 a.m. And what do we make of the inspector? Because we have the mailman coming there also. I mean, this is crazy. This is just really crazy. How long was the van there? So Todd could be lying about what he saw in the mailbox as well, but just adding this timeline with the mailman, it's really, really crazy. But either way, Todd could only have seen the mail on the 24th, because that mail would not have been there Christmas Day or the day after, because it would have already been picked up. So let's look for more damning evidence regarding this burglary. Daily Mail. Scott Peterson murder investigation under fire as neighbor and reporter dispute the police version of events and suggest Lacey may have been killed by robbers and not her husband. August 17th, 2017 by Chris Spargo. So, a neighbor of Lacey and Scott Peterson, along with a television reporter covering the case, have revealed shocking new information about the police investigation into the mother-to-be's disappearance and murder. Diane Jackson was the woman who reported seeing 3 men outside a home across the street from the Petersons on Christmas Eve, the day she went missing. The same home was later robbed, but police insisted that this happened at 6:30 a.m. on December 26th and not Christmas Eve, with Jackson revealing in the new series The Murder of Lacey Peterson that authorities dismissed her sighting and claims. It wasn't really dismissed if they called in a hypnotist, etc. There is some very strong evidence against the robbery occurring 2 days after Lacey went missing, however, with KTVU reporter Ted Rollins stating that he was in front of the house from 5 a.m. that day and that absolutely no break-in that time occurred. The police said the burglary took place on December 26th, not December 24th. And again, how they got that information is by the criminal's own mouth, allegedly, or did they tell him to say that? But either way, I mean, basically, they're just taking the word of criminals or they're complicit. Rollins then added, "My head was on a swivel that morning, and there is absolutely no way a burglary took place on December 26th. Reporters were in front of that house every day for the next few months, which lends more credence to Jackson's claim that the robbers could have been the 3 men she saw on Christmas Eve. December 24th, I was on my way home, and I went by Rudy and Susan Medina's house. I saw people on the lawn and a van," explained Jackson. "I noticed it because they all turned around and looked at me, and I thought, that's weird. I didn't put it together until a neighbor said the Medinas just came home and their home was burglarized while they were gone, and they think it was the 24th. When she learned later that the Medina house had in fact been robbed, she said that she immediately told police, who, due to the search for Lacey, were right outside her door. They took her in for questioning and even hypnotized, trying to tell her at one point she had confused the men with people working in her own yard." Wait a second. The police are telling her that she doesn't know the difference between guys on her own yard doing landscaping and individuals which looked at her nefariously with a van. I mean, this is insanity. I mean, are they gaslighting her? What's going on? This is crazy. Jackson's story never changed, however, and the 2 men who were eventually arrested for the robbery were never suspects in the murder of Lacey. So that's, again, we have a reporter that's actually there from 5 a.m. on, and he's saying there's no way. And obviously, just logistically, criminal, I mean, why? It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, it's clearly nefarious here on the part of law enforcement because they're convincing a witness that she's confused and she really didn't see what she thought she saw because it's damaging to their narrative and case against Scott Peterson. So let's just go over the Campos sighting, and this is, and then we'll have to continue undamning all this so-called evidence in the next episode. But the Diana Campos sighting, this is the one where she heard men shouting at 9:45 a.m. Now again, these timelines are quite curious because it's also interesting that all these witnesses mistook Lacey for Dempenwolf. I mean, that's highly unlikely. I mean, 1 or 2 maybe. These are all neighbors. These are people that know both of these women. So, and again, Dempenwolf usually takes her walks in the afternoons. And again, the fact that police are trying to get everyone to believe that Dempenwolf walked the exact same route on the exact same streets at the exact same time as all these individuals who said they saw Lacey. I mean, again, the willing suspension of disbelief. They're trying to convince Jackson mistook these men staring her nefariously in a completely different property than her own, in her own yard. I mean, this is all laughable. This is laughable. So between 9:45 and 10 a.m., Homer and Helen Maldonado saw Lacey. 4 credible witnesses were sure they saw Lacey and Mackenzie. So they were sure they saw Lacey specifically, not a pregnant woman who may have been Lacey. On the morning of December 24th, 10 a.m., Homer Maldonado, Tony Freitas, Martha Aguilar, and Jean Pedrioli. These sightings suggest a route for Lacey on that morning, leaving home, going south on Covina, west on Miller to La Loma, and then northwest along La Loma. It doesn't seem likely that 4 people independently were imagining this. These sightings support the theory that Lacey left home at 10 a.m. and headed south, not north, to the park. Maldonado, Freitas, Aguilar, and Pedrioli called the MPD tip line to report that they had seen Lacey on the morning of the 24th. None of their calls were returned by MPD. So does this sound like a legitimate investigation? Because if they're really being legitimate and saying, oh, they narrowed these down, they investigated all of these witnesses, and they realized that they saw Dempenwolf instead of Lacey. But they didn't even do that. They didn't even get back to any of these people. I mean, this is mind-shocking. How can anybody defend this investigation? The initial investigation of these tips was done by defense investigators, not by the Modesto police. Not until the trial were investigators sent by the DA to interview Maldonado and Freitas. Aguilar and Pedrioli were never interviewed by police or by prosecutors. Is that mind-shocking? They're not even going after tips. Homer Maldonado and his wife had stopped to buy gas at the USA gas station on the corner of Miller and Camellia between 9:45 and 10 a.m. on December 24th. After leaving the gas station, it's also curious, did that gas station have security cameras? After leaving the gas station, they drove west on Miller. At the corner of Covina and Miller, Maldonado saw Lacey and Mackenzie in front of the second house from the corner on the west side of the street. He described her as very pregnant and having trouble controlling the dog. When he checked his rear view mirror, he saw that Lacey did not cross Miller, but eventually turned the corner and continued walking west on the north side of Miller. Maldonado reported this to the MPD tip line on January 1st, 2003. When he was not contacted by the Modesto police, he went to the command post at the park where he reported his sighting and spoke to the chaplain. He was never interviewed by the Modesto police. In July 2004, during the trial, he was interviewed by an investigator from the DA's office. So it's more like they were trying to derail this alternate theory than doing honest investigation. So this is a missing person, and police are not even investigating tips. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know how anybody can defend the MPD and so-called investigation. At around 10 a.m. on the morning of December 24th, Tony Freitas was driving his regular delivery route northwest on La Loma Avenue when he saw Lacey and Mackenzie near the intersection, where there is a small grassy triangular park located on La Loma between Santa Barbara and North Santa Ana. Freitas reported this to the MPD tip line on December 30th, 2002. The woman who took his call said he would be contacted by a detective. Freitas was never contacted by anyone from the Modesto Police Department. On July 29, 2004, during the trial, he was interviewed by a DA investigator. Around 10 a.m. on the morning of December 24th, Martha Aguilar saw Lacey and Mackenzie walking on La Loma Avenue in the same general area that Freitas saw her. She was sure it was Lacey. Aguilar lived 2 blocks south of Lacey on Covina, and they went to the same doctor. So again, this is not someone who just spotted a generic pregnant woman. This is someone who knew Lacey Peterson and was sure it was her. Not possible. Aguilar's call to the MPD tip line was never returned. She was never interviewed by anyone from MPD or the DA's office. And did they do their homework and realize that she knew Lacey and they couldn't convince her that it was Dempenwolf, so they didn't even bother interviewing her? Jean Pedrioli saw Lacey and Mackenzie around 10 a.m. on the morning of December 24th. Around this time, he picked up a prescription at a pharmacy. He saw them on La Loma in the same area where they had been seen by Aguilar. He noticed Mackenzie because he has a dog the same color. He said that the woman and the dog had to walk around some branches on the sidewalk. Pedrioli made 2 calls to the MPD tip line. He was told that he would have to prove his whereabouts. He thought the police were not interested in his tip. He was never contacted by them or the DA's office. Now, this is interesting. So they're telling a tipster he has to prove his whereabouts. I mean, aren't there security cameras in any of these areas? If there are, is Lacey Peterson on any security cameras? Again, this isn't like the early 80s or something, or even the 90s. Although there were security cameras in the 90s popping up all over the place. This is the 2000s. There's got to be some security cameras somewhere in Modesto. This is in the middle of nowhere. So again, we have Aguilar, who specifically knows Lacey, is sure it was Lacey. And now Pedrioli saw Lacey, but he might not specifically know her. So he saw a pregnant woman and a dog, but in the exact same, relatively exact same area where Martha Aguilar, who knows Lacey and knows it was Lacey. So he's corroborating Aguilar, even though he specifically did not know Lacey. Wow. Okay, let's look at the 9:45 a.m. Campos shouting incident. A Stanislaus County Hospital employee, Diana Campos, was taking a smoke break. The hospital is located close enough to the park to give a direct line of sight to the park. In her initial call to the police, Campos said she took a break at 10:45 a.m. However, in the preliminary hearing, Garagos said Campos said the time was 9:45 a.m. after checking her records. So she's not sure exactly which hour, which is, I mean, that's fair. It might be kind of hard to give a specific hour if you're regularly taking smoke breaks at whatever intervals every day. Campos saw 3 people walking together along the jogging trail in a direction away from the Covina address. One was an obviously pregnant white woman with a dog on a leash, and she identified the dog as a medium-sized golden retriever. The dog was barking constantly, and the woman had to pull at the dog with the leash. The other 2 were men, one wearing a beanie cap. She told the woman, "Shut the expletive dog up." One wearing a beanie cap told the woman, "Shut the expletive dog up." Campos watched them for about 5 minutes, but didn't think too much of it until she saw the flyer on the 26th and she recognized Lacey as the woman she saw. She described the woman as having short, dark, straight shoulder length hair. 6 to 7 months pregnant, she was wearing a white top and what appeared to be stretch pants, but she didn't know what color. One of the males was in his late 30s, 5'7", medium build, wearing a dark beanie, dirty dark shirt, and dirty blue jeans. The second man was also late 30s, 5'7", medium build, short brown hair, wearing a Levi jacket with a tear and blue jeans. So, okay, now Dempewolf here, she did not report having some guys approach her at the park and screaming at her to shut her dog up. So does that really settle the case of who was seen? And was she wearing a white shirt this morning? A white top and stretch pants? Or was she wearing something else? And does Campos's description match the burglars? Because it's not stated here what they were wearing and what Jackson described them as. So, again, if there was a legitimate investigation done, we would know all these things. So here's the thing, though. So Dempewolf supposedly does not have a golden retriever. She has a mid-sized brown dog, and she has shoulder-length brown hair. She may have been walking her dog that morning, and she may be the pregnant woman that some witnesses saw. Police investigators conducted a cognitive interview where hypnosis techniques were used on Kristen because she couldn't remember for sure having walked her dog that day. So she wasn't even stating that she walked her dog that day. The hypnosis was intended to help her remember exactly when and where she walked her dog Christmas Eve. The police were satisfied that these eyewitnesses saw either Kristen or another pregnant woman on Christmas Eve morning, not Lacey, because there's a whole bunch of pregnant women walking these dogs at that exact same time, the exact same route, even though they were being spotted by people who specifically knew Lacey. I mean, what color top was, I guess it's unknown what color top Kristen was wearing that day. Another neighbor, Tammy Thomas, believes it's unlikely a witness could mistake Kristen for Lacey. She claims Kristen is a blonde, not a brunette like Lacey. Kristen's dog looks nothing like Mackenzie, and Kristen always takes her 2-year-old daughter with her when she walks the dog. Interesting! Very, very. So now we do have a neighbor speaking out saying they don't look alike and that Kristen always takes her 2-year-old daughter with her. Does that settle that? I don't know. This is bizarre. This is really bizarre. There's another witness who saw Vivian Mitchell, who saw Lacey between 10 and 10:30 a.m. She lives on Buena Vista, 10 blocks from the Peterson home, about 3/4 of a mile from the Maldonado sighting. She said she told police she saw Peterson walk by between 10 and 10:30 a.m. on December 24th. Her husband also saw Lacey and Mackenzie. At 10:15 a.m., a police officer interviewing people along the park's Peggy Mensinger Trail and elsewhere around the park reported that he spoke with a woman who said she heard screams at 10:15 a.m. She lives on the park's border. Scott told his sister, Ann Bird, that the woman who heard the screams is Kim McGregor's mother. So again, you can't make this stuff up. Kim McGregor is yet another individual in this case that's just bizarre. So here from Modesto B, June 29th, 2004, defense raises question about neighbor's odd behavior by John Cote and Susan Herendine. Kim McGregor appeared to be infatuated with Scott Peterson, and she robbed his home after his wife disappeared. Monday, Peterson's defense team pointed to McGregor as an indication that police ignored other suspects in the missing person case that turned into a double homicide. Lead attorney Mark Garagos also suggested that Peterson's former girlfriend, Amber Frey, after she agreed to secretly record her conversations with Peterson, did not reveal some of the calls. The questioning about McGregor and Frey came as Garagos cross-examined Modesto, California police detective Al Brochini for a third day. The defense scored a blow toward the end of last week when Brochini admitted that he excised a key piece of information from a police report. So he's admitting to corruption here, and the coincidence theorists are still maintaining this is all above board. Sergeant Ed Steele came to Brochini's defense Friday in an interview with the Associated Press, violating a gag order in the case. This led to a sharp warning, but no sanctions, from Judge Alfred DeLucci to the police department. I'm telling you, this has to stop, DeLucci said to Captain Joe Ajay, as the fifth week of the trial got underway Monday morning. You're my delegate. You can go tell the chief that he has to sit on his folks. Peterson neighbor McGregor was the focus of much of Brochini's testimony Monday. The defense maintains police turned McGregor into an informant instead of thoroughly investigating her. Garagos elicited testimony that she had a faulty alibi for Christmas Eve 2002, the day that Lacey Peterson's family reported her missing. Brochini testified that McGregor at first lied to police before acknowledging Lacey Peterson's social security card, a video camera, and clothes, including a pair of men's underwear, from the Peterson home. So McGregor lied to police about taking, I guess stealing would be a better word, these items. Garagos appeared to suggest that McGregor, whose former boyfriend had 2 Hawaiian roommates, might have been linked to 3 non-African American dark-skinned males with a light-colored van that another neighbor reported seeing across the street from the Peterson house on Christmas Eve of 2002. Answering no in staccato succession, Brochini testified that he never interviewed the former boyfriend or his roommates, or determined what car the boyfriend drove or if he had access to a van. In my mind, she was eliminated as a suspect, Brochini said. She'd been investigated and I don't think she was involved. And what does investigation say? I mean, did you just ask and she said no? I mean, that seems to be Brochini's MO. Prosecutors contend that Peterson murdered his pregnant wife and unborn son, Connor, late December 23rd or early December 24th, 2002, and dumped her body in the San Francisco Bay using a recently purchased fishing boat. The defense contends that Peterson was likely abducted while walking the couple's dog or after she interrupted a burglary across the street, or that she was taken by people linked to different van sightings in the neighborhood or by vagrants in a park near the Petersons' Modesto home. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, you baffle them with bull, her stepfather Ron Gransky said Monday before entering the San Mateo County Courthouse. McGregor told police she broke into the Peterson home In the early hours of January 19th, 2003, a neighbor saw McGregor throw a bundle of items into the trunk of her car and also saw her walking in the Petersons' front yard talking to herself, Brochini testified. And did he admit he omitted all this? At the time, Brochini said McGregor was intoxicated and she was not taking medication for her mental illness. Stanislaus County Sheriff's Department records show McGregor has been booked at least 3 times for public drunkenness since May 2001. McGregor used a coffee cup to smash a glass pane on a door, opened 2 gifts under the Christmas tree, drank some of the Petersons' Jack Daniels whiskey, made a phone call, rifled through drawers and closets, and may have lain in the couple's bed, Brochini testified. Scott Peterson found a pair of black cutoff sweatpants on the bed when he returned home, but McGregor denied they were hers, Brochini testified. Well, that settles that. I mean, does Brochini just take all criminals' words like at face value and never investigates anything? I mean, this is crazy. Jackie Peterson, Scott's mother, previously told the Bee the items taken in the burglary included Lacey Peterson's wedding dress. She said her son got the dress back, then had it cleaned and boxed. But there was mention of the wedding dress in Monday's testimony. McGregor told police she had never met Scott Peterson before Christmas Eve 2002, but had met his wife once or twice before, Brochini said. Wait, so she met him on Christmas Eve 2002? But she met Lacey Peterson, possible multiple times. Wow. In a police report, Brochini said McGregor appeared to be infatuated with Scott Peterson. When told of that, Peterson answered, "That's great," in a sarcastic tone of voice, according to Brochini's report. When asked what she did on December 24th, 2002, McGregor gave different stories, the detective testified. In other testimony, Brochini said there possibly were calls between Frey and Peterson that the Fresno, California massage therapist did not disclose to the police. But he said another detective was Frey's handler. Last week, Brochini said he knew about a witness who said she saw Lacey Peterson on December 23rd, 2002, at a Modesto warehouse complex where her husband kept his new fishing boat. Brochini acknowledged that he deleted the reported sighting from a police document. So Brochini is admitting to deleting and manipulating police documents. I mean, what more do the coincidence theorists need to realize that this was not a legitimate investigation by any stretch of the imagination? Prosecutors have argued that Scott Peterson did not tell anyone about the boat because he planned to use it to dump his wife's body in the bay. Lacey Peterson's presence at the warehouse could also explain how a hair, which prosecutors contend was hers, wound up on a piece of pliers found in the boat. Okay, well, and again, where are those pliers from, and is it reasonable that Scott Peterson would have Lacey Peterson's hair on his clothes, and therefore it could find its way to anything he handles? Again, innocent or guilty. So this McGregor character, everybody knows about Amber Frey, but it seems that McGregor was swept under the rug. Kim McGregor. And she broke into the Peterson home and stole several items. Now the plot is about to thicken even further. So this is pwc-sii.com again. After Lacey disappeared, Sharon Roca suggested to Scott that Kim McGregor could walk Mackenzie. So Scott gave Kim a key to the house. She appears to have been in and out of the Peterson home over the next few weeks. Access was easy. She lived just around the corner on Encina. Okay. Wow. So is Sharon Roca the one that connected McGregor? How does Sharon Roca know McGregor? And she's the one that introduces them, and she becomes the dog walker. And also, apparently, Scott somehow told Ann Bird that the woman who's heard the screams in the park is Kim McGregor's mother. Now, wow, I mean, this is also mind-shocking. What a tangled web here. Does nothing add up in this case? It's just really weird. Did Kim McGregor concoct some kind of scheme using her Hawaiian roommates to fake a burglary, and she wants to take Lacey Peterson out of the picture because she's infatuated with Scott? I mean, I don't know. And she keeps lying to police. She burglarizes the home. I mean, this is all insanity. A couple more issues with the timeline and the so-called damning evidence, Lacey's blinds. According to family and friends, Lacey opened her drapes every morning to let in the morning sun. An unidentified family member said, "I don't think she made it through that night. If she was alive that morning, she would have opened up her drapes." However, Sharon, Ron, Amy on Larry King Live dismissed the rumor by saying that Lacey didn't even have drapes. Margarita Nava, Lacey's housekeeper, testified at the preliminary hearing that just the day before, when she went to the house to clean, Lacey was up and dressed but had not opened the drapes or blinds. Amy Krigbaum, who lives across the street from the Petersons, testified at the preliminary hearing that Lacey opened her blinds pretty much on a regular basis. Amy Krigbaum and Tara Venable would open their blinds and look across the street, and Lacey's blinds would be open. That is, raised about 12 inches. However, because of her work schedule, Amy was not home on a regular basis to know how set a routine it was for Lacey to open her blinds. And that's just to illustrate some points about evidence that's used against Scott Peterson in some capacity, or to point to murder. And again, is it really damning? And we've been undamning all the evidence so far because none of it is adding up. And one more point about Ron Gransky. So this is, of course, Lacey Peterson's stepfather. Ron testified at the trial that he left home that morning at 6:30 a.m., drove 45 miles to Lodi to pick up his paycheck, then drove 104 miles to Los Banos to check on a construction site. He was in Los Banos about 11 to 12. He called Sharon and discovered she was going to the movies, so he decided to go fishing. He drove Oakdale and finished along Orange Blossom Road. He said it was a little cold and he caught only one fish. He returned home between 2:30 and 3:30. Detective Brochini said he never learned of Ron's fishing trip until Ron testified in court on June 8th, 2004. So, again, is this a legitimate investigation? It seems like wherever we look, we discover that none of this evidence is actually damning. And in fact, all of the damning evidence is towards police cover-up, corruption, or flat-out incompetence. So what went on with the Medina robbery, and what are the connections here? And it's so hard to find information on all of this, and is it all intentional? We have the police intentionally trying to dissuade witnesses from saying they saw what they saw. They don't even follow up with witnesses who cited a missing pregnant woman. I mean, is this a legitimate investigation? I don't know how anyone can argue that it is, but you can leave your thoughts, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, anything at all in the comment section, because I would like to hear the coincidence theorist guilters defend all of this information. I mean, Brochini's admission of deletion and manipulation of official police files. You have all this evidence going missing, not followed up on. I mean, this is insanity. This is all mind-shocking. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast in the Scott Peterson series. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you could just go to youtube.com/MindShock or youtube.com/MindShockTrueCrime to manually check for updates and the latest podcast episodes. Share and like this podcast on social media platforms, of which you can check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Scott Peterson case. This is episode 3, Lost Evidence. How much lost intentionally or otherwise evidence is there that can possibly prove Scott Peterson's innocence if he is, in fact, innocent? This is MindShock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. We don't hallucinate to have been at whatever location where people have been killed and hallucinate that we know for sure. Now, of course, the burden of proof is on positive claims, and in the justice system, in criminal cases, the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, not with an approximation of some kind of doubt. And I don't even know if we have that here in this case. It's just such a problem where this guy was just clearly not given a fair trial, even if he's guilty. This whole thing was a farce and a sham, and this is one of the most obvious wrongful convictions out there. Again, even if he's guilty, the legal system and the law is very clear in terms of fair trials. I am, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire, and if you want to help support the MindShock podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the subscription. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share the podcast. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, let's start off with just this brief little write-up that kind of planted the seeds of doubt in the mainstream, because obviously Peterson was kind of convicted in the media. He was convicted by the public before his trial ever started. Again, innocent or guilty, mostly due to being a philandering scumbag. But again, that doesn't mean he murdered his wife. There's something called evidence that needs to be presented of that if you're going to accuse him of that. Clearly, I think it's proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he's an adulterer. There is evidence of. There's plenty of evidence of that. That's not what we're discussing here. So, this write-up by John Connor Colston, September 16th, 2017 on popculture.com, actually brought a lot of this suspicion that he might actually be innocent to more of the mainstream, because I remember at the time, there really were not a lot of people and not a lot in the public, in the mainstream, talking about how he's innocent. Lost evidence could have possibly proved Scott Peterson's innocence. Viewers of the A&E documentary series The Murder of Laci Peterson have been forced to reevaluate their thoughts on Scott Peterson, who was sentenced to the death penalty for murdering his wife in 2002. The most recent episode called the prosecution's timeline into question and claims that a piece of lost evidence could prove his innocence. The missing piece of evidence were handwritten notes by the Petersons' mailman, Russell Graybill. Graybill took note that when he went to the couple's home the day of Laci's death between 10:35 and 10:50 a.m., their dog, Mackenzie, didn't bark. This would seem to indicate that Mackenzie was not present at the couple's home during that time period. These notes matter because they conflict with a key witness for the prosecution that, in turn, helped formulate the timeline of Laci's final hours. Neighbor Karen Service testified that she found Mackenzie wandering around the neighborhood at approximately 10:18 a.m. This would indicate that Laci was murdered before this time as she walked Mackenzie. Peterson's attorneys theorized that if the dog was not present during Graybill's visit, Laci walked Mackenzie after Service returned the dog to the couple's home. That would mean she was killed after 10:18 a.m. Peterson was logged into his work computer during that time period, meaning he couldn't have killed Laci. Well, not necessarily. Either Peterson or Scott or somebody else could have been logged in his computer. While this may seem like a game-changing reveal, Graybill did testify about this time period at the trial, but it did not persuade jurors. These missing notes, which were separated from the original evidence given to attorneys, could have backed up his claim and swayed jurors in Peterson's favor. I mean, that's curious. I mean, that's definitely curious. And if you haven't checked out the previous episodes in this series on MindShock, make sure you check them out because, I mean, the funny business by the police, I mean, it's just crazy. The altered, manipulated evidence, I mean, regarding, again, the Medina burglary, and we're going to get further into that as well. It's just, yeah, it's just mind-shocking the level of corruption in this case by the police to convict this guy. Again, if they have some other evidence that for some reason is not admissible, that lead them to believe that he really is guilty and that's why they're planting and manipulating and all this to try to really get this guy. But it just doesn't really add up, especially ignoring, unless you think Scott Peterson, some kind of serial killer that's also responsible for these other murdered pregnant women in the Bay. I mean, you'd have to ignore all of those coincidences. I mean, you'd have to be a really hardcore coincidence theorist to maintain that Scott Peterson is definitely 100% guilty, unless, again, you have some kind of evidence that has thus far not been presented and are able to explain away all these variables. Again, we went over the timeline of Lacey Peterson's walk, all these other witnesses that were never called to testify. I mean, the timeline is just absolutely insane. I still don't really know why people are ignoring the other murdered women washed up in the Bay. I mean, I really don't understand that aspect of this. Like, all the people coming out of the woodwork claiming Scott Peterson is guilty no matter what, they never addressed this. I mean, how can you not address that? It's the dumping ground of some kind of serial killer, and the sightings of pregnant women being kidnapped in vans, etc. I mean, you're going to ignore all of that going on during this time period? I mean, that's just weird. I mean, what kind of a mental deficiency does one have to not address those things? Now, again, that doesn't mean Scott Peterson is innocent, but how can you not address those things? I mean, if there's a serial killer on the loose and the MO matches, are you just not gonna consider that in another case in the same area? I mean, really? I mean, what's going on here? Like, how mentally deficient are some of the Scott is guilty no matter what crowd? So I'm going to go over another post here. This is on the George Zipperer blog spot, no author, but it's a pretty interesting write-up and brings forth some interesting points as well as the theory that Lacey Peterson was abducted by the burglars December 24th, 2002, after she walked the dog between 10 and 11 a.m. And there's a lot of interesting information here. This was published Friday, February 12th, 2016 on George Zipperer Blogspot. And, of course, we have this map here that we've gone over in the previous episodes of Lacey Peterson's walk with Mackenzie from 10 to 11 a.m., December 24th, 2002. Also, I mean, I really don't want to get into this right now, but the occult, I mean, we're talking about Christmas time. I mean, there's a lot of crimes occur around Christmas time. Is this connected to some kind of, is there occult connections? Because if this is a serial killer or some kind of Illuminati-connected ritual, and also a psyop. Now, a lot of people get triggered at the word psyop. Psyop doesn't mean that people weren't killed, that there aren't victims, that things didn't unfold in the general manner as is reported. Psyop simply means psychological operation. So are there elements of this where people inserted, have things been manipulated in a fashion as to make this a psychological operation? That doesn't mean that the victims didn't exist or weren't killed. I mean, a lot of triggered goof coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, like their brain is just too mentally weak to even consider the possibility that the government engages in psychological operation, which they obviously do. Now, whether this is one, I don't know. I'm just asking that question. It's just amazing how many Dunning-Kruger goofs get triggered at the very question being asked, despite, again, the military. I mean, these are not, I mean, obviously a lot of these records are classified, but there are plenty of declassified MK Ultra and such documentation of psychological operation. Project Monarch, etc. So let's examine what they have here on George Zipperer Blogspot. Scott's defense attorneys did not have access to the Modesto Police Department tip sheet until May 2003. Does anybody find that suspicious? However, they did learn about some of the other sightings. Tony Freitas called a defense investigator on January 20th, 2003. Homer Maldonado called Sharon Roca and Brent Roca. An article about Vivian Mitchell appeared in the Modesto Bee on February 27, 2003. Martha Aguilar lived only 2 blocks from the Petersons' house on Covina. The defense also learned about Jean Pedrioli and Grace Wolfe through sources other than the MPD. And this is why this is such a botched investigation and obvious wrongful conviction, because nothing is going through proper channels and through proper documentation and disclosures to the between the defense, the prosecution, etc. And all of this is being covered up intentionally by the police. The 15-minute time ranges below are estimates. The order is chronological. Events with sightings of a strange van are noted in parentheses. So 8 a.m., Scott wakes up about 8 a.m. Lacey, who is 32 to 33 weeks pregnant, awakened earlier and is already showered and dressed. She's wearing black pants and a pullover white top. Lacey, who ate earlier when she first got up, also has a bowl of cereal with Scott. Scott is in and out of the room as Lacey watches Martha Stewart, and he watches a portion with her. Lacey asks Scott to bring in the mop bucket and fill it for her. She plans to mop the kitchen area, walk Mackenzie, and go shopping for ingredients she needs to make cookies and French toast. Scott told Amber Frey in a January 8th taped phone conversation that Lacey was going to walk Mackenzie, go to the store, and go get ingredients to make gingerbread cookies for that day, and the cordon bleu French toast for Christmas brunch the next day, and then they would meet at 4 p.m. to go to Lacey's parents' home for Christmas Eve dinner. Between 8:40 and 8:45 a.m., Lacey uses one of the computers in the Peterson home to go online. At exactly 8:40 a.m., Lacey used the home laptop to look at a 5-day weather forecast for San Jose and a Yahoo shopping site featuring a garden weather vane. At 8:44 a.m., a Gap fleece scarf priced at $6.99 was viewed, as well as a sunflower motif umbrella stand for $29.99. The sunflower motif umbrella is interesting because Lacey had a sunflower tattoo on her ankle. 8:45 a.m., Lacey accessed an email account and viewed an email regarding a Ping Staff golf bag that Scott was auctioning on eBay, but no emails were sent. Detective Lytle Wall testified that he never asked to review web surfing habits for Scott and Lacey to try to determine which one of them was using the computer. Again, very thorough investigation here. 9:20 to 9:40 a.m., regarding a van, Kristen Demperwork sees Scott standing in the bed of his truck, parked in the driveway loading umbrellas. Parked in front of the home of Randy and Susan Medina, directly across from the Peterson home, Demperwork sees an unusually long, older white utility van without the rear side windows. The other windows are tinted, and the upper portion of the van looks oxidized and dull, like someone used a scouring pad on it. She has never seen the van in the neighborhood before. And again, I mean, do the coincidence theorists just not find it strange that there's a van parked across, like this van that's never been seen before, a van conspicuously used by kidnappers, serial killers, and human traffickers. Again, not that this one was, but it's just curious. A van that's never in the neighborhood just happens to be across the street during a burglary, right across the street from where a pregnant woman goes missing and is murdered and found in the bay where other pregnant murdered women have been dismembered and found. I mean, what is going on here? Like, how do the coincidence theorists explain that? They simply just go on and on about Scott Peterson being an adulterer. That's their case. It's really weird. Again, I'm not saying he's innocent. Maybe he is the serial killer that's killing all these other pregnant women. Although, again, I actually forgot the timeline. I don't have the pregnant women up right now. Did one of them was one of them missing or killed after Peterson was already in prison? I don't know. I don't remember that. I think one of them might have been. So if perhaps Scott Peterson is part of a ring of serial killers killing and dismembering pregnant women, then maybe he is guilty of this as well. But if he's not, I mean, this is kind of weird. 9:30 a.m., another van sighting. While building inspector Nickerson is still present at their home to look at their new patio, Mrs. Medina hands her cell phone to her husband and tells him to call their son. He places the call at 9:32 p.m. Or is that supposed to be a.m.? Hands his cell phone. Maybe that's a typo. Nickerson, so 9:32 a.m. Nickerson leaves the Medina home at about this time. As he leaves, he has to drive around a white Ford van that is blocking his way. The van has 2 back doors and the paint is chipping away around the window, revealing gray primer. There is a crude rack on top with wooden cross supports. And it is curious, too. Like, what if there was more than one van, and one van maybe belonged to some innocent contractors, and one did not? 9:48 a.m. Scott is with Lacey as she watches Martha Stewart on TV talk about meringue cookies. Scott told Detective Broncini that he and Lacey were watching the Today Show and then Martha Stewart. Scott remembered seeing something about the meringue and cookies on the Martha Stewart segment. Martha Stewart did in fact mention cookies and meringue at 9:48 on December 24th. 9:30 to 10:30 a.m., the Medinas load their vehicle with groceries, vacuum cleaners, etc. for their 3-day holiday trip. The Medinas do not notice the van parked in front of their home. That's kind of weird. Or maybe they did and they said they didn't because of other issues. Again, we've seen a lot of cases in these wrongful convictions and police corruption and cover-ups where they do intimidate people. You know, obviously there's a broad scale of intimidation, so it's not necessarily hardcore intimidation, but just, you know, little suggestions. Again, I'm not saying that happened here, but if it happened, does that explain some statements? 9:30 to 10 a.m., the men in the van parked in front of the Medina home watch the Medinas load items into their vehicle for their trip. After being spotted by Building Inspector Nickerson, the men drive off and go to the gas station at the corner of Miller Avenue and Camellia Way. The men are expecting the Medinas to be leaving soon for their holiday trip. The men in the van leave the area with the intent to return shortly after enough time has passed for the Medinas to have left home for their trip. Okay, this is really weird because I don't think I remember this exact detail. Nickerson spots them and then they drive off as soon as he looks in their direction? That's kind of weird. Between 9:45 and 10 a.m., Homer Maldonado and his wife, who lives on Phoenix Ave, leave their home and drop off a Christmas gift. 9:15 to 10:05 a.m. While Lacey is mopping the floor in front of the French doors, Scott leaves through the French doors, which open onto the patio and pool area of the side yard. Scott goes out the side gate, which opens onto the driveway. As he leaves, Scott forgets to latch the side gate or doesn't ensure that it is securely latched. Lacey has plans to walk the dog and go shopping. In a recorded phone call with Lacey's mom, Scott described Lacey the morning of December 24th. He said that Lacey, looked so cute because she was sitting on her bench in front of the mirror, styling her hair the way Amy, her half-sister, the hairdresser, had shown her the evening before. On the evening of December 23rd, Scott and Lacey went to Salon, where Lacey's half-sister, Amy Roca, worked. Amy gave Scott a haircut. Amy confirmed this and added that she showed Lacey how to fun flip her hair with a straightener. Amy testified that Scott invited her over for pizza that night, but she already had plans. Amy said Scott mentioned plans to golf in the morning and offered to pick up a gift basket for Amy's mother and stepfather at a store called Vela Farms. Amy told police that Lacey was wearing tan pants and a black blouse with small flowers. Scott said that they left the salon and picked up Mountain Mike's pizza on the way home. Once home, they ate the pizza and watched Monday Night Football. The photo below, taken the evening of December 24th, shows Lacey's curling iron on the bathroom counter with the cord extended toward the outlet near the toilet. The housekeeper, Margarita Nava, who was there the day before, testified that nothing was out on the bathroom counter and no bench was in the bathroom when she left. This is evidence that Lacey was still alive and curling her hair on the morning of December 24th before Scott left. Again, unless some people say that Scott Peterson staged that. And why would he stage that? I mean, there's a lot of details here. I mean, if he's a total criminal mastermind genius, the likes of which the world has never seen, similar to Stephen Avery in the state's case against Avery and what they alleged he was able to do regarding the crime scene, then maybe. Okay, 9:55 to 10:20 a.m. Next-door neighbor Karen Service finds the Petersons' dog Mackenzie on a leash in the street in front of their home. The leash has leaves and grass clippings on it and is moist, according to Service. The front gate to the Peterson home is locked, and a side gate that opens to the driveway is open at least 90 degrees. She leads Mackenzie through the side gate, which Scott left open when he left, and closes the gate. She goes back home to wash her hands, and she leaves home again for the bank and other errands. At the bank, she circles the parking lot and can't find a spot, so she goes to a local store and makes a purchase after shopping for about 5 minutes. The store is a 10-minute drive from Service's home. Her receipt is stamped 1034. 10:08 a.m. Scott checks his voicemail as he makes the 10-minute drive to his warehouse at 1027 North Emerald in Modesto. 9:55 to 10:20 a.m., Lacey leaves home and takes Mackenzie for a walk in the neighborhood. The police repeatedly state in their press conference that they were unable to confirm that Lacey was walking her dog. However, the police didn't even make an effort to follow up on most of these leads. They were unwilling, not unable. And of course, there's a ton of sightings. 10:15 a.m., van. The Maldonados, after dropping off a Christmas gift, stop for gas at the station on the corner of Miller Avenue and Camellia Way. They see a yellowish tan van at the adjacent pump, but they aren't getting any gas. They are just there. One man comes out of the gas station store and they hear a male voice from the van ask the man if he got the cigs. The van reeks of cigarette smoke. The van has white curtains on the side and rear windows and a roof rack and a chrome ladder. The Maldonados pull out of the gas station and head west on Miller Avenue. Mr. Maldonado sees Lacey and Mackenzie walking south down Covina Avenue. She is almost on the corner of Covina and Miller. He continues westward on Miller and looks in the rearview mirror. He sees Lacey and Mackenzie turn right onto Miller, heading westward on Miller towards La Loma Avenue in the same direction as the Maldonados. Maldonado says he first saw Lacey in the morning about 2 weeks earlier walking her dog by a bridge across Dry Creek. The park by the Peterson's home is referred to as Dry Creek, and the area is divided into different parks, which includes La Loma, Moose, Cowan, and Thousand Oaks parks. He spotted her and her dog again on December 22nd between 10:30 and 11 a.m. near a small park at Miller and La Loma Avenues, according to an April 17, 2004 article in Modesto Bee. So he clearly knows what she looks like when she's walking her dog. He's seen her multiple times. 10:15 a.m. Tony Freitas sees Lacey and Mackenzie on La Loma Avenue. He is driving his regular delivery route northwest on La Loma Avenue when he sees Lacey and Mackenzie near the intersection where there is a small grassy triangular park located on La Loma between Santa Barbara and North Santa Ana. 10:15 to 10:30 a.m. Gene Pedrioli sees Lacey and Mackenzie on La Loma Avenue. He notices Mackenzie because he has a dog the same color. Lacey and Mackenzie walk around some branches that are on the sidewalk. 10:15 to 10:30 a.m. From the kitchen window of her house near the corner of La Sombra and Buena Vista, Vivian Mitchell, as she is doing dishes, sees Lacey and Mackenzie walking east down La Sombra and turning north on Buena Vista, heading towards La Loma Avenue. She had seen Lacey walk by the house several times before. When Lacey walks by around 10:15 on Christmas Eve, she hollers to her husband, Bill, "Oh, look, it's the lady with the golden retriever." So not only did she see her, she even made a comment about it to her husband. Okay, interesting. Lacey was walking Mackenzie east on La Sombra Avenue. Vivian originally told the Modesto Bee, and then Vivian saw her go north on Buena Vista Avenue. Bill said, at the time, his wife casually mentioned, "There's the pregnant woman with the beautiful smile." Bill looked out the living room window, but only caught a glimpse of the dog. The walker seemed to be headed towards La Loma Avenue. Later, the couple saw a television news account that Lacey had mysteriously disappeared. Bill, a former city councilman, told the Chronicle, "I was city-oriented and I told her to call the police. We didn't know the Petersons before or since." But Bill said the police never called his wife back. They had a theory, and it didn't fit their theory, he said. Bill said he finally got fed up and contacted the city manager to complain that there wasn't any follow-up by police. So again, there are some good apples out there working within government and police. I mean, there are some good apples out there. Bill was a former city councilman, and he seemed to be very alarmed that the police weren't actually doing their job in this case. And he even called and complained about it. The Mitchells had seen Lacey walking her dog on several prior occasions. A neighbor across the street also had previously seen Lacey walking the dog. The Mitchells told a neighbor about their sighting of Lacey on Christmas Eve. "How can you duplicate a woman that looked like her?" Mrs. Mitchell said. "She was so magnetic. She was so pretty." Vivian Mitchell died before Scott's trial began in June 2004. 10:30 a.m. The Medinas leave their home for their 3-day trip. They make a call at 10:32 right after they leave home. This time is not listed as a time range of 15 minutes since it is verified by cell records. 10:30 a.m. Scott logs onto his computer at work and sends an email reply to his boss. Computer forensics show Scott continuously logged onto his work computer for 26 minutes between 10:30 and 10:56. He checks emails, sends emails, and looks up instructions on how to assemble a woodworking tool called a mortiser that he just received via UPS. He works on building the mortising woodworking machine. Because the temperature is only 40 degrees rather than golf, Scott decides to go fishing in his 14-foot Game Fisher aluminum fishing boat, which he bought used from a private owner on December 8th. It was the fourth boat that Scott had owned. So it's not unusual for him to buy boats. Okay. This is his first time putting the boat, which he stored at his warehouse, on the water. 10:35 to 10:50 a.m. Mail carrier. And also, again, I don't know how he tested this boat. So this is... So there's a couple issues with the boat. I mean, we have to do an aside here, because this is MINDSHOCK, and we go down every rabbit hole in the most comprehensive and exhaustive theological examinations of all cases. So let's get down to business regarding Scott Peterson's boat, and there's a few issues here. So if you are planning to kill somebody, are you going to go out on a boat, if you're experienced with boats, on a boat that hasn't been tested on the water? Or at least not extensively tested. It's saying here this is the first time he's putting it in the water. Like, again, if you're at least a motor... So, again, if Scott Peterson is guilty here, we have to assume he has at least some kind of intelligence, because if he's staging bathrooms for Lacey Peterson and doing all of these things and, lining up emails and trying to make himself an alibi and all this stuff, you would have to think he'd be smart enough to at least test the boat. I mean, what if there's an issue on the boat while he's got a body on it and he can't get it to the spot he needs to get it to dump it? I mean, it's the same thing with a car. Are you going to use a car that you don't even know if it works to go dump a body? I mean, if you're a complete moron, yes. But if you have some kind of intelligence or pre-planning ability, are you going to do that? But let's get to the details about the boat. So here is scottpetersonappeal.org. Some may call it biased, but we're using court docs, etc. here on this site with direct links to the exhibits in the court documents. So even those who hallucinate that he's definitely guilty, I mean, these are not somebody's opinions. These are directly taken from the court documents. Top 10 facts you need to know about Scott's boat. This article focuses on the facts surrounding Scott Peterson's boat. The prosecution asserted that Scott used it to dump the body of his pregnant wife, Lacey, in the San Francisco Bay. They claimed his motive for killing Lacey was a life of freedom represented by his infidelity with Amber Frey. Scott Peterson met Amber Frey on November 20th, 2012. Much of what Scott said to Amber was a lie, including making her think he was not married. 16 days after they met, on Friday, December 6, 2002, Amber's best friend, Sean Sibley, was told by some colleagues that Scott was married. Sean called Scott and confronted him about whether or not he was married. He had been caught. Scott initially told Sean he was not married. He called her back about an hour later and told her he had been married but that he had lost his wife. Sean gave Scott until Monday to tell Amber this information. The prosecution alleged that once Scott was confronted by Sean Sibley on December 6th, he hatched a plan to murder Lacey and Connor for someone he had met 16 days before. He was going to buy a secret boat, then kill his wife and unborn son, weigh down her body with homemade anchors, and then dump her in the San Francisco Bay where he had researched charts. Following is a list of 10 facts that refutes the elements of the prosecution's theory. 1. Scott had previously owned boats and had conversations about purchasing another boat before he met Amber. It was not unusual for Scott to own a boat. Defense attorney Mark Garagos said in his opening statement that this was the fourth boat that Scott had owned. He had bought and sold boats his entire adult life. Scott's dad, Lee, testified that they also owned boats Scott's entire childhood. Within 1 month of dating, Scott and Lacey had already gone on a fishing date and a sailing date. 3 of Scott's friends told police that they had conversed. I mean, wouldn't it be... Yeah, this is kind of weird. Wouldn't it have been easier... If he wanted to get... I just thought of this now, though. Especially somebody who had been around boats his entire life. Wouldn't it have been easier if he had gone with Lacey and then she somehow fell overboard and he couldn't save her? I mean, wouldn't that accident have been a little bit easier? Accidental death than hatching this whole plot, hacking her up somewhere, leaving no evidence anywhere. And that way he wouldn't have to worry about the people that saw him go on the boat with her. And they had already been on boats before. So wouldn't that have been, if he really was looking to get rid of his wife, wouldn't that be the smarter plan? I mean, unfortunately, I'm sure there's people who have done that before. And how many of them have not been caught? 3 of Scott's friends had told police they had conversations with Scott about purchasing a boat. Guy Miligi told police on January 4th, 2003 that he and Scott had discussed purchasing a ski boat together prior to December, but once Scott joined the Del Rio Country Club on December 1st, 2002, he told Guy he'd be unable to buy the speedboat. Jody Miligi told police on January 4th, 2003 that she remembered Scott discussing a boat 1 to 3 weeks prior to Thanksgiving. Brian Ulrich told detectives on January 4th, 2003 that Scott had been discussing buying a boat for over 3 months. 2. Scott did not research title information on the internet. Detective Wall testified that Scott used his home computer to search for boating regulations, Department of Fish and Game rules and regulations, to search classified ads for boats and for information on fishing. In all Scott's computer use, there's only about 30 seconds total of material that contained any kind of charts for the San Francisco Bay. The prosecution and many news reports egregiously refer to these 30 seconds as researching currents in the San Francisco Bay. Prosecution exhibits 179A-U and 182A-EE show all pages of Scott's internet searches. And you can find all these on pwc-sii.com/courtdoc/p-exhibits.htm. 3. Scott's search for a boat is clearly motivated by an intent to go fishing, not dump a body. The prosecution implied in their opening statement and in the questioning of witnesses that Scott's boat was inappropriate and not equipped for fishing. On Saturday, December 7th at 4:41 p.m., Scott logged into modb.com, the website for the Modesto newspaper, and searched the classifieds for boats. This computer search was submitted as Exhibits 178A through E. Scott looked at 3 boats and ended up purchasing the 3rd boat listed from a Bruce Peterson, no relation. Oh, man. Oh, and they spell it the exact same way, not even with an E instead of an O. I mean, oh, man, the coincidence. See, the thing is, Peterson is a fairly common name, though. So, you can't really do much there. In addition to the 15 horsepower motor, the 14-foot Game Fisher... Wait, so they're saying this Game Fisher is not a fishing boat? Is that what some people were claiming? Was equipped with fishing gear and included 2 fishing chairs, 2 rod holders, a trolling motor, and a fish finder. Yeah, clearly not for fishing. Bruce Peterson testified that he used the boat for fishing, and the prosecution's expert fishing witness, Angelo Kuanang, also testified that the boat was equipped for fishing. On Sunday, December 8th, Scott made arrangements to purchase the fishing boat and returned on Monday morning to pay for the boat. As you can see from the ad, Scott would have had the same boat for less money, could have had the same size boat for less money, or a bigger boat for less money. If his intent was to dump a body, a bigger boat would have been better. A cheaper boat would have been fine, and he certainly wouldn't have needed a fish finder or fishing seats getting in the way. He had paid more money for a boat equipped for fishing because he was buying a fishing boat, not a body dumping boat. Unless, of course, people say, okay, he's this mastermind genius, so he specifically did that to make it look this way. 4. Scott never had the boat in the water before December 24, 2002. Although Bruce showed Scott how the fish finder and motor worked, Bruce never started the motor. He also told Scott that he had not had the boat in the water since September and had never used the boat in salt water. Scott had never taken the boat out prior to December 24th. He did not know for certain if the motor would work in the salt water. That would be quite a risk to take if you had to dump a body, not to mention how risky it would be to dump a body in broad daylight. Yeah, this is really one of the major sticking points for me. Because if Scott Peterson is enough of a genius to be staging bathrooms and accounting for all these variables and somehow able to just dismember a body with no evidence left anywhere, if he's this level of genius, why would he trust some semi-cheap... I mean, this is clearly not some multi-million-dollar boat that you would just expect to work. This is a crappy, cheapo fishing boat. He has no way of knowing whether... Forget the saltwater or freshwater. If he didn't even start the motor in front of him, I mean, that's kind of dumb, too. Regardless of whether you're going to dump a body and kill somebody or not, you just want a good fishing boat. Why would you not have the guy start the motor? I mean, this does not point in the direction of Scott Peterson being a smart man. Again, it just does not. So to be able to get away with this kind of crime without leaving any evidence, I mean, people claim he's guilty, yes, but where's the evidence? If he's that smart to get rid of all the evidence, he's not smart enough to have the guy he's buying the boat from even start the motor? How does he even know the motor works? How does he know there's not a crack in the boat? I mean, yeah, you can't always tell just by looking at it. You got to actually test the damn boat. It's like buying a car. That you can't just, it might look okay. That doesn't mean it is. Who's going to buy a boat without testing it? This is weird. And then if you're gonna dump a body, I mean, well, can you imagine if the boat like stalls while he's got the body on board? I mean, what? Even a dumb criminal wouldn't take that chance. I mean, this might be the biggest sticking point for me, as well as there's a coincidence that there's a burglar going on right across the street from a pregnant woman who goes missing and is killed. I mean, that's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Not to mention all the other pregnant, dismembered women ending up in the bay. Okay, let's continue here. 5. A fish finder indicates how deep the water is. One thing a fish finder does is indicate how deep the water is. Scott told the police he was in the area around Brooks Island because it looked like a decent, shallow area to fish in. One of the web pages Scott looked up suggested fishing for sturgeon in shallow areas 5 to 15 feet deep. The police alleged that Scott dumped Lacey's body in an area that is as shallow as 3 feet during low tide. Why would someone dump a body in a shallow area when you have a fish finder on your boat that enables you to gauge the depth of the water? That's a great question. That's a great question there. Again, I am not alleging he is innocent in any way, simply that the prosecution's case, which was used to convince him, just doesn't seem to hold any water. 6. Scott's boat was not stable enough to dump a body out of. The police doubted that someone should be able to dump a body out of Scott's boat. They theorized that Scott might have tied the boat to a buoy to stabilize it. They focused their searches underneath buoys and collected paint from a red buoy to see if it matched some of the red paint on the side of Scott's boat. Nothing was found in their extensive searches, and the paint did not match. Also, Detective Hendy testified in court that he wanted to attempt a reenactment of a weighted body being dumped out of the boat, but neither the police nor prosecution ever tried. The link below is the unsuccessful reenactment attempted by Scott's defense. The judge did not allow the jury to see this reenactment.
3. Release your weight.
Wow, this is really messed up. Yeah, the boat basically flips in the water. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, obviously you want the prosecution doing the reenactment, because you could say the defense somehow botched it or made the body heavier than it was supposed to be or whatever. You want the prosecution doing it and being monitored, or an independent. You'd want somebody independent doing it and, make sure they got the weight right. But, I mean, is it telling that the judge didn't even allow the jury to see this? So where's the evidence that a body of this weight could have been dumped from this particular boat, this crappy little fishing boat? Another unsuccessful attempt was made by trial watcher Phil Devon. He weighed down a dummy floated when it was pitched overboard. A third unsuccessful experiment was shown on court TV. In that video, the Scott lost his balance and fell into the water. Unfortunately, these two videos are no longer available to watch on the internet. So there were 3 attempted reenactments, all failed. This is really starting to remind me of the Stephen Avery case, where this guy's just this mastermind genius that's able to do things that no other criminals can do. The manufacturer of and like Stephen Avery might be guilty. I never said he was innocent, simply that there's no legitimate evidence of his guilt, and that's looking to be the case in the Scott Peterson case as well. Again, he might fully well be guilty. He might be a serial killer of pregnant women that he dumps in bays, and Lacey Peterson might not be the only one. The problem is, if you want to convict him in a court of law, you have to supply evidence and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, which has clearly not been done. That's the point. Not that he's innocent, just that the burden of proof has not been met. The manufacturer of the boat also testified about the stability testing on the boat. They began the test with some water in the boat and then evenly distributed 142 pounds evenly along the side of the boat. Under these circumstances, in an indoor pool, no wind, no current, the back corner of the boat was at over an inch underwater. This is Exhibit D5D5. An engineer from the boat manufacturer said the boat would be less stable without the water in it. For Scott to dump a body out of this boat, there would have to have been close to 385 pounds at the edge of the boat. Scott weighed around 200, Lacey weighed 153, and the 4 alleged anchors weighed 32. As shown by the video above, the increase in weight at the edge of the boat resulted in the back right end of the boat sinking. 7. The purchase of the boat was not secret, and Scott never tried to hide the fact that he had a boat. During the preliminary hearing and the trial, the prosecution continually emphasized that no one knew about the boat. In their closing argument, the prosecution stated, quote, "Nobody knew about it. No one. All the friends, family, the Peterson family, the Rocas, nobody knew the defendant had bought a boat. So you've got this secret purchase going on," end quote. When Scott purchased the boat from Bruce Peterson, he paid cash. Scott did not pay cash to hide the transaction. Scott paid cash because Bruce asked to be paid in cash. Scott withdrew the $1,400 from his joint checking account with Lacey. Also, Scott did not try to hide identity from Bruce or the DMV. Scott gave accurate information to Bruce, including his home address. This information was filed with the DMV on December 9th, 2002. Another boat Scott looked at on December 8th was not registered with the DMV, so Scott decided not to purchase it. Okay, so he only wanted the registered one. Additionally, Scott had told the police that Lacey knew about the boat and that she had been to the warehouse on December 20th, 2002. Detective Broccini was told about an eyewitness who confirmed seeing Lacey at the warehouse where the boat was stored. When he heard about this witness in August 2003, he purposely left it out of his police report. While under oath during the trial, he admitted to excising the information from his police report and acknowledged that he did not think it had been reported by any other officer. This woman later confirmed that Lacey was at the warehouse on December 20th, 2002. This situation confirmed that Scott was once again being truthful. It was Detective Broccini who had been deceptive. I mean, the more I look at this case, the more it looks like Scott Peterson's just a moron. I mean, he just seems like a moron that could not get away with something like this. Like, it's just weird how people think that he's smart enough to pull all this off. Because he's cheating on his wife relatively openly. He's getting caught doing it. He can't even conceal an affair, and people think he could do all this. Like, it's just weird. There is no evidence that Scott tried to keep the boat a secret. Testimony showed that Scott and Lacey routinely made purchases and decisions that extended family members were not aware of. It had only been 15 days since they bought the boat. It would be expected that not many people would be aware of it. Scott never lied to anyone about having a boat. He discussed buying a boat with his friends. He used his own name to purchase the boat and took the money out of a joint account with his wife. He immediately told the police on Christmas Eve that he'd been fishing and took them to his warehouse to show them the boat. And why? Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. So he's witnessed going out on the boat fishing. So if someone were going to be dumping a body, I mean, obviously they would be checking where he was fishing to find the body, and that's a whole nother can of worms. But it's just weird. This guy just seems more of an idiot than some kind of genius mastermind killing his wife. So the prosecution's statement that nobody knew about the boat was not true, and to call the boat a secret purchase was inaccurate. Not just inaccurate, but completely deceptive, since there's no evidence that it was a secret purchase. I mean, there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. He's openly talking about it with his friends. He gave all the info to the guy he bought the boat from. He took the money out of a joint account. I mean, what more could he have done? I mean, other than public announcements and calling every single person he knew and every single family member to inform them of his boat purchase, I mean, other than that, what could he have done? 8. Scott made one concrete anchor for his boat. Bruce Peterson told Scott he intended to buy another boat, so he wanted to keep his 10 and 15-pound anchors. Scott told police he made an 8-pound anchor similar to those he'd seen in rental fishing boats. A rental boat is pictured on the left, and the anchor Scott made is pictured on the right. Scott told the police he used a painter's bucket to form the anchor and inserted a rebar loop in the concrete to tie a rope to. Scott said after he made the anchor, he used the remaining concrete next to his driveway. Even though Scott had told the police what he made the anchor in, they theorized he made it in a pitcher found at the warehouse. It's not shown in these pictures, but the anchor has an indentation in the bottom from the bucket it was made in. The pitcher does not have an indentation. The anchor is smaller in circumference than the pitcher, and the angle of the pitcher does not match the angle of the anchor. It took a concrete expert to tell the police that the above anchor did not come out of the pitcher pictured below. The police later found a painter's bucket at Home Depot that the anchor fit into, exactly like Scott said. Loose concrete was also found next to their driveway, just like Scott said. The prosecution said in their opening statement there was no rope or no chain or nothing in the boat that can be used to attach to the anchor. Contrary to that statement, Detective Broccini testified that there was a rope in the boat. When the police asked Scott why he didn't just buy an anchor, Scott cited the cost difference. $30 for an anchor, $3 for a bag of cement. The police later found a piece of paper with a phone number and $30 written on it. When police called the number, it was a boating store. The officer asked, "What do you sell for $30? The clerk said they had anchors for $30. Another example of the police stumbling on the fact that Scott was telling the truth. Okay, I'm going to have to check out of this case right here. If you're going to dump a body, why in the blue hell are you going to make your own anchor? I mean, you have time to do that? Like, why would you just not get, like, any old anchor? You're going to go through this whole process where you could be caught? And furthermore, if he really was this mastermind genius, he would have obviously disposed of the body in a way where he wouldn't be having to reveal all these things, because he's revealing the whole process, the step-by-step process. Because if he did dump the body, he's revealing all these processes of how he's making anchors, how he's taking an untested boat out into the water. I mean, even if you're not dumping a body, why would you? I mean, you got to test the damn boat. I mean, this just does not seem like a smart man. And he's that poor, he needs to save $27? I mean, what? What is going on here? 9. There is no evidence that Scott made additional anchors. It was stated multiple times in the media that Scott had an anchor factory at his warehouse. Detective Broccini said there were distinct rings on the trailer. It was alleged that Scott made 5 anchors, 4 to weigh down Lacey's body in the San Francisco Bay and 1 for his boat. This alleged anchor factory is shown below. As you can see from the next exhibit photo, there is one circle. It's the exact size of a 2.5 quart painter's bucket. Once again, the evidence supports what Scott said. Phelps, a competitor of Scott's, told the police that he had seen fence posts and concrete on Scott's trailer in September. Greg Reed, Scott's friend, told police that Scott had been doing concrete work in his yard in September. Scott's computer showed that he budgeted for 10 60-pound bags of concrete for his September fence work, Exhibit D7A-2. After Scott's fence was complete, he returned 3 unused bags of concrete to Lowe's on November 1st, 2003. The residue at the back of the trailer appears to be from the concrete bags that Scott had stacked there from his September fence work. The voids are rectangular and are the same size as the 60-pound concrete bags he had returned the 1st of November. 10. There is no evidence that the anchors could have weighed Lacey's body down. The prosecution alleged that Scott attached 4 anchors to Lacey's body, wrapped her in a tarp, and dumped her body out of his boat. The prosecution offered no scientific evidence in court as to whether or not this would be sufficient weight to submerge her body. Does that sound like beyond a reasonable doubt to anybody? This is probably because the San Francisco medical examiner told the police during their investigation that it was not likely that 30 pounds of weight would submerge 153 pounds, especially with the added buoyancy of a tarp. Why would Scott make anchors to weigh down Lacey's body and then keep one for the boat? Not only would that show the police his MO, but wouldn't it be better to affix as much weight as possible to the body? Again, what? If Scott is this much of a genius, how is he making, it just doesn't make any sense. And if he's this stupid, there would be tons of evidence of all this murder and dismemberment and all that. These 10 facts show that the boat was not a secret. Scott did not research charts of the San Francisco Bay, and there's no evidence that he made more than 1 anchor. These facts also show the lack of evidence against Scott, how truthful he was with the police, and how the police, prosecution, and media misrepresented the evidence. I mean, this is all quite mind-shocking. It's getting quite clear what's going on here. Now, let's go back to the George Zipperer blog spot here for the timeline. So, 10:35 to 10:50 a.m., mail carrier Russell Graybill delivers a package to the Peterson home, and he notices that their side gate is open. Graybill doesn't hear Mackenzie barking, which the dog does every day he delivers mail. If, of course, the dog is home, whether the dog is inside or outside the home. Some packages that Graybill delivered on December 24th were tracked via barcode. The Peterson's package was not. So he was able to narrow down the time he arrived at the Peterson home to the specific time frame of 10:35 to 10:50 a.m. Several neighbors reported seeing this package sticking out of the Peterson's mailbox on the afternoon of December 24th. Their mailbox was on their front gate. Graybill made handwritten notes about his route on December 24th, which he started earlier than normal because it was a holiday. Graybill gave his statement and turned over his handwritten notes to the police in the morning of December 27th. In discovery materials given to them by the prosecution in 2003 to 2004, Scott's trial defense team failed to find Graybill's handwritten notes about the side gate being open and Mackenzie not barking when he arrived at the Peterson home between 10:35 and 10:50 a.m. on December 24th. So, this was not brought up by the defense team at trial, and the prosecution avoided questioning Graybill about it. Does this sound like a fair trial to anybody? The first 5,000 pages of discovery were given to trial defense counsel in May of 2003, and the discovery material continued to come in bit by bit for the next year and was still coming in up to the end of the trial. There were more than 40,000 pages of discovery. Again, how is that a fair trial if you don't even have all of the discovery evidence until the trial's already ending? What? In 2015, Scott's post-conviction counsel found Graybill's handwritten notes among discovery materials and included them in the habeas petition filed in November 2015. 10:45 a.m. van. At Stanislaus County Hospital, employee Diana Campos is taking a smoke break. She sees a pregnant woman with a medium-sized golden retriever with a white mark across its chest on a leash being verbally assaulted by two men on the trail around Moose Park and Cowan Park. The three people she sees together on the trail are walking in a direction away from Covina Avenue. The dog is barking constantly and the woman has to pull at the dog with a leash. One of the men, wearing a beanie cap, tells the woman, "Shut the expletive dog up." The woman has short, dark, straight, shoulder-length hair and is about 6 to 7 months pregnant. She's wearing a white top and what appears to be stretch pants. One of the males is in his late 30s, 5'7", medium build, wearing a dark beanie, dirty dark shirt, and dirty blue jeans. The second man is also late 30s, 5'7", medium build, short brown hair, wearing a Levi jacket with a tear and blue jeans. Campos watches them for about 5 minutes, but doesn't think too much of it until she sees the flyer on December 26th and recognizes Lacey as the woman. 10:45 a.m. Frank and Martha Aguilar are driving from their home at 215 Covina Avenue and heading north on La Loma Avenue. As they are driving, they see a pregnant woman walking towards them with a dog on a leash. The woman is walking a mid-sized dog, long-haired dog. Mrs. Aguilar goes to the same doctor as Lacey, and she is sure it is Lacey and Mackenzie that she sees walking on La Loma. Lacey may have left the park via the Moose Park entrance off of La Loma Avenue after being verbally assaulted by the two men. I mean, what kind of men would even engage verbally with a pregnant woman? I mean, unless one argues she got, an attitude with them. But even then, I mean, this is a pregnant woman. 10:45 to 11 a.m. Perhaps because of the verbal assault by the two men in the park, Lacey walks back out of the park via the Moose Park entrance off of La Loma. She also may have chosen this entrance because there is a restroom there. Lacey turned around and exited the park via the Moore Park entrance after being confronted by the two men. Campos said Lacey and the two men were heading in a direction away from Covina Avenue. This would explain why the Aguilars saw Lacey walking south on La Loma as they were driving northward on La Loma toward downtown Modesto from their home, also on Covina Avenue. Lacey, spooked by the men, could have decided it would be safer for her to return to the street and finish her walk from there. Lacey heads in the direction of her home on Covina Avenue via Encina Avenue and Edgebrook Drive. She left the park trail and returned to the street to finish the walk back home. Driving school instructor Leora Garcia was driving around Lacey's neighborhood training a student driver the morning of December 24th. She saw a van pulled to the side of the road. She saw it near the parking lot for Moose Park that is located underneath Stanislaus County Hospital where Campos worked. It was a white van with paint peeling off the sides near the roof and a weird wooden rack on top. Is that how she described it? It had a weird wooden rack. But that's the thing, though. These kind of details stand out. She was able to read part of the partial license plate. It had Texas plates with a rainbow frame. Something about the van frightened her. When she saw the van, she was making the loop underneath the bridge on La Loma Avenue. As the van sped off in front of her, she stopped her car. It was then that she saw a woman's coat caught in the passenger door. A strange feeling came over her, and she was very scared. Now, a lot of people write off these intuitive responses, but here's the thing. I mean, human beings have evolved having to fight off animals and other human beings for however many years. So that reptilian brain, what some people call the reptilian brain or the animal brain, these instincts and feelings, a lot of the time, they're legitimate. They're not just fabrications of imaginations. 11 a.m. Mike Chiavetta sees Mackenzie near the park's edge at Edgebrook Drive and Covina Avenue, where he often lets his dog off the leash so he can run around. He is not certain the woman he sees with Mackenzie is Lacey or not, because his focus is on the dog, and he remembers it as a golden retriever and lab mix. He described the woman with Mackenzie as a round person with black leggings and a white smock. So this is around 11, and also we don't have an exact time, obviously, for Leora Garcia. Also somewhere around 11, between 10:45 and 11. Mike Chiavetta around 11. Lacey had gone back onto the trail from the trailhead between 11:25 and 12:05 Edwards Drive, or at the trailhead on Covina Avenue to let Mackenzie run around, which is when Chiavetta would have seen them. Okay, who's ready for some smoking guns? Potential smoking guns that might explain this verbal assault. So, let's go to document 16318. Defendant's exhibit. From Bob Ford to Ron Cloward. So this is January 6, 2003, 11:01 a.m. Forward, Covina access to Thousand Oaks Park and Trail. Lacey Peterson contacted me on September 5th and October 31st, 2002, requesting that the city close off the trail access at Covina Avenue. Mrs. Peterson stated that undesirable activity was going on at this access area and that there were weeds, trash, and graffiti that needed to be cleaned up. Let me read that again. Lacey Peterson contacted me on September 5th and October 31st, 2012, requesting that the city close off the trail access at Covina Avenue. Mrs. Peterson stated that undesirable activity was going on at this access area. So what does this mean? Drug dealing or whatever? And did she interrupt these guys and yell at them for that? And they yelled back? Is that what happened? But there's evidence here, and this was actually presented at trial as well. So Lacey Peterson is requesting that the city close off trail access at Covina Avenue. I mean, that's interesting. That's interesting. So apparently there was visibility issues as well. So continuing on here, I have attached the November 1st email to Dwayne Frederick, Parks Maintenance Superintendent, which explains our response to Mrs. Peterson. I personally looked at the Covina access pathway and did not find it to be particularly overgrown or in a trashy condition, but did recommend some vegetation trimming for visibility, graffiti, and trash cleanup, along with a street light for the end of Covina. I know that the street light did not get installed. And if this happened at night, I mean, Continuing on with the timeline here, 11 to 11:15 a.m., Lacey and Mackenzie return home as the burglary is in process at the Medina home, directly across the street from the Peterson home at 523 Covina Avenue. Again, this is the theory here on GeorgeZipper.blogspot.com. Apparently, after walking Mackenzie around the neighborhood and then putting him in the side yard and closing the gate upon arriving home, Lacey did not make it back inside her house. She may have noticed a large package protruding from the mailbox and decided to retrieve it before going inside. And before getting to the mailbox, she must have noticed the activity across the street at the Medina home and walked across the street to inquire about what was going on, which resulted in her abduction to prevent her from calling the police about the burglary in process. It is important to note that when Scott arrived home around 4:45 p.m., 1. The gates to the yard, front and side, were closed. 2. Mackenzie was still on his leash in the fenced yard. And 3. The French doors from which both Scott and Lacey left earlier, Scott between 9:50 and 10:05 a.m., and Lacey between 9:55 and 10:20 a.m., were unlocked. Also, when Scott arrived home, the large package delivered by the mail carrier between 10:35 and 10:50 a.m. was still protruding out of the mailbox on the front gate. Scott retrieved it after he got home. Scott's post-conviction counsel came to the same conclusion, that Scott likely accidentally left the side gate open when he left around 10 a.m. Lacey, just before she finished mopping the area in front of the French doors, put the leash on the dog and opened the French doors to let him go outside so he wouldn't leave tracks in the wet floor in front of the door. Or she may have gone outside and ran back inside for some reason, leaving the dog in the yard. The dog wandered out of the open side gate. The next-door neighbors saw the dog standing in the road in front of the Peterson home and returned the dog to the fenced yard using the side gate, which was ajar. Then Lacey came out and took the dog for a walk. When Lacey returned from her walk, she put the dog back in the yard using the side gate, closed the gate, and walked toward the front gate to retrieve the large package the mail carrier had delivered. At this point, before getting the mail, she walked across the street and had some kind of confrontation with the burglars. And I can't help but think, what could have happened if she had the dog with her during the time of the confrontation. Oh, man. And should all pregnant women be armed? Because, any type of scumbag, not even a pregnant woman, but especially a pregnant woman, you're going to assault a pregnant woman. There's even criminals out there. They have to have there's some criminals out there with enough honor not to attack a pregnant woman. Come on. What happened to Lacey is directly linked to the confrontation with the burglars on December 24th. The cops say the burglary took place around 6 a.m. on December 26th, when reporters and news trucks lined Covina Avenue, because that's what the burglars told them. They changed the date so that nobody would think the burglary was connected to the disappearance of Lacey Peterson, and we went over this in the previous episode. This is just insanity. The police are alleging the burglary took place while there were tons of people in news vans with cameras there. As if that's the prime time for people to rob. Has any house ever been robbed in the history of the world when news reporters, who's going to rob a house directly across the street from a missing person, let alone a pregnant woman? Has that ever happened? In broad daylight with all the news reporters and cameras out in full force. If that were true, then the van would be captured all over those cameras. Where is it? There's still a lot of goofs that are maintaining the burglary really did take place on the 26th. Maybe it did, but where's the evidence of that? Everything seems to point, including the neighbor testimony about the van, that it took place on the 24th, not the 26th. And why would you trust the burglars anyway? And if they're on drugs or whatever, they're not even going to remember the exact date. When first questioned, some of the first words out of Stephen Wayne Todd's mouth without being asked about Lacey Peterson was, "I had nothing to do with the pregnant woman." Rather than follow up and ask the burglar about the statement he just volunteered, the detective told him he wasn't there to talk about the pregnant girl. He was there to talk to him about the burglary. This was because tunnel vision had convinced the Modesto Police Department that Scott was responsible for the disappearance of his wife, and the cops didn't want the media or anyone else focused on the possible burglary connection to this missing persons case. How dumb do the cops think everybody is? That's an important question. In the Stephen Avery case, the cops seem to think the public is completely retarded. But in this instant here, I guess they just thought that Scott Peterson was this philandering, cheating scumbag that nobody would even think to do this. To even think of it, investigating other avenues, it's just bizarre. A couple weeks before Scott's trial ended, the defense team received a letter from an inmate at the Modesto County Jail, who they simply referred to as Mr. R. The inmate said Stephen Todd was involved in Stacy's disappearance. He wrote, quote, "I heard Lacey confronted Stephen Todd during the burglary, and he responded angrily, and she was kidnapped," end quote. This is also in episode 6 of A&E's 6-part series, The Murder of Lacey Peterson. On January 2nd, 2003, Stephen Wade Todd, 36, and Donald Glenn Pierce, 44, were arrested for the burglary committed at the Medina home directly across the street from the Peterson home. Police received a tip from a confidential informant. They stole 2 handguns, power tools, a Gucci watch, a 2.5 by 2.5 safe containing cash, at least $50,000 of jewelry, including large carat rubies and diamonds, and other belongings. Both men were charged with 2 felony burglary counts. Pierce pleaded no contest February 2003 to a reduced charge of receiving stolen property. He was sentenced to 180 days in jail. Todd pled guilty to 1 burglary count in February 2003 and was sentenced to 8 years and 8 months in prison for that charge, and 2 other burglary counts from a separate incident. In January 2003, Adam Tenbrink, during a phone conversation with his brother, Sean Tenbrink, who was incarcerated in a California state prison, the California Rehabilitation Institute at Norco, east of Los Angeles, said that his close friend, Stephen Todd, one of 2 men convicted of the burglary of the Medina home, admitted that on December 24th, Lacey walked across the street, confronted Stephen Todd and the other men during the burglary, and they threatened her. Before Adam could say anything more, Sean stopped him from talking. Sean responded, quote, shut up, this could be monitored, we're not going to talk about that, end quote. This conversation was being recorded by a watch commander at the prison, Lieutenant Aponte. Aponte called in the tip to the Modesto Police Department January 22nd, 2003. He had to call twice before he got a phone call back. Aponte said he gave the Modesto Police Department a copy of the tape. He couldn't remember the name of the officer. The Modesto Police Department denies ever talking to Aponte or receiving the tape. And the Aponte tip, the MPD, in quotations, lost the recording of the phone call between the 2 brothers, Adam and Sean Tenbrink, that Lieutenant Aponte turned over to them. This is why you always make copies, people, and also send it to the press. Lieutenant Aponte gave a signed statement to a defense investigators which said the prisoner had been interviewed by MPD and that MPD had received a copy of the taped phone conversation. From the DMNT, Lieutenant Aponte said a detective called him back and arrangements were made for the detective to interview Sean. Lieutenant Aponte believes that it was after he spoke to the detective that he listened to the recorded conversation between Sean and his brother Adam. To the best of his recollection, Sean and Adam talked about Lacey Peterson missing, and Adam mentioned that Lacey happened to walk up while Stephen Todd was doing the burglary, and Stephen Todd made some type of verbal threat to Lacey. You know what's weird, though? This is really weird, though, because were the men at the park simply not connected to this burglary? So these are just possible druggies or graffiti artists at the park that Lacey gets into a verbal confrontation with there. Then she comes back and she gets in a verbal confrontation with these burglars. And again, obviously, I don't know Lacey Peterson, but was she the type of person to confront people, particularly criminals, about wrongdoing? Or was she more of the shy type? Like, does this match her personality? Lieutenant Aponte did not recall the name of the detective. However, when asked about the names Craig Grogan, Al Borcini, Mark Smith, and Owens, Lieutenant Aponte said Grogan sounded familiar. Lieutenant Aponte said he recalls the names blacked out and Stephen Todd from the recorded telephone conversation. The telephone call lasted 3 to 4 minutes. The detective from MPD came down to Norco, California Rehabilitation Center, and interviewed Sean within the first couple of weeks from his first call to the MPD hotline. Post-conviction counsel investigator Jackie Tully attempted to interview Stephen Todd over the telephone. He was angry and he said, expletive Scott Peterson. Tully also attempted to interview Adam Tenbrink. At one point, Adam Tenbrink agreed to speak with Tully at a later date, but then refused to come to the door. Tully interviewed Sean Tenbrink. He confirmed he was an inmate at CDC Norco in January 2003. He also confirmed having a phone conversation with his brother Adam in which Adam told him he knew who burglarized the house across the street from the Petersons' home. Sean could not recall whether Adam informed him that Stephen Todd had burglarized the house with other people. But we also have the other informant, so we have more than one person corroborating this story. 11:20 a.m. Scott leaves his warehouse about 11:18 to drive to the Berkeley Marina. Scott thought it took him an hour and a half to get to the marina, maybe a little longer because he was pulling a trailer. Supporting Scott's statement, Yahoo Maps shows it is 1 hour and 36-minute drive to the Berkeley Marina from Scott's warehouse. 11:40 a.m. Diane Jackson sees 3 men with a safe standing by an older tan van parked in front of the Medina home. One rear door is open, the other ajar. The burglars themselves said they put the safe in the front yard using the Medina's hand truck. So they're doing this all out in the open Christmas Eve in the middle of the day. I mean, this is crazy, and the cops just expect all these witnesses misremembered the date also. I mean, what's going on here? Like, how stupid do the cops think everybody is? So here's her account. Diane Jackson further stated, January 16th, 2003, that she was sure of her time because as she drove home from the hand therapist, she knew that her husband would be home at noon for lunch. She said that when she pulled into her driveway, she looked at her watch and it was 11:40 a.m. She said she made a mental note to herself that she would have time to fix her husband lunch. Mrs. Jackson stated that when she heard on the Friday after Christmas that the Medina's home at 516 Covana had been burglarized, she telephoned the police to tell them what she had seen on December 24th. As noted previously, on the night of December 23rd, Simon L., a neighbor of the Petersons, was sitting in his car when he spotted a suspicious-looking brown van. He followed the van down Encina Street in the direction of the Peterson house and sped away when a man got out of the van and started towards his car. That's creepy. Simon L. said that there were two other people near the back doors of the van. He called the police twice and grew frustrated and angry when no one came to take the statement. Even though this brown van matches the description of the brown van at the Woodward Reservoir and at the Medina house, apparently there was no investigation done to conclusively determine that. Stephen Todd and Donald Glenn Pierce, two men who lived in Modesto's airport district, were arrested for the Medina burglary on January 2nd, 2003. During a police interview, the first words out of suspect Todd's mouth were that he didn't have anything to do with the woman. The beginning of the police report indicates Todd immediately stated that he would tell me about the burglary, but he had nothing to do with the woman. When I asked Todd what woman he was talking about, he started that it was the missing woman with the baby. I again asked Todd to tell me about the burglary. By making this unsolicited statement, it appears that Todd assumed he was being questioned regarding Lacey. It appears from this officer's lack of follow-up into Todd's statement regarding the missing woman with the baby that the police viewed these incidents as separate and unrelated, even though it was right across the street. So apparently Simon L., the van was actually doing reconnaissance the night before, the 23rd. I mean, this is weird. I mean, this is just crazy. There's just so much evidence here of this suspicious van. Other neighbors said they had never seen it in the neighborhood before. This is weird. Evidence proving Diane Jackson witnessed the burglary, along with other supporting facts, would most likely have raised a substantial amount of reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors. But because Diane Jackson was prohibited from taking the stand, or no other solid documentation was provided, the premise couldn't be presented as fact. So they didn't even allow her to testify? This is crazy. And going back to the early days of the investigation, it's clear that the evidence was leading in a direction other than Scott Peterson. For whatever reason, the evidence was not being followed, ignored by the investigators either negligently or purposefully, and forcing them to explain the two events as unrelated, separate instances. In the process, unnecessary details were introduced and accepted, details that should have been shaved off by Occam's razor. 12:45 to 1 p.m., Scott arrives at the Berkeley Marina. Scott purchases a boat launch ticket at 12:54 and launches his boat. On the evening of December 24th, Scott gave the receipt to the police when they asked him if he had any proof he had been at the marina. On December 27th, the police interviewed a city worker who had seen Scott at the marina on December 24th. So, without a body in a tarp? Scott told police he motored north for probably 2 miles and that he was near a little island that had a bunch of trash on it. He saw a big sign that said no landing, and there were some broken piers. He assumed it would be a decent shallow area. He had forgotten some new lures he had purchased from Big Five in his truck, so he used some freshwater jigs from his tackle box. He trolled a bit and then headed back to the marina because he was getting wet. Scott's Big Five bag contained his new lures, was found by the police in his truck the evening of December 24th, confirming his statement that he had left them there. The fishing pole Scott purchased on December 20th had a freshwater jig on it, and the tag for the pole was in the bottom of the boat. Scott was, in fact, fishing while out on the bay. When Scott arrived back at the marina, he said he talked to a couple of guys about fishing and that a couple of maintenance guys got a good laugh from him trying to back his trailer down the ramp to load the boat. Again, does this sound like a guy confident enough to be doing this with a body in the middle of the day while all these witnesses are watching? This is kind of weird. Detective Rick Armendariz interviewed maintenance worker Mike Ilvestri on December 27th. He confirmed seeing Scott's vehicle, and the driver was having trouble backing the trailer in to get the boat out of the water. Fitting Scott's description, the island described turned out to be Brooks Island. Evidence photos show the trash, the piers, and the no landing sign. Prosecution witnesses also confirmed the area to be shallow. Using the media, the Modesto Police Department widely publicized this fishing trip from Berkeley Marina to Brooks Island as Scott's alibi. 2 to 4 p.m. Tom Harshman, a former reserve police officer who lives in Modesto, sees something that really concerns him near the corner of Scenic Drive and Klaus Road okay, come on, is this a psyop? Klaus Road? C-L-A-U-S? Christmas Eve, Klaus Road. I'm about to be out of this case as well. I mean, come on. As he is driving with his wife between 2 and 4 p.m. on December 24th. He sees a young pregnant woman who closely resembles Lacey squatting by a fence urinating with a tall white man hovering over her. Harshman sees the woman's face when she is up against the fence. That's what he's concentrating on, and he sees a scared look on her face. The man then forces the woman into a tan van, and someone else is inside the vehicle. Harshman's description of the van is similar to Jackson's description of the van used in the commission of the Medina burglary. He describes the van as an older white van with 3 windows and a tan stripe on the side, approximately a foot wide. The woman Harshman sees has dark hair and is wearing black pants and a red shirt, perhaps a jacket. The man he sees with the pregnant woman is white male, late 40s, and is in his 40s and is wearing a baseball cap. After driving past the scene, Harshman is so upset that he turns around and goes back to the spot, hoping to find the van still there and hoping to get more information about the license plate, but the van is gone. 250. I mean, is that smoking gun testimony or what? And how often does a guy stand right over a urinating woman, even if, he knows her? That's kind of weird. 2:15 to 3:25 p.m., Scott leaves the marina and calls Lacey at home and on her cell phone. He also calls friend Greg Reed and his parents. He is stuck in some traffic. Scott estimated being at the bay for about 90 minutes. From the time Scott bought the ticket to when his cell phone records show him leaving the area is about 78 minutes. Confirming his statement, Scott's message was retrieved from Lacey's voicemail by Detective Al Brochini the evening of December 24th. The message is, "Hey, beautiful, I just left you a message at home. It's 2:15. I'm leaving Berkeley. I won't be able to get to Vela Farms to get the basket for Papa. I was hoping you would get this message and go on out there. I'll see you in a bit, sweetie. Love you. Bye." Scott's cell phone records confirm all of the calls. Kristen and Greg Reed, friends of the Petersons, said the couple seemed happy even 5 years into their marriage. Greg met Scott Peterson about a year earlier through the Rotary Club. The two men became friends, and they would talk a few times a week and periodically meet for drinks. Kristen and Lacey, who were both pregnant, developed a friendship through their husbands. Greg said he never saw anything that would indicate the Petersons were having any kind of marital trouble, and he said Scott never mentioned his affair with Amber Frey, a single mom from Fresno. They were fun to be around, Greg said on ABC News' Good Morning America on April 23, 2003. They both seemed extremely excited, as we were. We were both having our first babies at the same time, or quite close to the same time. We were both planning on basically raising them together since we both lived here in Modesto and in the same neighborhood. 3:25 to 4:15 p.m., Scott pulls over for gas at a Chevron in Livermore. Bank records show this purchase was at 3:25 p.m. Scott makes another call to Lacey's cell phone at 3:52 p.m., but does not leave a message. It is a 50-minute drive from the Chevron to his warehouse per Yahoo Maps, placing him back at the warehouse around 4:15 p.m. Between 4:15 and 4:30 p.m., based on travel time from Livermore, Scott arrives back at his warehouse at 4:30 p.m. and drops off the fishing boat. 4:45 p.m. Scott arrives home and finds Mackenzie in the fenced yard with his leash on. Nobody ever asked the question, if Lacey was dead when Scott left around 10 a.m., why would Scott put Mackenzie on a leash, put him in the yard, and leave the gate open for him to run loose in the neighborhood? Because that would obviously draw even more attention to the dog in their house. This is that's a great point there, too. That's just an excellent point. Scott removes Mackenzie's leash and puts it on the patio table. Lacey's vehicle's in the driveway. Scott, thinking Lacey is home because her vehicle is in the driveway, enters that home using the French doors from which he left. The French doors are unlocked. There are 2 sets of French doors, both without deadbolt locks. Lacey is not home, and Scott assumes that Lacey's mom picked her up and that Lacey's with her mom. There is nothing out of place and no signs of a struggle or burglary. Also, if Scott, would it be smart for Scott Peterson to mess up the house to make it look like there was a burglary of some kind? I mean, I don't know. Again, what would an idiot criminal do? What would a smart criminal do? Speaking with his sister-in-law, Janie, from San Quentin State Prison, Scott said, "The only unusual things were the leash on the dog and the door being unlocked. I assumed she was at her mom's." Scott's clothes are wet, so he undresses, puts them in the dryer. He first removes the dirty cleaning rags from the washer that the housekeeper had left from the day before. He adds soap and starts the washer. He often does this when he gets home because he works with chemicals. Scott gets the pizza box out of the refrigerator, left over from the night before, pours a glass of milk, and heads to the shower with a piece of pizza in his hand. Scott takes the shower. Does he eat the pizza in the shower? After showering, Scott checks his home phone messages and hears a message from Lacey's stepfather, Ron Gransky, asking Scott and Lacey to bring whipped cream when they came over for the Christmas Eve gathering. 5:17 p.m. Scott calls Lacey's mother, Sharon. She tells him that she did not pick up Lacey and that Lacey is not with her. Sharon asks if Mackenzie was in the yard when he got home. Scott says yes and remembers that the leash was on the dog. 5:18 p.m. The search for Lacey begins. Over the next half hour, Scott exchanges 2 more calls with Lacey's mother, Sharon, and stepfather, Ron. Sharon and Ron have been together since 1977, although they never actually married. Scott knocks on neighbors' doors, calls neighbors and friends, and heads to the park with Mackenzie. Sharon tells Scott they will begin calling hospitals so he can check the park. 5:47 p.m. Lacey's stepfather, Ron, calls 911 and reports Lacey as missing. Ron Gransky testified that he was fishing at the exact same time as Scott on December 24th. And like Scott, it was a last-minute thing. Ron didn't tell anyone he was going fishing. Again, how coincidental. See, this is just such a problematic case for so many. I mean, again, every case might have one weird coincidence. But, like, there's just so many in this case. Like, a lot of the cases we cover on MindShock, a lot of the coincidence theorists say, well, you're saying there's all these coincidences in every case. Of course not. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of cases without these coincidences. They're kind of open and shut cases, and they've been closed and legitimately closed, which is why we're not discussing them on MindShock. Because if there were that many coincidences in them, we would be looking at them. So there's clearly a high strangeness in the Scott Peterson case, as well as some of these other cases we cover on MindShock. I mean, this is just kind of weird. Out of all the possible fishing spots, out of all the possible times, and he also didn't tell anyone he was going fishing. Now, that's not necessarily uncommon, but it's just kind of weird. Ron left home at 6:30. I mean, it would also be interesting to know Ron Gransky's normal fishing. Did he always go fishing in that exact spot, at that exact time? Or not the exact same spot, but in the general area. Ron left home at 6:30 and drove to Lodi to pick up his paycheck. And then he went to Los Banos to check on a shopping center project that was near completion. He said from there, around 11 or so, he had left to go fishing in Oakdale, which was, so not in the same spot, which was after he learned Sharon was going to the movies. Sharon went to the movies with Sandy Rickard, and they didn't invite Lacey, assuming she would be too uncomfortable. He said he got home from fishing in Oakdale around 3 or 3:30. He said Sharon was already home, and she asked Ron to call Lacey to bring whipped cream to the Christmas Eve gathering at Sharon and Ron's house. Ron admitted that Scott could have been offended by what he asked him in the driveway at the house on December 24th about it being so late to go fishing, when Ron left about the same time as Scott did. Scott wanted to test his new boat on the bay and do a little fishing. I mean, again, just going back to that, I mean, it would make, if he is planning to kill his wife, and maybe he was, maybe this was I actually brought up this theory, which is really dark, but what if he is planning to kill Lacey Peterson? But he didn't get the chance because the burglars kidnapped her first. I mean, again, unfortunately, most women are killed by those closest to them. Husband, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, or at least someone known to them. So, unfortunately, there's a lot of sick bastards out there planning to murder their wives. Now, in at least a few of those cases, someone else might have got to the wife first. It's not impossible. Is this one of these rare cases? Was he going out to test the boat this time, and maybe he was really planning to kill her and dump her body off the boat? But obviously, if he's not a complete moron, he would have to test the boat first. So here's the excerpt from the testimony here. Destazo asked, while you were there at Scott and Lacey's home on December 24th, did you have any contact with Scott Peterson? Gransky stated, only very briefly. We were standing out in the front under a tree, and I was talking with a couple officers, and Scott come walking up. And as I said, he said hi. Scott said hi. I said, how was your golf today? He said, no, I didn't play golf. I went fishing. And I, being the smart behind I am, I said, what time? Well, what time did you go fishing? He said, oh, about 9:30. And I said, 9:30? I said, that's when I come home from fishing. That's not when I go. And he turned around and walked away. I was just kidding, but I felt bad that I had said that. Wait, why is he joking around at a time like this anyway? I mean, this is kind of... I know a lot of people, okay, they're nervous. They use humor to kind of soothe their nervousness with some of these inappropriate jokes, etc. Some people are like that. But yeah, Lacey Peterson's stepfather, Ron Gransky, making this type of joke here. Apparently Scott Peterson didn't like it and he just turned and walked away. Ron said neither Scott nor Lacey mentioned that Scott had purchased a fishing boat when Sharon and Rod had dinner at their house on December 15th, even though the topic of fishing came up. Sharon, for the first time, had gone fishing with Ron earlier that day. Here's the thing, though. If he had mentioned the boat, I mean, there's nobody else to corroborate this other than Ron and Sharon. So if Scott and Lacey did tell them about the boat, they decided to omit that because maybe they really think Scott Peterson is guilty, if they really think that, or maybe they don't, but whatever. And the police said maybe say that he didn't mention it, even if he did. And how would anybody else ever know, right? The Dunning-Kruger crowd, of course, doesn't think of that, but that's a very real possibility, again, whether he's innocent or guilty. Ron had asked Scott on numerous occasions if he wanted to go fishing with him, but only once did Scott accept the invitation, and that was in 2000 or 2001. Ron did not have a fishing boat, he only had a float tube, so he primarily fished from the shoreline. Scott never asked Ron to join him on a fishing trip. Apparently, Scott and Ron were cordial with one another, but not close by any means. And because of this, Scott didn't want Ron to know he had bought a fishing boat since he didn't plan to ask him to join him on any fishing trips. Okay, that makes sense as well. Maybe they just don't like each other. The police met with Sharon and Ron on January 15th. On the 16th, they provided Sharon with a tape recording equipment from Radio Shack. Sharon and Ron talked to Scott by phone the same day. Ron testified that he told Scott, if you have anything to do with this, you'd better tell. And Scott said, my world is done without Lacey and my child. We all want her back. I'm sorry you guys think that I had something to do with it. The only important thing is getting her back. And again, it would be interesting to know how many husbands that murdered their wife and either born or unborn children, how many of them said, my world is done without Lacey and my child? I mean, that's very personal, my child. Because a lot of times, killers, they'll say the kid or whatever. They'll make it impersonal. Now, he's clearly stating it, making it very personal, so... Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of husbands who have affairs. I mean, this isn't really shocking. I mean, some of them get caught, plenty of them don't get caught, and plenty of them, to the people on the outside, and maybe even their own wives don't know about it. They might be very happy with their wife and also cheat on them. I mean, there's all types of different people out there. Again, obviously that doesn't make him a murderer. I mean, cheating statistics are quite high, and those are only the admitted ones that we even know about. So Garagos referred to a report, but Gransky said he didn't remember Scott saying that. Ron said Scott was a very non-emotional person, never lost his temper, never got angry, but he was extremely emotional on more than one occasion after Lacey disappeared. Again, does that point to innocence or guilt? I would say that's more likely to point to innocence because sociopaths and psychopaths, they're not emotional, so... yeah... Garagos asked Ron about the fishing places he went to. Ron said they were private and secluded because a fisherman like him doesn't want others to know his fishing spot. That's a little creepy. Garagos asked if someone was going to dump a body, wouldn't he pick someplace secluded and private rather than public like the Berkeley Marina with boats and people around? Ron Gransky gave no response. Gransky seems to have either been coached by the prosecution and police, or he just really didn't like Scott Peterson, regardless of whether he thinks he did it or not. I mean, this is weird. 6:11 p.m., Detective Evers arrives at the park where Scott is with Mackenzie looking for Lacey. 6:20 p.m., officers Letzinger, Spurlock, and Evers perform the first walkthrough of the Peterson home. Summary of Letzinger's description. Going into the courtyard, he noticed the mops and bucket next to the door, and it looked like water had dripped recently on the stone. He saw the pizza box on the counter still with some pieces in it, and a rug scrunched accordion style against the door jamb of the door in the living room. And again, if this was some kind of mastermind murderer genius, would he leave all this stuff here? He knows the police is going to be at the house. He noticed several dirty, wet rags on the washing machine. The rest of the room almost looked like a model home. Everything was in place. The chairs and rugs were all set. The magazines on the coffee table were all laid out. He said that's what made the rug and the rags stick out. He went into the second bedroom and noticed some duffel bags on the closet shelf and one on the floor upside down. John Evers stated, I came through the courtyard through the front door. I stood right there, watched this hallway while Officer Spurlock and Officer Letzinger went this direction and cleared this part of the house. When they were done, they came up. We then went up the hallway towards the rear of the house, looked in the bathroom, looked in the master bedroom, looked in the second bedroom, and then the third bedroom, which was a nursery. Checked in there, came back out, then we got out here in the backyard, looked around this patio area, checked the pool, walked around the back, checked the spa, the hot tub in the backyard, and came back down the side of the house and checked around there, and then that was it. After concluding this walkthrough, the three officers had a 5-minute conversation with Sergeant Durfelt inside the house near the front door. Durfelt had not yet met Scott Peterson and didn't know who he was. Based on the discussion, Durfelt called Lieutenant Abel and explained that he wanted a homicide detective to respond. 6:30 p.m., three officers perform a second walkthrough of the Peterson home. Durfelt calls Sergeant Carter, who is the supervisor of the Crimes Against Persons unit. Carter gives him Broccini's name as the next homicide detective in rotation. Durfelt calls Broccini, who was in the foothills with his family. While waiting for Broccini, Officer Evers said he and Scott went through the house, room by room, with Evers asking, do you see anything unusual, anything out of place? And in all of the rooms, Scott said, no. Evers opened the refrigerator to see if there was any new food that Lacey might have bought, and Scott said no, that it didn't look like there was anything new. The three officers noted the rug in front of the family room door that leads to the backyard was pushed all the way against the door. Scott said the dog or cat must have been playing there, and that he used his toe to pull it away from the door and straighten it out. Spurlock said he asked Scott what type of fish he went fishing for that day, and Scott didn't say, but he held up his hands about 7 to 8 inches apart. Spurlock asked him what kind of bait he used, and Scott said a silver lure. Spurlock asked Scott where he keeps his fishing equipment, and Scott said at the shop, the warehouse. Spurlock testified that when he questioned Scott about fishing, Scott threw down his flashlight and said the F word. However, none of the officers reported this behavior in their reports, and it didn't appear in any of the discovery materials given to the defense team. Scott did give Evers the marina parking ticket, which was subsequently given to Broccini and booked into evidence. 9:30 p.m. Detective Broccini and Officer Evers perform a third walkthrough of the Peterson home. Detective Alan Broccini, the responding detective, arrived at the Peterson home around 9:30 p.m. 9:55, according to Sergeant Durfelt. So the police can't even keep their time straight. Scott was outside with some family and neighbors. After being briefed by Evers and another police officer at the scene, Broccini did a 10-minute walkthrough with Evers, who pointed out things that were suspicious to him. 10 p.m. Detective Broccini, Officer Evers, and Scott perform a fourth walkthrough of the Peterson home. The fourth walkthrough by Detective Broccini was 45 minutes. Broccini noted Lacey's purse in the closet with Lacey's wallet, keys, sunglasses, and other items of personal property inside. Lacey's cell phone was in her Range Rover parked in the driveway. It was plugged into the cigarette lighter, but it was not charged and would not stay powered on. It is unclear if Lacey had another house key, one not on her chain of keys, that she used when she left the home to walk the dog, or if the couple hid a key outside that Lacey may have used when she left for walks. Or perhaps Lacey did not always lock the side French doors when she went for a walk. When law enforcement presumed that Scott Peterson was guilty and did not thoroughly investigate evidence that would point to other individuals, a wrongful conviction was probable. This became a certainty because of a biased media and a prosecutor bent on a conviction no matter what dishonest tactics he had to use. Rick DiStazo made false, misleading, and improper statements in the trial of Scott Lee Peterson. If you do not believe the defense witness saw Lacey walking in the neighborhood, who do you think they saw? There are 11 people who said they saw someone who looked like Lacey walking a dog who looked like Mackenzie sometime between 10 and 11 a.m. on December 24th. These sightings form a well-defined route within a mile of her home. The prosecution, for the most part, did not interview the witnesses who claimed to have seen Lacey. Instead, they interviewed other dog walkers in the neighborhood, trying to imply that anyone who said they saw Lacey must have seen someone else, which is weird because some of these people specifically know Lacey and see her frequently walking the dog. The following are neighborhood dog walkers who were interviewed by the prosecution. Most of them testified at trial. Elizabeth Guptill, a pregnant walker with son in jogging stroller, no dog, and she didn't walk in December. Janet Kenworthy, park walker with a white husky mix, she didn't testify. She worked on the 24th, and she thinks her husband walked the dog that day. Jill Lear, pregnant walker with Australian Shepherd, didn't walk the 24th. Joanne Lee, pregnant walker with a chocolate lab and husband, didn't walk the 24th. Melba Martinez, a La Loma walker with 2 golden retrievers, didn't remember if she walked the 24th. Diane Miranda, blonde, not pregnant, park walker with a golden retriever, didn't walk the 24th. Patricia Mewini, long blonde hair, park walker with a German Shepherd Black Lab mix, drove and then walked on 24th east from Phoenix. So she has long blonde hair, not dark hair, and she has a German Shepherd Black Labrador mix. Amy Newman, pregnant walker with an Apricot Standard Poodle, not walking in December. Jordan Vizola Prescott, pregnant neighborhood walker with a black-white Border Collie Lab mix and a red Flyer red wagon with a daughter in it. 99% sure she didn't walk on the 24th. So she can't remember, but the dog doesn't match, and then she also takes along her daughter in a red wagon. Kim Westfall, not pregnant, long brown hair, neighborhood walker with a golden retriever and a friend. She was walking with her friend on the 24th at 11:30. So 2 female walkers with a golden retriever. Michelle Dean, who did look like Lacey with a golden retriever, also named Mackenzie. I mean, what are the chances? But she didn't walk on the 24th. So wow, the prosecution just couldn't get lucky because there are a bunch of pregnant women with dogs in the neighborhood, but none of them walked the 24th. They just could not catch a break. So, yeah, I mean, what does everybody make of that? Because the more one looks at the evidence, and the more one sees that Scott Peterson seems kind of dumb, it's just, yeah, a lot of this just doesn't work. The prosecution just really has no case here, even if he's guilty. Again, I'm not alleging he's innocent or guilty. It's just the evidence just does not seem to be here. In the next episode, we'll be taking a look at even more mind-shocking information surrounding the timeline of finding the bodies and other shady, shady issues in this obvious wrongful conviction, even if he's guilty. So, plenty more to come, but all the Mind Shock listeners out there, leave your thoughts, theories, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind in the comment section, because I would like to hear the people that think Scott Peterson is guilty, how they explain all of this away, because it just really doesn't make any sense. If you find the Mind Shock podcast interesting and informative, want to help keep up awareness in cases, help victims of crime get true justice, because if Scott Peterson really is innocent, that means the true murderers are still out there, and they do need to be brought to justice. And again, what a lot of these groups don't understand is what's the harm in confirming? Because if he is guilty, I mean, why not confirm that, actually confirm that beyond a reasonable doubt, just to make sure that there aren't scumbag murderers of pregnant women out there? I mean, what, again, like, it just seems people are so against confirming that justice was actually carried out. Really weird. Unless they really do know that it wasn't, and they don't want to open the can of worms. Because then that exposes how corrupt the injustice system really is. So you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in these types of cases. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way with access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Scott Peterson series. This is episode 4, The Satanic Cult. Obviously, this is MINDSHOCK, and we leave no stone unturned. We will be examining the theory of whether or not Lacey Peterson was abducted by some kind of satanic cult and killed as part of some kind of satanic ritual. Now, the coincidence theorists are already clutching at their pearls in their Dunning-Kruger stupor. But for those interested in logic and reason, and objectively and neutrally examining every single theory for veracity based on the evidence instead of what triggers them, this is what the podcast is for. As always, if you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly going extinct, as evidenced very clearly in the Scott Peterson trial, regardless of whether he's innocent or guilty. I mean, this level of wrongful conviction we've probably only seen in the Stephen Avery case. I mean, this is just insane. I mean, the authority-worshipping bootlickers are just groveling at the feet of these rogue jurors who are begging to get on the trial just to convict him based on the court of public opinion because he happened to be a philanderer, not to find the truth of whether he was actually innocent or guilty. Obviously, on MINDSHOCK, we don't engage in any of that illogicality. But the gullible goofs, they cling desperately to these verdicts as if they're gospel. And they cling with religious fervor to the results of these verdicts, despite the fact that more and more wrongful convictions are being uncovered and more exonerations are being carried out. Because here's a shocker. Humans are fallible! What a shocker! There's actually innocent people in prison? I mean, what a shocker to the clueless goofs hallucinating that juries can never get it wrong or are never biased. So, we will continue examining this case and many other cases in the pursuit of justice and truth with logic and reason at the forefront. You could also help the channel by becoming a member and support MINDSHOCK that way here on YouTube. Access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So again, for the people who might have some mental disabilities who just love listening to this podcast and commenting on how Scott Peterson is 100% guilty, to all those goofs, I'm not saying he's innocent. I mean, for whatever reason, these clueless goofs can't even comprehend first grade English. I mean, this is kindergarten level English, possibly preschool level English, and they just can't grasp it. Just check the comment section for all the triggered goofs coming out of the woodwork at anybody even entertaining the theoretical possibility that he might have not done it. I mean, no shortage of these triggered goofs who don't even have a basic command of the English language. It's weird. Some of these goofs hallucinate that the best piece of evidence is the fact that he said his wife was dead. Now, this is the most shocking to me. Now, I've encountered quite a lot of clueless goofs. I mean, just look at some of the flat earth logical analyses. Some of the defenses of the globe earth model are actually done by the most clueless individuals, if it's some kind of a psyop to increase flat earth membership or whatever. I don't know what kind of psyop that would be, but whatever. Like, the clueless level of goofery here. I mean, this is such a trope. Have none of these goofs ever watched any TV shows? I mean, have they been living under a rock on Mars? I mean, saying that your spouse is dead is the go-to. I mean, this is the go-to for cheaters the world over. I mean, it's so overdone, it's a trope at this point. If you claim that your spouse is dead to somehow kind of excuse the affair or whatever, or gain more sympathy for the person you're engaging in the affair with. I mean, this is such a trope at this point. I mean, there's still goofs citing that as actual evidence that Peterson was guilty. I mean, it's insanity. Whether he was innocent or guilty, he's a cheater. So of course he would say that. That obviously has nothing to do with whether or not he killed his wife or not. And then, of course, the other piece of so-called info that these clueless goofs desperately grasp to, they pretend that Scott hid the boat. Lacey didn't know about that. I mean, there's witnesses that Lacey actually was at the warehouse and saw the boat. I mean, he registered the boat in his own name. I mean, there was no shadiness at all. He told several different people about the boat. A lot of people knew about the boat. And, that's very telling that these Dunning-Kruger goofs that believe he's guilty, those are the only two pieces of evidence they have, or at least the two mainly cited ones. Because they just go ad nauseum in the comments about how come he didn't tell anybody about the boat? Well, of course, he actually did. And he even, allegedly, according to all these witnesses at the warehouse, he even showed Lacey the boat. He bragged about the boat. He told everybody about his plans to buy the boat. I mean, the level of goofery here, because, again, I'm not saying he's innocent. But if he's guilty, I mean, clearly these are the two worst pieces of information that you can grasp. So and if that's the only thing guilters have here, that's very telling at how the extent of this wrongful conviction. I mean, it is so egregious. All goofs have to grasp to his guilt is a statement that this cheater made, a verbal statement that this cheater made that a huge percentage of cheaters the world over use. I mean, it's a pretty old one too. I mean, I'm sure it's been used for decades and decades, if not centuries, to garner sympathy that the spouse is dead. And then pretending that nobody knew about the boat, or he tried to hide the boat in some fashion, which he obviously didn't. So, yeah, I mean, and of course his expressions or whatever, his smug looks. So if that's all they have, or the fact that he wanted to flee to Mexico, if he believed he was already convicted, he was guilty before his trial, which he was, and in that trial, of course an innocent person might want to escape if they don't have any faith in the system. Why would you have faith in the system? And if he had successfully gotten away, would it have been, if he's innocent, would it have been the wrong decision based on what happened? Because he was clearly convicted by these jurors out for blood who clearly had no interest in what the truth actually was. So yeah, I mean, this is just one of the most egregious cases in terms of wrongful convictions, innocent or guilty, and of course, police corruption and or incompetence. A lot of these goofs also hallucinate that the police are infallible, and they just keep making up these bootlicking excuses on why they didn't investigate properly. They couldn't even have batteries in a audio recorder. I mean, just the level of goofer here, and just taking the word of robbers on what they did, how they did, when they did. I mean, just the level of goofery here that these people engage in to soothe their dissonance that law enforcement is not always perfect. I mean, it's just insane. We've seen it all in this case. So let's jump right in here with a problem, a very, very major problem. I mean, the coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists that are getting all triggered in this case, and rightfully so, because if there's no legitimate evidence against him, they have to be. I mean, how could they not be triggered? So the amount of coincidences here, I mean, they're insane. I mean, not as much as the Maura Murray case, but I mean, they're up there. They're up there. Let's look at this article from CBS News, September 28, 2004. Lacey murder, mistaken identity, ? Scott Peterson's defense called a witness to suggest that his pregnant wife's abduction and murder may have been the result of a mistaken identity, a crime carried out by perpetrators seeking to attack a woman who looked just like Lacey Peterson. Defense lawyer Mark Garagos noted Monday during questioning of Modesto Police Detective Craig Grogan that authorities had received a tip early on from a woman whom the lawyer only identified as Michelle about the possibility that Lacey's killing may have been a mistake. The woman worked as a prosecutor in Merced County and lived near the Petersons' home in Modesto, Garagos said. Describing her as looking very similar to Lacey Peterson, Garagos said the woman had given birth to a child in October 2002 and that she walked her dog, oddly, the same kind the Petersons had, and with the same name, Mackenzie, in the Petersons' neighborhood. Okay, so statistically, what are the chances? Okay, we could say, I mean, you could make the argument that pregnant women are not that rare that you would never see them. So, okay, they look the same. Okay, they both happen to be pregnant within a certain amount of time between each other. I don't think they have the same exact conception or projected birth date, but whatever. You can make that argument. Now they have the exact same dog. Okay, that's stretching it. That wouldn't even pass somebody writing a script for a movie. That wouldn't even pass. But the same name for the dog as well and walking in the exact same neighborhood? Okay, I mean, that's kind of a bridge too far for most people, but not coincidence theorists. The most devout coincidence theorists will still cling desperately to the narrative that there's nothing to see here, just an innocent coincidence, just like the fact that there's a robbery going on across the street. Okay, so let's continue here. The woman had recently been threatened after prosecuting a case. Also, according to the coincidence theorists, the devout guilters that maintain Scott Peterson is guilty no matter what, no matter how much evidence is presented, he will always be guilty according to these goofs. So there's a woman who happens to look like Lacey Peterson, who happens to be pregnant in the same period of time, who happens to have the exact same dog, who happens to have the exact same name, who happened to walk in the exact same neighborhood, who also happened to be threatened after prosecuting a case. Is this really nothing to see here? I mean, can the most devout coincidence theorists really write this off? If they don't have an actual mental disability, can they write this off? She called police after Lacey vanished to report that the alleged abductors, quote, might have mistaken Lacey Peterson for her. Correct, ? Garagos asked the detective. Correct, Grogan replied. Garagos then added that the authorities never thoroughly followed up on the tip. I mean, that seems, again, so this is something that's just insane to me. Because all these bootlicking, authority-worshipping, cultist coincidence theorists obviously suffering severely from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Their egos have them on such short strings, and they're so mentally weak, they can't see that this was a completely botched investigation. Again, whether Peterson is innocent or guilty. They don't follow up on this critical lead. They don't follow up on any of the other leads. I mean, the only thing they're following up on is trying to do some kind of mental gymnastics to magically make Peterson guilty and make all the pieces fit for his guilt, as opposed to actually doing an honest, logical, objective investigation. And it's really sad that all these clueless goofs want to deprive Lacey and Connor of true justice. Because if Scott Peterson truly is guilty, why are they so triggered about people asking questions to definitively prove that? Wouldn't they want that? See, the truth is not afraid of investigation. But all these triggered goofs, they're triggered that anybody is even asking these questions to determine, because clearly the trial did not determine anywhere in the neighborhood, anywhere in the ballpark, anywhere in the same universe as beyond a reasonable doubt that Peterson is guilty. I mean, they haven't even provided even an inkling of the possibility that he's guilty. I mean, hair found in pliers on a boat of somebody's spouse. I mean, go check every boat out there. How many boats are going to have some kind of DNA or hair from the owner of the boat's wife? I mean, just this level of goofery. I mean, this is really something else. I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around this, that the cops are just have zero interest in finding out what really happened and only want to nail Scott Peterson. And that brings me to my next point, which this is critical, not just for this case, but in all these other cases, wrongful conviction cases. I mean, a lot of these bootlicking, authority-worshipping cultist coincidence theorists, they're this utterly clueless that they pretend that law enforcement, prosecutors, so-called individuals within the justice system, or the injustice system as it's would be more accurately called, that they don't have egos and that they don't want to protect those egos, and that protecting the ego, like, are they really going to admit that they're wrong? Clearly, we've seen this time and time again, unfortunately, way too many times. One is too many, but we've seen this so many times in all of these hundreds of wrongful convictions and exonerations. They would rather let innocent people rot than go public with their incompetence or that they made a mistake of some kind or that they were wrong. I mean, look at the mountains of evidence and years and decades required to get some of these wrongful convictions overturned, because these egomaniac scum that put innocent people in prison, even when they know, maybe they didn't know that they were innocent at the beginning, but once they realize it, they're not. How often has a prosecutor, attorney, or law enforcement officer, I know some cops actually did come forward, but how often, out of all of the wrongful convictions and all of the exonerations that happened, how often did someone go public as soon as they found out? And what percentage never went public? Even after the person was let out of prison and received a large settlement, there was still no personal apology from these people. And yet these clueless goofs, these authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers still pretend that the police are infallible or somehow would take some kind of responsibility if they were wrong. And I mean, that's key, not just in this case, but in all these other cases. So again, I am not claiming Scott Peterson is innocent in any way or guilty, but who can hallucinate that this was actually a legitimate police investigation? I mean, is there anybody out there who doesn't have some kind of mental disability who can defend this hallucination? But let's continue here. Grogan was due back on the stand Tuesday. It was just one instance Monday where Garagos turned one of the prosecution's key witnesses, the case's lead investigator, in his favor. He pointed out that police did not take seriously many of the reported sightings of Lacey on the day she was reported missing, December 24th, 2002. And of course, we already went over this, plethora of sightings. We're not talking about one or two people here. We're talking about, between 11 and 17 people. Most of them specifically knew Lacey Peterson and saw her walk all the time and clearly identified her. But again, these Dunning-Kruger goofs just ignore all of these sightings. I mean, the fact that they were never legitimately followed up on, that's a problem. Regardless of innocent or guilt, that's a problem. Again, all these people should just be brain fingerprint scanned, of course. But what would be the best? Why would all these people be lying? It's kind of a weird thing. Are they alleging that Scott Peterson's camp paid them all off? It's kind of weird. I don't know. Garagos highlighted one tip specifically when a man claimed to have seen Lacey that morning. The tip came within a week of her disappearance. Quote, "Is it a fair statement that nobody contacted him until approximately 6 weeks ago during this trial?" End quote, Garagos asked. "That's correct," Grogan replied. "I can't say the sightings were automatically a priority for us at that time." So the priority of even establishing a legitimate timeline, that's not a priority. Doing a legitimate investigation, not a priority. It's so weird. It's not even a priority to have batteries in a tape recorder for the police here. Okay. Grogan also backed up another key defense theory that the pregnant schoolteacher had planned to walk the couple's dog the morning she vanished. Prosecutors allege Peterson killed Lacey on or around December 24, 2002 in their home, then dumped her weighted body into San Francisco Bay. And that's another thing. The guilters, every single test apparently that was done with a boat of that size and with a body the weight of Lacey Peterson, has anybody replicated how it would even be done? Because all we have are reenactments where the boat's clearly tipping over and it wouldn't work. So, not to mention all the people at the dock in the middle of the day. It's just a weird, this is a weird case for guilters to be so vehemently defending, because there's no logic anywhere on any of the arguments. This is really, really bizarre. When I first started this podcast series, again, I didn't really know, but I didn't, this level of goofery by the prosecution and the gullible goofs that bought this. Again, I don't know if this is worse than the Stephen Avery case, but it's up there. If we had to pick up top 5 most wrongful convictions of all time, just the level of goofery, you'd have to suspend all logic, reason, physics in order to make the prosecution's case work. Now, again, maybe Scott Peterson is guilty, but the prosecution's case doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that if he killed her, he would have killed her in this way in any way. Everything from the timeline to the method to again, the tipping the boat. None of it makes any sense. Her remains and that of her fetus washed up in April 2003, not far from where Peterson launched his boat that Christmas Eve morning for what he claims was a solo fishing trip. And here's the other thing, too. Based on the currents and everything, has anybody even been able to replicate that that's where the body would wash up if dumped from the alleged site? Because I'm not sure that makes sense either. If they can prove that a body dump, like let's take aside the size, let's put aside the size of the boat and physics. Let's suspend all laws of physics. Let's say that Peterson did dump her from a boat, or maybe he used a different boat, whatever. Is there any evidence to match that's based on the currents, that's where her body would end up in that time period? Because there's so many problems, even with decomposition and the beheading, just, again, coincidentally like other pregnant women killed. I mean, that, of course, the guilters want to ignore all these other, I mean, it's just weird. The level of, the coincidence stack here is just, it's stratospheric. I mean, it's just insane. So defense lawyers maintain someone else abducted and killed Lacey while she walked the couple's dog in a nearby park. The dog was found by a neighbor in the street the morning Lacey vanished, according to previous testimony. Prosecutors claim Lacey had stopped walking the dog weeks earlier at her doctor's request, and that Peterson set the dog loose to make it appear as if someone else abducted her. I mean, and if somebody was gonna abduct their own, take their own wife and kill her, is that what they would do? I mean, has that ever been done by anybody? I mean, maybe. Again, do we have any kind of statistical comparisons? But Grogan acknowledged Monday that Peterson told police on the first night of the investigation that Lacey had planned to walk the dog that morning. Sharon Roca, Lacey's mother, told Grogan a few days later that Lacey walked the dog every morning, the detective testified. Okay, so if this is a case of mistaken identity, so there's somebody being threatened after assisting prosecution in a particular case who happens to look like Lacey, happens to also have a dog named Mackenzie, same type of dog. Okay, happens to also walk in that neighborhood. I mean, that's a curiosity. To ignore that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the guilters have to ignore pretty much everything in this case, but... All right, so let's move on to the satanic cult theory. And is this a mistaken identity and connected to a satanic cult? Because, again, why would they randomly take Lacey? Again, what we know in previous episodes, though, apparently she did make a fuss at the park with certain transients and such. So, and then she may have even confronted the burglars across the street. So, based on that, we can't necessarily say with 100% certainty that she wouldn't have been targeted. But if she also happened to look like someone else who was threatened, does that also intersect with a possible satanic cult? Let's go to abcnews.go.com. August 14, 2003. Peterson defense sees satanic evidence. Scott Peterson's defense team is reportedly trying to bolster its theory that a cult may have been behind the killing of his pregnant wife by arguing there is a satanic artwork on display near where the bodies of the woman and her unborn son were found. But one of the artists responsible for the paintings dismissed the idea. Okay, so if the artist is connected, are you expecting him not to dismiss the idea and admit it? I mean, I really don't understand. Like, do coincidence theorists not even have an iota of critical thinking ability? Like, they're trusting criminals like the burglars to say when and what they did. I mean, it's just weird. Oh, they said they had nothing to do with the pregnant woman. I mean, they said it, so it must be true because they're criminals. Let's trust them. I mean, just the level of goofery here is just off the charts. Many of the paintings on display in the park on San Francisco Bay, known as The Bulb, are disturbing and violent. There is a painting of a pregnant woman next to a decapitated man and another of babies with attached umbilical cords. I mean, that's kind of disturbing. But any connection to the Lacey Peterson case is pure coincidence, says Bruce Rayburn, a member of a group whose members have been showing their work in the park for about 5 years. They're just people trying to express themselves and have fun, and I don't see anything out there that's negative or evil, he said. And also, if it's a big group, I mean, and not all members are involved or connected, then there could be innocent members as well who would say exactly that and not lie about it. According to a report in the Modesto Bee, Scott Peterson's lawyers have shown the images to forensic expert Dr. Henry Lee, who was once a key witness for O.J. Simpson and is the newest member of Peterson's defense team. Quote, the defense is going to suggest that this suggests that someone else or some other group is responsible for the death of Lacey and Connor Peterson. Prosecutor and ABC News legal consultant Kimberly Guilfoyle Newsom said today on Good Morning America, the prosecution is going to say that there is no credible physical link to connect these two and that the artists that produced these paintings have been working on them for 5 years, end quote. And again, if there's a connection between the artists and the cult, what would you expect them to say? Again, I'm not claiming there is or there isn't, but if there is, what do you expect them to say? This is the problem with presupposition, circular reasoning, logical fallacies. This is why logic is so important. Otherwise, you have all these cases unsolved, you have all these wrongful convictions. I mean, it's just insane. A very sad state of affairs within the so-called justice system. Also, let's not forget about the witness who said they saw either Lacey Peterson or a pregnant woman being abducted in a van. I mean, again, the coincidence there is ignored. Even if that wasn't Lacey, I mean, somebody's abducting and killing pregnant women exactly around that time. So even if that wasn't Lacey, that could still possibly be connected to the case. And yet the coincidence there is write that all off. Nothing to see here. I mean, just the level of Dunning-Kruger here. I mean, just insanity. I mean, it's crazy. You know, the other pregnant woman killed and dumped in the bay. We have witnesses to abducted pregnant women, in vans. And then, of course, Lacey Peterson. If that wasn't Lacey. If it was Lacey, I mean, that's damning as well. So either way, I mean, why would you not want to investigate a distressed pregnant woman possibly being held against her will and transported in a van? Not to mention the sighting of the van around the burglary and other sightings of I went over this in the previous episode. The coincidence theorists all maintain all these people are either lying or mistaken, and the sightings of the exact same type of van, it must all be coincidence. It just has to be unrelated to this case. Because Scott Peterson has to be guilty. So no matter how much evidence, no matter how many witnesses, it all has to be coincidental and not related. Or everybody's lying about everything at all times, unless it's pointing to the guilt of Scott Peterson. I mean, that's how these groups operate. The defense even tried floating a mock body from the bulb, hoping to show it could end up near where Peterson's body and the body of her unborn son were found 6 miles away, the report said. Is that, it doesn't say the result of that, but that would be interesting to see the results of tests if the body could end up with similar currents in a similar time frame from where Peterson allegedly dumped the body or from other locations. They have to do this. Guilfoyle Newsom said they're doing their job and doing a great job getting the different theories out there and going vigorously to defend their client. The lawyers in this case are subject to a gag order, but there have been numerous leaks of defense theories in the case. Scott Peterson, 30, has been held without bail since his arrest in April after the remains of his wife and their unborn son, whom they had planned to name Connor, washed ashore in San Fran Bay near where he said he was fishing on Christmas Eve when his pregnant wife disappeared from their Modesto home. Peterson, a former fertilizer salesman, has pleaded innocent to 2 counts of murder. He could face the death penalty if convicted. And another simple thing, I mean, why not brain fingerprint scan Scott Peterson? I mean, Stephen Avery agreed to the test because, of course, he believes in his own innocence and he wasn't afraid to prove it with the brain fingerprint scan. Has anyone even offered a brain fingerprint scan to Scott Peterson? I wonder if he would agree, especially if it were administered by his own attorneys or whatever. That is curious whether or not he would agree to that. Here's another article here, abcnews.go.com. Lacey abducted by cult, ? May 23rd, 2003. It's a theory that sounds like a script from a 1970s horror flick, but the idea that Lacey Peterson could be a victim of a satanic cult was in fact part of the police investigation before her body was even found. Modesto authorities aren't talking about the satanic cult theory, but early on in the investigation, police briefly looked into the idea after receiving an anonymous tip, according to a man who was questioned in the case. Modesto furniture store owner Bill Austin says police investigating Lacey Peterson's disappearance contacted him in January and asked him about a possible cult connection. So that's actually kind of interesting because, which police officers? Because were some police officers actually attempting to investigate this properly? Because it doesn't seem they followed up on anything else, but it seems they were pursuing a cult connection theory, so that's interesting. Store owner said police responded to cult call. Early in the investigation, one of the detectives called me on the phone. He said he had received a phone tip about a cult that was operating out of my building, Austin said. Austin says he told the detective he knows nothing about cults and doesn't believe one is operating out of his building. He had never heard anything more about the cult from the police after that initial phone call. The defense team for Scott Peterson, Lacey's husband, who had been charged with murdering her and the couple's unborn child, have publicly raised the possibility of a cult connection. All right, hold on a second. So for the guilters who think that someone was just paid off to make this call, to make it look like they were desperately grasping at other theories, if you know the cult connection is fake, why would you tip that in to a building where you know it's not happening for them to easily disprove the theory if it's a fake tip? Again, unless they're claiming it was just some kind of prankster. But if it was somebody paid off by Peterson or the Peterson camp, why would they do that if there really was no cult? I mean, or, of course, there is a cult. And, yeah, I mean, again, we don't know this Bill Austin guy. If he does know about the cult, and obviously he'd be too... I mean, people are getting beheaded. If they're attacking and beheading pregnant women, I mean, what does he think they're going to do to him if he says anything? So whether if he either really doesn't know anything, or he's innocent and he knows it, he knows about the cult and he's too afraid, or if he's complicit in the cult, what do you expect him to say? I mean, all three possibilities here. I mean, what are the chances that he would actually say what he knew if he knew it? If the cult really is abducting and beheading pregnant women, I mean, in what situation would he feel comfortable blowing the whistle on them? But anyway, continuing on here, Scott Peterson's high-profile defense attorney, Mark Garagos, told People magazine in his June 2nd issue that he is working on a number of scenarios for Lacey's death, including one in which members of a satanic cult abducted her in a brown van. Now, coincidences are real. Coincidences can happen. Is it possible that there were two different vans? One was involved in the Medina burglary. The other one were some Satanists that were possibly planning to abduct this other woman who looks exactly like Lacey with a dog that is exactly like Mackenzie, also named Mackenzie, also walking in the neighborhood. And they mistook Lacey for her. And so, again, is one of those scenarios a red herring, or is it more likely that the burglars... one of the members of the burglars may also be involved, or more, may also be involved in a satanic cult? I mean, criminals, birds of a feather flock together. I mean, there's a lot of different types of criminals out there. In the People interview, Garagos also suggested a link between Lacey's December 24th, 2002 disappearance and the unsolved case of another pregnant woman, Evelyn Hernandez, who went missing on May 1st, 2002, and also later washed up in San Fran Bay. Garagos said that both dates mark holy days on the satanic calendar. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. But Richard Offshea, author of Making Monsters, False Memories, Psychotherapy, and Sexual Hysteria, says organized satanic cults are a complete myth. Wow. So we have this controlled op shill clearly pretending there's no such thing as organized satanic cults when you have all of these examples of satanic cults. Okay, I was actually planning on doing a completely separate episode on just citing the plethora, the mountain of evidence of actual satanic cults and satanic ritual abuse. I'm going on the side. This is MINDSHOCK. This is going to be comprehensive because a lot of goofs, a lot of coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists, like they see this kind of just going through this ABC News article. This Richard Offshea, author of Making Monsters, False Memories, Psychotherapy, and Sexual Hysteria, says organized satanic cults are a complete myth. So this so-called authority, this goof, all of these brainless masses and gullible goofs are just going to take his word for it? I don't think so. This is MINDSHOCK, where logic and reason and actual evidence rule the day. Not coincidence theorists trying to soothe their cognitive dissonance because they're too mentally weak to even consider the idea that there's corrupt people out there and they don't always act alone. I mean, it's scary, yes, but reality is scary. Sticking your head in the sand and pretending criminals always act alone is not going to give you an accurate picture of reality. So one of the best write-ups here is actually on Reddit, the conspiracy subreddit, with sources. So before the coincidence theorists goofs are like, oh, that's on Reddit. Reddit is not the actual source. I mean, yeah, they love going for their genetic logical fallacies, appeal to authority logical fallacies, but it's all cited here. Timothy Trismegistus posted this 4 years ago. Satanic cults exist and satanic ritual abuse is a very real phenomenon. Here is the abundance of proof. And there's a reference here to a post. This was 4 years ago. There's a post 5.5 years from then. So this is 10 years ago. Law of Attraction 33 posted this regarding Jerry Sandusky at Penn State and Jimmy Savile. And just referencing that the mainstream media pretended they acted alone, etc., etc. And in this post, they laid out a lot of information on these child abuse rings, etc., which I've gone over on the Johnny Gosch case series. If you haven't checked that out, check that out. Also, the Dutroux affair in Belgium, which we'll be going over as well. Okay, but let's continue with this post. This thread is mine. One of the first things I wrote. Recently, I was banned from subreddit Radical Christianity for talking about satanic cults, which sparked a fire in me to put together the best evidence in one thread. Today, I'd like to share a similar and equally important thesis in the same spirit of investigation. It's a little long, but I promise it is exceptionally important information every human needs to know. Okay, let's begin. P.S. All sources are cited with links in the comments. Introduction. Aleister Crowley, in his 1913 book, Magic and Theory and Practice, wrote the following, quote, "In any case, it was the theory of ancient magicians that any living being is the storehouse of energy, varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal, and in quality according to its mental and moral character. At the death of this animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. The animal should therefore be killed within the circle or the triangle, as the case may be, so that its energy cannot escape. An animal should be selected whose nature accords with that of the ceremony. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose the victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable victim," end quote. I mean, and that's just so haunting on every level. But again, it's no secret that psychotic, sociopathic, scumbag criminals who prey on children exist in the world. For whatever reason, the coincidence theorists want to pretend they can only act alone. It's a weird thing. And they got to soothe their dissonance somehow. Continuing the post here, interesting. Now, Crowley wasn't a Satanist, although a lot of people dispute that, and probably wasn't out there ritually sacrificing children himself. Or was he? Again, plenty of rumors abound. This is not a Crowley podcast, but many people dispute that claim and actually claim he was indeed sacrificing humans and drinking their blood. His assertion was that there was power inherent to sacrificing a child is theoretically correct according to the magical principles of the left-hand path. The implication of this is that the psychopathic black magic users, of course, participate in ritual sacrifice because they believe it is the most powerful magic available to them. If anybody is interested in the history of these cults in the U.S., I highly recommend Peter Levenda's investigative history trilogy, Sinister Forces, which is a fascinating series starting before the American Revolution and into modern times. But this post is about the existence of black magic cults like this today. Okay, so apparently Levenda's investigative piece exposes all of this going on in the past, however many hundred years. I haven't actually read that series. Again, some people think I'm really, really exhaustive in some of this stuff. I can only go so far. I mean, the Johnny Gosch series, it's just so dark. There's only so far into the abyss I'm willing to go. I'm not really willing to go too far into it because this stuff is just so dark. I only go over for the purpose of awareness so that more children aren't harmed, or any children or adults, and for obviously the justice for those that have been harmed in this circle of evil, so to speak, and by all these criminals who don't act alone. Because all these authority-worshipping cultist, coincidence theorist bootlickers, they're depriving all these victims of justice. because they hallucinate that people in positions of power can never be involved in any kind of crime like this. So they're letting them all get away with it and denying victims justice while leaving the door open for further crime to occur. So these gullible goof coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, those hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship, where they pretend the government officials are just infallible, or at least can't be fallible to this level, despite, again, we're in the post-Epstein era and these goofs still exist. They're all over the comment section. All right, so let's continue here. Allow me to make some bold assertions. In the 50s and 60s, the CIA via MK Ultra discovered they could completely program a human being through trauma-based mind control if they began during childhood. And again, I'm not going to miss this opportunity to point out the coincidence theorists for a certain period of time, decades ago, they pretended MK Ultra was just a conspiracy theory also. These clueless coincidence theorists, these goofs, they always pretend all these conspiracies are not true. And then after they're completely exposed, documents declassified by the very perpetrators, they just pretend they never denied it, and, they say, okay, well, maybe it's real, but it definitely can't apply in this case. And then they just repeat ad nauseum for all cases. So no matter how many of them are eventually linked, they will still refuse to believe or just completely avoid the subject altogether. That's why it's important to call out these goofs in real time and point out their goofery was identical to the goofery of previous coincidence theories. The psychopathic leadership of the CIA then outsourced this program to or collaborated with satanic black magic cults in order to keep it 100% off the record. This program has been ongoing since and was briefly exposed, but then promptly covered up during the satanic panic. And that's another thing, coincidence theorists, just the mental capacity is just not there to understand that if this is all true, of course you would write it off as just satanic panic and pretend it was just hysteria and not true. But some people with brains understand that old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. So that doesn't mean that people don't take advantage of it. That doesn't mean that there aren't certain kids that want attention that might lie about it. Just like in a certain percentage of false accusations do occur. Nobody's disputing that. Now, what is that percentage? Is it 1%? Is it 10%? I mean, even if we argue it's 80%, that would still leave 20% of this evil out there. I actually don't think it'd be as high as 80%, but who knows? I mean, realistically, again, I haven't gone down these rabbit holes so deep, and I don't want to. But there's just so much evidence from just about every single country of all of this happening. Sure, some kids might want attention and jump on the bandwagon, or they're just disturbed and might have mental issues that have nothing to do with this. And maybe they really weren't abused, but they have other mental issues stemming from something else. So they might make some false accusations. But how many kids were making real accusations that those in on the conspiracy, or those not in on the conspiracy specifically, but they just didn't want to believe it was true, so they convinced everybody that the victim wasn't a victim and they made it up, even if they didn't make it up. And then all of these clueless goof coincidence theorists pretend that these were all debunked, like in the Franklin scandal. When family members of the kids coming forward were being killed and they retracted their testimony, the gullible goof coincidence theorists said, oh, they retracted. Who wouldn't retract when they start killing your family? I mean, come on. And then, of course, Bonacci and one other witness actually didn't retract despite all of the threats and the killing of family members. Bonacci actually won a $1 million settlement. So all the goofs that hallucinate that he's just a liar and made it up, or he's just mentally disturbed and none of it was true, of course those court transcripts are sealed, so we can't actually see the evidence presented that resulted in his $1 million judgment. I don't believe he ever actually got it from Larry King, but whatever, that's another matter. The fact that he won it is, of course, ignored by the coincidence theorist crowd, the Dunning-Kruger crowd. They just pretend that didn't happen and it was all made up. So, yeah, I mean, this is just really dark stuff, but let's continue here. The goal is to deliberately create dissociative identity disorder by inflicting trauma too terrible for the consciousness to bear so that it shatters or splits apart. Then the alternate personalities are programmed. This type of programming is often called satanic ritual abuse. Okay, pretty hot take, right? Here's the abundance of proof. And just one more point. If you're a so-called psychologist, thoroughly indoctrinated in an indoctrination facility, you have your own biases as well. I mean, it's kind of hard to blame some of these coincidence theorist goofs. They don't want to believe it's true. So would they just do everything possible to convince themselves that that a child would be lying in this situation? So it's not that they knowingly are covering up for criminals, they're just too mentally weak. I mean, how many people are actually mentally strong enough to handle this? I mean, there wouldn't be a lot. So continuing on here, the surveys in 1996, 3 members of the American Psychological Association conducted a survey of their organization, receiving feedback from 2,709 clinical psychologists. 30% acknowledged seeing at least one case of ritualistic or religion-related abuse since January 1st, 1980. So if 30% acknowledged it, how many either knew about it and were afraid to acknowledge it or convinced themselves that it wasn't real, even if it was? So what would the real numbers actually be? So 2/3 of these cases that were acknowledged were described as religion-related and 1/3 were described as ritual abuse. So that's 10% of 2,709. Of those who acknowledged seeing these cases, 93% of the clinical psychologists said that they believed the abuse did indeed occur. The authors concluded that the psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers who responded to their survey, quote, overwhelmingly believed both the allegations of abuse and the allegations of ritual or religious elements of the abuse, end quote. Another study surveyed 810 members of the British Psychological Society who had patients who suffered from sexual abuse and found that 15% had patients who reported satanic ritual abuse. Of these, 80% believed that their patient did indeed suffer from the reported abuse. One study examined 270 cases of substantiated sexual abuse involving daycares in England and found that 13% of the cases included allegations of ritual abuse. I mean, this is scary stuff. And for all the goofs running around social media downplaying all of the abuse from politicians and government institutions and pretending it's only Catholic priests, now, every single Catholic priest responsible should be prosecuted, and if family members want to exact justice however they see, by whatever means they see fit, again, that's not something that I would, be involved in terms of, finding them guilty at trial or anything. But yeah, that's a small fraction of what goes on in the rest of the world. I mean, statism is obviously the number one religion, not Catholicism or Christianity. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these goofs, they pretend it's just the priest. I mean, look at the abuse that goes on in public schools, daycares. I mean, it's so astronomically greater. I mean, even if we exponentially multiply the Catholic abuse, which, again, I'm not denying in any way, it's just all of these statist, cultist goofs just don't want to look at any other type of abuse, which is clearly also astronomical outside of the Catholic Church. One survey of the membership of the International Society for the Study of Multiple Personality and Dissociation concluded that 88% of 1,185 respondents, quote, reported belief in ritual abuse involving mind control and programming, end quote. Catherine Gould from the Journal of Psychohistory writes, quote, in 1992 alone, Child Help USA logged 1,741 calls pertaining to ritual abuse. Monarch Resources, wow, that's an interesting name, of Los Angeles logged approximately 5,000. Real active survivors tallied nearly 3,600. Justice Unlimited of Colorado received almost 7,000. Looking Up of Maine handled 6,000. Even allowing for some of these calls to have been made by people who assist survivors but are not themselves survivors, and for some survivors to have called more than one helpline or made multiple calls to the same helpline, these numbers suggest that there are a minimum must be tens of thousands, well, not to mention the amount unreported. I mean, are we going to hallucinate 100% was reported? There must be tens of thousands of survivors of ritual abuse in the United States. So this is from the Journal of Psychohistory. Okay, so again, that's why it's important that you have to check these shill goofs like Richard Offshay, author of Making Monsters, False Memories, Psychotherapy, and Sexual Hysteria. So this goof, so again, if it's all true, obviously they would have shills in place like Richard Offshay, either knowingly or not. I mean, useful idiots are useful idiots for a reason. I'm not claiming that Offshay was specifically hired or paid by these corrupt people who are engaged in this and want to cover it all up, high-ranking politicians or otherwise. Maybe that's the case, or maybe they just found a useful mentally weak idiot to use as a useful idiot to make the gullible masses see, oh, look, it must have just been satanic panic and it must not be real. Let's ignore all of these mountains of evidence. Let's continue with the Reddit post here. In 2007, 4 researchers created an international online survey divided into 3 parts, available in English and German and called Extreme Abuse Surveys, in an effort to gather a large number of responses as preliminary data on the nature and prevalence of extreme abuse. The researchers were Wanda Carricker, Ph.D., retired U.S. psychologist Bettina Overkamp, Ph.D., Thorsten Becker, the German social worker who won the German Child Protection Award in '94 for his work with abused children, and Carol Rutz, a survivor of extreme abuse and mind control. The surveys show repeated allegations of abuse used for the purposes of mind control, which will be explored in the next chapter. 1,471 participants from 31 countries answered at least one question on the survey listed for adult survivors, and 451 people from 20 countries responded to at least one question listed for professionals who have worked with at least one adult survivor of extreme abuse. Of the adult survivors, 257 people from 15 countries responded that they had been victims of, quote, government mind control, experimentation as a child. And 71 professionals from 6 countries responded that they had worked with at least one adult survivor of extreme abuse who reported to have been a victim of government mind control experimentation as a child. 166 survivors reported being experimented on by doctors who spoke German or with a heavy German accent, in parentheses, Operation Paperclip, anyone, question mark. Also keep in mind the defense mechanisms of the brain and repressed memories. If this is true, I mean, how much percentage of people would be willing to go public with this? And on top of that, what percentage of people might have been abused and have repressed these memories? So we're talking about astronomical numbers here. We're not talking about some kind of imagined satanic panic with just single figures. Of the adult survivors, 236 reported, and again, this is just one survey that many, I mean, how would you'd have to know about the survey to even respond to it, right? I mean, 2007, I mean, obviously the internet was a thing, but not like now where everybody's 100% plugged in. So you'd have to even know about it, and then even if you knew about it, what percentage would actually come forward? Of the adult survivors, 236 reported to have been drugged against their will, 236 reported to have been sexually abused by multiple perpetrators, 228 reported being threatened with death if they ever discussed their experiences, 222 reported sensory deprivation experiments, 217 reported electroshock experiments, 197 witnessed murder by their perpetrators, 196 witnessed animal mutilations, 184 reported the use of feces in their abuse, 183 reported being used in child pornography, 178 reported starvation, 171 reported hypnosis, and 169 reported child prostitution. Of the 257 EAS respondents who reported that secret mind control experiments were used on them as children, 69%, 177, reported having been abused in a satanic cult. Of the 543 EAS respondents who reported they had been abused in the satanic cult, 33%, 179, reported having been used in secret mind control experiments as children. So is this overlap all coincidental? Are 100% of these people lying? I mean, what are the coincidences? How are the coincidence theorists going to, what kind of mental gymnastics? I mean, you got to do some kind of Olympic level mental gymnastics to write this all off. I mean, yeah, this is all just really, really tough. It's really tough, I mean, on a lot of different levels to even think about it, but to deny these people's experiences outright. I mean, it's one thing to say, okay, well, we don't know if it's 100% true, but some of these coincidence theorist goofs just flat out deny 100% that any possibility of any of this is true, and that there's definitely 0% satanic cults everywhere and they never abuse anybody. It's just so weird. It's so weird how these goofs are just this mentally weak and devoid of logic and reason. But again, that's why the MINDSHOCK podcast exists. The truth is not afraid of investigation. 159 survivors had heard Greek letters being used during their abuse. and 160 experienced sexual mind control programming used for blackmail or personal use. 228 survivors answered yes to the question. My perpetrator or perpetrators deliberately created or programmed dissociative states of mind, such as alters, personalities, or ego states in me. I mean, that's very specific. Research, and notice how it's not like all of them responded that way. So if it's, if a certain percentage are trolls or whatever, I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird. Researchers into the phenomenon of satanic ritual abuse have come to the conclusion that the phenomenon is widespread and transcends geographic boundaries. One such study titled Multiple Personality Disorder and Satanic Ritual Abuse, the Issue of Credibility, states, quote, the comparability of both the child and the adult accounts is said to transcend geographical and relationship boundaries, with descriptions emerging from both survivor groups revealing common themes, behaviors, symbols, and paraphernalia. Assuredly, the possibility of cross-contamination of accounts exists when, for example, a group of suspected or potential victims seems to be involved in a single daycare case, or when adult contemporaries are aware of the details of other reports. However, one cannot discount the similarity of accounts given spontaneously and independently by individuals who are unrelated, personally, geographically, or through shared knowledge. Obviously, nowadays, in, even 2010, post-2010, everything's on the internet. But all of these studies published decades ago, I mean, obviously, that's, it's harder to write that off. How would they all know all of these exact details? The empirical evidence of ritual abuse for the purposes of mind control establishes that the phenomenon is widespread and international, and consistency between methods of abuse. Wow, right. How could these survey results be true? How could psychiatrists come to these consensus conclusions? How could cults like this operate in the U.S.? Let's take a look at two case studies. The Finders. In 1987, the New York Times ran a story about a little-known cult called The Finders. The first paragraph reads, quote, police officials here said today that 6 disheveled children found in Tallahassee, Florida, might be the offsprings of members of a little-known cult, but the officials said they had not ruled out the possibility of kidnapping. Who are these suspicious men, and what were they doing with 6 undocumented children, transporting them across the country? 2 children who are with the Tallahassee men were found to show signs of sexual abuse. The Finders had long been a topic of discussion for locals who were naturally fascinated with the cult that lived amongst them. The Washington City paper once described the Finders as such. In appearance, the Finders, mostly middle-aged men, always in dark suits, wouldn't be out of place managing a local funeral home. But the behavior of the handful of adherents had people wondering whether they arrived by flying saucer. Townspeople say the Finders constantly walk the streets, following people home and taking extensive notes and pictures. They often appear at local council meetings, never saying a word but simply observing the scene. At other times, they plunder the visitors' center of brochures, maps, and local travel guides. And they haunt the courthouse, scouring land deeds to find out who owns the local real estate. The Washington City paper goes on to address the shocking specter of the alleged satanic practices of the cult with the startling revelation, quote, but among all the cryptic inventory, cops found a photo album titled The Execution of Henrietta and Igor. A series of snapshots depicting berobed adults and children slaughtering goats in a wintry woodscape. One photo depicted giggling toddlers pulling dead kids from a womb. Baby goats, ran the caption. Another showed a grinning adult presenting a goat's head to a startled child, end quote. One U.S. News and World Report article states, quote, the more the police learned about the Finders, the more bizarre they seemed. There were suggestions of child abuse, Satanism, dealing in pornography, and ritualistic animal slaughter. None of the allegations was ever proven, however. The child abuse charges against the 2 men in Tallahassee were dropped. The children were apparently en route to Mexico to what the children described as a school for smart kids. It was noted in a U.S. Customs report that the children were unable to accurately identify themselves or their custodians, could not identify the purpose of telephones, toilets, or televisions, and were only given food as a reward. These shocking developments led to a raid on the finder's compound by the U.S. Customs Service. The report produced after the raid is astounding. Quote, during the execution of the warrant, I was able to observe and access the entire building. I saw large quantities of children's clothing and toys. The clothing consisted of diapers and clothes in the toddler to preschool range. No children were found on the premises. Cursory examination of documents revealed detailed instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes. The instructions included the impregnation of female members of the community known as the finders, purchasing children, trading, and kidnapping. One such telex specifically ordered the purchase of 2 children in Hong Kong to be arranged through a contact in the Chinese embassy there. Another telex expressed interest in bank secrecy situations. Other documents identified interest in high-tech transfers to the UK, numerous properties under control of the finders, a keen interest in terrorism, explosives, and evasion of authorities. There was also a set of instructions which appeared to broadcast via computer network which advised participants to move the children and to keep them moving through different jurisdictions, and instructions on how to avoid police attention. I was able to observe numerous documents which described explicit sexual conduct between members of the community known as finders. I also saw a large collection of photographs of unidentified persons. Some of the photographs were nudes, believed to be members of the finders. There were numerous photos of children, some nude, at least one of which was a child on display and appearing to accent the child's genitals. One of the officers presented me with a photo album for review. The album contained photos of adults and children dressed in white sheets participating in a blood ritual. The ritual centered around the execution of at least 2 goats. The photos portrayed the execution, disembowelment, and dismemberment of the goats at the hands of the children. This included the removal of the testes of the male goat, the discovery of the female goat's womb and the baby goats inside the womb, and the presentation of the goat head to one of the children. The warehouse contained a large library, 2 kitchens, a sauna, hot tub, and a video room. The video room seemed to be set up as an indoctrination center. It also appeared that the organization had the capability to produce its own videos. There were what appeared to be training areas for the children and what appeared to be an altar set up in a residential area of the warehouse. Many jars of feces and urine were located in this area. So this is the USCS report of investigation continuation filed by Special Agent Ramon J. Martinez, March 2nd, 1987. A follow-up report revealed the most shocking detail of the entire finder's case. Quote, I was advised that all of the passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. The State Department in turn advised MPD, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, that all travel and use of passports by the holders of the passports was within the law and no action would be taken. This included travel to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam from the late 50s to the early 70s. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated the investigation into the finders had become a CIA internal matter. The MPD report has been classified and is not available for review. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division had directed the MPD not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired. Wait, what? So they weren't allowed? What? So it was turned over to FBI Foreign Counterintel Division, and the MPD was told not to advise the FBI Washington field office of anything that had transpired? That's kind of weird. Continuing the post here, after the finders' investigation became a CIA internal matter, no action against the finders was ever taken, and the case has largely faded from public memory. Not everyone was content with the investigation simply ending. Florida Congressman Tom Lewis was quoted as saying, quote, could our own government have something to do with this finders organization and turn their backs on these children? That's what all the evidence points to, says Lewis. And there's a lot of evidence. I can tell you this, we've got a lot of people scrambling, and that wouldn't be happening if there was nothing here, end quote. Digging by the media could only produce one confirmed connection, a firm which operated as a front organization for the CIA, providing officers with computer training, employed several members of the finders. The Washington Times reported, quote, other Customs Service documents and records from the FBI and Metropolitan Police provided indications that the CIA had links to the finders, or at least to some of the group's members. A Metropolitan Police document dated February 19th, 1987 quotes a CIA agent as confirming that his agency was sending its personnel to a Finders Corp, Future Enterprises for training in computer operations. And a later Customs Service report says that the CIA admitted to owning the Finders organization as a front for a domestic computer training operation, but that it had gone bad. Wow. And there's actually a scribd.com link here, document number 709-96637, which actually has a whole bunch of these documents linked for those that want the exact sources. Continuing the post here, the CIA, of course, has denied any connection to the Finders. What's also kind of curious is the Washington Times in general seems to have reported on things that other newspapers have not reported on. But that's curious. I mean, this little kernel here, I mean, that's a good find. Presidio. And there's a second important case study, the Presidio military base. November 16th, 1987, a New York Times article glibly revealed a shocking statistic. In a 3-year period from 84 to 87, over 30 different military bases were rocked by child abuse scandals, including West Point and Fort Dix. This statement came on the heels of a massive scandal that was taking place in San Francisco at a military base named Presidio. Quote from this New York Times article, a federal grand jury in San Fran spent 10 months investigating abuse allegations surrounding the Presidio Center, and almost 100 children were examined for physical and psychological signs of sexual abuse. At least 4 children were discovered to have chlamydia, a sexually transmitted disease, end quote. The San Jose Mercury described the West Point scandal and its relation to ritual abuse in chilling detail. Quote, there had been sex abuse cases involving daycare centers at several other Army bases. West Point was one of the most serious until the Presidio. In July 84, a 3-year-old girl was brought to the emergency room at West Point Hospital with a lacerated vagina. The child told the doctor who examined her that the teacher at the West Point daycare center was the one who hurt her. Children at West Point told stories that would become horrifyingly familiar. They said they had been ritually abused. They said they had excrement smeared on their bodies and had been forced to eat feces and drink urine. They said they were taken away from the daycare center and photographed. I mean, this is really creepy stuff, and no one brings this up anymore. People just pretend, satanic panic, nothing to see here. Or, oh, there's no such thing as rings. All these criminal scumbags always act alone. I mean, there's no shortage of these goofs in all of these comment sections. One has to wonder, are they actually paid shills to kind of downplay all this? Because there just seem to be so many of them. Continuing the post here, the Presidio that the San Jose Mercury News and New York Times mentioned is a military base located in San Fran. It became the subject of one of the strangest and sickening child abuse scandals in American history. In 87, some parents whose children attended the Presidio daycare center began to notice signs of abuse in their children, who began acting strangely, using sexually provocative language and sexually inappropriate behavior. Upon taking their children to the hospital, it was revealed that they also suffered an array of physical symptoms showing clear cases of sexual abuse. When authorities would not act, the parents directly contacted the parents of other kids at the center, and the result was shocking. 60 children had clear physical signs of abuse, and 4 had contracted chlamydia. Some were only infants. I mean, this is just dark stuff. I mean, it's kind of hard to blame any of the parents that, if they wanted to take matters into their own hands with, the teachers at this daycare center that were clearly guilty. I mean, only against the 100% guilty ones. I mean, it's just insane. The American Journal of Orthopsychiatry wrote an extensive analysis of the victims of the Presidio. They stated, quote, the severity of the trauma for children at the Presidio was immediately manifest in clear-cut symptoms. Before the abuse was exposed, parents had already noticed the following changes in their children: vaginal discharge, genital soreness, rashes, fear of the dark, sleep disturbances, nightmares, sexually provocative language, and sexually inappropriate behavior. In addition, the children were exhibiting other radical changes in behavior, including temper outbursts, sudden mood shifts, and poor impulse control. All these behavioral symptoms are to be expected in preschool children who had been molested. The U.S. Army was in no hurry to investigate the claims of child abuse. It took them 12 days to form a strategy group and nearly a month passed before they notified other parents of the daycare that the child abuse allegations had been made. Although it is normal procedure to shut down a government daycare after such allegations, the Presidio Daycare Center remained open for nearly a year. By then, 59 other victims between the ages of 3 and 7 were identified. Reports of a satanic cult being housed within the military base had apparently surfaced many years later. Military police had investigated some buildings after reports of a man dressed all in black holding a little girl's hand had been reported. An MP was recorded as saying, quote, "We kicked the door open and there's this nice little bedroom. In a corner was a mannequin with a gun aimed at the door. On the left side, there was a bunk against the wall. There was a pentagram on the floor, a huge one. There were dolls' heads all over the ceiling, just off-the-wall stuff. We were sitting there. We've got a cult on the Presidio of San Francisco, and nobody cares about it. We were told by the provost marshal to just forget about it," end quote. On the autumnal equinox of 87, on a cult day of importance, a fire would strike a building adjacent to the daycare, destroying many records relating to the daycare. Obviously coincidental, according to the coincidence theorists. A month later, fire would destroy the daycare center itself. Must be another coincidence. The ATF found that the causes of both fires had been arson, contrary to the Army's own investigation, which claimed faulty wiring. And isn't it kind of weird that the faulty wiring only affected the daycare building and the building with the daycare records? It just magically didn't affect any other building. Wow. Okay. Only one man would ever have charges brought against him, Gary Hambright, a civilian employee who oversaw the daycare center. However, the prosecution bungled the case, bringing to trial only the children who would make the best witnesses and leaving out the most prolific examples of physical abuse, such as those with rectal lesions and missing hymens. The judge presiding over the case deemed the charges as too vague, and Hambright walked free. You know, I mean, this kind of insanity. I mean, this is insanity. I mean, wow. Wow. No other persons were charged, and the U.S. government quietly closed the case against Presidio itself. The lawyer for the Presidio was Joseph Rusoniello, who also defended the U.S. government during the Iran-Contra trials. Wow, they brought this guy into this? So a pattern is emerging of occult activity and a child abuse being protected by intelligence agencies and military. Abuse of children is, of course, a condition for dissociative identity disorder. There is one more smoking gun to add to the picture, and that is the speech of Dr. Corydon Hammond, detailing his findings regarding the nature of cult programming in his DID patients. Before analyzing the speech, here are Dr. Corydon's credentials: BS, MS, PhD, counseling psychology from the University of Utah, licensed psychologist, licensed marital therapist, licensed family therapist, state of Utah, associate professor of physical medicine and rehabilitation, Utah School of Medicine, adjunct associate professor of educational psychology, University of Utah, director and founder of the Sex and Marital Therapy Clinic, University of Utah, editor, the American Journal of Clinical Hypnosis, advising editor and founding member, editorial board, the Ericksonian Monograph, referee, the Journal of Abnormal Psychology, clinical supervisor and board examiner for the American Board of Sexology, diplomate in marital and sex therapy, American Board of Family Psychology, diplomate in clinical hypnosis, the American Board of Psychological Hypnosis, diplomate in sex therapy, the American Board of Sexology, 1989 Presidential Award of Merit, American Society of Clinical Hypnosis, 1990 Urban Sector Award, American Society of Clinical Hypnosis, President, American Society of Clinical Hypnosis. Dr. Hammond has been examining patients with dissociative identity disorder, DID, formerly known as MPD, and came across some startling discoveries which he verified with many of his peers. Many of them had undergone horrific ritual and sexual abuse as a child, as described in the case studies examined in previous chapters. After a brief introduction, Dr. Hammond began with saying, quote, "In Chicago in '84, at the first International Congress where ritual abuse was talked about, I can remember thinking how strange and interesting. I can recall many people listening to an example given that somebody thought was so idiosyncratic and rare, and all these people coming up after saying, gee, you're treating one too? You're in Seattle, well, I'm in Toronto, well, I'm in Florida, well, I'm in Cincinnati. I didn't know what to think at that point. It wasn't too long after that I found my first ritual abuse patient in somebody I was already treating, and we hadn't gotten that deep yet. Things in that case made me very curious about the use of mind control techniques and hypnosis and other brainwashing techniques. The fascinating thing was that as I did a telephone consult with a therapist that I'd been consulting with for quite a number of months on an MPD case in another state, I told her to inquire about certain things. She said, well, what are those things? I said, I'm not going to tell you because I don't want there to be any possibility of contamination. Just come back to me and tell me what the patient says. She called me back 2 hours later and said, I just had a double session with this patient, and there was a part of him that said, oh, we're so excited. If you know about this stuff, you know how the cult programmers get on the inside, and our therapy is going to go so much faster. I've consulted in 11 states and 1 foreign country, and in some cases over the telephone, in some cases in person, in some cases giving the therapist information ahead of time and saying, be very careful how you phrase this. Phrase it in these ways so you don't contaminate. In other cases, I didn't give the therapist information ahead of time so they couldn't contaminate the results. When you start to find the same highly esoteric information in different states and different countries, from Florida, California, you start to get an idea that there's something going on in this very large, very well coordinated, with a great deal of communication and systematicness to what's happening. So I have gone from some kind of neutral and not knowing what to think about it all to someone who clearly believes ritual abuse is real, and that the people who say it isn't are either naive people, like people who didn't want to believe the Holocaust, or they're dirty, involved in the programs. Immediately, we get the understanding that these victims are not confined geographically, and in addition, an insight into how Dr. Hammond approached his investigation as to avoid hypnotic suggestion and other techniques, which the False Memory Syndrome Foundation cites as the basis of all ritual abuse claims. The last line, stating that those who deny the existence of ritual abuse are either naive or dirty, was met with lots of applause from the audience. What they basically do is they will get a child and they will start this in basic forms, it appears, by about 2.5 after the child's already been made disassociative. They'll make him disassociative not only through abuse, like sexual abuse, but also like putting a mousetrap on their fingers and teaching the parents, you do not go in until the child stops crying. Only then do you go in and remove it. They start in rudimentary forms at about 2.5 and kick into high gear, it appears, around 6 or 6.5, continue through adolescence with periodic reinforcements in adulthood. Basically, in the programming, the child will be typically put on a gurney. They will have an IV in one hand or arm. They'll be strapped down, typically naked. There'll be wires attached to their head or monitor their electroencephalograph patterns. They will see a pulsing light, most often described as red, occasionally white or blue. They will be given most commonly, I believe, Demerol. Sometimes it'll be other drugs as well, depending on the kind of programming. They have it, I think, down to a science where they've learned to give you so much every 25 minutes until the programming is done. They then will describe a pain in one ear, their right ear generally, where it appears a needle has been placed, and they will hear weird, disorienting sounds in that ear while they see photic stimulation to drive the brain into a brainwave pattern with a pulsing light at a certain frequency, not unlike the goggles that are now available through Sharper Image in some of those kinds of stores. Then, after a suitable period when they're in a certain brainwave state, they will begin programming oriented to self-destruction and debasement of the person. One patient, about 8 years old, had gone through a great deal of early programming which took place in a military installation. That's not uncommon. I've treated and been involved with cases who are part of this original mind control project, as well as having their programming on military installations in many cases. We find a lot of connections with the CIA. Wow. Okay, continuing on the post here. The victim testimony of the use of drugs and other techniques is similar to the available evidence regarding MKUltra experiments, such as Dr. Ewan Cameron's psychic driving and the documented search for drugs which help induce hypnosis. The references to this type of mind control being undertaken at military bases certainly seems absurd, as does Paul Bonacci's claim that he was victimized at Offutt Air Force Base. But remember the New York Times article cited earlier that referenced 30 different military institutions having sexual abuse scandals within a 3-year period, and the depths of horrors unleashed at West Point and Presidio. I guess the coincidence theorists pretend all that didn't happen either? Another important aspect that Dr. Hammond mentions is the creation of certain brainwave state before the programming begins. When a mind control subject would be put into a certain brainwave state in hypnosis, then their programming could only be activated under that brainwave state. a type of state-dependent learning. This increases the amnesiac effect of the abuse and programming from the primary personality of someone suffering from multiple personality disorder. Dr. Hammond goes on to describe the details of what a cult programming session would entail for one of his subjects. I actually don't even want to go over these exact details. They're basically programming victims to tell them to hurt themselves and all of this through hypnosis and otherwise. Dr. Hammond goes on to describe the different brainwave states during which programming took place, which were consistent through all of his patients and those of his peers: alpha, beta, gamma, delta, theta, gamma, and omega. A phenomenon noted by over 100 of the respondents to the extreme abuse surveys. Each brainwave state was associated with a specific type of programming and seemed to be present in a specific alter, which was also most consistent among the patients. Alphas appear to represent general programming, the first kind of things put in. Betas appear to be sexual programs, for example, how to perform oral sex in a certain way, how to perform sex in rituals having to do with producing pornography, directing pornography, or prostitution. Deltas are killers trained in how to kill in ceremonies. There'll also be some self-harm mixed in with that, assassination and killing. Then there's Omega. I usually don't include that word when I say my first question about any part of the inside that knows about alpha, beta, delta, theta, because omega will shake them even more. Omega has to do with self-destruct programming. Alpha and omega, the beginning and the end. This can include self-mutilation as well as killing themselves programming. Gamma appears to be system protection and deception programming, which will provide misinformation to you, try to misdirect you, tell you half-truths, protect different things inside. There can also be other Greek letters. I'd recommend that you go and get your entire Greek alphabet, and if you have verified that some of this stuff is present and they have given you some of the right answers about what some of the material is, and I can't underline enough, do not lead them. Do not say, is this killers? Get the answer from them, please. When you've done that and it appears to be present, I will take your entire Greek alphabet, and with this ideomotor signals, go through the alphabet and say, is there any programming inside associated with epsilon, omicron, and go on and on. There may be a system to some of the other letters, but I'm not aware of it. I found, for example, in one case that Zeta had to do with the production of snuff films that this patient was involved with. With another person, Omicron had to do with their linkage and associations with drug smuggling and with the mafia, big business and government leaders. So there's going to be some individualism, I think, in some of these. Some are come home programs, come back to the cult programs. One gets the impression that there's a very large, tightly connected network working through numerous organizations and institutions to undertake these experiments. At one point, Dr. Hammond notes that while the programming seems to be widely systematic among victims with no personal or geographic relations, there is one factor that is always different: erasure codes to remove certain aspects of the programming. Here's the flaw in the system. They have built-in shutdown and erasure codes, so if they got into trouble, they could shut something down and they could also erase something. These codes will sometimes be idiosyncratic phrases or ditties. Sometimes there will be numbers, maybe followed by a word. There's some real individuality to that. At first, I had hoped if we can get some of these, maybe they'll work with different people. No such luck. It's very unlikely unless they were programmed at about the same point in time as part of the same little group. Stuff that I've seen suggests that the programmers carry laptop computers, which still include everything they did 20, 30 years ago in terms of the names, alters, programs, codes, and so on. I remember a woman about 24 years old who came in and claimed her father was a Satanist. Her parents divorced when she was 6. After that, her father had visitation, and he would take her to rituals, sometimes up until age 15. She said, I haven't gone to anything since I was 15. Her therapist believed this at face value. We sat in my office, we did a 2-hour inquiry using hypnosis. We found the programming present. In addition to that, we found that every therapy session was debriefed. And in fact, they had told her to get sick and not come to the appointment with me. Another one had been told that I was cult and that if she came, I would know that she'd been told not to come and I would punish her. If anything meaningful comes out in a patient who's being monitored like that, my belief is you can't do meaningful therapy other than being supportive and caring and letting them know you care a lot and you'll be there to support them. But I wouldn't try to work with any kind of deep material or deprogramming with those being monitored, because I think it can do nothing but get them tortured and hurt unless they can get into a safe, secure inpatient unit for an extended period of time to do some of the work required. From what I've learned thus far, they're tortured with electric shocks. I have a feeling that when you make inquiries, you're going to find that probably greater than 50% of these patients, if their bloodline, meaning mother or dad or both involved, will be monitored on some ongoing basis. I mean, what level of creepy is that? Much of the rest of the speech deals with techniques for therapists attending the conference to approach treatments of patients who have dissociative identity disorder and who were victims of satanic ritual abuse. But Dr. Hammond doesn't hesitate to come to conclusions about the purpose of the programming or the perpetrators. The way you create Manchurian candidates is you divide the mind. It's part of what the intelligence community wanted. If you're going to get an assassin, you divide the mind. Cases like the assassination of Robert Kennedy fascinate me. Bernard Diamond, on examining Sirhan, found that he had total amnesia of the killing of Robert Kennedy. Yet under hypnosis, he could remember it. But after he was out of hypnosis, he could not remember a thing, despite suggestions he would be able to consciously remember. The interesting thing is how many people have described the same scenario and how many people we have worked with who have had relatives in NASA, in the CIA, and the military, including very high-ups in the military. People ask, what's the purpose of it? My best guess is they want an army of Manchurian candidates, tens of thousands of mental robots who will do prostitution, pornography, smuggle drugs, engage in international arms smuggling, do snuff films, and all sorts of other very lucrative things. These Manchurian candidates will do the bidding of their masters so that eventually the megalomaniacs at the top believe they can create a satanic order that will rule the world. An incredibly revealing speech and incredibly brave. Victims speak. For good measure, let's listen to the testimony of a victim of one of these programs. Bill Clinton's administration hosted the Presidential Advisory Committee on Radiation Experiments March 15, 1995. And two victims of trauma-based mind control, along with their therapist, gave a stunning presentation of their abuse at the hands of MKUltra. The case of victim Claudia Mullen is particularly interesting. Claudia had been referred to psychiatrist Valerie Wolf after experiencing a sexual assault and was unresponsive in therapy for many months. Unlike many other therapists, Wolf did not use hypnosis or any other memory retrieval techniques with Mullen. So Valerie Wolf, speaking to the Presidential Advisory Commission on Radiation, quote, "It needs to be made clear that these clients have remembered these names and events spontaneously with free recall and without the use of any memory retrieval techniques such as hypnosis. As much as possible, we have tried to verify the memories. I have sent information from one of my clients to Alan Shefflin, professor of law at Santa Clara University Law School, and a judicially recognized expert on mind and behavioral control. He has been able to confirm that the info that she has supplied is absolutely true and that her memories could not have been derived from any published source." I actually don't want to go into Claudia Mullen's exact testimony. It's obviously very difficult to go through, but she details everything from 57 to 84. And all of these government operations and just all of this dark stuff. Supposedly it was all verified according to this testimony. And of course, she also goes through entrapment operations, including Frank Church. And then, of course, there's the Church Committee, where this was the first official committee investigating the CIA's illegal actions under MKUltra, Project Mockingbird, and other enterprises. And, of course, the coincidence there is pretend this didn't exist, but, of course, this is all verified at this point with the Church Committee and such. Conclusion, thus, the nature of evil in our world, there exists a satanic cult shadow government fueled by trauma-based mind control. This occult elite practice black magic for mass hypnosis and control a network of sleeper cell ritual abuse victims waiting to be activated. They have corrupted all major institutions to the core, blackmailed all positions key to their operations, and veiled themselves from the spotlight. It is time to lift this veil. Understanding the satanic shadow government is the key to understanding the state of the world and the legitimacy of conspiracy theories. Allow me to investigate one hypothetical step deeper into the rabbit hole before we finish. Accomplished academic and honorary 33-degree Mason Manly P. Hall has detailed ancient Egyptian ritual magic that sounds exceptionally similar to what we know about SRA. Could this evil be a self-perpetuating virus passed down from generation to generation of cult members through childhood ritual trauma since ancient times? Are we dealing with a type of evil that transcends psychopathic humans? Regardless of your answer to those questions, one thing should be clear: it is up to us to fight back, and with love, not hate. Shining light into darkness is one of the most powerful tools we have. Thank you for reading. Wow. So, yes, very, very dark. Clearly a plethora of evidence. Also, this poster has another post here, The False Memory Hoax, a look into the history of the original board members of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, which was set up as a psychological operation to deny the existence of ritual abuse. Ritual abuse is an offshoot of MKUltra trauma-based mind control. And of course, it succeeded. I mean, look at the gullible goofs that just believe anything that comes from a so-called official source. The members of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation has been called as expert witnesses in hundreds of trials around the U.S. and have been routinely quoted as experts in the media. Peter J. Freyd, F-R-E-Y-D, Freud, wow, that's an interesting coincidence, initiated the founding of the FMSF after being accused of sexual abuse by his daughter, Jennifer. His behavior has been particularly suspect, such as accusing his daughter of being brain damaged, despite the fact that she holds a PhD in psychology, graduated magna cum laude from Penn, and is currently a tenured professor of psychology at the University of Oregon. Speaking to the Oregonian, Jennifer Freyd stated, "I'm sometimes flabbergasted that my memory is considered false, and my alcoholic father's memory is considered rational and sane." Peter Freyd once stated that with the help of Harold Leaf and Martin Orne, the FMSF quickly gathered a respectable appearing advisory board, giving the new syndrome an aura of scientific acceptance. Interestingly, Dr. Martin T. Orne has been heavily involved with MKUltra experiments since the early 60s, where he undertook hypnosis studies at Harvard Medical School with a $30,000 grant from the CIA. No conflict of interest there. I mean, a lot of these gullible goof coincidence theorists, they just don't understand the concept of conflict of interest. CIA documents have confirmed that Orne had a top-secret clearance in MKUltra. So coincidentally, he's the guy that's associated with this False Memory Syndrome Foundation, you know, obviously just created to to downplay and cover up any kind of exposing of these guilty parties. He published many papers relevant to the creation of Manchurian Candidate, including one called, quote, "Can a hypnotized subject be compelled to carry out otherwise unacceptable behavior?" And another called "The Significance of Unwitting Cues for Experimental Outcomes Toward a Pragmatic Approach," and lastly, "Restricted Use of Success Cues in Retrieval During a Post-Hypnotic Amnesia." This is interesting subject matter history, given the FMSF's insistence that hypnotism is illegitimate. So they deny all hypnotism outright. This is interesting. Dr. Harold Leaf was involved with brain electrode experiments at Tulane University, a notorious MKUltra institution. Another prominent member, David Dinges, was a co-worker with Martin T. Orne and has been involved in research for naval intelligence, who oversaw the precursor mind control experiments to MKUltra. Founding member Ralph Underweger was proudly proclaimed to be pro-pedophilia publication Paideca. Quote, "What I have..." Okay, actually, I'm not even going to read this quote because it's... wow. I'm not going to read anything by this guy. This guy's deranged. So these are the people that are saying that anybody coming forth with SAR is just lying and it's all false memory. These guys that are associated with MKUltra. And the coincidence there is just buy this? This is crazy. Also, a lot of what they cite is disputed by other memory researchers. So, I mean, even Harvard Medical School researchers dispute what they say about all of it. So, there is also the case of Paul and Shirley Eberle, who are famous for propagating the idea of satanic panic, that the widespread reporting of ritual abuse is merely a social contagion. They have published 2 books entitled The Politics of Child Abuse and The Abuse of Innocence, which promotes this theory and have been cited as experts in courts and the press. Ms. Magazine wrote a review of the interesting past of the Eberles, stating, quote, "What is startling about the Eberles' reputation as groundbreaking experts in the field is that their dubious credentials have not been widely challenged." Paul and Shirley Eberle edit a softcore magazine in California called the LA Star that contains a mixture of nude photos, celebrity gossip, telephone sex ads, and promos for the politics of child abuse. That's kind of weird that they have that all mixed in a softcore porn magazine in California, and these are the people that are claiming that satanic panic is all a myth. And what's weird is the gullible coincidence there is they don't question any of this. I mean, there's just not one iota of critical thinking employed here. In the 70s, however, the Eberles were also publishing hardcore pornography. Their publication, Finger, depicted scenes of bondage, S&M, and sexual activities involving urination and defecation. A young girl portrayed with a wide smile on her face sits on the top of a man whose penis is inside of her. A woman has oral sex with a young boy in a drawing entitled Memories of My Boyhood. The Eberles were featured nude on one cover holding two life-size blow-up dolls named Loved Girl and Play Guy. No dates appear on the issues, and the Eberles rarely attach their names, referring to themselves as the LA Star Family. The Eberles were the distributors of Finger and several other underground magazines, says Donald Smith, a sergeant with the obscenity section of the LA Police Department's Vice Division, who followed the couple for years. The LAPD was never able to prosecute for child pornography. Quote, there were a lot of photos of people who looked like they were underage, but we could never prove it, end quote. The pictures of young children in Finger are illustrations, and laws were less rigid a decade ago than they are today. Quote, sex spot at 5, my first rape, she was only 13. What happens when expletive adopt white children are some of the articles that appeared in Finger. One letter states, actually, I don't even want to read this. I mean, this is horrible. Wow. So it involved in child abuse and such. So these are the people that are stating satanic panic is a myth. Wow. Wow. Man. I mean, I don't think any amount of mental gymnastics, I mean, even the most gullible of goofs, how would they write this all off? And then, of course, there's also the Franklin scandal, a case study in child abuse by the U.S. elite, and the Dutroux affair in Belgium. So this was insane because it's a lot of politicians involved, a lot of corrupt. I'm not going to go super deep into that. But yeah, I mean, this is just really, really insane. Here's an interesting post, follow-up by Orange Raider 93. This goes further and deeper than most people think. The satanic ritual abuse was in many cases government-sponsored. As the methods for deprogramming and indoctrination fall more toward the technical side of things than they do the spiritual. Prior to the Enlightenment, knowledge of hypnosis and hypnotic suggestion was controlled by the church and some yogis of the Eastern faiths. Following the Enlightenment, hypnosis gained a grassroots appeal via spiritism, and the phenomenon was scientifically characterized by James Braid in the mid-1800s. Outside of that, we have the phenomenon of mesmerism being examined by a French court, but Benjamin Franklin presided over the inquiry, so I find the whole thing suspect. The primary root for most occultism in the West stems from the Theosophical tradition, which prior to the Enlightenment existed as the steward for Gnostic thought, and following the Enlightenment became a religious organization under H.P. Blavatsky. And now that's a whole nother rabbit hole we're not going to go down at this moment. These organizations have strong roots in both American and German occult traditions, with the groups in Germany sharing associations with the Thule Society and the rise of Nazism, as well as the groups in America sharing associations with Thelema and the development of rocket science. Through individual hypnosis and fantastical imagination, a subject is also able to take on certain qualities in order to imagine themselves as an amalgam of animals, beasts in the Bible. These amalgam beasts are assumed to be the spirit of a society and provide interesting insights, kind of like magical stereotypes. Furthermore, through group hypnosis, one is able to generate a gestalt intellect, which generates a transcendent effect on the participants and allows for the will of the masters to shine through. The quality of knowledge generated by a gestalt intellect is orders of magnitude higher than the quality of knowledge generated by individuals working cooperatively. Wow. Some people just link all of this to Operation Paperclip, actually. A post by Smooth Imagination here. Occasionally, when looking into certain cases of murderers, child abusers, and serial killers, you may find short references to the discovery of satanic shrines or altars and artifacts discovered in the residence of the perpetrator. I mean, again, if you haven't checked out the Jeffrey Dahmer podcast on MINDSHOCK, the most comprehensive ever, check that out. Dahmer also had some kind of satanic shrine. These are rarely picked up on in press articles or on the news. For example, the Beast of Jersey, who had access to Jersey care homes and was an absolutely horrifying child abuser and operated before the abuse claims were widely reported on Haute de la Garenne, and Jimmy Savile was apparently a visitor, was reported to have had a satanic altar in his home found by police. It's possible that Savile and Edward Paisnell, operating apparently into the early 70s, may have had some contact at Jersey. Yeah, so there's links to this Jersey children care home. One of Savile's victims supposedly told of a group of people in robes chanting around her hospital bed. I mean, this is all very, very insane. Some people also believe this is linked to Boys Town, Boys for Sale documentary, obviously, Franklin scandal. I mean, just so many of these rings all possibly linked. But again, the coincidence theorists, I guess, pretend all of this is fake or doesn't exist or whatever. And we didn't even touch on Colonel Michael Aquino, the guy that went on national television on Geraldo. Just went public with his Satanism, founder of a satanic church, etc., etc. And also some people believe he was involved with Johnny Gosch, Franklin, and Colorado, all of these crazy, crazy things. Again, if you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosch series, check that out. So now we can circle back to this ABC News article and the Scott Peterson case. So now everybody can know that Richard Offshay, this goof pretending that satanic cults are a complete myth, because we just went over a plethora of evidence, and that's just scraping the surface. I think you'd be better off suggesting Saddam Hussein really did it, Offshay told ABC News. Again, with the hyperbole, appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy, etc. Offshay says police departments nationwide created special task forces to investigate cults back in the 80s, but in the end, no one was ever able to prove such cults really existed, except for just a mountain of evidence that we just went over. Offshay said the phenomenon known as satanic panic was short-lived in the world of law enforcement. Or was it? The court and cult cases. Prosecutors in a few high-profile cases have referred to cults and Satan worship in court. Even Modesto's DA, Jim Brazelton, successfully tried such a case in Salida, California during the early 90s. The victims in the Salida killings suffered severe beatings, multiple stab wounds, and slashed throats during a midnight massacre May 21st, 1990. All four of the defendants in the murder case were said to be part of an evil cult, and they were convicted of multiple murders. Divers have continued to search San Francisco Bay this week for clues about Lacey's death. Authorities have been tight-lipped about what they're looking for, how long they plan to search, or what they've found so far. Scott Peterson, 30, a fertilizer salesman, said his 27-year-old pregnant wife vanished when he went fishing Christmas Eve. He helped conduct searches for his wife and pleaded for her return until her body and the remains of their unborn son washed ashore last month near where he said he was fishing. So, wow. I know that was kind of an aside, but again, there's just so many goofs out there that pretend there's no evidence of satanic cults operating anywhere in the U.S. at any time. There's just a plethora of evidence. And if there's this much evidence, how much else out there is there that evidence has not been put forward? I mean, that's just mind-boggling, mind-shocking, if you will, to think about. Another article here, CNN.com. June 16th, 2003, Old Black Magic. Does Scott Peterson have a dated defense strategy? When Jeffrey Victor, a sociologist who studies the occult, learned Scott Peterson's defense team may blame a satanic cult for the murder of his wife and unborn child, he said he couldn't help but shake his head. Not this again, not this nonsense, Victor recalled thinking. How would he know either way, though? Again, with a lot of these goofs, are they useful idiots? Are they shills towing a propaganda agenda? Who knows? If much of the country seemed intrigued by reports that Lacey Peterson's disappearance coincided with a satanic high holiday and that her body showed signs of ritual murder, Victor and others who were on the front lines during what he called the satanic panic of the late 80s and early 90s were more circumspect. To them, Peterson may be the suspect of the moment, but his defense, if he uses it, seems a thing of the past. What's being raised in California is kind of a vestige from a national obsession of 15 or so years ago. Obsession or simply awareness? Said anthropologist Philip Stevens Jr. of the years when allegations of vast international satanic cults committing ritual murders and child abuse dominated afternoon talk shows. The allegations resulted in scores of controversial prosecutions and civil suits against daycare centers and others. Back then, Stevens, a professor at the State University of New York State at Buffalo, contributed to a report that investigated nearly 12,500 alleged instances of satanic activity and concluded that there was no evidence such cults even existed. He recently said, "This is a non-issue now. It burned itself out. People finally wised up." Okay, hold on. I have to do another aside because this level of clueless goofery and propaganda peddling to protect the corrupt, I mean, it's just absolutely insane. I mean, let's not only all the info we just went over, but let's just go look even on Wikipedia. If you look up here, list of satanic ritual abuse allegations. Some of these cases resulted in prosecution and imprisonment. Many, but not all of those in prisons have been released. Australia, the UK, and the US have had several incidents of alleged SRA which received national and international news coverage. Other countries have also had isolated events in which abuse or murder took place with satanic ritual elements, including Argentina and Brazil. And how would Wikipedia know if it was isolated or not? You gotta love how obvious the propaganda peddling is. I mean, it's just so obvious. I mean, again, in the post-Epstein era, like, people just thought there was no such thing as trafficking in general involving government officials. I mean, just this level of goofery, and now they do the same thing with satanic ritual abuse, which obviously we just went over mountains of evidence. There's actually a ton more. Let's just go over what's alleged here all over the world, because just the level of goofery in those comments in the CNN article, it needs to be addressed. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue, and even if a lot of this is true, maybe 100% of it isn't true. Maybe there were certain isolated incidents where there were false claims made. But let's look at just how vast and widespread this all is. Perth, Western Australia. In 1991, police in Perth linked Scott Gosington, a self-professed Satanist, with organized child sexual abuse. His lawyer claimed 13 satanic covens existed in the area, holding bizarre orgies involving children, and that Gosington had been followed and threatened by coven members throughout the court proceedings. Melbourne, Victoria. In 2001, the Melbourne Diocese of the Catholic Church acknowledged as substantially true allegations that a Melbourne priest took part in a satanic ritual abuse in which a number of deaths occurred in the 1960s and paid compensation to a surviving victim. I mean, this is the Herald Sun, May 26, 2006. Why would this diocese admit this if it wasn't true? I mean, if he really is a man of God and he can only speak the truth, then it's true. Otherwise, what? He's looking for attention? I mean, what? Central Coast, New South Wales. In 1999, 2 journalists from the Sun Herald claimed to have seen evidence of the ritual abuse of children. They interviewed 6 mothers whose children had disclosed experiences of SRA and organized abuse in New South Wales. The children's disclosures were corroborating, although they had never met one another, and they had been able to draw representations of satanic ritual sites which were similar to ritual sites uncovered by police on the Central Coast of New South Wales. But all these goofs, all these so-called experts regarding the Scott Peterson trial saying that there's no evidence. I mean, how much more evidence could there be, though? Like, if it's all true, how much more evidence is possible to bring forward? One mother stated that her sons remembered being drugged and hypnotized. He said they were dressed in black robes and had eye and mouth pieces cut out. She said, "I know they're dangerous people. I have had warnings outside the house telling me to stop investigations. We're fearful for our lives. The boys never want me out of their sight." Belgium, the investigation of the Belgian serial killer Marc Dutroux. A number of women approached police claiming to be adult survivors of a network of sexual offenders. One witness described satanic ceremonies with a goal of disorienting new victims, causing them to doubt the reality of their memories and prevent disclosure. Brazil. In the early 90s, Superior Universal Alignment, an Argentinian-based international cult, was implicated in the ritualistic murders of several children. A number of prominent citizens were arrested in relation to the murders, and it later emerged that they had paid the cult to conduct the murderous ceremonies. A search of cult members' houses turned up cult registers, guns, hooded cloaks, 100 videotapes of cult ceremonies, and satanic publications, including a 200-page book by cult leader leader, Valentina de Andrade, called God the Great Farce. Brazilian authorities suggested the cult was connected to satanic groups internationally. But again, these clueless goofs cited in the CNN article say there's no evidence. Like literally hundreds of they videotaped all these ceremonies, and yet there's no evidence according to these goofs. In 2003, 5 members of the Superior Universal Alignment cult in the Amazonian town of Altamira were convicted for the ritualistic murders of 3 children and the castration of 2 others. The victims were aged between 8 and 13, and they were kidnapped, tortured, or killed between 89 and 93. Their genitals were removed and used in satanic rituals by 75-year-old village clairvoyant Valentina de Andrade and the leader of the Superior Universal Alignment cult. De Andrade had previously been sought by police in Argentina and Uruguay prior to her arrest in Brazil on suspicion of involvement in other satanic ritual killings. Following the castration of the victims, 2 doctors involved in the sect removed the victims' other organs for sale in the international black market. I mean, that's another thing coincidence theorists pretend doesn't exist. The organ harvesting. Other people sentenced in relation to the murders included a former police officer, a businessman, and the son of an influential landowner. The charges related to the murders of 3 young children and the attempted murder of another. However, victims' families say there were at least 19 other murdered children. The cult is based in Argentina and has branches in Holland. Wow. But this is all, I mean, how much more evidence could there be, though? Like, if it's all true, how much more evidence do you need? If you have a functioning brain and you don't have a mental disability. Canada. One of the earliest claims of SRA was made in the book Michelle Remembers, co-written by Canadian psychiatrist Lawrence Pasder and Michelle Smith, later Pasder's wife. The book detailed the satanic cult that allegedly operated in Victoria, British Columbia. A protracted child custody case contested in family court in Hamilton, Ontario from 85 to 87 centered on allegations of satanic ritual abuse. It was later documented in a book written by a Globe and Mail reporter who was assigned to cover the case. The Martinsville satanic sex scandal occurred in Martinsville, Saskatchewan in 92, where an allegation of daycare sexual abuse hysteria escalated into claims of satanic ritual abuse. Now, here's the thing. If the satanic ritual abuse was real, what are they supposed to do? Not report it? And then again, if there's all these whispers, the smoke, there's fire, how much is not reported? Again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist here to think that 100% of these cases are not going to be reported, and yet we have so many that are. And again, even if we take a certain percentage of them that, let's say, they're not true, I mean, there's just so much here. Ireland, in 2007, a jury at Dublin County Coroner's Court unanimously ruled that an infant found stabbed to death over 3 decades ago was the daughter of Cynthia Owen, then Cindy Murphy. The infant was alleged to have been murdered by the infant's grandmother. The Minister of Justice had previously rejected a request by Cynthia Owen to have the body of the child exhumed, a decision Miss Owen did not contest. The inquest was prohibited from assigning blame due to the Coroner's Act of 1962, and therefore returned an open verdict. Also, the jury was instructed that the standard of proof was not beyond a reasonable doubt benchmark of criminal trials, but rather the lesser standard of determining whether Owen's claims were true based on the balance of probabilities. Miss Owen made claims about a stillborn second child buried in the family garden, but police found no human remains after digging up the plot. Owen's parents, as well as older siblings, denied her allegations of abuse. During the trial, Owen provided her account of incest, organized abuse, and satanic ritual abuse orchestrated by her parents involving at least 9 other men, and her account was supported by her psychologist. She claimed that her brother Michael and her sister Teresa were also abused, a charge that was denied by her older brother and father. And again, if some of these tactics, these brainwashing tactics were used, if the other kids, their memories were suppressed to whatever degree, they might not be lying when they're denying these claims. Even if they did happen, they might not have access to that in their current mental state. A lot of goofs and coincidence theorists don't consider that. One of the alleged abusers is Cynthia Owen's older brother, Peter Murphy, Jr., while the father, Peter Murphy Sr., is also an alleged abuser. One brother, Martin, committed suicide in 1995 after revealing he had been sodomized in his family home, while another brother, Michael, disappeared in 2002, and sister Teresa committed suicide shortly after the discovery of his body in 2005. Wow. Teresa's detailed 37-page suicide note corroborated Cynthia's account. This is insane. I mean, why are coincidence theorists so triggered that some abuse can be linked to satanic cults? I mean, it's weird. Like, all of these coincidence theorist goofs, they don't bat an eye when a mother or father kills their kids, or when a husband or wife murders each other or their children. That's all. They don't find that hard to believe. But for whatever reason, add satanic cults into it, and their brain just goes haywire. I mean, if these are criminal-minded, crazy people, why wouldn't they be involved in satanic cults? Like, it's such a weird thing to get triggered about, and yet there's no shortage of goofs who are just, they're mentally incapable of even employing basic logic and reason. It's crazy. I mean, when you have this many other family members corroborating the abuse, committing suicide, and going missing or whatever, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. Teresa Murphy, okay, a friend of Teresa's testified at trial stating that Teresa had spoken to him at length about her sexual abuse in childhood. Teresa Murphy committed suicide on February 24th, 2005 as a result of childhood sexual abuse. This finding was supported by police evidence. Teresa was the child of her older sister, Margaret Murphy. Following the finders of the coroner's court, Owen has raised questions regarding the disposal of her daughter's body and the failure of police to investigate the murder. In particular, she has highlighted the fact that no blood or tissue samples were kept, that the bag and sanitary towels found alongside the murdered child have gone missing, that the records of the first inquest into the murder have gone missing, and that her daughter was buried in a mass grave along other infants. Owen claimed the police knew about the murder and did nothing. She also stated that she felt robbed of justice by her mother's natural and peaceful death. Owen's father, Peter Murphy Sr., and 3 of her sisters won the right to appeal the findings of the inquest from the High Court. The family claimed that the coroner was biased towards Owen, shielded her when giving evidence, and was selective in the evidence presented to the jury. How much evidence do you need when the other sister's committing suicide, the other brother's running away and being found dead, the suicide note corroborating all, and this is insane. The case of the murdered child was reported in 2008 and in 2013 to be the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Garda Síochána. A petition calling for further investigation received 10,256 signatures and was submitted to government authorities April 3rd, 2014. Peter Murphy Sr. has since died. I mean, these are just such tragic cases. And you know what's kind of crazy? If this is all true, like, the people saying she made it all up or she's lying, I mean, it's just, that's just so nasty. Like, even if she's, I don't know, if she has a mental, I mean, there's just too many, the circumstances of the other siblings, I mean, how could that all happen if she's lying? Italy, in 98, 6 adults in the Emilia-Romagna were arrested with allegations of prostituting their own children and the production of pornography. The children were also reported to be involved in satanic rituals. In 2002, 4 people were arrested for Satanism and pedophilia in Pescara. Police believe that the group may have abused dozens of children in rituals involving bodies stolen from ceremonies. In April 2007, 6 people were arrested for sexually abusing 15 children in Rignano, Flaminio. The suspects were accused of filming the children engaged in sexual acts with satanic overtones. In 2012, a woman in Catania, Sicily, was charged for sexually abusing her daughter dressed as a nun. She used crosses and sacred objects to perform sexual violence, which is carried out in churches of the area. Is that with the knowledge of the churches? Or is she really going to all these different churches and doing this without anybody knowing? I mean, this is all insane. And again, it just goes back, like a lot of these gullible goof coincidence theorists. Why wouldn't crazy psychopathic criminals be involved in satanic cults? Like, just this mass triggering by all these goofs in pretending that cults couldn't be real and don't exist, and people who abuse and kill their children could never be a part of these cults. It's just so weird. Because if they're crazy, insane criminals, why wouldn't they? I mean, it almost seems natural that they would gravitate towards satanic cults. Like, wouldn't that increase the likelihood? I mean, it's just so weird how all these goofs just dismiss all of this. New Zealand. In September 91, a conference in Christchurch included a workshop on satanic ritual abuse run by a member of the Ritual Action Group. Immediately after the conference, the print and TV media started a moral panic about alleged ritual abuse of children. And if it's all true, doesn't it deserve the panic? I mean, if this is true, I mean, out of all the things to go crazy and panic about, I mean, this would seem the most justified panic out of all the panics. I mean, why wouldn't this raise a panic if it's true, even if a small fraction of it is true? I mean, is this panic not deserved to prevent even at least one more victim? Repeated news media articles on satanic abuse and a report that police were searching for a near mythical pornography pedophile ring that was never found but supposedly involved high-profile people in Christchurch preceded the arrest of Peter Ellis, a child care worker at the Christchurch Civic Creche in March 92. He was found guilty in June 93 on 16 counts of sexual abuse against children and served 7 years in jail. 4 female co-workers were also arrested on 15 charges of abuse, but were released after the charges were dropped. Peter Ellis consistently denied any abuse until his death in 2019. The case is still considered controversial by many New Zealanders and remains on appeal to the Supreme Court. In 94, Wellington hospital worker Jeffrey David Scott was jailed on 8 of 20 charges of child sexual abuse and sentenced to 7 years. The allegations were made in 91 and 92. The case had none of the bizarre allegations of the Ellis case, but was based on now unacceptable repeated questioning of children in the testimony of Karen Zellis, the controversial psychiatrist who testified in the Ellis trial. So it seems like, again, there's not a lot of info here, so perhaps this is one of the cases that wasn't true. But again, is this a case of where there's smoke, there's fire? Is it really impossible? I mean, before Bohemian Grove, all the coincidence theorist goofs were pretending that, the elites would never be involved in any kind of satanic ceremonies or occult ceremonies. I mean, before Bohemian Grove was public, for the people that remember, the people that are old enough, I mean, this is post-Bohemian Grove, post-Epstein era. Like, reviewing this Christchurch situation, again, it doesn't seem impossible. Again, depending on how much evidence there was. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was all true. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't true, and this was possibly a case of a panic that wasn't warranted based on other true cases. So, was it paranoia? I mean, I don't know. As Stephen King says, perfect paranoia is perfect awareness, being paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. So, Netherlands in 89, a group of parents published allegations in a conservative magazine that their children had witnessed SRA and had been ritually abused from May 87 until October 88 in Ode Pekala, a city. Also notice how even in New Zealand, it's not like there's like all these other cities where this is also alleging. Like if it's a true panic and it's just people making stuff up left and right, I mean, even though we do have dozens and dozens of cases, it's not like there's thousands and thousands of cities in panic and people making stuff up left and right. Just like in the Netherlands, there's only a couple instances here listed here anyway. In Ode Pekala, a city in the northeastern province of Groningen, the Netherlands. During an initial investigation, only the non-ritual aspects were reported in the press and investigated by the authorities, and the allegations were unconfirmed. In 89, the conservative Christian news program Tidsign reported allegations that included satanic ritual abuse, to which there was no official response. After attending a conference in which the concept of satanic ritual abuse was discussed, Ode Pekala general practitioners Fred Jonker and Leche Jonker-Bakker alleged that several children had been abused by unknown men in the context of satanic rituals. This was first reported in a lecture at the Institute of Education at London University and later published in several academic journals in both English and Dutch, but their findings were heavily criticized by American and Dutch scholars. Well, what would American scholars know about it? They weren't even there. They didn't see the evidence. They're just towing that propaganda line. I mean, like, what benefit do these people have to come forward and say that this is true? Because they know they're going to be ridiculed. Like, it's just kind of a weird thing coincidence theorists don't even think about. National authorities were informed in 91 and 92 of the allegations, though no action was taken until the press was informed. The Secretary of Justice responded to the allegations by appointing the work group Ritual Misbruik Multidisciplinary Work Group to study SRA in the Netherlands, which produced a report in 94. The report concluded that it was unlikely SRA had occurred or the allegations were factually true, suggested the allegations were a defense mechanism produced in part by suggestive questioning by believing therapists, and that the stories were contemporary legends dispersed through a network of therapists and patients who are concerned with dissociative identity disorder. And again, if that disorder is is manufactured through this brainwashing MK Ultra type process, then that would all make sense. And why would the therapist, if anything, the therapist would lean to not believing, right? Because it just sounds, again, appeal to incredulity. But again, look at all the arrests in Brazil and the alleged links to the Netherlands. So, again, without having more details, I mean, it really seems like just dismissing it, like it's just some propaganda type to just dismiss it all. Like, and again, it's not like it happened, and if this is all just paranoia, panic that's not true, why are there not even more cases of it? That's what's curious. Where if it is real, this might only be the reported cases, many, many not reported. Because again, look at the response here. It's just heavy criticism and doubt. Who wants to go through that? Especially children, the parents of children. Why would they? I mean, it seems that more likely not to go public than go public. South Africa, the Van Rooyen case. In 1990, Gert Van Rooyen and his accomplice were accused of murdering several young girls, ultimately committing suicide while running from the police. One of the accused sons was later himself accused of murdering a Zimbabwean girl in 91. The same son claimed his father's victims were involved in international child pornography rings, slavery, and Satanism rituals, but no evidence of this was found. Or was it found and said not to have been found to sweep it all under the rug if it involved authorities? Again, something coincidence there is just they're too mentally deficient to even fathom that. The case was so similar to crimes committed by Marc Dutroux that multiple agencies investigated a possible international smuggling ring in prostituted children and body parts. And again, I actually went over the plethora of international cases, confirmed international cases reported in mainstream news. And just like Interpol cases where they busted literally thousands of people in multiple countries. I mean, I went over that in the Johnny Gosh case series. You could check that out. UK, there have been a number of cases in the UK in which SRA had been alleged. Some of these cases have garnered significant media attention, and they are listed below. The National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children documented allegations of ritual abuse in 1990 with the publication of survey findings that of 66 child protection teams in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. 14 teams had received reports of ritual abuse from children, and 7 of them were working directly with children who had been ritually abused, sometimes in groups of 20. An investigation into SRA allegations by the British government produced over 200 reports, of which only 3 were substantiated and provided and proved to be examples of pseudo-satanic, in which sexual abuse was the actual motivation and the rituals were incidental. I mean, what does incidental mean? I mean, it's still satanic abuse. So they substantiated 3 definitively. So what does that mean? So the others could have all been real and just not enough evidence, or some of them could be fake. But again, these are just the ones reported. You can only imagine how many weren't even reported in the first place to be investigated. Cleveland, in 87, a wave of child sexual abuse allegations occurred in Cleveland, Yorkshire, following the use of a new and controversial diagnostic test by pediatricians at the Middlesbrough Hospital. A total of 121 children were removed from their parents. 94 were subsequently returned. Anthropologist Jean Lafontaine has stated that the scandal featured allegations of satanic ritual abuse. And again, this is pre-internet mostly. And how would these children even have access to any of these details of satanic rituals? See, today it's much tougher. With the internet, with YouTube, with just this constant, I mean, music videos have all this satanic imagery. Like, now it's a lot tougher. You could say, oh, they saw it in a music video. Unfortunately, I mean, obviously all cases should be investigated properly. So, you know, coincidence theorists could more easily write this off. But back then, I mean, in the 80s, like, how would children even be able to independently produce these accounts that were also similar? And how seriously were these investigations even done to find legitimate evidence? Rochdale. In 1990, there was a case in Rochdale in which around 20 children were removed from their homes by social services who alleged the existence of SRA after discovering satanic indicators. No evidence was found of satanic apparatus, and charges were dismissed when a court ruled the allegations were untrue. The children who were removed from their homes sued the city council in 2006 for compensation and an apology. Richard Scorer acted for 5 of the families. So, this case, from, again, the minimal information here, this might seem to be one of the fake ones. Although, if the judges or the court officials were involved in the satanic ritual abuse, then of course they would say there's no evidence and it's all fake. So we wouldn't know either way. But again, this is clearly not one of the cases with a ton of damning evidence like all the others. Orkney. In 1990 to 91, 9 children suspected of being sexually abused by their families and in alleged child abuse rings were removed by social services in Orkney. The abuse was also alleged to involve ritualistic elements. The parents approached the media and made the case national and international news. In April 91, a sheriff ruled that the evidence was seriously flawed and the children were returned home. Again, if the sheriff was involved or compromised or paid off, if there are so-called elites involved in this, what do you expect to happen in that situation? In June, social services appealed the sheriff's ruling, But the appeal was overturned and an official inquiry was established in August 91, which after 9 months investigation at a cost of £6 million published its report in October 92. It described the dismissal of the first judgment as most unfortunate and criticized all those involved, including the social workers, the police, and the Orkney Islands Council. Social workers' training, methods, and judgment were given special condemnation, and the report stated that the concept of ritual abuse was not only unwarrantable at present, but may affect the objectivity of practitioners and parents. A 94 government report based on 3 years of research found that there was no foundation to any of the satanic abuse claims. Unless, of course, there was and they covered it up. But again, a certain percentage of all of these could be untrue. But again, that doesn't dismiss the mountains and plethora of evidence in cases where it was true. Broxtown, in October 87, children were removed from their families in Nottingham, and in February 89, a Broxtown family was charged with multi-generational child sex abuse and neglect. A 600-page report on the incident concluded that there was no evidence of the SRA claims made by children or corroborating adults. Though the children may have been sadistically terrorized, allegations of organized satanic abuse were found to be baseless, and the indicators used by the Social Services Department were without validity. Again, or were they, and they just dismissed and swept under the rug? Although, you do have to ask the question, because this all happened in the UK. So the UK, prominent New World Order type country. If they are trying to sweep all this under the rug, would they have intentionally pulled all these kids from homes and made social workers claim there was satanic abuse when there wasn't, just to make it look like, oh, there's so many cases where it was just fake and made up, by manufacturing the fake made up cases in a controlled opposition type manner? And use that to dismiss all the plethora of legitimate ones with mountains of evidence, like the ones we just went over previously, and all the gullible goof coincidence theorists will only remember the fake controlled op ones in the UK, if that's really what happened. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue, just going over, there's just mountains of evidence, but again, we went over this all with sources. Lewis, in 2003, allegations by three... Also, keep in mind, we're moving well beyond the 70s, 80s, and early 90s now. We're in the 2000s. In 2003, allegations by 3 children in Lewis, Scotland, resulted in the arrest of 8 people for sexual abuse occurring between 90 and 2000. A 2005 investigation by the Social Work Inspection Agency found extensive evidence of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse and neglect. Police investigation resulted in allegations of an island-wide satanic pedophile ring, though charges were dropped 9 months later following an inconclusive investigation. A key witness who had implicated her family in the abuse and whose evidence was vital to the case of satanic abuse recanted her testimony in 2006, and the media raised questions about the nature of the police interviewing techniques, with a police spokesperson replying that the witness was questioned appropriately and that the allegations were made by numerous witnesses. So this looks like a case where it clearly could have been an intimidated witness who was intimidated into recanting. Kidwelly. In March 2011, 4 adults who lived in a cul-de-sac in the Welsh town of Kidwelly. Also, keep in mind, those other cases we went over were between 87 and 91. So if they were doing some kind of controlled op to try to dismiss all satanic abuse, that was within a small period. These later cases are outside of that. Okay, so Kidwelly, in March 2011, 4 adults who lived in a cul-de-sac in the Welsh town of Kidwelly were convicted of multiple sex offenses against children and young adults. This group, led by Colin Batley, was described by the media as a satanic sex cult, a quasi-religious sex cult, and a pedophile cult. However, the group members were not followers of Satanism. The prosecution said they practiced free sex and were influenced by Aleister Crowley, a practitioner of ceremonial magic who founded the belief system of Thelema. They dressed in hoods and read from Crowley's The Book of the Law, the central text of Thelema, and some victims were made to wear inverted crosses. This is like playing a semantics game. Crowley... what kind of definitions on satanic do you want to apply here? Members of it was still a cult, whether it was specifically satanic according to certain definitions and not others. Members of the cult were initiated in a ceremony involving sex with an adult. Then they were threatened with being killed if they did not take part in the ceremony. Some of the victims were forced into prostitution. In the U.S., major allegations of satanic ritual abuse occurred in the Kern County child abuse cases, the McMartin preschool trial, and the West Memphis 3, which garnered worldwide media attention. It was eventually determined that no satanic abuse ever took place in these cases due to false testimony and police misconduct. Determined by whom? You gotta love the way Wikipedia peddles the propaganda line. I mean, by some, there was plenty of abuse that occurred. But no governor ever pardoned a prisoner falsely accused of ritual abuse, and Frank Fuster remains imprisoned on such charges. One of the most recent debunked allegations of SRA in the U.S. was the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. I like how they pretend it was debunked. Whether it was true or wasn't true, the alleged debunkings, I mean, there's debunkings of the debunkings. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue, and I'm obviously not going to go down that rabbit hole. Minnesota. The first such case occurred in Jordan, Minnesota in 1983, where several children made allegations against an unrelated man and their parents. The man confessed and then identified a number of the children's parents as perpetrators. Ultimately, 24 adults were charged with child abuse, though only 3 went to trial with 2 acquittals and 1 conviction. Despite strong medical findings of sexual assault, all of the charges were dropped after the young child witnesses decompensated under the duress of the criminal trial. During the investigation, the children made allegations regarding the manufacturing of child pornography, ritualistic animal sacrifice, corporophagia, urophagia, and infanticide, at which point the FBI was alerted. No criminal charges resulted from the FBI investigation, and in his review of the case, the Attorney General noted that the initial investigation by local police and the county attorney was so poor that it had destroyed the opportunity to fully investigate the children's allegations. So they could have all been true. It's just, again, the investigation wasn't done properly. Or was it not done properly by design? Judge Antonin Scalia referred to the Minnesota case in his summation on a later case and stated, quote, "There is no doubt that some sexual abuse took place in Jordan, but there is no reason to believe it is as widespread as charged," and cited the repeated well-intentioned but coercive techniques used by investigators as damaging to the investigation. The bizarre allegations of the children, the ambiguities of the investigation, and the unsuccessful prosecutions were widely covered by the media. A number of accused parents confessed to sexually abusing their children, received immunity, and underwent treatment for sexual abuse, while parental rights for 6 other children in the case were terminated. Okay, so there was clearly abuse. So clearly the kids didn't make it all up. So why would they lie about some of it and not other part? I mean, what? Yeah, this is crazy. Wow. That's really crazy. So, yeah. Louisiana, in December 2007, Austin Trey Bernard was found guilty of raping his son and daughter, convicted on the basis of 3 previous confessions and a detailed diary of his actions, though he pleaded not guilty. And going back to the previous case in Minnesota, are there audio recordings of the interviews with the children? Because if it's clearly demonstrated that and this is as early as 1983, before Satanic Panic was full blown. So did the investigators lead them on specifically with telling them, oh, was there satanic whatever ceremonies, animal sacrifice? Did they do that? Because if there's audio recordings, or I don't know if there's video in 1983, but there should be tape record. They should have been tape recorded, right? So if the investigators actually didn't lead them on anything, how would they know all that information in 1983, young children? And if they told the truth about, some of the abuse, why would they? Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, if they were coerced into adding on to the charges, but why would investigators randomly do that? I mean, that's not necessarily protocol, is it? And again, it's not like there's that many cases. I mean, So back to Austin Trey Bernard. The allegations come to light upon the confession of one of the defendants. Bernard confessed the sexual abuse of children, as well as claiming to have participated in satanically themed ritualistic abuse, including the use of animal parts and blood. So again, is there video of these interviews? Because if he wasn't led in any of this, why would he confess to a mix of true and untrue? You know what else is crazy? Like, even there's the Fells Acre daycare sex abuse trial, McMartin Preschool, of course, Country Walk case, the Little Rascals Daycare Center, 89 to 95 in Edenton, North Carolina, Oak Hill satanic abuse case with Fran Keller and her husband Dan, accused of repeatedly and sadistically abusing several children. So yeah, so let's say some of them maybe were true, some of them not true, but again, today, looking back at the lens, now that a lot of this corruption and exposing a lot of the abuse that occurs in schools and preschools and child care centers. I mean, post even 2010, but definitely post 2020. Looking back on it through this lens, without, let's say, the innocence or the naivete that kind of permeated the 80s and 90s, looking back on it now, would it really be that surprising if some of these cases involved satanic elements? I mean, again, I don't know why coincidence theorists are just so triggered. Like, they'll believe any abuse, murder, everything, as long as it doesn't involve satanic elements. As soon as you throw in the satanic elements, their brain goes haywire for some reason. And is that all by design? Some kind of psyop where, again, if it is true, this is the kind of reaction that the corrupt string pullers want to indoctrinate the gullible masses into having and pretending it can't be true if it involves any kind of satanic element. Like, nobody has a hard time believing Scott Peterson killed his pregnant wife, but if there's any kind of satanic element of any kind, then no way. Although I do wonder what the guilters would do. What would they believe that Scott Peterson was involved in a satanic cult and killed Lacey Peterson being involved with a cult? Or is their brain that haywire that Scott Peterson has to be guilty no matter what, and he can't be part of a satanic cult no matter what? Apparently no criminals can be. I mean, I don't know. But now that we've again gone over just this plethora of evidence of cults, and these goofs quoted in the CNN article pretending that there's zero evidence, or that it's more likely Saddam Hussein did this, I mean, it's just insane. But regardless, a satanic connection is being treated seriously by Peterson's lawyers. The defense has pointed to a brown van reportedly adorned with satanic symbols seen near the Peterson home, and some witnesses recalled a group of suspicious men, one sporting a 666 tattoo, in the area. After several reports about possible cults in the Modesto area, a young woman stood outside the courthouse last week with a handmade sign reading, "Modestans are not Satanists." Who said they were local to Modesto, though? I mean, are Satanists not allowed to travel to a town they don't live in? I mean, just the level of goofery this whole case has brought out is insane. Stanislaus County Sheriff Les Weidman, who began his law enforcement career in 1969, has found himself defending the area's honor. "I can't think of a single victim from Satanism. Categorically, this community is safe. There is no reason to think it is some kind of breeding ground for satanic cults," he said. I mean, is there any reason to think it's a breeding ground for people killing their pregnant wives? I mean, has that ever happened in Modesto? I mean, maybe it has, but again, it's so weird how all these goofs come out of the woodwork. Who's saying that the Modesto community had the satanic element had to be from and born and bred in the Modesto area? If they were traveling from elsewhere, particularly maybe in association with this case being prosecuted, I mean, if anything, wouldn't it be more likely they weren't local? Why would they be local? Back in the day, although the Peterson case has revived the discussion about possible satanic influence in crime, the speculation pales when compared to the hysteria that gripped many portions of the country in the late 80s. Now, was it justified hysteria or not? That's the question. Then there were widespread fears that an underground network of Satan worshippers was committing child abuse and murder on a mass scale during elaborate religious rituals. Again, post-Epstein, I mean, in this era, is it actually really that shocking that there's criminals out there, post-Bohemian Grove, etc.? Although there is some controversy about how the public concern began, and some believe that satanic cults still exist and commit crimes, people who have studied the phenomenon say it resulted partly from laudable desire to believe accounts of sexual assault victims, especially children. The accounts were influenced by the new recovered memory therapy movement, which encouraged adults to use hypnosis and other approaches to remember repressed childhood incidents, especially sexual abuse. And again, we went over that whole fake organization that was used in court to try to discount legitimate victims. But again, obviously, this CNN article is not going to reference that. At the panic's height, about 1990, so-called ritual abuse experts, often therapists who had treated adults who claimed to have been victims of Satan worship as children, told conferences of law enforcement officials that these cults killed as many as 50,000 people a year and secretly disposed of the bodies through cult-controlled hospitals and mobile crematoriums. Police assigned officers to occult beats, and states issued guidebooks to investigators to interpret satanic evidence at the crime scenes. Again, if it's all true, wouldn't there be some kind of controlled op where they would manufacture fake events or have people make much more outlandish and wild claims so that people throw out the baby with the bathwater and pretend that there must be no satanic ritual abuse because certain claims were fabricated? I mean, yeah, this is like textbook 101 conspiracy stuff, which of course, coincidence theorists are just too utterly clueless to even comprehend how this would be handled if it were real and how it would be covered up if it were real. But since they don't even have the modicum of logic and reason required to do that, they can. Talk show hosts such as Geraldo Rivera devoted show after show to the topic. Guests included women claiming to have spent years as cult breeders, producing infants for ritual sacrifice, and other cult survivors who recalled elaborate rites and systemic molestation. And let's not forget Quano, the military colonel, Air Force colonel, coming out public, national television, admitting all of this, and these coincidence theorists still pretend it's not true. In several sensational cases, children accused caregivers of sexually abusing them using elaborate satanic rites. And again, just this plethora of evidence that abuse did take place. Why would it be that much of a leap that there were satanic elements? Like, these crazy criminals are going to abuse children, but somehow, magically, they would just never, ever, ever dabble in the occult or satanic elements of any kind. They just never would, ever. It's just so weird. Like, the gullible goof coincidence theorists, just not a modicum of logic and reason. In several sensational cases, children accused caregivers of sexually abusing them using elaborate satanic rites. In San Diego, police arrested a church volunteer named Dale Akiki after a youngster said he was part of a ring of Satanists who physically and sexually assaulted them during rituals marked by torture and the sacrifice of animals, including giraffes and elephants. I have to liken this. I know a lot of people are going to get triggered by this, but again, just because there's false allegations of assault, that doesn't mean that assault doesn't really happen. Date rape and all that stuff. Yes, obviously there are cases where there are scorned women or whatever, they make up allegations. That doesn't mean there aren't real cases. It's like the fact that even needs to be explained is just insane. It was the modern version of the witch hunt, said Victor, whose 1993 book, Satanic Panic, The Creation of a Contemporary Legend. What a propaganda piece. Sought to debunk the conspiracy theory. He was among those who began to question the accounts of alleged victims, while ignoring the mountains and mountains of evidence. In a widely read advisor paper published in 1992, FBI agent Kenneth Lanning, who worked on ritual abuse cases in the agency's behavioral science unit, noted he could find little or no corroborative evidence for the widespread coordinated murder and abuse alleged. Again, that has to be a false statement. Unless he did no investigation. There were simply no bodies except all the ones found and prosecuted. No wiretaps, no hidden videos other than hundreds and hundreds. No concrete proof that even one murder or molestation has been committed as part of a group satanic rite. Wow. This is really a propaganda. Not that anybody's surprised that this is on CNN.com, but come on. I just spent an hour going over, a mountain of evidence. There couldn't be more evidence. Until hard evidence is obtained and corroborated, which already has been in many cases, the public should not be frightened into believing that babies are being bred and eaten, that 50,000 missing children are being murdered in human sacrifices, or that Satanists are taking over America's daycare centers or institutions, Lanning wrote. Clearly, this guy's an agent for the corrupt saying that. And again, whether it's 50,000 or 50, that's still an unacceptable number. It's just crazy. Some who believed in the ritual abuse quickly labeled Lanning a Satanist, a charge he denied. Although if he was a Satanist trying to cover this all up, what would he say? The outlandishness of the allegations and there is no lack of physical evidence, also convinced juries to reject the theories of some prosecutors. In San Diego, Dale Akiki was acquitted of all charges in 1993 after spending more than 2 years in prison. He settled a wrongful prosecution suit for $2 million. So again, obviously there is going to be cases where it was made up or fake or non-legit, obviously. That doesn't make the other countless cases not legitimate. Modesto had its own brush with Satanism allegations. In 1990, 5 men dressed in military garb crept into a rental apartment late at night and massacred an acquaintance and 3 friends with knives and bats. At his trial, one of the defendants admitted being present for the killings, but said the group leader was a Satanist who forced the others to engage in bloodletting rituals and exercised mind control over weaker members. The jury didn't buy it. The panel found the man guilty of second-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 64 years in prison. It was a totally absurd and quantum leap stretch, said Sheriff Weidman of the Satanic Defense. It never had legs. Or did it? Appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy for a reason. Here's the thing. If somebody's a murdering scumbag, why wouldn't they dabble in Satanism? It's just so weird how these clueless goofs like Sheriff Weidman think, like, did they even investigate? And if there was evidence, would that evidence be covered up, again, to peddle the propaganda line? Or did they never find evidence because they never looked for any evidence to corroborate the Satanism angle? Rick Ross, wow, interesting name, a cult member based in New Jersey who has worked with law enforcement agencies investigating occult allegations, said no charge of organized satanic criminal activity has ever been born out of evidence, except for, again, the hour plus we spent. Over and over, when we actually looked closely at these cases, they were proven to be dead ends, Ross said. Again, false state. I mean, wow, what a propaganda hit piece article here on CNN.com. He noted that some avowed Satanists are basically hedonists who don't engage in any criminal activity. Yeah, obviously, that's also true. Other self-styled Satanists, mostly psychopaths such as Night Stalker Richard Ramirez, have committed murders, and cults like the Manson family and the People's Temple have engaged in mass killings, but there is no evidence of a large-scale victimization for the purpose of fulfilling satanic rites. Notice how they don't mention the Finders cult. They don't mention any of these other cases with mountains of evidence like we went over. No devil in the details. Interest in satanic allegations had all but died off before the Peterson case. Again, in Presidio, of course, in San Francisco. I mean, just mountains and mountains of evidence. At the height of the satanic panic, he fielded 2 calls a day asking advice. These days, he gets about 2 calls a year. He is skeptical when people talk about satanic holiday signs and rituals, since no cult killing by Satanists has ever been documented by police, except dozens and dozens and dozens that we just went over. How can anyone profess expertise, he asked. Still, there are many believers. San Diego therapist Mary Battles, who a decade ago asked police to investigate a local church after some of her patients recalled repressed memories of a cult sacrificing children to Satan there, said she remains convinced that ritual killings and abuse go on throughout the country. I mean, just the psychological operation to convince the gullible masses that this doesn't happen. Clearly it worked. Because everybody just has this skeptic, instead of an objective, logical, neutral attitude to where say, okay, well, let's see if it is true. Everybody already presupposes through their triggering and just this utter goofery that they pretend to know it can't be true before any investigation is even done. Where you'll find the evidence is in the men and women who went through it and have scars on their bodies, said Battles. She said she has treated 50 people who are victims of satanic cults, and, quote, I still get a steady stream of them. Stevens, the anthropologist, said for many people, no amount of proof or lack of proof will ever be enough to dissuade them from believing in satanic activity. Or no amount of proof will lead people to believe it. Because, again, I mean, everything from the Finders cult to Presidio, dozens and dozens of other cases we just spent hours going over. I mean, just the cluelessness here. It touches on the basic fundamental human fears that go deep in our evolutionary biology. Fears of cannibalism, fears of the night, blood, harm to children, and perhaps the biggest fear of all, fear of death. It pushes reason aside, Stephen says. I mean, that's interesting projection there. He pushed reason aside. The reason that those fears run deep is because this has been going on forever, whether in terms of war, I mean, the occult, again, going back to Egypt. I mean, this is all clearly documented throughout the centuries. I mean, just this level of utter goofery on CNN, again, not surprising. But even with that resonance, Stevens said he doubts Peterson will attempt a satanic cult defense. I can't think Scott Peterson's lawyers are dumb. They've got to be aware of the credibility problems with his defense, he said. Surprisingly, Battles, who believes Satanists routinely engage in murder, says she does not see cult members at work in Lacey Peterson's killing. It doesn't sound like satanic stuff, she said. They take people that nobody will miss, and they have big boats. Well, who said she was disposed of in a small boat? And, again, if this was mistaken identity, and, I mean, yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. And does she even know about Evelyn Hernandez, the other pregnant woman found dead in the same bay? And was that related to a cult? Let's go to another article here. The Modesto Bee by Garth Stapley, September 14th, 2003. Is cult linked to Peterson killings? Before Scott and Lacey Peterson, Stanislaus County had the Salida massacre. Both cases have been colored with questions of ritualistic murder by Satan worshippers. Some are debating if the current high-profile proceeding could have a connection to the 1990 slaughter of 4 people in Salida. Scott Peterson's legal team 6 weeks ago laid out a strategy relying on this theory that his wife, Lacey Peterson, may have been kidnapped in Modesto and slain by Satan worshippers. She was 8 months pregnant with a son, Connor, when she disappeared at Christmas time. Sources close to the case say that in June, Peterson's defense team acquired a coat worn by a Modesto resident allegedly affiliated with an occult group. The man bragged about being involved in Lacey Peterson's death, a source said. A defense submitted the trenchcoat-type jacket for forensic analysis. The jacket bore an Oakland Raiders logo, had a downward rip from one side pocket, and had been torn and sewn in other places. Also, authorities are consulting with Randy Cerny, a local expert on ritualistic crimes, whom they directed not to speak to the media because he may testify in Peterson's proceeding. He said Cerny had testified in Salida killers' cases. TV personalities such as talk show host Larry King and NBC reporter Dan Abrams have discussed a seeming similarity between the Peterson case and the one that shined regional attention on Salida in the early 90s. The Salida case ended with 3 defendants on death row and 2 others with life sentences. 1 survivor and 2 former cult members not involved in that massacre, all 3 admittedly scarred by the butchery, aren't willing to rule out a possible connection. Some lawyers involved in the Salida case, however, and other experts scoff at the notion. They chalk it up to a trial balloon floated by Peterson's defense camp. Observers may find out next month whether his attorneys will raise the issue in court. A preliminary hearing is scheduled to begin October 20th. However, such proceedings typically focus on the prosecution's evidence. Defense strategy often doesn't become apparent until the actual trial, which might be a year or more away. Peterson has pled not guilty to 2 counts of murder and the death of his wife and unborn son. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. Deaths in Salida. Locals were horrified 13 years ago at the gruesome, that's actually kind of curious, 13 years ago, at the gruesome details of the Salida murders committed by a paramilitary cult whose charismatic and sadistic leader had a deep interest in the occult. It was very serious, not just dabbled in, said former group member Angela Young of their unconventional worship. Like, why would she be lying about this? Like, to all the utter goofery, like the previous CNN article pretending it had nothing to do, like they just, the jury didn't buy it, doesn't mean it's not true. Again, like this utter goofery and anybody getting triggered, like you have to really wonder what kind of psychological operation is at play that all of the gullible goof masses, just anytime satanic is uttered, they have to pretend there's 0 chance that any criminal is involved with a cult. Like, it's just so weird. Like, it's crazy. She broke away from the group before the murders, but her younger brother, Ricky Vieira, stayed and was sentenced to death. Leader Gerald Cruz manipulated group members through bizarre activities that included indoctrination into various forms of the occult, sleep deprivation, and brainwashing. At his discretion, witnesses said some members beat, raped, and tortured each other. Cruz eventually led his followers from their living compound in Salida to a nearby duplex where they bashed and slashed the occupants to death with baseball bats and knives. At least some of the victims were dissociated members of Cruz's circle. Killed were Darlene Paris, 23, Frank Raper, 51, Dennis Cowell, 35, and Richard T. Ritchie, 25. His name was Richard Ritchie? Ritchie? James Brazelton, a deputy DA at the time, steered the prosecution. A few years later, he became DA and now oversees the Peterson case, although his senior prosecutors are handling courtroom proceedings. Sentenced to death in the Salida case were Cruz, now 41, his enforcer, David Beck, 47, and Vieira, 34. Jason LaMarche, 36, and Ronald Willie, 37, received prison sentences of 64 years to life. All remain under appeal. Occult or just bizarre? Their trials were sprinkled with testimony on the occult, including bloodletting rituals and black magic. But many details were excluded from parts of the proceedings, sometimes because Brazelton protested, sometimes at the request of Cruz's lawyer. In a recent interview, Brazelton said there was no evidence of any cult or rituals, though the defense tried to make it seem that way. Now, what does it mean? What does he mean by no evidence other than the words of the people participating? Like, so they're lying about that? Because did they actually search for evidence? Or did they search and find evidence and wanted to pretend there was no evidence? Cruz's Van Nuys lawyer, Seymour Amster, agreed, saying it didn't come out in court because it wasn't a cult murder in any sense, in my opinion. Lawyers for Cruz's followers recalled things differently. Ramon Magana of Modesto, who represented LaMarche, remembers stories of rituals under the full moon at midnight along the Stanislaus River. Diaries and letters by group members made reference to desecrating graves, forced sodomy and beatings for disobedience, and even murder. Magana said, recalling the writings chilling. My recollection is that Brazelton wanted to focus only on the Salida slayings themselves, Magana said. If the case got cluttered up with anything else, it might hurt his case. Okay, so was there no evidence in that particular instance in the apartment, but there's a ton of evidence that they were involved in the cult and committed all these other crimes in the occult? Amster fought to exclude evidence of the occult for much of the proceedings, arguing that the group's worship was irrelevant to the quadruple murder. So that's curious. So the group was into the occult, Satanism, did all these rituals and other crimes, but there might have not been specific evidence that in the moment of the beating and the slashing of those people, that it was specifically occult, satanic motivated. See, that gives us a clearer picture, and maybe it was, there was just no evidence of it. Rituals, writing, and sacrifice. Modesto attorney William Arthur Miller, who represented Willie, recalled many of the same things as Magana, plus allegations of animal sacrifice. He said group members listened to heavy metal music just before the murders and remembered talk of group members dancing at one point as if in a ritual. Miller said crime scene photos revealed a scrap of paper scrawled with a ritual prayer or chant. Okay, so there was evidence. A length of hair from one of the victims was affixed by a magnet to a refrigerator door. He said, noting that Satanists are said to use parts of a victim's physical being to cast spells. A lot looked like satanic worship, Miller said of the writings. He recalled the members saying that the sacrifice of a newborn baby was the cleaningest thing you could do. I took that to mean to most cleansing, Miller said. A review of some of the writings revealed references to altars, witchcraft, bloodletting curses, dining with the dead, pentagrams, demons, goats, visions, secret oaths, and the father of darkness. The Salida group referred to itself as the children of Satan, children of the night, false prophets of revelations, and judge and jury of people's fates according to its writings. Okay, wow. Books recovered from the compound included the Satanic Bible, The Magic Power of Witchcraft, First Steps in Ritual, and other writings on voodoo, weapons, and terrorism. Okay, so clearly there's a ton of evidence of the satanic occult. It's just these goofs pretending and stating there wasn't, to soothe their dissonance or whatever. Miller and Magana said they didn't have the money or staff to thoroughly explore how the group's worship might have affected the murders. I was always bothered by the fact that nobody seemed to care or investigate, Magana said. Okay, so they didn't find the evidence because they didn't really look at it and they ignored the evidence at the scene. Okay. I mean, is that really that surprising to anybody anyway? Paul Ligda, a Vallejo attorney who represented Vieira, said, looking back, I don't think as much was done as could have been done. I didn't know as much then as I do now. Young and another group member who broke away before the murders, contacted separately, said there were members who were not prosecuted. Both recalled outdoor ceremonies but would not provide many details. Young said it was nothing like All Hail Satan, she said. Cruz dressed in a Ku Klux Klan type robe and would babble from a mystical book. At one of the trials, Young testified about participating in a ritual where her hand was sliced and a bloody thumbprint placed in a leather-bound book titled The Order of the Lion. The other former group member, who asked not to be identified, shook visibly and wept when asked about the group. She said when she distanced herself, members threatened her and her loved ones, and she is certain remnants of the group continue to lurk in the area. Angela Ragsdale, granddaughter of Raper, the unofficial leader of the breakaways who were slaughtered, agreed. I know there are people still out there who were affiliated with Cruz's group, Ragsdale said. Of the murders, she said, quote, I truthfully believe this was an initiation to be in this cult, end quote. She was 14 at the time. She had been welcomed as a youthful associate and recalls seeing riverside ceremonies featuring snakes, black cats, candles, and blood. Ragsdale said she heard stories that, quote, led me to believe that a child had been sacrificed, end quote. Okay, so clearly there's a ton of evidence. Clearly there are people who are extremely scared and say that there are still members of this group in the area. Okay, let's not fall for false dichotomies, though. There's no magical rule in the universe that states that there can only be one group of Satanists in one particular area. So is it possible that some of these Satanists are connected to whatever happened to Lacey Peterson? Maybe. Or maybe it's a completely different group of Satanists. But either way, I mean, this article from the Mod B, I mean, this is very interesting here. Because this is a lot of information legit. I mean, it seems like there's a ton of evidence that this is satanic related. I mean, it's crazy. Like, even if this 14-year-old, so maybe these cult members were bragging that they killed it or sacrificed a child, even if they hadn't. I mean, that's kind of common among these types of scum. So she might have believed them because she was 14. So that doesn't mean they actually did sacrifice. Maybe they did. But even if they didn't, she could have believed they did. That doesn't make any of her other testimony any less convincing. Reports trigger memories that something similar may have happened to Lacey and Connor Peterson haunts Ragsdale. She noted unconfirmed reports that the boy's body was recovered with a slash on the torso and a noose-like length of tape wrapped around the neck. That suggests a satanical type thing, she concluded. I'm not looking to save Scott Peterson by any means, Ragsdale said. I'm not declaring him innocent or guilty. Finally, some kind of logic here. But to me, it's completely wrong for them not to recognize this possible connection. Peterson's defense team has explored artwork discovered along San Francisco Bay near where the bodies of mother and son were recovered. The paintings include images of infants in water with umbilical cords attached, a man with an axe beheading a man in a boat, and a woman with severed hands, goat-headed figures, devilish caricatures, and scenes of mutilation. Okay, so it just so happens that near where the bodies were found, there's all of this satanic imagery. I mean, just another coincidence, I guess? The coincidence theorists are going to say? Because it's not like this kind of imagery exists everywhere. I mean, you know. Members of the Peterson camp said items released into the bay from a point near the drawings drifted to near where the bodies were recovered. Wow. Okay, so apparently, the kidnap sacrifice theory has caused speculation across the U.S. and beyond. People claiming to be victims or have personal knowledge of satanic groups have appeared on TV talk shows and have called and sent email to the B. Many noted that Lacey Peterson was reported missing on Christmas Eve, which is also a satanic holiday called Demon Revels or Grand High Climax. One noted that the Petersons' Covina Avenue home is on a street containing the word coven, which is an assembly of 13 witches. Wow. Covina Avenue? Covina Avenue. That has to be a coincidence, right? Coincidence theorists? But several experts say the ritual theory is nothing more than a ploy by Peterson's defense team to cloud the minds of future jurors. The fact that they're throwing out the satanic connection tells me they're throwing stuff out to see what sticks, hoping maybe to sway one juror. Well, again, the burden of proof is on the prosecution, not Peterson, so, you know. Said Fresno Police Sergeant Bill Grove, who has studied ritualistic crimes for 2 decades. He reviewed the Bayside artwork and pronounced it free from typical satanic influence, attributing its violence to artful eccentricity. Wow. And who said it had to be typical satanic influence? Like, there's no such thing as atypical Satanists. Like, all Satanists have to be exactly uniform. Like, what level of goofery is this? Grove reviewed writings by the Salida killers and concluded that they had definite cult leanings, but it's a far stretch to suggest any link to the Peterson murders, he said. And again, that doesn't mean that there's a link to that specific group, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other satanic groups. The Salida killers appear to have fashioned their own brand of cult worship, Grove said. The literature they studied ranged from martial arts and worship of Mother Earth to witchcraft and Aleister Crowley, he noted. Those sources don't advocate violence or human sacrifices. Well, Aleister Crowley did write about that. And again, if they had the satanic... I mean, again, they had so many different types of writings, and their own members say they do. So, again. Okay, brainwashed but not Satanist. Jared Lewis, a former Modesto police officer and gang expert who has researched ritualistic crime scenes, also reviewed the Salida killer's writings. This is such a cross of everything, he said. 1 minute it's white supremacy, 1 minute it's God, 1 minute it's witchcraft, and the next it's Satan. There may be some satanic undertones, but calling this group a satanic cult is not accurate, Lewis continued. This is a group of brainwashed outcasts doing whatever their leader was telling them. Well, that's typical of many satanic groups, though. Lewis and Grove, contacted separately, both pointed to one Vieira journal entry. Quote, if Gerald Cruz ever kills himself, we all go with him. Out. There would be nothing left for us here if he were gone, end quote. When such groups lose their leader, they often disintegrate, Lewis and Grove said. For example, remnant followers of Heaven's Gate or David Koresh haven't made headlines since their cultist gatherings ended in disaster, presumably because their leaders aren't around to give directions. I haven't known of any organizations or groups, once they've been identified and exposed, that have continued to exist after the fact, Grove said. Wait, what? I mean, there's tons of them. What is he talking about? Cruz, the Salida leader, refused to comment from San Quentin State Prison, though through his new lawyer, Kathleen Scheidel, said he's got no connection to the Peterson case. And again, connection or not, that doesn't mean there's not another satanic connection. And is there even a connection between the Salida killers and the artwork? There might not be any connection there either. It could be a different satanic influenced group. Cerny, a former sheriff's deputy who testified about cult mind control as defense witness at the Salida trials, also declined to comment. As a consultant to Modesto police in the Peterson case, he is subject to a court-imposed gag order on potential witnesses. Cult theory scorned. Bill Ellis, a professor at Penn State University and an expert on Satanism and the occult, issued a statement noting that Stanislaus County authorities had no trouble quickly tracking down the Salida killers. Logic suggests police by now would have done the same if a similar group were responsible for the Peterson slayings, Ellis said. Clearly he doesn't know what logic means then. Wow. So the police would magically find any single group just because there's other groups that are reckless out there. Wow. I mean, this level of utter goofery. So Bill Ellis, a professor at Penn State, not even on a children's level logical capability. I mean, this is crazy. Nothing so far suggests that police have passed up credible leads that would implicate a cult, Ellis said. Well, how would he know? I mean, did the police personally give him all the evidence for the case? Like what? Daniel Goldstein, a Berkeley psychologist who had testified in one of the Salida trials about the role of the occult in the killer's mind, also views the Peterson theory with skepticism. Based on what I knew at the time, there could be no connection between this group and what went on with Lacey Peterson, Goldstein says. He said the Salida group was not a cult that preyed on outsiders. They were a pretty confused group of people who both feared and admired their leader in some very messed up way, Goldstein continued. It was not the kind of group that would get off doing something like what happened to Lacey Peterson. I mean, yeah, fair point. Maybe it was another satanic group. Janice Kesson's daughter was among those slain in Salida. Kesson said she sees nothing similar at all between the two cases. If it was a ritual, why was the baby still intact? Kesson said. They need to get off these theories and get focused back on the main issue. There was no cult. I mean, someone's triggered. Just because it wasn't a cult, the Salida cult, how do they know it wasn't a different cult? I mean, did the police personally give her all available information and she knew exactly what happened? That's kind of weird. Amster, Cruz's first attorney, said Peterson's cult hypothesis is a reach. It's an interesting theory, but a reach. Well, what does a reach mean? How can you determine it's a reach or not if you don't know exactly what happened and, aren't privy to every single detail that the police have and piece of evidence? They apparently thought it was serious enough to follow up with certain people, so... Now, again, this is MINDSHOCK, where I do not claim anything is true or untrue. If Scott Peterson is guilty, or at least is it possible Scott Peterson set the wheels in motion for Lacey to be killed even if he didn't want her killed? Let's examine this theory. So let's go to October 12th, 2003, Baltimore Sun. Lacey Peterson case attracts strange hypotheses. Nazi lowriders named Dirty and Skeeter, an old satanic cult called the Order of the Lion. These are among the latest surreal elements in the Lacey Peterson murder case. Who could have guessed that the death of this pregnant homemaker who watched Martha Stewart living each morning and had a Wine of the Month club membership would be intertwined with such images? But no theory, it seems, is too far-fetched for a case that feeds tabloid headlines and talk show debates. Two especially macabre scenarios have bubbled to the surface as the October 20th preliminary hearing approaches. One centers on a jailhouse informant who passed a lie detector test after claiming two gang thugs were hired to kill Peterson. The other resurrects a decade-old quadruple homicide outside Modesto by devil worshippers who believe the purest sacrifice is the killing of a newborn baby. One scenario could send Scott Peterson to the death chamber. The other could set him free. Could either be true. Or has a thirst for the sensational spawned a titillating tales where the reality might be something far simpler, a cheating husband killing his wife to be with his mistress. The prosecution is expected to push that more simple theory when it lays out its case for the first time at Peterson's preliminary hearing in Modesto. But until then, the focus has shifted to bald, tattooed gangsters and robe-clad Satanists. And again, Occam's razor states that the theory that best fits the evidence should be picked, even if it's the more complex theory. That's what a lot of Dunning-Kruger-Coopes don't understand. I did a little snippet on the Occam's razor in relation to the Maura Murray case, where people hallucinate that Occam's razor means simpler equals true. No. It states that when two scenarios equally describe a scenario with equal evidence, the simpler one should be used. Not that it's even true, but it should be used. Now, clearly, we don't have equal scenarios. I mean, how often are there two equal scenarios? The one with the least assumptions should be used. Now, if the more complex theory has the evidence to back it up, you use the more complex one. You don't just default to simpler. I mean, this fundamental lack of understanding of Occam's razor, I mean, it's just everybody who... I don't think I've ever heard it used correctly. I mean, if any of the MindShock listeners out there have a single example in true crime or otherwise where Occam's razor was used correctly. Because when you don't have evidence, I mean, you can't even use Occam's razor when there's not enough evidence to use it, because then you don't have two equally adequate scenarios where you could say, oh, this one has less assumptions when both explain something equally. It was only 2 weeks ago that Corey Carroll, a Fresno, California jail inmate, issued a startling statement. Scott Peterson used him to set up a murder for hire. According to Carroll's lawyer, Frank Muna, it started in early November last year at a Fresno strip club called City Lights. After seeing Carroll's prison ID card when he paid for a drink, Peterson struck up a conversation. They spent the next several hours together watching the dancers, shooting pool, and bar hopping. Scott mentioned he would like to buy his wife a new car for Christmas, but if he sold the old one, he didn't think he would get much money for it, said Muna, who grew up in East San Jose, California. He asked my client if he knew anyone willing to steal the car so they could claim it on his insurance. Peterson offered him $300 to make an introduction, Muna said. A couple of weeks later, on November 29th, Carroll brought Peterson together with Dirty and Skeeter, members of the Nazi Lowriders, a notorious prison gang known for murder, extortion, and drug running. The foursome gathered at Best Budget Motel, where Carroll lived and worked as a maintenance man, Muna said. There, Peterson made a far more sinister proposal. He solicited the two guys, Dirty and Skeeter, to get rid of his wife. First, to kidnap his wife, then to get rid of her, Muna said. My client didn't want any part of that, so he left. He ran into Dirty and Skeeter a half hour later, and they told my client they were going to take care of what Scott wanted. Carroll didn't hear from any of them again. Has anybody heard this? I actually haven't even heard this theory before. And does he have evidence that he actually met with Scott Peterson on these two occasions? And what is Scott's alibi for those two occasions? Because supposedly he passed a polygraph. I mean, does that really mean anything? He should obviously do a brain fingerprint scan, but I mean, he doesn't cite, there's no dates here. So, I mean, if Scott Peterson clearly has a proven alibi and can corroborate not being at these locations at these times with these people, then again, this is just made up nonsense. But if he doesn't, and this is legitimate, what does that mean? Carroll was back in jail by late December on a parole violation and said he didn't watch much television and didn't know about Lacey Peterson's killing. He came forward last month after he began to worry that he could somehow be implicated if the investigation turned to the Nazi lowriders. I have no reason to disbelieve my client. Everything he has told me is checked out, said Muna. The polygraph examiner is one of the best in the business. He's convinced my client is telling the truth. You know what's curious, though? Because he didn't come forward for, like, attention or money. If what's being alleged here came forward because he's scared he might be implicated for making the introduction. I mean, that might lean slightly legitimate, but here's the explanation here on the alibi. Peterson's family said, however, that Scott couldn't have met with the hoodlums because he was traveling with Lacey from Southern California back to Modesto on November 29th after Thanksgiving weekend. Okay, so if that can be corroborated, then then this guy made it up then. In 1990, members of a satanic cult, the Order of the Lion, killed 4 people in the Modesto suburb of Salida. 5 members of the ragtag group were convicted and sent to prison. 3, including the master, Gerald Cruz, are now on death row, and 2 are serving life sentences. The victims, some of whom were formerly involved with the cult, had a running feud with the group. Could it be possible that remnants of such a satanic cult kidnapped and murdered Lacey Peterson? It's a theory floated by Peterson's defense team, but downplayed by Modesto authorities. Some who were involved with the Salida case, however, aren't willing to rule it out. I don't think it's far-fetched, given the history of this county with regard to these kinds of groups, said Ramon Magana, who defended one of the murders. You know, it's funny, like the sheriff and some of the other on the prosecution side, they pretend there's no evidence of Satanism and there's no history of that in the area, when clearly there is. There were 20 to 30 members of this cult. We can only account for roughly 5 that are in prison. The rest are on the outside. Whether they continued in this direction or not, I can't answer that. In the 90 case, brought to light chilling initiation and punishment rituals among the members who lived in a compound of trailers behind an old house in Salida and kept daily diaries. Okay, so a ton of evidence. In them, the members detailed torture and this called the sacrifice of newborns the most pure thing you can do, said Magana, who read the diaries. Fresno Police Sergeant Bill Grove, an expert in occult crimes, said groups like this are often disorganized. After you remove the hierarchy, he said, the group just dissolves. If there were satanic activity in the Modesto area, he and the Modesto police would know about it, Grove said. First of all, or would he? And second of all, what if he's involved in it? Then, of course, he would pretend it doesn't exist and keep it covered up, which is exactly how a lot of these conspiracies operate. Again, the coincidence theorists, they just don't possess that modicum of logic required to connect those pieces. Here's an interesting post by Mama Dukes 524 on the Scott Peterson case subreddit regarding the evidence or lack thereof in the Scott Peterson trial, which is quite curious. I've gone through the evidence, read the text, transcripts, and the 423-page appeal. They did not have any physical evidence connecting him to her death. They can't even tell how or when she died. There's no cause of death. I'm just saying hypothetically anything could have happened. Just because he had an affair or multiple affairs and was fishing near where her body was discovered is not evidence. It only suggests he did it and his behavior suggests guilt, but that's not physical evidence. The pliers might be considered physical evidence. However, they were rusted shut and it was determined they hadn't been used recently. Even so, no blood or tissue or anything was on them other than the hair. They swept that bay over and over. No bodies or even anchors used were ever found. The anchors he supposedly made were never recovered. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I think Casey Anthony killed her kid. I'm just saying there wasn't any physical evidence he did. Or even that he didn't, and that's how Casey Anthony got acquitted. Here's another post by Representative Kind 40 over a year ago on True Crime Discussion subreddit. A little bit curious here. She wasn't found, regarding Lacey Peterson, she wasn't found for nearly 4 months. She was found on the shoreline. A 153-pound body is not going to be submerged in water for nearly 4 months with 32 pounds of alleged weight. Connor was found above the high tide line and water break. The MPD immediately gave out Scott's alibi. January 2nd, the MPD publicized pictures of Scott's boat and truck. The criminologist and medical examiner both state witnesses to conclude that the twine could not have wrapped around Connor's neck accidentally. As Dr. Cyril Wecht noted, never in a million years. This proves that Connor was handled outside the womb. His left ear was permanently flattened against the head and a rectangular piece of material was over the ear. This could not have been kelp, as argued by the state, because Connor did not wash ashore, nor would kelp have the strength or sticking power to permanently flatten the ear. This is further evidence that Connor was handled outside the womb. Lacey's uterus was at least 10 centimeters, 3.9 inches, smaller than it should have been, explaining why the incision to remove Connor was not visible on her body, and the injured 9th rib, another post-mortem injury, is in the same location where such an incision would have been made. At least by January 5th, the MPD publicized that Scott motored from the Berkeley Marina to Brooks Island and even published a map of the sea. Testimony from Doctors March and Jainty explained that Connor died between December 29th and January 3rd. Testimony from Dr. Galloway estimates Lacey could have lived until January 14th. The shoreline in the area of Scott's fishing route has several places where a car could just pull up along the shoreline and heave a body into the water. The searches at the bay were not 24/7. That shoreline was not under constant surveillance. Many days there were no searches going on. The shoreline was just as accessible at night as it was during the day. The bodies washed ashore along that same shoreline. I mean, it's kind of hard to ignore, again, Evelyn Hernandez, the other pregnant woman who disappeared from San Fran December 2002, also ended up washing up along the shore of San Francisco Bay. So is it possible that there's an overlap here? So this other woman who just so happened to look like Lacey Peterson, who also just so happened to be pregnant in that general time frame, who also happened to have the exact same dog with the exact same name, if she testified in some kind of trial, someone got pissed, someone with connection to criminal Satanists, did they want to take her out and possibly, I don't know, whatever, be involved in some kind of ritual, 2 birds, 1 stone, satisfy the Satanists, and then they grabbed Lacey instead? And is there a connection between the Satanists and the burglars across the street? I mean, is this all just all coincidence all the time? It just, this level of coincidence, I mean, it's just complete insanity. I mean, how could this, every single piece of this puzzle be coincidence? And again, nobody wants to talk about the witness who saw the witnesses seeing Lacey get pulled into a van, the witness seeing the pregnant woman distraught, going to the bathroom on the side of the highway with captors. I mean, nobody wants to talk about any of this. Everybody pretends it's not real, it doesn't exist. Everybody's mistaken about all the van sightings in the area. I mean, it's just completely insane. I'm going to go over one more post from Reddit. This is on True Crime subreddit by Disney Mom. I believe Scott is guilty. However, after all my research, I can't reconcile how Scott dumped Lacey off his fishing boat in the middle of the day. So here's a somewhat logical person, right? They're allowed to have their opinion. So they believe Scott is guilty, fine. But at least they have the modicum of logic and reason to kind of put 2 and 2 together that it just seems impossible that he dumped her off the boat. So if he did kill her, he killed her in another way, disposed of her not off the boat there. So here's her post here. I grew up fishing at the Berkeley Pier and have been in my share of fishing boats similar to Scott's. Moving Lacey in the boat via freeway from Modesto to Berkeley seems risky. Dumping her body from a fishing boat like Scott's into the choppy San Francisco Bay seems impossible. Well, not to mention, would you really do that with the risk of other boats around? I mean, it's weird. So I began to think, what if Scott didn't dump Lacey from the boat where he launched off of from the marina? What if Scott wrapped Lacey's body in a tarp in the garage at home, places her body in the back of his truck, which has a much deeper cavity than the boat? He picks up his boat at work, then drives to Treasure Island. Once there, he finds an area on the island where he can dump her body into the bay without being seen. After, he drives to the marina and puts his boat in the water to back up his alibi with a time-stamped receipt, just in case he's identified as being in the area. The tide eventually carries Lacey's body to the Berkeley shore. Near there, Connor is expelled from her body. The two are then separated by the tide. Is this possible or too far-fetched of an idea? Okay, that's a lot more logical than anything the state presented. I mean, again, no real evidence of it, but at least it's a more logical theory. But it's kind of weird, though. Like, the satanic artwork, I mean, all of the satanic connections. I mean, again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm not claiming Satanist was responsible for this particular crime. I'm just saying the coincidence stack is so high to outright dismiss it. I mean, to just ignore mountains of evidence is not logical, no matter how hard one wants to cling to appeal to incredulity logical fallacies regarding satanic cults. That's why I spent all that time going over all of these documented cases and mountains of evidence of satanic cults operating and engaging in rituals. Does that mean it happened in this case? No. No, it does not. Does that mean it's impossible it happened in this case? No, obviously that it doesn't mean that either. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Hope everybody found another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime and the Scott Peterson case interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Scott Peterson case. This is episode 5, The Other Missing Women. And this is something the coincidence theorists love to pretend and ignore. Pretend is just completely irrelevant. Somehow they magically know, that none of these other pregnant women in the area, one of which also washed up dismembered in the same bay as Lacey Peterson, somehow they hallucinate that they can know for sure that this is completely unrelated to the Scott Peterson-Lacey Peterson case. Now, I don't know how these goofs hallucinate, but here on MINDSHOCK, we put logic and reason at the forefront, examining every single possible avenue of an investigation to see what does or doesn't align with logic and reason, unlike any other podcast out there. If you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, particularly in online true crime communities, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, get access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications if you're still not getting them. Like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. Or you can just go to youtube.com/MINDSHOCK. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons, you get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunks of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, of course, we actually went over Evelyn Hernandez. And that is a very, very haunting case. I'll do a quick recap here, but we're going to go in order, actually, in terms of referencing this Globe article from May 13th, 2003, 3 other women missing. Did Lacey's husband kill before? Was Lacey her husband's only victim? So this is something, again, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the coincidence theorists, the Scott's guilty no matter what crowd, they hallucinate and pretend that people are trying to say that Scott is innocent in some way. Because when you're not ignoring variables, when you're actually being logical instead of delusional, when you're actually being logical, you have to examine all the evidence here. Because if Scott Peterson is guilty, did he kill others? Because how else, obviously, it's just downright disgusting ignoring all these other innocent victims. I mean, certain true crime cases, they just bring out these fanatical goofs, like the Scott Peterson case, who's Scott's guilty no matter what, and whatever's reported on the idiot box has to be true, and all of these other variables have to be ignored no matter what, like all these other innocent victims. I mean, this is just straight lunacy, because, again, all victims deserve justice. You'd have to investigate all cases, and certain cases obviously have links, especially if there's a similar MO within a certain geographical location. Again, not rocket science. Anybody not new to true crime knows this. But again, for whatever reason, these just Scott Peterson's guilty no matter what goofs, they just ignore everything. It's pretty wild. There's just certain cases that bring out the crazies. So let's look at this article from The Globe, May 13th, 2003. Sources say the police are eyeing Scott Peterson in connection with the disappearances of Kristen Smart, Kristen Modafferi, and Evelyn Hernandez and her son Alex. Now, the Kristen Smart case, obviously, this was just a very, very reported case. I mean, it was all over the media. Now, this article is obviously from 2003, May 2003, and since then, obviously, for those that have followed the case, Paul Flores was arrested 2021, 25 years after Kristen Smart went missing. I'm not going to go over Smart's case too in depth here. I will be doing a dedicated episode on that because there's so much funny business in that case. I mean, it's really, really weird. It's a weird case. But we'll be looking at Kristen Modafferi, and Kristen Modafferi spells her name Kristen differently than Kristen Smart. Kristen Smart is Kristin. Kristen Modafferi, Kristen. Not that there couldn't be a link there, but we'll get to that. Like Lacey, Evelyn's body was found in San Francisco Bay. Scott Peterson has shown such a lack of emotion over the murders of his wife and unborn son that some investigators believe he may be a psychopath with ice blood in his veins, and they're asking if he's killed before, say sources. I mean, clearly this is an unbiased article, obviously. The double murder of Lacey and baby Connor is so shocking that her friends and family now wonder if she really was his first victim or his final one. As the mother of Kristen Smart, a student who vanished while at college with Peterson, tells Globe, I want Scott thoroughly investigated for any connection with my daughter's disappearance. A source on Lacey's case says this man is so cold-blooded that nobody working on the case against him would be surprised if he's hunted down other women. It's unusual for a man to suddenly turn into a cold-blooded killer at age 30. Has Scott Peterson killed other women? That's what everybody's asking. And you know what's very, very telling? What's very, very telling here is nobody's even considering the possibility that Peterson's innocent and that whoever killed these other women might have also killed Lacey. I mean, that is curious. For the people who think he actually got a fair trial and that this trial wasn't tried in the media and he was convicted before the trial ever started, I mean, there's goofs out there that actually think he got a fair trial. I mean, you know, again, innocent or guilty, that's not what we're discussing here. Clearly, he didn't get a fair trial, regardless of innocence or guilt. But is this honest investigation where you just presuppose and assume he's already guilty, and did he kill others? Now, again, I'm not saying he didn't, and if he did, obviously this all needs to be investigated, but objectively, logically, and neutrally, not with all of these preconceptions and biases which do not lead to honest, logical, objective investigations, which, of course, would not lead to the truth. Now they're going to quote a guy we talk about, a former FBI agent in charge, Ted Gunderson, tells Globe, quote, psychopaths don't think like normal human beings. They're so emotionally cold they can take and pass a polygraph to fool you. Anyone who can do what Scott is charged with, see, at least he's smart enough to phrase this properly, has the personality type to have killed before. We know that he has traveled to numerous cities in California. Police departments are no doubt sharing info about unsolved homicides where there could be a Peterson link, end quote. And you know what's interesting about Ted Gunderson? Usually he's pretty logical. Like, he examines cult angles, like in the Jeffrey McDonald case. If you haven't checked out the McDonald family murders, check that out. Ted Gunderson actually believed Helena Stokely, who confessed to killing, being present at the McDonald home with a cult while his family was killed. Very curious case. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK series on that, there's 2 episodes so far. A lot of damning evidence not in the direction of Jeffrey McDonald. I've postulated that he might have been one of the killers, but there would have been others as well. There's the unidentified hair under his wife Colette's fingernail. Obviously, fingernail scrapings, if you're fighting off an attacker, you would, you know, it's very common to get DNA of your attacker if you're being killed. So that's not matched to McDonald. And there's also an unidentified fingerprint on the jewelry box, and that's not McDonald's either. And then McDonald claimed very specifically that not only was there a cult, but one of them had a burning candle. It's a very specific claim. And there was candle wax found in the apartment that doesn't match any of the candles that were in the apartment. So that does corroborate his story to an extent. Now, again, this isn't a podcast about McDonald, but there's also a lot of goofs out there who think that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that McDonald is guilty. Clearly, it's not, even if he is guilty. And if he is guilty, that doesn't mean he acted alone. It's just so weird. Like the Dunning-Kruger crowd, it's like they don't care about real justice, because if he's innocent, obviously they need to get the guilty parties. If he's guilty, why would you not want to get all the guilty parties involved? Like, it's just a weird thing that the Dunning-Kruger crowd, I mean, they just get triggered when everything's not as reported on the idiot box. Like, if it's not tied up in a neat little bow, they just have to pretend and hallucinate it's all unfounded conspiracy, ignoring all logic and reason and basic science. But hey, we got to be thankful for these gifts, because that's why the MINDSHOCK podcast exists. So continuing on here, the handsome fertilizer salesman has been discussed as having a possible connection to the disappearance of women in these three unsolved cases. Kristen Smart, 19-year-old college student who went missing from Cal Poly University. Peterson was going to school there at about the same time, and that's where he met Lacey. A local newspaper, the Telegraph and Tribune in San Luis Obispo, received an anonymous letter claiming that Kristen's body had been dumped in nearby Lopez Lake. Kristen has never been found. Again, this is as of 2003. So the police believed that Kristen Smart's body was buried under the deck of Ruben Flores' home, but was moved. Biological evidence was found using ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs. Just for reference. This was announced April 20th, 2021. What's curious is in 2016, they also excavated an area of the Cal Poly campus. There were 3 digs located on the same hillside near Smart's dorm. And this was in 2016. As of 2020, the latest update regarding that, the items were still being investigated. So, that's a troubling case. Like I said, we'll be doing a dedicated podcast on that. But continuing this article here, her mother, Denise, 55, tells Globe the FBI wanted to interview Scott at the time, but he never came forward for questioning. What? The FBI wanted to interview Scott Peterson at the time Kristen Smart went missing? Why? This is what Kristen Smart's mother is saying, that they specifically wanted to interview Scott at the time? At what time? She just said at the time. He's in jail right now, so there's no reason why police can't speak with him about it. I need to know why he was on the list and what connection he had with my daughter. I've also been contacted by someone saying that Scott used to date my daughter. End quote. So what does everybody think of Kristen Smart's mother saying that Scott Peterson was on a list for questioning and that people are saying that he dated Kristen Smart? And there's really not a lot of more information on this. So I don't know. Has anybody who'd been following all of this at the time, do they recall any of this being clarified by anyone? But let's do a quick recap of Evelyn Hernandez. Evelyn and her son Alex. Like Lacey, she was pregnant. Evelyn's body was discovered in San Francisco Bay long after she vanished. Evelyn, 24, and her 5-year-old son Alex, who disappeared May 1st, 2002, was discovered last July 24th. Well, that's at the time of this writing. The latest article on this that I could find is SF Gate, Katie Dowd, April 30th, 2022. There's 3 victims here. What happened to San Francisco's Evelyn Hernandez and her young son? Evelyn Hernandez called her sister on the morning of May 1st, 2002. The 24-year-old single mom was 9 months pregnant with her second child and struggling. She told me she had pain in her abdomen. Olivia Hernandez told the reporter she was not feeling well. I asked her if she had someone to take her son to school. She said no, that she had to take him herself. Despite her rough morning, Evelyn left her apartment in San Fran's Crocker Amazon neighborhood to drop 5-year-old Alex off at Buena Vista Elementary School. She then took a Muni bus to her bank to make a deposit, bought a new wallet at Ross, and returned home after picking up Alex from school. Around 6 p.m., police believe she got her mail, including a disability benefits check, and settled in for the night. At 9 p.m., she called her other sister, who lived in Richmond, to chat about Evelyn's upcoming baby shower. Afterward, they said goodnight as usual and hung up. The next day, Evelyn and Alex Hernandez vanished. This weekend marks 20 years since the little family of 3 was likely murdered. Evelyn had immigrated from El Salvador as a child and attended McAteer High School in San Fran. She became pregnant with Alex shortly after graduating, according to the Charlie Project. Alex's father was in the Navy and is not suspected in his disappearance, and worked as a vocational nurse for a time to support her growing family. She had also worked at Costco and the Clift Hotel in Union Square, but was on disability at the time of her disappearance due to complications with her second pregnancy. The father of her unborn baby was 36-year-old Herman Aguilera, a married part-time limo driver and United Airlines mechanic at SFO. According to San Fran homicide investigators, Aguilera's wife was aware of the relationship but did not know Evelyn was pregnant. For her part, Evelyn was allegedly done with Aguilera. It appears the victim had made a decision to stop seeing Herman because she felt that he would not leave his wife. SFPD Detective Holly Parra told the San Fran Chronicle at the time of Evelyn's disappearance, it caused some friction because he was paying for her apartment and wanted to be able to stay there. She wanted to get on with her life, Parra added. She thought she had no future with him. Aguilera told police he had last seen Evelyn and Alex on April 30th when he went to IKEA to buy a bed for Alex, returned to Evelyn's home, and assembled it. On May 7th, investigators say he reported the Hernandezes were missing. It's not clear why Evelyn's family, who had a baby shower planned for her, did not report her missing earlier, although it is possible police are holding back info on the case. So keep in mind, this is 2020 now, and this information has not been brought forward. That's kind of insane. Police got their first clue a few days into the investigation. Evelyn's new wallet was found near a canal off East Grand Street in South San Fran. Inside was her disability check and cash, suggesting the motive for her disappearance wasn't robbery. The wallet was discovered a few blocks from the limousine company that Aguilera worked for. That's curious. When police brought him in for voluntary questioning, Aguilera said he called Evelyn multiple times on the night of May 1st, but that she hadn't picked up. He said he drove to her apartment intending to look for her, but decided perhaps she was intentionally evading him and went home. Months went by. Then, on July 24th, the partial remains of a woman were found in the San Fran Bay along the Embarcadero near Folsom Street. DNA testing confirmed the remains belonged to Evelyn. Alex was nowhere to be found. At a memorial service for Evelyn, one of her loved ones brought a sign with a photo of Alex. The text on it read, "Where is Alex? Wasn't this investigation important?" SFPD detectives who attended spoke to the media afterward. "We don't know where Alex is. Is this important?" "Yeah, it's extremely important," Parra said. "There's 3 victims here." Since Evelyn's body was recovered, there's been scant movement in the case. It's not known where or when exactly she was killed, so there's no crime scene to examine. Police presume Alex is also dead, but they can't be sure. Over the years, some of Evelyn's loved ones have suggested that if she had been a white native English speaker, police would have tried harder. Aguilera has never been named as a suspect or person of interest. This is kind of weird. So somehow they just really think he's not involved? Other sources are saying that her sister actually contacted SFPD to report Evelyn and Alex missing. Initially, police thought Evelyn may have left town with her son to have her baby. But in the apartment, they found passports. So they didn't take their passports with them. Okay, this is kind of weird, though. I mean, everything about this is kind of weird. So more info on the wallet here from sites.google.com. California True Crime. On May 30th, 2002, Evelyn Hernandez's wallet is dropped off at a police station. An unknown person had found the wallet in a ditch in an undeveloped parking lot near the corner of South Linden Ave and North Canal Street in South San Fran. They had found the wallet earlier in the month and assumed it had been lost accidentally. They tried to get in touch with Evelyn Hernandez to give it back to her, but couldn't reach her. There weren't any news reports that Evelyn or Alex had gone missing, and no reason to think the wallet was evidence in a larger crime. Inside the wallet is Evelyn's ID, some folded up case, and her disability check, which hasn't been cashed. When police got the wallet, they realized this is evidence that Evelyn isn't missing on her own accord and transferred her case from missing persons to homicide. Police go to the area, search for more evidence of Evelyn and Alex, even using trained dogs, but do not find any more evidence. So the first story was only printed 35 days after she was reported missing, 42 days after she was last seen. I mean, that's kind of crazy. July 24th, 2002, a pedestrian walking along the Embarcadero near the Bay Bridge saw a body floating in the water, called the police. Police recovered the body and it found only the lower torso and legs of a human. Nearby was maternity clothes. That's weird. So she was dumped there later? Using Evelyn's toothbrush, the police compared the DNA to that of the body, find a match. Evelyn Hernandez is believed to have been murdered. Neither her unborn baby nor her son Alex were found. Police believe Evelyn and Alex were both murdered. So here's the thing. For people who think that there's either a cult involved, you haven't checked out the previous episode, make sure you check that out. I talk about satanic cults. There was even one in the Modesto area. So for the goofs that say there's zero evidence of cults. So, yeah, are they kidnapping and killing pregnant women and stealing the babies? Because there's conflicting evidence, or conflicting opinion, rather, on whether or not Connor was cut out of Lacey, and exactly when that happened, and how long he survived after the kidnap date. So, that's all, of course, a curiosity, because that's all unconfirmed. So for the goofs that hallucinate, it's all beyond a reasonable doubt. Obviously, it's not, because there's conflicting opinion here on whether or not Connor was cut out of Lacey. And also missing organs, etc., etc. So what is going on if there is a cult involved? Are they going after pregnant women? But continuing on here, back to the other missing woman, Kristen Modafferi. The 18-year-old co-ed from North Carolina was taking a summer photography class at the University of California, Berkeley, when she vanished June 23rd, 1997. She was last seen in the Land's End area of San Fran, close to where Lacey and Connor washed up. Kristen has never been found. Lacey's parents and the rest of the family are haunted by the fact that Scott may have been hiding a terrible secret, reveals a source close to the investigation. He might have killed before and managed to keep his awful past hidden from the rest of the world, including Lacey. They are all horrified to wonder if Scott had blood on his hands from other murders in the area. Lacey could have been living with a killer all this time. As far as she knew, Scott was a fertilizer salesman with whom she was going to spend the rest of her life. Peterson's violent demeanor was seen by a neighbor who spotted him kicking one of Lacey's cats after she disappeared. Wow, that's messed up. I never heard that detail before. There is clearly a link between someone who can abuse an animal or child with no remorse and a psychopathic killer, Tampa, Florida psychologist Dr. Lewis Mueller tells Globe. Often they have uncontrollable rage and take out their anger on anything weaker than themselves. There have been studies showing that serial killers abuse hapless animals in their youth. People who abuse animals are not to be trusted and wouldn't have a second thought about killing a pregnant woman. Any signs of Peterson's cold loner side showed themselves as early as high school, say sources. Ed Ventura, one of the accused killer's teammates on the University of San Diego high school golf team, remembers, quote, "He was the biggest snob. He was always talking about how good his game was and how much better he was than others. We always wanted him to play on our team, but when it came to wanting to be around him, we would stay away. He was a loner. He was the kind of guy you would walk by and not even notice," end quote. I mean, is that just a classic narcissist? I mean, that's not necessarily behavior of a serial killer. When Lacey's body was found, her mother, Sharon, called Peterson on his cell phone and asked him to come identify her. Quote, "If Scott really cared for Lacey and Connor, he would have been on the first plane to San Francisco," end quote. Instead, his voice was cold and distant. He didn't seem to show any emotion. Scott gave some excuse about having things to do in San Diego. Okay, let's dissect this. I don't remember this detail either. So he didn't want to come identify. So here's the thing, though. This is what I brought up a bunch of times. If he knew he was going to be framed for it, what would he do? Like, let's say he's innocent. And if he knew he was going to go down for this, corrupt police, corrupt courts, trial in the media, would an innocent person run? I mean, obviously a certain percentage would. Like, if you know for sure, or at least in your own mind, you truly believe you won't get a fair trial even if you're innocent, would you run? Obviously a certain percentage of people would. Now, would you go identify the body if you think you're going to be set up in some way? I don't know. And again, the way that certain people manage grief, some people wouldn't. Or if he, also, I mean, there could be mixed emotions here, because let's say he was planning to leave her. I mean, what would he be thinking? Would he be that guilty he wouldn't even want to face the body to ID the body? And is this story even true, though? Because was her head not found? So from ABC News, autopsy, Lacey Peterson's head was missing. May 30th, 2003. Lacey Peterson's head and parts of her limbs were missing, and plastic tape was wrapped around the neck of her child, according to the full autopsy and coroner's photographs exclusively seen by ABC News. According to the autopsy, the skin of the child was not decomposed at all, though the right side of his body was mutilated. The placenta and umbilical cord were not found with the body. The autopsy said that the cause of Lacey Peterson's death was undetermined, and that there was no evidence of man-made wounds, despite the fact that her head and all or part of her limbs were missing. Peterson's body was so badly decomposed it barely looked like a body after it was found in San Fran Bay last month. However, the autopsy report showed her cervix was intact. Experts are divided over whether the new revelations about the condition of Lacey Peterson's body and that of her child will help prosecutors or attorneys representing Lacey's husband Scott, who has been charged in the case. Autopsy report indicated a piece of nylon tape was looped around the child's neck when it washed ashore last month, and that there was a laceration or tear on the tiny body. There was also tape on Lacey Peterson's lower torso outside her clothing when her body was found April 14th, a day after her baby's remains were recovered, the sources said. Okay, and then there's, of course, all this different testimony from different experts. Baden stated, "It does tell us the baby was in the wound for many months after Lacey was in the water, and Lacey, in fact, protected the baby until the baby came out shortly before the bodies were found." He said the Lacey's body in a cement bag was found washed up on the shore near the baby could be important evidence. The grisly new details could fuel speculation as to whether the baby ever lived outside the womb, which defense attorneys could use to undermine the prosecution's case against Scott Peterson. So, yeah, basically, different experts are saying different things. So it's possible the baby might have even been born. So this is all unknown. So what does everybody make of this alleged quote? Or I'm assuming, this is the Globe, so you would think, unless they publish some kind of retraction or error, that Sharon Roca, who called Peterson, why would they ask him to ID remains that, there's not really much remains. So, was that even true? I don't know. Now that Peterson is in custody, experts will grill him to determine what triggers his temper, says former FBI agent Gunderson. Whether it's greed, resentment at being trapped into fatherhood, or a hatred of a certain type of woman. Ted Bundy had a deadly obsession against petite brunettes with their hair parted down the center, and he was a classic psychopathic killer who operated for years before getting caught. People who knew Bundy never saw his depraved side. He seemed like a nice guy to them. Is it possible that Scott has a Jekyll and Hyde personality like Bundy had? So there's a lot of unanswered questions here, no doubt. So I'm not 100% sure why Kristen Modafferi got linked in here, but let's go over her case real quick from the wiki. So Kristen Deborah Modafferi, born June 1st, 79, disappeared June 23rd, 97. An American woman who at the age of 18 in the early summer of 97 disappeared in mysterious circumstances after leaving her work at the Crocker Galleria Mall in San Fran, California. The soon-to-be college sophomore at North Carolina State was spending the summer in the Bay Area. Modafferi had relocated from her native North Carolina to Oakland only recently and was expected to start summer photography classes at UC Berkeley on the day after she vanished. See, that's another problem. That's kind of coincidental, isn't it? So she vanishes literally the day before her schedule changes and she starts classes. Yeah, that's tough. In 2000, Kristen's Law was signed by President Bill Clinton to provide assistance to police department and family of missing persons over the age of 17. The law authorized the annual sequestering of $1 million for the support of missing persons organizations, including the National Center for Missing Adults. Federal funding for Kristen's Law ran out in 2005 after the law's expiration. As of 2022, Modafferi's case remains unsolved. Background: she was born in Danbury, Connecticut, raised in Charlotte, North Carolina. In 97, after having completed her freshman year at North Carolina State on a Park Scholarship, she traveled alone to the San Fran Bay Area for the summer to study photography at University of California, Berkeley. She used Craigslist to find a room in a house on Jane Avenue in Oakland, where she had 4 male roommates. Anybody think that's kind of weird? Not just the 4 male roommates, but using Craigslist, kind of notorious for seedy characters. She found part-time employment at San Fran Museum of Modern Art and a full-time job at Spinelli's coffee shop in the Crocker Galleria Mall in San Fran's financial district. Disappearance on the afternoon of June 23rd, 3 weeks after her 18th birthday. Modafferi concluded her shift at Spinelli's at 3 p.m. She indicated to coworkers that she considered visiting Baker Beach that afternoon to potentially attend a party. At around 45 minutes after her shift ended, coworkers from Spinelli's saw Modafferi with an unidentified blonde woman on the second floor of the Galleria. The woman has never been identified, and she has yet to step forward. Video surveillance last caught Modafferi withdrawing cash from a Wells Fargo ATM. Search efforts. Modafferi failed to attend the first day of her photography class at UC Berkeley, June 24th, a course for which she had already paid $925 in tuition. Additionally, she left a $400 check at Spinelli's unclaimed. Her roommates noted that Modafferi did not return the night of the 23rd, but they did not report her as missing. Several days later, after Modafferi's father left a voicemail on the house's landline, one of her roommates returned his call and informed him nobody at the house had seen her for 3 days. That's the other thing that's kind of weird. Yeah, okay, she doesn't come home at night. Did she party a lot? Or even if not, they don't know her. Maybe she parties, maybe she doesn't. Like, one day you could say that might not be kind of strange, but after 3 days of not returning, I mean, what are they thinking? Or are they just all stoners? Modafferi's parents then flew to San Fran Friday, June 27th, reported their daughter missing to the Oakland Police Department. Law enforcement, however, initially considered Modafferi a runaway and did not begin investigating until Monday the 30th. Wow, they lost so much time there. A $50,000 reward was set for any info leading to Modafferi's return, and a PI was hired by the Modafferi family. Police bloodhounds traced Modafferi's scent to the Muni 38 Geary bus from a bus stop outside the Galleria. Her trail was also noted by the bloodhounds near the end of the bus route at Sutro Heights Park, but her scent was lost near there. How good is this scent? So many days. What is this, 6 days? Over 6 days? After she disappeared, they still picked up her scent? Outdoors? How accurate is that? I mean, maybe it's accurate, but that's crazy. So, okay, so this is 97. So, unfortunately, there aren't security cams everywhere, but you would think that there was some, especially in some of these high, I mean, this is the financial district. I mean, you would think there would be some. I mean, they do have her on ATM. I actually can't even find the ATM image. Some people are even saying that's a red herring. Let's go to, let's continue here. The Modafferis found a Bay Guardian newspaper stuffed in a trash can in Kristen's room with a personal ad circled, which read, "Friends, female seeking friends to share activities who enjoy music, photography, working out, walks, coffee, or simply the beach, exploring the Bay Area. Interested? Call me." Law enforcement was unable to locate the individual who had placed the ad, as the newspaper had purged their backlog for that week, and there is no indication that Modafferi responded to the ad. Some people actually think that she placed the ad, but I don't know. I think that was even mentioned on the Unsolved Mysteries episode on this case. John Onuma. On July 10th, 97, a man phoned KGO-TV claiming that Modafferi was murdered by 2 women and her body disposed of under a wooden bridge near Point Reyes. The caller was ID'd as 36-year-old John Onuma, who lived near the Galleria. Onuma told police he had falsely implicated the women as he felt they were conspiring to get his girlfriend, Jill Lampo, fired from her job at the local YMCA where they also worked. Onuma denied having ever met Modafferi. Searches of Onuma's apartments revealed sizable amounts of blood, although it was later determined by DNA testing to be that of a cat. Well, that's still disturbing. It was discovered that Onuma had previously placed personal advertisements for women in the Bay Area and coerced them into sex. Onuma relocated to his native Hawaii in '99. What does coerced mean? Is that according to them, so they didn't want to press charges? Like, what's going on there? Later developments. In 2015, an independent search of the house Modafferi had been living in when she disappeared was completed. It took them that long? During the search, a cadaver dog with a world-class reputation alerted to the presence of human remains in the basement. Paul Dosti, a former Mammoth Lakes police sergeant and owner of the dog, suggested that Oakland police excavate a concrete slab in the basement and proposed that Modafferi's roommates at the time be re-interviewed by law enforcement. Dr. Arpad Voss, a forensic anthropologist from the University of Tennessee, visited the house in February 2017 and scanned the area with a proprietary device he developed which detects human decomposition chemicals. The device pinpointed between 274 Jane Avenue and the house next door, 278 Jane Avenue. Dosti stated that the results of the searches likely indicated a crime scene rather than a burial. Aside from the concrete slab, the home's basement floor consists of hard-packed clay, which would be difficult to dig with a standard shovel. Additionally, a chemical signature denoting the presence of human blood was discovered near a concrete slab at the base of the porch steps at the 278 Jane Avenue residence, according to Dosti and Voss. DNA testing revealed that the decomposing material matched that of Bob and Debbie Modafferi, who had provided samples for testing. In response to the findings of Dosti and Voss, the Oakland Police's public info officer, Felicia Eisthorpe, stated that their findings needed to be confirmed by the city police and claimed the info had yet to be delivered to the police department. At this time, the info we need from Dr. Voss to collect samples for his human decomposition testing has not been forwarded to the department. Additionally, no info regarding the more recent blood testing conducted on the porch has been disclosed to the department. Dosti and Voss denied this to be the case, stating that the Oakland Police Department had enough data to undertake their own tests. Voss stated all OPD needs to do is bring their own dogs to the site and see what happens. Voss wrote in an email earlier this month, I am quite sure that Paul also told OPD how to look for human-specific VOCs, volatile organic compounds, in collected soil samples. All you need is a GCMS, a gas chromatograph coupled with a mass spectrometer, which every university or crime lab in the world would have. The procedure is very straightforward. Wait, so they never actually did this? Like, what is going on with the Oakland Popo? This is really weird. So did they really forward the info and Oakland said they didn't? Or did they not? And we're just trying to lure them to do additional testings, which why not do the test? I mean, yeah, this is really weird. And why is there no new info on any of this? I mean, this is all from years ago now. June 22nd, 2018, potential lead in the Kristen Modafferi cold case goes uninvestigated, San Francisco Chronicle. I mean, this is weird. What does everybody make of this? I mean, I don't know why people are trying to connect this to the Scott Peterson case. I mean, it seems like there's enough shady individuals around her in that area where we don't necessarily need to bring Scott Peterson to this. And unlike, I mean, with Kristen Smart, I mean, if he really did go to school with her and he possibly even dated her, okay, there's a connection. But here with Modafferi, I mean, there really doesn't seem to be anything connecting to Peterson, but the case is obviously curious in its own right. I mean, it's just really weird. Let's go into some more details here. Kristen's father also thinks that John Onuma and his then-girlfriend Jill Lampo are hiding something. He made the statement to ABC News. Apparently, there were also pages ripped out of Onuma's girlfriend's diary that supposedly implicated Onuma. And again, in a lot of cases, there's always scumbags that, say this to their, if they're abusing their girlfriend or whatever, emotional or physical abuse, they say that they did something to a famous missing person just to make them scared. There's a lot of scumbags out there. That doesn't mean they actually did it, obviously. But if they did, I mean, I don't know. If they did, would it be less likely that they would say it like that? I mean, it's all quite weird. Here's a very, very detailed write-up on the Unsolved Mysteries subreddit by user since deleted, which has a lot of interesting information. So apparently Kristen had moved into the 274 Jane Avenue address with the 4 roommates, possibly 3 roommates, 2 brothers, another male, and the male's girlfriend. I don't know. Different sources say different things. So she moved in June 1st, 97. So she was there for approximately 22 days. And that's when she started working at Spinelli's Coffee in Crocker Galleria. And also the Cafe Musée in the San Fran Museum of Modern Art during the weekends. On June 23rd, 97 at 3 p.m., Kristen finished the shift at Spinelli's, was reported to have asked one of her coworkers for directions to Baker Beach. Kristen was reported to have been seen by 2 of her coworkers in the company of a blonde woman, never identified, on the 2nd floor of the mall up to 45 minutes after Kristen clocked out of work. Because my initial thought regarding the blonde woman, was it just someone who asked for the time or who maybe she just ran into, said hi, whatever? But apparently, according to the manager, Kristen always leaves immediately. She doesn't hang around. So she's hanging around 45 minutes after. I mean, and also some of the witnesses said that she was walking with the woman as if they were together and knew each other, etc. Not just like a brief one-question encounter. So that makes it pretty suspicious. That was the last confirmed sighting of her. Also, like, a lot of these other sources aren't mentioning the ATM. Is the ATM alleged? Is there even a real ATM image? On the Unsolved Mysteries.fandom.com site, it states that John Onema, on July 10th, 97, called the ABC affiliate KGO and stated that 2 lesbians had kidnapped Kristen, killed her, and dumped her body under a bridge in the Point Reyes area of Marin County. 3 other women came forward and claimed that John abused and tortured women. They also discovered that he often met women through personal ads like the one that Kristen placed. He also reportedly used other women to lure women to him. They suspected that the blonde woman may have been an associate of his. When they questioned one of his female victims, she said that he mentioned Kristen in a threat, stating that, quote, "the same thing that happened to her could happen to you," end quote. I mean, I don't know, that's not 100% direct, though. That doesn't mean he harmed Kristen. That just means he might harm her the same way Kristen was harmed. Finally, when police searched John's girlfriend's apartment, they found that her diary had pages ripped out of it that were written around the time that Kristen vanished. She said that he had ripped them out and that the info may have been incriminating. However, he took a poly and claimed that he passed. So police did not verify that he passed the polygraph. That was just him stating that. Police never had enough evidence to arrest him, so he was set free. Okay. That's kind of weird. What does everybody make of this case so far? I mean, forget the Scott Peterson connection. I mean, this case is very problematic in its own right. I mean, seemingly there's a lot of information here. What kind of a weirdo would call a radio station, though, and, like, try to implicate women that are making problems for his girlfriend who he himself might be abusing? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. All allegedly, of course. So let's look at the cadaver dog issues. Bloodhound dogs, rather. Bloodhounds were used to track Kristen's scent from the mall to the Geary Street number 38 bus stop near the mall where she was last seen. This is notable because that bus does drop off near Land's End Lookout, which is located within a few miles of Baker Beach, where she had previously asked for directions. Additionally, between Land's End and the area of Geary Beach closer to the mall, there may have been several other stops. I don't know if there would be the same today as there were in 97 that would have been within 1 mile. I'll assume, walking distance of Baker Beach. The bloodhounds were said to have picked up the scent again at the beach. However, jumping back over to a Reader's Digest article from the Find Kristen website and the rebuttal or correction page, there are mentions that investigators traced the scent to Sutro Baths, which is located nearly adjacent to Land's End on the opposite side of Baker Beach. On the rebuttal page, there is mention that Kristen attended a party near the caves of Land's End Beach area 2 days prior to her disappearance, celebrating the summer solstice on June 21st, 97, and that may have actually been the scent trail the dogs followed and led investigators to which ending when they reached the beach. It is mentioned that there was some potentially dangerous water in the area. This site goes on to mention that John Onema lived within a few blocks of the bus stop that the bloodhounds led investigators to. I can find no mention of the party or location John Onema was staying during this time elsewhere. The site also mentions several other pieces of circumstantial evidence that seem to link John Onema to the case. Okay, this is kind of weird though. So was he at the party at the Cave of Land's End Beach area for the summer solstice? And if it's summer solstice, does that open up to some kind of cult connections? I mean, there's obviously a lot of cult activity in San Fran. Yeah, this is all pretty weird. I don't see a source here. Is this the PI? They did not know it at the time, but that punk Onema lived just a few blocks further on past the bus stop. In reality, it is very possible that Kristen and the blonde-haired woman had left Spinelli's and walked to John Onema's place where he was freeloading off of Jill Lampo. Sergeant Bradley really wishes he could redo that bloodhound scent because they never would have stopped the tracking at the bus stop. So they just assumed she got on the bus at the bus stop? That's kind of weird. The other thing I want to point out here, even if Onema is not responsible, is it some other shady characters who saw that ad? Or if it's not her ad, she responded to it, or it is her. I mean, who knows? But yeah, this is all kind of weird. But was she set up by a woman? I mean, this is involving photography. Who knows what they were talking about? But was she kind of set up? But how could she be? She was talking with that woman 45 minutes after. So what is this sighting? So they saw her leave, and then they're not paying attention, and they randomly see her on the second floor 45 minutes later with the blonde woman? Or is that I mean, I would think they could have narrowed it down whether it was a made-up sighting because multiple people said they saw her. So those were the co-workers. So if there's an issue at that workplace, did any other people in the mall confirm that they saw a woman, or at least a woman that looked like her, talking to a blonde woman? And there's really zero cameras anywhere in that entire area in 90s. I know it's 97, but still, financial district. I mean, there's some high-end places they did have. If you haven't checked out the Amy Mihalovic podcast, I mean, there were security cameras at the mall in the 70s. Or in the 80s, rather. They started using security in the 70s, security systems, but obviously, you know, there's not a lot of places that had it in the 70s. Or even the early 80s. But by the late 80s, they did have security footage. Now we're in the late 90s, you know, so there's clearly some. You would think they would have searched, you know, pretty far and wide to try to find something. Some posters here. I agree that the roommates and their associates at the time need to be looked into a lot more closely, as do the landlord and anyone else who might have had access to the property. If taken at face value, then the cadaver dogs hit in the basement are and remain the only physical evidence in this case and point decidedly towards foul play at the part of someone intimately familiar with and more than likely residing at the rental house where Kristen lived. The other thing, I can't shake that there might be a connection to this party at the caves. Who was there at the party? How big was that party? Did she kind of meet people there, or were people interested in her in some capacity? Then, of course, there's connections to the ad, possible photography connections. And then Onema and possible connections there. Yeah, it's tough. This is pretty tough. Other people simply think that she did make her way to the beach and somehow fell into the ocean and was never found. So is the blonde woman the red herring? It would be easier to dismiss it as a red herring if it wasn't 45 minutes after her shift ended. And why is the Oakland Popo not actually doing real investigation? Because why not rule out any kind of possible evidence at her home or the home next to her home? For the people that want to write off Onuma and his girlfriend completely, though, here's a post on the Unresolved Mysteries subreddit 6 years ago by Sydney Vicious, referencing, and this is from the PI family website that really go after Onuma, so I don't know if people can call, I don't know if this has been independently verified, but June 2012, it states the following: on about June 4th, Jill called and asked to speak to Anthony. She tells Anthony that her health is very poor and she's getting these indications that she needs to confess things about her life, and she tells Anthony that she thinks she is the one she is supposed to confide in. Thus begins a 3-hour phone convo. Anthony grabs a pen and paper, starts taking notes. When he hangs up, he turns to his wife and says, "Jill just told me enough to put her away for life." Kristen caught a huge break here because luckily Kelly Romo is a hero's hero. She immediately knew this was very important and made copies of her husband's notes and sent them to me. I, in turn, sent them to Oakland PD and the FBI. Much of Anthony's notes had to deal with other aspects of Jill's life and therefore not relevant to this case. Below, however, is an important excerpt of a conversation. Jill tells her uncle that she got involved with a controlling man who convinced her to assist in an unspeakable kidnap and murder. Have they looked into this? It sounds very much like she helped in the murder of Kristen. Huh. In a newer report where she got interviewed, she claimed she had nothing to do with it and she was at the library when Kristen went missing. And has that, I mean, that's kind of a random place to be, but okay, has that been verified? Is there any kind of security footage or people who identified her at the library for a certain window? So basically, I mean, what we're left with is, obviously more tests need to be done. I mean, I don't know why they haven't been done at the home where the biological material was found, the blood allegedly matching found, all of these things. So I actually found one more highly mind-shocking detail in the Modafferi case. This might be a bridge too far for me. We'll see what the coincidence theorists make of this. Here's another article. This is by Mike Moffitt, June 21st, 2018. SF Gate, what happened to Kristen Modafferi, one man's 20-year search for answers in San Fran cold case. The trail has gone cold for Dennis Mahone and his 20-year quest to find out what happened to Kristen Modafferi, but he's not about to give up. Modafferi is the subject of one of the most frustrating missing persons cases in San Fran history. Ever since the vivacious 18-year-old college student disappeared, Mahone, who's not in law enforcement but is a friend of the family, has chased clues and followed leads like the most dedicated gumshoe. On June 23rd, 97, one day before her summer photography course began at UC Berkeley, Kristen was working at her temp job as a barista at Spinelli's coffee shop in Crocker Galleria, a shopping center in the city's financial district. Her shift ended at 3 p.m., but coworkers noticed her talking to an unidentified blonde woman in the Galleria's second floor 45 minutes later. That was the last time anybody recalls seeing Kristen. The disappearance of the young North Carolina State student naturally was big news in her hometown of Charlotte. Mahone, who worked in a homeless shelter there, felt compelled to help even though he had never met Kristen. After 3.5 months of following the case, Mahone got her parents' blessing to assist in the search. He traveled to San Fran and hit the streets, handing out and posting flyers to get the word out. He had money saved up, a house in Charlotte, and a promise from his boss that his job would be waiting for him when he returned, so he could afford to take an extended leave of absence. Besides, Kristen would surely turn up before too long. Little did Mahone realize he would be making a big commitment spanning 2 decades. I never thought it was going to be this long, Mahone said. I always thought that I was going to run into somebody who knew her, or the cops were going to find her, or she was going to show up somewhere. I remember in the early days, it was, okay, I just stay another week, I'll just stay another week. The next thing you know, the months and the years just accumulated. Even though he was relatively well off, Mahone couldn't afford to stay at motels for weeks on end, so he slept in his van and joined a $35 per month gym just so he could shower. During the day, he stood on street corners with a poster covered with pictures of the young college student with the bright smile and big dimples. In the years that followed, Mahone has driven throughout Northern California, interviewed dozens of people, and flown to Hawaii and Thailand to track down leads. Man, this guy's like more dedicated than any police officer. He's blogged about Kristen and created numerous podcasts on the case. Despite all his efforts, nothing has ever panned out. In all likelihood, someone killed Kristen, and that person could still be out there keeping a dark secret. A party at Baker Beach, ? Where did Kristen go after work? A Spinelli's coworker remembered that she asked for directions to Baker Beach and may have been intending to go to a party. Now, if I didn't interject earlier, has that been verified by anybody else other than this one coworker? Not to cast doubt on the coworker, but if a coworker was responsible, would they say something like that to get everybody off track? When she left the Galleria, Kristen was wearing a black Spinelli's t-shirt, a long-sleeved blue plaid flannel shirt, tan pants, and a possibly high-top Fly London sneakers. She had a green JanSport backpack with a couple of library books inside. Bloodhounds would later track her scent to the Muni 38 Geary bus from the stop outside the Galleria. Her trail was also picked up near the end of the bus route at Sutro Heights Park, but the dogs lost it along the beach beyond the Sutro Baths ruins. Authorities have never determined if she actually attended the party or even if there was a party. See, how could they not have, though? Like, you can't interview all the people in the area to know whether they did have a party there, or if they did they deny it because she was there and something happened at that party? But we're about to get really deep into MindShock land here. Could Kristen have made it back to Oakland where she was staying in a rented house on Jane Avenue before she disappeared? Her roommates were frequently out of the house and might not have seen her if she had. The roommates at the house, 4 young men, said they were not alarmed that she didn't show up the night of the 23rd, thinking she might have met a guy or stayed over at a friend's. But after Kristen's father, Bob Modafferi, called the house and left a message for Kristen to call home, one of her roommates telephoned him to let him know that they had not seen her for 3 days. She had not shown up for the class that she was so excited to be taking. Now very worried, Bob Modafferi and his wife Debbie jumped on a plane to San Fran and upon landing made a beeline for Oakland Police Headquarters. But it was a Friday afternoon and the officers assigned to her case were going home for the weekend. The desk officer did not seem concerned. To him, Kristen was just another runaway. Meanwhile, precious hours were slipping away. By the time police got back to work on the case on Monday, June 30th, Kristen had been missing for almost a week. So we didn't have that detail? I mean, this is insane. So these scum that call themselves police officers, there's a missing human being here. And they're just going home on a Friday. I mean, how are there no other officers? I mean, is the police force not 24/7 in San Fran? I mean, now, I don't even know if they have a police force now. But back in 97, did they not have a certain amount of police officers available to actually protect and serve as they swore an oath to do? And they're just taking the weekend off? I mean, if this is all true, can anybody defend these scum? I mean, this is insane. This is somebody's child. This is insane. Now, I mean, wow. I don't even know what to make of that. Rarely am I left speechless by the actions of police. But, I mean, this is something new. And the other thing, too. Why, like, okay, if you have any kind of morals whatsoever as a police officer, why would you brush everything off as runaway by default, even if you believe it's true, even if statistically it's the most likely scenario? If it's not, and it was foul play, I mean, how does you investigate it as if it's foul play, and then you find out it's a runaway? Okay, who's going to regret the investigation? Because what if it wasn't a runaway? I mean, wow. I mean, does protect and serve have no meaning anymore? It's just, this is insane. If they just took the weekend off. So these panicked parents show up on Friday and the police are like, it's the weekend. It's the weekend. We'll check it out on Monday. I mean, this level, I mean, wow. Wow. I wonder what those officers would think if one of their family members were kidnapped and being held somewhere. And, other investigators just took the weekend off instead of actually trying to help find them. I mean, this is insane. I mean, this is just unconscionable. The ad in the Bay Guardian. When the Modafferi searched Kristen's room, they found a Bay Guardian stuffed in a trash can with a personal ad circled. The ad read, "Friends, female seeking friends to share activities who enjoy music, photography, working out, walks, coffee, or simply the beach exploring the Bay Area. Interested, call me." Detectives later tried to find the name of the person who took out the ad, but they were unsuccessful. The Bay Guardian had already purged the info, apparently in a routine housekeeping function. See, that's a little sketchy, too. It doesn't say when they tried to find that out. But maybe if they hadn't taken the first weekend off, I mean, who knows? Police still don't know if Kristen placed the ad, if she responded to it, or if it simply piqued her interest enough to highlight it. The lesbian love triangle tip. For years, a man who lived about a mile from the Crocker Galleria has been on the police's radar after he called KGO-TV with a tip about Kristen. His story was that two women killed Kristen in a lesbian love triangle, remembered former ABC 7 News assignment manager Bill McGee, who took the call on July 10th. He went into a lot of detail about who they were, names, places. The man said Kristen's body was dumped from a wooden bridge near Point Reyes. Police determined that John Onema, a short 36-year-old man with hair down to his waist, made the call. At first, he denied being the tipster, but then admitted to it. Here's another thing, too. Do people think if this guy... Why did they mention that he was short here with hair down to his waist? Are they kind of alleging that he could have posed as the blonde woman she was seen with? I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. His information was bogus. Police cleared the women and who Onema believed had conspired to have his then-girlfriend, Jill Lampo, fired. In a 2003 Reader's Digest article, former Oakland police officer Patrick Mahaney, who worked the case, was quoted as saying, "He gave us too many details. When people do that, we know they're not giving us a tip, they're telling us a story." Mahaney and his fellow investigator Sergeant John Bradley looked into the Onema's background and eventually found several Bay Area women who had responded to classified ads placed by Onema. They claimed he had tried to coerce them into sex or steal money from them, but they had not reported him because they feared retaliation. Wait, did they ever verify that Onema was the one who placed the ads? Or this is the story that they responded to ads placed by him, but... Wow. Okay, America's Most Wanted. In 1999, Onema was featured in an episode of Fox Television's popular crime series, America's Most Wanted. The show presented the three women who claimed they were held against their will and tortured by him. The alleged torture supposedly included sleep deprivation and being burned. So wait a second, did they not actually ever press charges? Like, this is kind of a weird thing. On the TV show, one of the women called Onema a human vampire. Another said she was his sex slave, and a third said he beat her when she tried to escape. One of them quoted Onema as saying, "You know I'm going to have to kill you. I can't let you go. Now you know what happened to Kristen Modafferi." Contacted by ABC 7 last year, Onema said he regretted calling the newsroom. "I put the attention on me when I shouldn't have, and I screwed up," he said. "I took the focus off the investigation." Oakland police say Onema, who now reportedly lives in Hawaii, is not a suspect in the case but remains a person of interest. Efforts to reach him for comment on the case were unsuccessful. Okay, now here we're going to get to a coincidental curiosity that just, it might be a bridge or 10 too far. Jill Lampo's ex. Onema's one-time girlfriend, Jill Lampo, was never a suspect, but she had an interesting connection to Kristen. Mahone said Lampo told him that just before she began dating Onema, she broke up with a man named Matthew Luke, who was a close friend of one of Kristen's co-workers at Spinelli's, Kelly Strathman. Mahone said he called Luke, whose name was given to him by a Spinelli's employee, to see if he could get contact info for Strathman. But when Mahone mentioned Kristen's name, Luke became very hostile and told me to never call him again. Mahone said Luke eventually worked at Spinelli's as well, but after Kristen disappeared. Okay, so what does everybody make of this curiosity? So statistically, in 1997, San Francisco population was 740,993 people. Everybody still with me? Oakland population, 366,224 people. And then however many hundreds of thousands you want to add just in the surrounding area, because even though Kristen worked at the Galleria, she lived in Oakland. So we're looking at over 1 million people in this area. So the San Francisco metro area population, actually the entire metro area population, over 3 million. 3,151 people in 1997. So we're looking at 1 to 3 million people in the vicinity. Millions of people. So out of these millions, the guy that calls the radio station with this tip, his girlfriend, who they're living less than a mile from the Galleria, His girlfriend's ex is a good friend of Kristen Modafferi's coworker. And keep in mind, I mean, this is not the only coffee shop business in San Francisco in 97. So out of all of these connections, now I would like to know if that was the same coworker that spotted them with the blonde woman. And here's another theory of mine. Is it possible Modafferi really did briefly just exchange a hello with either someone she knew, a blonde woman, or someone asked her a question, whatever, just in brief for 2 seconds. She didn't really know them. And then this one coworker was the only one who said that they were seen talking together and walking together as if they embellished, because they knew that any other people around, they might have seen a blonde woman in the vicinity just briefly for a 2-second interaction, and they expanded on the interaction knowing that it could be corroborated by other people. But is the coworker the only individual who said that they were walking and talking together as if they knew each other? Or is that entire story just completely made up? But why is this guy panicking when asked about Kristen? He just so happens. And the 3 other women said that Anima, tortured them in some way and kept them against their will. This guy's ex-girlfriend's ex is a co-worker with Kristen. Again, we're talking millions of people in this metro area. We're not talking about a small town where no one would bat an eye at this connection. We're talking a major city and an entire metro area of other cities around this big city where people obviously travel to and from for work. So out of millions, are we to believe this is all mere coincidence? I would say that's a huge problem. Now, here's another huge problem. Here's another very huge problem. So supposedly 274 Jane Avenue, where Kristen lived, and the neighboring house, 278 Jane Avenue, that neighboring house is supposedly a halfway house for parole violators. Is everybody following here? So not only do we have a halfway house right next to her apartment with 4 male roommates, or 3, whatever, depending on the source. I think some even allege 5 if there was a girlfriend of one of the guys involved. But she lives next to a halfway house for parole violators, and she works less than a mile from a guy who's supposedly torturing women, whose girlfriend's ex-boyfriend is a close friend of her coworker at the Galleria. Is everyone following here? I mean, is there anything more to say at this point? I mean, this level of mind shock, this is all coincidental? I don't know. This is tough. If there's a link between one of the guys at the halfway house and John Onema, then I think the case could be solved. If not, are one of those a coincidence? I mean, the halfway house, we could maybe accept that as coincidence because there's there's other houses in the area. If none of those guys ever hurt anybody, that's not proof of anything other than the genetic material found at the house, which is a problem. If that's hers. If it's not hers, okay. Well, maybe there was another crime that was committed there at some point, maybe even prior to 97, maybe years and years prior when different people lived there. Who knows? But all the coincidences between the coworker, because we have the coworker, possibly the same coworker who said they saw her with the blonde woman. Possibly not. Close friends with the ex of the guy who calls in the tip on Kristen. Wow is all I could say there. The final point regarding Peterson, supposedly there was another pregnant woman who was kidnapped, but she escaped. But I couldn't find much info on that. If anybody else, any of the MindShock listeners out there have that info, because, I mean, that's quite a lot. And then, of course, there's the sighting of the pregnant woman. That's a pregnant woman that same day that we went over in previous episodes. That's quite a lot of kidnapped pregnant women in the area. So if Scott is responsible, I mean, what's going on here? Is he a member of a cult, or he's not responsible, and there's all these other pregnant women being kidnapped and killed, one of whom was not and escaped. So what is going on here? And I believe, so there's also references actually up to 7 other pregnant women who went missing around that time as well. There's no names here, but there's reference to 7. That's kind of insane. And I don't know if the one of the 7 was the one that escaped or there was an 8th one who escaped. So what is going on here, and why is there no follow-up info here? It's just kind of weird. Here's a post from Cinnabee on Unpopular Opinion subreddit. I honestly believe Scott is innocent. Definitely an a-hole for cheating on his pregnant wife, but a murderer, no. Nancy Grace crucified him in the media. He had no chance at all at a fair trial. The evidence was literally all circumstantial, all of it. They didn't find any DNA evidence pointing to Scott or suggesting he committed the crime. The defense even recreated or tried to recreate Scott dumping Lacey's body, and they couldn't do it. The boat capsized every single time, and the guy who tried to recreate it almost drowned. For some reason, this wasn't admissible in court. Their son, Connor, was also thought to be alive outside of her body. This wouldn't be possible if Scott killed Lacey. I fully believe Lacey fell victim to someone searching for a pregnant woman for trafficking. At the time that she went missing, there were also 7 or 8 other pregnant women in the area, some looking like her, missing. I believe Scott is literally one of the most unluckiest people ever, and the fact that his wife went missing and was murdered while he was fishing is a horrible coincidence. He's been on death row for, 17 years now, and he's maintained his innocence throughout. If he did it, he was already on death row. He could have confessed and never did. He didn't even start his appeal until 2012. He deserves a second trial with new evidence brought forth with a panel of jurors that aren't expletive-stirring incels. Yeah, it's pretty weird. I mean, I want more information on all these other missing women, because why is nobody talking about? I mean, obviously there's a lot of missing women in a lot of different places, but were they specifically, do we have controls here? Are pregnant women, what are the clusters of areas of missing pregnant women, and was the Modesto area at the time, was that just happened to be a cluster of missing pregnant women? Alright, actually, here's a post I found that's probably the closest to referencing these women that get grouped together. Another curiosity, too, is that Lacey Peterson was technically kind of looked Hispanic, similar to Evelyn Hernandez, and what were the ethnicities of the other missing pregnant women. But Quirky Motor has a write-up here from 3 years ago on Unresolved Mystery. It's long been said that pregnant women have been going missing from Northern California at alarming rates. But is this really true, or is the entire idea a twisted hoax? Well, let's not fall for false dichotomies, of course. You may know the name Lacey Peterson, but do you know the names of the other women missing from Northern California? Around the time that pregnant Lacey Peterson went missing, it has often been said that 5 other pregnant women went missing from the Modesto area, but is that really the case? A few months ago, I did an extensive 2-part write-up on the case of Lacey Peterson, a young pregnant woman from Modesto, California, who was murdered by her husband, Scott Peterson, in 2002. Well, there goes objectivity. Allegedly murdered. For whatever reason, this case has stayed in the public eye for almost 2 decades, and although her husband is behind bars waiting execution for the murders of Lacey and her unborn son, rumors still swirl online that Scott Peterson is innocent and was railroaded by Modesto Police Department and the rabid media. Well, clearly he was railroaded, and clearly the media was rabid. That doesn't mean he's innocent, obviously, but again, you can see the bias in this guy's, in this poster, Quirky Motors post here. So again, we know what we're in for here, but maybe there's some good snippets of info. In case you are unaware, okay, so he does the rundown of the case, obviously ignoring all of the, all of the coincidence stack that's a mile high here. And then pretending reasons that are unclear to me, people are convinced of. I mean, again, there's a difference between being convinced of innocence and, obviously, calling a wrongful conviction what it is, calling a spade a spade. Obviously, he didn't get a fair trial, even if he's guilty. So, one of their favorite things to bring up is the fact that 5 pregnant women went missing from the Modesto area within a couple of years of Lacey going missing. Many Scott supporters have claimed that there was clearly a serial killer or a cult targeting pregnant women in the area, and that this should create reasonable doubt regarding the guilt of Scott Peterson. And obviously, this goof isn't even mentioning the actual cult in the area that I went over in the previous episode, the satanic cult resulting in murders. I mean, obviously, this goof's clearly got an agenda and is not being logical here. And of course, just with all the false dichotomies, Scott Peterson could fully well be guilty. And he could possibly also have other victims. But again, this goof doesn't even consider that possibility. Some defenders of Scott have even gone so far to say the missing women all have similar characteristics. One Facebook page claims that the missing women were pregnant and Hispanic or Hispanic passing like Lacey. On one of the Peterson's family's websites, it claims that many of the women were found in water and were health conscious as well. If all of these things were true, a serial killer would be considered a possibility in Lacey's case. Just to clarify, Lacey was full Portuguese and passed for Hispanic. Her missing flyer even had to note that she was white but did not look white. The case discussed most extensively online is the case of Evelyn Fernandez. Well, he didn't even get the name right. It's Hernandez, not Fernandez. Wow, I mean, yeah, this poster's a goof here. Doesn't even get, like, the basic facts correctly while attempting to, spin anti-Peterson propaganda. Again, not that he's innocent, but I mean, let's be logical and objective here. So, headless body was found on the shores of San Francisco Bay. Various articles and documentaries have talked about the similarities between Evelyn's case and Lacey's case, but they also point to these 5 other mysterious women who went missing in Modesto during the same time frame. Evelyn's case has gotten some media attention due to documentaries, but it didn't seem like the other women had their stories documented anywhere. The discovery of Evelyn's case was circumstantial, which were so similar to Lacey Peterson's disappearance. Also, it reminded people that attractive white or white-looking middle-class women get more media coverage than anyone else. The cases of people such as Evelyn fall by the wayside. Meanwhile, Lacey's case is remembered decades later. And what about the other women? Surely they all deserve some attention as well. Today, I planned on remembering the women that didn't get the media attention while also looking into the similarities and differences between these women's cases and the case of Lacey's murder. But I discovered something that I did not expect. The pregnant women so often talked about in documentaries and online simply don't exist. And you know what's funny is the goof is actually going to name them and their cases after saying they don't exist. As many of us know, intimate partner violence is a major problem all over the world. Sadly, pregnant women are more likely to be abused or killed by a partner than non-pregnant women. Some studies have also shown that homicide is one of the leading causes of death for pregnant people. Most of the time, the woman's current or ex-romantic partner, and usually the father of the child she's carrying, is the perpetrator of these crimes. When I sat down to write this piece, I expected to find stories that fit this scenario. However, this wasn't the case. And also keep in mind, yes, statistically, a woman is more likely to be harmed or meet with foul play at the hands of her significant other. Very true. And in the cases that happens, most of the time there's clear evidence because these guys, the average guy, especially if he's been drinking, whatever, they're not criminal mastermind geniuses. They leave evidence all over the place. And yet, obviously, in the Scott Peterson case, there isn't any. And so the curiosity here is in the cases, so let's say 90+%, even if we say 99% of pregnant women or women or that are met with foul play at the hands of their significant other. What about the other 1%? So we have here clearly dozens and dozens of cases where it's not the significant other. I mean, obviously not a large amount, not by any stretch of the imagination. They're outliers. They're definitely outliers. Now, amongst these outliers, why wouldn't some kind of a satanic cult or serial killer, why wouldn't they meet with one of these types of individuals? I mean, obviously there's tons of precedent. I went over it in the previous episode. So, yeah, it's not like that's an impossibility. That's why you use logic and reason and actual evidence. You can't just use pure statistics because the pure statistics only give you an idea of all the cases in relation to each other and statistical probabilities. It doesn't help you solve an individual case, one case, which is what we're trying to do here. Right here, we're looking at the Peterson case. So we have to look at evidence relevant in the Peterson case, not in the majority, 99% of cases. Because if this doesn't fall into the majority, then that wouldn't apply. But obviously, this goof, clearly they don't have the mental capacity to comprehend that in this write-up. The only info I could find was info on Evelyn and Lacey. Begrudgingly, I decided to use the list on SSI.com, which stands for Scott is Innocent, and I found a list of 20 women on this website who the author, Scott's family, and the SPA team claimed disappeared under similar circumstances to Lacey near Modesto. However, as I began exploring these cases, it quickly became apparent that the majority of the missing persons cases bore no resemblance at all. So the majority of the 20. So how many of the 20 did? 5, 6? I mean, that's still not 0. And the term near Modesto simply meant in California or Washington State. Most of the cases mentioned on the website are solved. And again, what this goof doesn't realize is cases allegedly solved aren't necessarily solved. Again, like in the Lacey Peterson case. Because it's not just about corruption, it's about incompetence. I mean, for whatever reason, coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists, clueless goofs here, like this quirky motor goof, they just can't comprehend that humans are fallible, even if they wear costumes, even if they're involved in law enforcement, even if they're court prosecutors. Humans are fallible. It's not rocket science, but so many goofs have trouble with it. That's why you have to actually look at the evidence and utilize logic and reason to see if the evidence actually holds up. Because I'm sure in tons of cases, you can even argue the majority of cases, it does hold up. But in the cases that it doesn't, obviously those victims still deserve justice. So you have to find the true perpetrator, not hallucinate and pretend that police can't make mistakes and that juries are infallible. I mean, there's so many goofs that just can't comprehend that. And they just endlessly comment on MINDSHOCK as well. But very wild stuff. Most importantly, some of the women on the list do not even exist, and the citations provided them are websites that don't work or articles that don't exist. Or they just aren't online anymore. Maybe did they consider that? Some of the women listed were missing at one point but have since been found alive. Another group were women who were missing at one point but whose cases have now been solved or allegedly solved. Some cases are mostly solved but remain unprosecuted. 6 to 7. So 1 or 2 were missing but found alive. 4 are allegedly solved. 6 to 7 are mostly solved, whatever that means, but unprosecuted. A 4th group of women on the list completely do not exist, 6 of them, although 2 appear to be a simple mistake. In other words, only 4 or 5 of these cases have the potential to be related to the murder of Laci Peterson. Only 3 women on the list came from Modesto, none of whom were pregnant, and 2 of the cases happened in the 80s, decades before Laci vanished. The people on the list come from different backgrounds, regions, races, and ages. Some were mothers or grandmothers, others were high schoolers. As far as I can tell, the 5 mysterious women who are all pregnant and missing from Modesto never existed. This false piece of info has been spread by Scott Peterson's supporters for years. Not only is the narrative of a serial killer stalking the area false, it is incredibly rude and disrespectful to these women who have passed on. The Peterson family are using people's daughters, mothers, and friends' story to create a false narrative in order to exonerate Peterson, a family annihilator who is exactly where he needs to be. And and if he turns out to be innocent, that's exactly what this goof is doing. The projection is strong with this guy. All the names are taken from the SII website. Janine Sanchez Harms of Los Gatos, California, 90 miles from Modesto, went missing in July 2001 after a night out. The 42-year-old worked at a computer company and was not pregnant. Ham's case was cold for a few years but has since been solved. Her killer, a spurned lover of Janine's, has since passed away and the case is considered solved and closed. And how many cases that are considered solved and closed actually are? Obviously not 0%, but goofs like this doing this write-up just can't grasp that. Alright, so let's go over the Harms case. This is on luminolpod.com, posted October 19th, 2022. 42-year-old newly single Janine Sanchez was getting ready for a couple different meetups she had planned the night of July 27, 2001. She was going to meet up with her best friend of over 2 decades, Janice. Then she had a date planned with an acquaintance she knew, though it was going to be more of a group hangout at a local brewery. However, Janine would disappear that night, and uncovering what happened to her would turn out to be a complex investigation with an unexpected outcome. At the time of Janine's disappearance, she was a beautiful 42-year-old woman. There are a lot of photos of her with long, wavy brown hair and a huge white smile. She was a very slender woman, 5'5", not even 120 pounds. Isn't that about average? She was extremely extroverted. In fact, she had always been outgoing even from a young age. Janine was born and raised in the San Jose area, just south of San Fran. She was the youngest of 3 children, the only girl to 2 doting parents. From all accounts, she had a good childhood and her family was loving and close-knit even as the years went on. As a child, Janine was very social and loved hosting slumber parties, riding bikes, and taking in any stray animal that she would meet. She attended Prospect High School and was described as responsible, well-liked, very popular, and fashionable. After graduating high school in the late 70s, Janine went to San Jose State University and studied liberal arts and ultimately got her bachelor's degree. Right out of college, she got a job at Amdahl Core, a huge tech info company that created computer products, so super cutting-edge technology of the time. She actually kept working there, and over the course of 12 years, she had worked her way up through the ranks. It's hard to find a date, but she eventually got married to a man named Randy Harms. She and Randy stayed in the San Jose area in a house that they bought But in 99 or 2000, they decided to separate. By all accounts, though, their separation was amicable, and they were planning on divorcing. Janine's legal name was still Janine Harms, but she was going by Janine Sanchez, her maiden name. After their divorce, she moved out of their home and moved back in with her parents for a little while to figure out her next step. She was still working at Amdahl and was staying in the area. After that, she decided to stay with her best friend Janice for a few months, and then finally she found her own apartment in a safe neighborhood in Los Gatos. Los Gatos is a suburb of San Jose in the southwestern edge of the city. It's surrounded by beautiful parks and nature preserves that push all the way out to the Pacific Ocean. July 27, 2001, Janine put on a light blue floral cotton dress, high-heeled sandals, hoop earrings, and silver bracelets. She also put on a silver watch. She got in her black 2000 Mustangs that had silver stripes down the front and drove to Boca di Beppo to meet her best friend for dinner. She and Janice had dinner, and she told Janice she had plans to meet up with this guy for a date, a guy named Alex, at Rock Bottom Brewery in a group sort of setting. She told Janice that she really didn't know the guy that well, so she probably wouldn't stay very long, but that she would probably go to the brewery, then another bar after, and then head home. It was a Friday night, so she didn't need to get up early for work in the morning. Janine left Boca de Beppo's in her car and drove to the Rock Bottom Brewery north of her home in Los Gatos, outside of San Jose. It was here at the brewery that she met up with William Alex Wilson III, who also went by Alex. From what I could tell, there were at least a few people at the brewery that night, friends of Janine's and mutual friends she hadn't met. That night, a friend of Janine's introduced her to one of her friends, a guy named Maurice Nasma. Maurice was an architect living in San Jose, and the two of them hit it off. They ended up leaving the brewery in a group and going to a nearby bar. After spending some time there, they went back to the brewery. I'm not sure what happened with Alex, but Janine ended up spending time with Maurice. At the brewery, the two went out and smoked together in the parking lot and ended up leaving together to go back to Janine's house. She drove her Mustang and he followed her behind in his green Jeep. So the story continues, but I'm going to flash forward. This happened Friday night. On Saturday, Janice went to get a hold of Janine by calling her landline, but it went to voicemail. She left a message. This happened multiple times, and it was strange because Janine usually picked up. Janine also had a cell phone, a glittery flip phone, so Janice tried it too, but it also went straight to voicemail. Janice got worried when she still hadn't gotten in touch with Janine by Sunday, so on Monday morning she decided to call Janine's work to get a hold of her, but she didn't show up for work. When Janice learned of this, she knew something was wrong, so she got a hold of Janine's parents and brother, and they all went to Janine's apartment to check on her. Her car was in the parking lot, but Janine wasn't inside, and it was odd because her couch cushions were gone. They reported her missing, and the police came to the apartment. Her purse and cell phone were not in the apartment. They also noticed the couch cover was missing too, which seemed suspicious, so they immediately thought something bad had happened. Authorities got to business right away. They retraced her steps and, of course, wanted to talk to the people who saw her last, which they quickly learned was Alex at the brewery, her friends at the brewery, and the man she had just met, Maurice, who went home with her that night. They talked to Alex, and long story short, they cleared him. They talked to Maurice, and he told them that they met that night, smoked in the parking lot, then he followed her home. He said they went to a local convenience store to grab some beer, then went to her house, drank beer, and hung out. She started falling asleep on the couch around midnight to 1:30 a.m., and he left the house at that point. While interviewing others, police in the community were doing wide searches. They searched Lexington Reservoir, trails, and passed out flyers. They had a dog search in all of the surrounding parks. They also got a search warrant to search Maurice's car, house, and took a DNA sample from him. They did a forensic sweep of his car and collected fibers and normal things, but there was no sign of Janine or anything tied to her anywhere. The case went cold, even though the family was doing everything they could, and so were police to find her. Even Rock Bottom Brewery assisted by holding events and donating to the search. A year goes by, then a second. 2 years later, the police find out somehow that a rug had gone missing from her home. They had a picture of it and decided to put that out to the public to see if anyone had seen a rug like that anywhere. Lo and behold, a random woman called in and said, "Yeah, I found a rug exactly like that by a dumpster near a commercial construction area. I took it home, washed it, I still have it." So police get this rug and ask the woman to share exactly where she found it. It was found a half mile from Maurice's house. And not only that, 2 years earlier, they had taken fibers from Maurice's Jeep, and fibers from the Jeep matched those from the rug. Another couple of years went by, and police were trying to get any evidence they could to nail Maurice for the disappearance, and police assumed the murder of Janine Sanchez. Finally, they felt that they had a case, even though it was circumstantial, so they arrested Maurice in December 2004. They had the story all put together. He killed her that night after the brewery, or maybe early the next morning. He took her body, purse, phone, and a few other items, cushions, rug, couch cover, perhaps for DNA, and disposed of them somewhere. However, Maurice was holding to the fact that he had nothing to do with it. The prosecution was taking a really long time to get the info together to create a case they could actually win, but Maurice is sitting in jail awaiting trial. While waiting, the defense finds out something pretty shocking. The smoking gun are the rug fibers. However, they find out that the scientist who did the examination of the fibers hadn't passed certification tests for the type of work he did. So the outcome of his ruling wasn't reliable. So that meant the state had to find a credible scientist to do this very specific fiber matching, so their smoking gun was gone. In 2007, something very interesting happened. The judge looked at Maurice's case, him being held, and he ruled that he had been sitting in jail way too long, and this went against his right to a timely trial. So he was released in June 2007 with a stipulation that he was still being charged, but the prosecution had 60 days to move forward, or the charges would be dropped. 60 days wasn't enough time to get the fibers retested, so the charges were dropped. Why couldn't they get them retested in 60 days? That's a decent amount of time. Janine's family was devastated by this. They really thought Maurice did it, and the investigators did too. They were all certain that this was homicide, even though no evidence ever came up. Plus, there wasn't a body either. Over the years, the bodies were discovered, but it was never Janine. 4 years later, Janine's brother Wayne just happened to be at a coffee shop, and guess who else was in that coffee shop? Maurice. In a pretty wild and horrifying turn of events, Wayne fatally shot Maurice, then tragically turned the gun on himself. Both men did not survive. As salt on the wound, the testing finally came back for the fibers, and the original ruling was correct, certifications or not. The fibers in his Jeep did match the fibers on Janine's rug. Police believe Maurice did this, but obviously he was now dead, so they closed the case. No sign of Janine or other missing items from her apartment were ever found. You know, it's kind of weird, though. Like, you would think they could still... I mean, you'd still want to definitively investigate this. I mean, it's kind of... Why wouldn't you? Like, how exactly did he do it? And is it 100% certain he acted alone? I mean, it's pretty damning unless that was like a popular rug. Like, was it a unique rug? Or was it like any kind of rug you could find anywhere? Because that would, you know, I mean, that would be some doubt there. I mean, what's kind of crazy is he openly admitted, so he's there at the brewery, everybody sees him with her, and then he goes home with her, and then also admits that. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I mean, if he's just that dumb, I mean, okay, yeah, but I mean, did he have other victims? Like, is this just like the only time he killed somebody? So let's go back to Quirky Motors right up here. I mean, it looks like this goof probably got harms correct. You know, I wouldn't call it 100% definitive, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if this has anything to do with Scott Peterson or some cult in the area, but who knows? And who knows what kind of connections Maurice had either. Was he like a criminal? Like, what's going on? Tony Clark of San Francisco was a senior in high school and a talented athlete in 1990. Clark was driving home one night when she was struck from behind by another vehicle and presumably flew into the San Francisco Bay. Her body was never recovered and she is assumed deceased. The driver of the other car was tried for vehicular manslaughter but was not convicted as Tony's body was missing. And the jury felt that no one could prove that Tony had actually died. Tony was about 6 weeks pregnant at the time. Her case is tragic, but law enforcement believes it was nothing more than a fatal car crash. I mean, yeah, on the surface, this really does seem like it's completely unrelated to anything, unless that was all some kind of staged accident. But again, I'm obviously, you know, there would have to be some more evidence in that direction to conclude that in any way. There's a write-up here on ourblackgirls.com. Tony Clark, 17, disappeared after car accident by Erica Marie, November 20th, 2022. A stalled vehicle and a car accident are at the center of the case involving Tony Clark. We often find that when teenagers go missing, police immediately suspect they are a runaway. Many teens' cases go under-investigated, but for Tony, the authorities are left with several theories. The mystery began March 16, 1990, when Tony Clark traveled from her cousin's residence to her home in Oakland to San Fran, about 25 miles away. The 17-year-old was having car trouble. The vehicle, which belonged to her boyfriend, wasn't turning over properly. Before she left her cousin's, the Chevrolet Camaro gave Tony grief, but she managed to get it up and running. However, when she came to the Bay Bridge, the vehicle once again stalled. Quickly, things turned dangerous when another car hit the Camaro just ahead of midnight. The Charlie Project reported it only took 6 minutes for police to arrive at the accident scene. Yet Tony was missing and there was little evidence to point to her location. What happened to Tony Clark? The first order of business for investigators was to determine whether or not Tony accidentally fell into the water. Search and rescue instantly looked in the waters below. The Coast Guard became involved as they helped drag the bay, but Tony was not found. Upon inspection, the Camaro showed no signs of blood or hair. Moreover, the teen was known to wear a gold bracelet that she never went without. That piece of jewelry was located on the passenger side floor next to the keys to the Camaro. So the keys were not in the ignition? The passenger side floor. Tony was known as a responsible high school senior. She reportedly ran track, liked to dance, and enjoyed swimming. Because there weren't signs that she fell into the bay, police turned their attention to the man involved in the accident on the bridge. You gotta love how this quirky motor goof likes to pretend that there's nothing shady about any of these cases. Like, I mean, come on, man. That's why we gotta double check everything. You can't trust goofs like Quirky Motor with their hit piece write-ups here. Even if they might be accidentally correct about a conclusion, again, we have to examine it with logic and reason. The investigation into the man who hit Tony Clark's vehicle is unclear, but prosecutors believe they had enough evidence to try him for vehicular manslaughter. However, nothing showed that Tony was deceased, and later the man was acquitted of all charges. About a week after Tony vanished, her concerned mother received a disturbing phone call. There was a girl on the other end who sounded as if she was crying. Tony's mother stayed on the line with the girl for approximately 40 seconds before it was disconnected. Unfortunately, the police could not locate the origins of the call. Conflicting speculative accounts. Reports state some witnesses claim they saw a black man searching under Tony's vehicle. There wasn't anyone who could confirm they saw Tony falling over the bridge, and several people claimed they saw a man leaving the scene. Okay, so people had eyes on this? So how far was the vehicle from the edge of the bridge? I mean, is it implausible? Like, is it... It seems many believe she was washed away in the water beneath the bridge, yet some insist that a stranger kidnapped the petite teen. At the time of her disappearance, Tony Clark stood 5'3", weighed 110 pounds. She has black, dark brown hair and brown eyes, both ears pierced, mole on the right calf, light scar on the right knee. She had a gap between her upper, central incisors. Tony was last seen wearing a black tube top with lace, black linen shorts, a light blue jean jacket with white loafers, and a gold ring. Her middle name is Danielle. The Doe Network reported she was 2 months pregnant when she vanished. And again, obviously, pregnant women are more prone to violence, usually at the hands of their significant other or someone known to them. So if there really is zero evidence she fell over the bridge, like the detail that stands out here, the gold bracelet that she apparently never took off is next to the keys on the floor of the passenger side of the vehicle? Does that sound like an innocent car accident where she just fell over? Yeah, that's weird. Also, this quirky motor goof is pretending that law enforcement believes it was nothing more than a fatal car crash. Clearly, there's conflicting evidence on that. Because if there's no evidence she went over the railing of the bridge, then apparently she was kidnapped, and police did pursue that line of inquiry. Again, we can't say this is directly connected to the Scott Peterson case, but this seems to be some funny business going on here as well. There's really not a lot of information on this case. Apparently, the police got there within minutes, so what is the deal here? True Crime Diva has a write-up here as well. Shortly after leaving Oakland, the car stalled again on the Bay Bridge. Some witnesses recalled seeing a black male under the vehicle's hood, and others saw a man walk away. So is this before 11:40 p.m. when a car collided with the Camaro, hitting it from behind? A witness reported seeing someone standing in front of the car. The witness was riding in a car whose driver swerved to avoid the stalled vehicle. The car following the witness's car struck Clark's and knocked it into the bridge railing. When the occupants of the two vehicles climbed out after the crash, the person who had been standing in front of the stalled car was nowhere to be seen. So what do you mean? What do they mean knocked it into the railing? So at what angle? Because, So there's conflicting reports. I mean, it doesn't sound, she's wearing a tube top. I mean, who's going to mistake, she's wearing a tube top, and how short are the shorts? I mean, it is the San Fran area, but still, I don't know if people would mistake her for a black male. I mean, she's 5'3". Black tube top with lace. Black linen shorts, black jean jacket. I mean, and she has long hair, too. I mean, I don't know if people would mistake her for a black male. I don't know. So there's at least two people who saw a black male. One under the vehicle's hood, and then others saw a man, doesn't say black, but a man walking away from that area, from the vehicle. So depending on the angle of somebody standing in front, would the physics line up for someone striking from behind, the car ends up into the railing? Do the physics line up for someone even being able to fall into the, off the bridge into the water from that angle? I mean, was accident reconstruction even done to simulate that? Because that's the real question. Because if not, then what's going on here? So it's also almost midnight, so it's pretty late. Two witnesses later said the person standing before the Camaro matched Tony's description, and she was either opening or closing the hood. Furthermore, the car's driver door was open but had no lights or flashers turned on. 6 minutes later, police arrived. Tony was not on scene. Her bracelet that she never took off and the car keys were on the passenger side floorboard. Now, if your vehicle stalls out, are you going to randomly throw not only the bracelet that you never take off on the floor of the passenger side with the keys? Who would do that? Now, at what velocity was the Camaro even struck from behind? At a high velocity. So what are we arguing here? If the keys are in the ignition, would they really get dislodged upon being hit from behind to end up on the passenger floor side? I mean, maybe, but how does that explain the bracelet? Unless, if people are alleging she doesn't want to get her bracelet dirty and she's going to be digging around under the hood, maybe she would take it off. Would she put it on the passenger seat and then it fell to the floor after being hit from behind? Maybe. But why are there conflicting reports of whether it's a man or a woman? U.S. Coast Guard dragged the bay's bottom but did not find Tony or her clothes. According to an expert hired by the Highway Patrol, the body would have followed the tide to the Golden Gate Bridge. The police today still believe that is what happened to Tony. About a week after Tony disappeared, her mother, Gwen Clark, received a strange phone call. On the other end, she could hear someone crying for 40 seconds, but the caller never spoke. She believed this was her daughter. Authorities could not trace the call due to the short time the caller was on the line and never confirmed Tony was the caller. Okay, but was it confirmed that there was a call, even if they couldn't trace it? I mean, would a mother make that up just because she believes her kid's case is not getting enough attention? But on the other hand, if her mother didn't make that up, would she mistake her own child's crying? I mean, I would think most parents can tell when it's their own child. I don't know, that's kind of weird. After Tony disappeared, Clark put up flyers in the area. She returned a short time later and discovered someone had taken them down. Wow, that's messed up. October 91, the man who ran into Tony's car, Jesse Castaneda, then 22, was tried for vehicular manslaughter and charged with tailgating, driving over the speed limit at least 63 miles an hour, and ignoring a sign declaring the bridge a 50-mile-per-hour speed zone. Jurors deadlocked 6-6 after 7 tries and acquitted Castaneda due to lack of evidence proving Tony was deceased. Tony was 2 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance and a student at Peninsula High School. Okay, so that's a pretty high velocity. Do they know that the vehicle was hit at 63, or was he driving 63 on the bridge? Did he slam his brakes before hitting the vehicle? I mean, again, none of this information is available. Officer Sean Chase told ABC News, I know it's 1,000,000 to 1 shot that someone got hit and went over. But unfortunately, in this instance, I think that's what really transpired. So what is that based on? Is that based on accident reconstruction, that it's 1,000,000 to 1 chances that someone could be knocked over at that angle? You know what else is weird? Like, if people had eyes on what was going on, either drivers or who knows wherever the witnesses were, witnesses gave conflicting statements. Some reports state a man was under the car's hood, and others say they saw a man walking away from the vehicle. None of the witnesses saw a body go over or heard any screams. It also states on original.newsbreak.com that not only did the police respond within 6 minutes, but they started searching the water immediately as soon as they responded. Gwen told Tony's mother, Gwen Clark, told SF Gate, "I know she was taken off the bridge because she called me a week later. I picked up the phone and for 40 seconds I heard a female voice, my daughter's, crying and crying. I kept saying hello, hello, and then the line cut off. Authorities and the phone company were unable to trace the call." "I don't care what anyone says, what anyone does. I am never giving up looking for my baby," Gwen told SF Gate. "I think she was abducted by somebody wacko." SF Gate also has an article on her. Gwen would put up posters around town, then come back later to find them ripped down, said Chris Wilder of the Vanished Children's Alliance in San Jose, which keeps Tony's case file open. Newspapers wouldn't write about it, people didn't pay attention, and law enforcement didn't act as diligently as we wish. We're convinced she was abducted. We think everyone else should have been convinced too. So again, going back to the quirky motor goof who's alleging that this is considered solved and closed, clearly not by certain organizations. Organizations like the Vanished Children's Alliance in San Jose, case open and convinced she was abducted. Also, like, a lot of times, this is why police always think that it's a runaway or whatever. They don't want to do too much investigating, or they just don't. So obviously the easiest answer is she got knocked over into the water and somehow wasn't found. Now, I'm not alleging that you'd be able to find, I mean, supposedly they started searching really quick. Like, would you find a body that quick? You know the direction of the current. I mean, these are experienced searchers. Like, if you start looking immediately, you would think you would find the body. Obviously, a day or 2 or 3 days later, I mean, the chances would drop substantially. So it's not that it's a given that they would find the body, but just because they didn't find it, that doesn't mean she wasn't abducted. So, like, yeah, it's pretty weird. Do people know, like, supposedly this car stalled very often. So do people know that if she had to go under the hood, would she remove her bracelet? Because if people saw her, because the car was obviously giving her problems for a period of time. So people that saw her work on the car, did she really never took off the bracelet, not even to work on dirty things or whatever, any kind of yard work, any kind of chores, anything? Are people that knew her, her family, friends, everybody, people who actually saw her fidget with the car and under the hood at other instances, at other times, did she never take that bracelet off? Because why would she randomly take it off just for the time on the bridge if she never did prior? That seems to be, that's one of my big questions. And then, of course, the conflicting reports by witnesses. Why is that so much of an issue? I don't know. But that's the Tony Clark case. Again, not necessarily connected to other cases or abductions of pregnant women, especially if she didn't look pregnant at 2 months. But who knows? If somebody knew she was, again, cult or otherwise. Karen Modafi is one woman listed on SII.org, but she doesn't exist. I'm actually going to guess they're referring to Kristen Modafferi. Not Karen Modafi, but that's pretty close in writing. But again, this clueless goof, quirky motor, just can't even understand that sometimes names can be misspelled. And obviously, we went over Modafferi's case. And again, it doesn't seem to be connected, but she clearly existed. Kristen Smart, a Cal Poly student, college freshman when she was last seen. She was not pregnant and lived 217 miles from Modesto. The main suspect in her case is a man named Paul Flores, who was found to be in possession of some of Smart's bloody jewelry. He has never been charged in her case. Law enforcement has confirmed that this case is not related to Lacey's case. I don't know the exact nature of that confirmation. So, and this was before the arrest and all the new info on Kristen Smart. But again, if there's a cult involved, see, this is the thing with clueless goofs like Quirky Motor and all these other coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists. They just don't have the mental capacity to understand that criminals don't always act alone. So if there's criminals, for example, the Medina burglary across the street from the Petersons, if they're connected to other criminal scumbags possibly involved in human trafficking or cults, satanic cults, if people know each other, are they involved in more than one crime? I mean, that is clearly not a stretch in any way. Obviously, you'd have to prove it. But to just completely write it off like some kind of clueless goof who just can't process basic logic, which is obviously a lot of people, I mean, that's really silly. Obviously, we would never do that on MindShock, because here, the motto is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Next up on the list here, Tara Smith was 16 years old and not pregnant in 98 when she vanished from Redding, California. Here's the other thing, too. Like, when they're saying that these people are not pregnant, do they know for sure? Like, if they had just recently taken a pregnancy test and maybe told somebody about it, like the father. Again, nothing to do with Scott Peterson or satanic cults. But if the father doesn't want to be a father, this is why pregnant women have a higher rate of being met with foul play, because, you know, there's scumbags out there. So just because it wasn't known that she was pregnant, I mean, a missing person with an unrecovered body, how can you tell with 100% certainty they weren't pregnant? But goofs like Quirky Motor will, of course, hallucinate to know for sure. But anyway, continuing on here, 98, she vanished from Redding, California, 250 miles north of Modesto. The blonde high schooler left her home one day to break up with her boyfriend, a married 29-year-old father. She never returned home and her body was never found. Tara's boyfriend was sentenced for statutory rape due to Tara's age, but he has never been charged with murder or disappearance. It is considered a closed case. Well, why would it be considered closed? And also, wouldn't it increase the likelihood if he's married and he doesn't want his family to find out and she told him he was pregnant? I mean, if indeed he admitted to the statutory rape, how would anybody other than them, if they're the only two that knew that she was pregnant, would know that she was pregnant? But again, goofs like Quirky Moto, they don't even have the mental capacity to just summon this children's level basic logic here. Let's go to NBCnews.com here. Family pushing for justice in 98 disappearance of daughter Tara Smith in Redding, California. The 16-year-old said she was going jogging and would be back in about 20 minutes. She never returned. By Veronica Fulton, April 17, 2022. Tara Smith loved life and, according to her family, lived it to the fullest. She had a lot of passions and interests. She loved horses. She loved basketball, nature. Tara's mother, Marilyn, told Dateline. Her freshman year of high school, she was homecoming queen and arm wrestling champ. It was evident by the end of 16 that Tara was extremely passionate about many things. She loved poetry. She had a deep spiritual side, Marilyn said. She was also a prolific writer. Tara's father, Terry, added, "We have volumes and volumes of her journals." Tara's younger sister, Kira, told Dateline that Tara was very outgoing. She was just always the star of, like, sports and everything like that, Kira said, always surrounded by a group of friends. She was also kind. She went out of her way, I think, to make everyone feel included, Kira added. The sisters were close in age, only about a year and a half apart, and Kira looked up to Tara as little sisters do. Of course, she would torment me like any big sister, Kira said with a laugh. The pair also had two younger siblings, Trevor and Sierra. According to Tara's parents, their children were all very close. I think all the other kids looked up to her as being the oldest, Marilyn said. She was very loving to her siblings. The Smith children grew up in Redding, California. I always liked growing up there, Kira told Dateline. We grew up boating and we would go skiing in the winter, and so I loved all the outdoor stuff there was to do there. Tara juggled it all, being the responsible firstborn, working at the family business, and being a good student at Central Valley High. She even took up taekwondo. It was of interest to her because of the connection to the earth, Terry said. All that really appealed to her. But Tara was like any other teenager, and in August 98, she was grounded. I think she had snuck out, Marilyn remembered. She wasn't always the perfect child by any means. Marilyn recalled spending August 22nd running errands with Tara before dropping her off at their home in Reading. Tara's little sister Sierra was home at the time. Marilyn then headed to work just a few miles from home. My parents own a fun center. My brother actually owns it now, Kira told Dateline. It just has like the mini golf and go-karts and bumper boats, all that kind of stuff. It's called the Oasis Fun Center, and Kira said that the whole family worked there. Tara and I would both run the counter and like the laser tag, Kira said. That evening, August 22nd, 98, Tara was supposed to go to work at the Fun Center. Her shift started just about an hour after her mother, Marilyn's, did, but Tara never showed. Marilyn said she called the house and her youngest daughter, Sierra, answered the phone. Sierra was here at the home and said that she'd gone jogging and said she was only going to be gone for 20 minutes but didn't come back, Marilyn told Dateline. At that point, I came home and just drove all the roads and I thought she might be jogging on and I couldn't find her. Kira remembers that night. I was actually at my best friend's birthday party, she said. My parents actually called to have me come into work since she didn't show up. Understandably, Kira was frustrated, but she also told Dateline that Tara usually never missed work. It had never happened before, she said, so I was frustrated with her until it turned real, until we realized she might not be coming home. The Smiths started calling Tara's friends and an ex-boyfriend, but no one knew anything. Marilyn said she didn't call police at first because she thought Tara was just at a friend's house. But then Marilyn told Dateline one of Tara's friends later returned their call. I think she was having an inappropriate relationship with Troy Zink, Z-I-N-K, not C. Her taekwondo instructor, Marilyn said, the friend revealed. So that's when the red flags went off. The Smiths contacted the police. Terry Smith told Dateline he and Marilyn went over to Zink's house that night to talk to him. This was probably around 9 at night. His wife told us that he wasn't home. Kira told Dateline that she had no knowledge of Tara having an inappropriate relationship with the 29-year-old Zink. I didn't have a clue, she said. I knew she looked up to him a lot, like idolized him. Kira added that she did think it was a little weird how Tara would sometimes talk about Zink. But she said, I just totally thought of it as a student-mentor relationship. Terry told Dateline that Zink called them back that night around 11 p.m., gave us the same story that he stuck to throughout, that he had picked up Tara, dropped her off about a mile and a half from our house, 2 miles, 3 miles from our house, Terry said, and then had gone up to a hill nearby called Hang Glider Hill. So he basically admitted to being the last known person to see her and give her a ride. Wow. Terry told Dateline that Zink had been up on Hang Glider Hill praying for 5 hours. Why would he be praying? With not much to go on, the Smiths looked through their daughter's belongings to, unless, again, if he does that, like, all the time, okay, but if he never does that and only did that particular night after being the last known person to interact with her, I mean, that's kind of a red flag, is it not? With not much to go on, the Smiths looked through their daughter's belongings to see if they could learn anything that could help their search. That's when they found a letter that Tara had written to Troy Zink. Within the first couple days of her being missing, we were going through her things in her bedroom and found the letter, Terry told Dateline. She had written a long letter that we think she was going to mail him or give to him. Based on what they read in the letter, the Smiths believe that on the evening of August 22nd, Tara planned on telling Zink that their relationship was over. I think originally she had written it all out thinking she would either mail it in or give it to him in person, Terry said. And then she decided she would just tell him in person. The Smiths said that they later learned that Zink had a prior conviction for spousal rape in 92. According to court records, Zink denied the claims that he had forced his ex-wife to have sex with him at knife point. He claimed that he had sex with his ex-wife while telling her that he was going to kill himself. I mean, that's kind of weird too. Could that be considered coercive? Because, I mean, obviously it's emotional blackmail, but I mean, that's really weird because, wow, that's really messed up. So that's what he claimed. So he admitted minimum to that. That's a huge red flag. Because if he's openly admitting that, like, what is he not admitting? During the investigation into Tara's disappearance, officials found several old sporting rifles and shotguns stored in the attic of Zink's taekwondo studio. As a felon, Zink was not allowed to have firearms on his property. He claimed the firearms belonged to his father, who rented space from him. Is that even true? According to court records, June 24th, 1999, a jury found Zink guilty of possession of a firearm by a felon and was sentenced to 4 years. In 2001, Zink filed an appeal stating that his counsel was ineffective for not requesting a change of venue for his trial and that the jury was not impartial due to the negative attention brought to him by police, media, and family of Tara Smith during the investigation into her disappearance. His appeal was denied. Well, what does that have to do with possession of the firearms? Because either did he not admit, like, he admitted that his father is storing them there. Yeah, that's kind of weird. And legally, see, I'm actually not clear on the law there. Is a landlord legally responsible for what a tenant is keeping on said property? I mean, maybe that's a different law state to state. If anybody knows the answer to that, they can chime in here. Dateline spoke with Lieutenant Chris Edwards at the Shasta County Sheriff's Office about Zink. I know that he was interviewed, Lieutenant Edwards said. They did the due diligence and, investigated and interviewed people that were close to her, that knew her, and followed all those leads out. Nothing about the investigation led to Tara or an official suspect in her disappearance. Troy Zink denies any involvement in Tara's case. He told police that Tara had called him at work wanting to see him. He said she was standing at the end of her driveway when he arrived. She leaned into his window, and he said that Tara asked him for $2,000. He said he told her he didn't have that much money, but he said he told her he'd give her money if he knew what it was for. He said Tara got angry. Nevertheless, he said she asked him for a ride. He said he let Tara out on an old Oregon trail and she went jogging. While court documents say that Zink was questioned extensively by police, he was never officially considered a person of interest in Tara's disappearance. See, I wonder why, though, because obviously police, I'm sure they have information they haven't released, but if Zink's story is true, now again, if he's still alive, brain fingerprint scan, of course. Because if that's all true, because, I mean, there's no shortage of scumbags out there. If he really did let her off on the trail, so I'm assuming no one was around to corroborate that and nobody spotted her. But what if there was some kind of shady individual or criminal at the trail who saw her? I mean, she's obviously, a young, attractive female. She would be prime target for a lot of scumbags out there. And the other thing, if the $2,000 story is true, does that mean Tara was involved in something? And might have known some shady individuals? In which case, I mean, that should be explored. But if Zink made that all up, obviously, just to cast suspicion away from himself. Or maybe he didn't make it up. Maybe she was involved with other shady people, but he was still the one that harmed her. Again, let's not fall for any false dichotomies here like the goofs like to do. Terry told Dateline that the family felt like the Shasta County Sheriff's Office did take Tara's case seriously at first. At the time, we really felt satisfied that they were giving it their all, Terry said. They brought in cadaver dogs. We have a lake nearby. They nearly drained that lake. So, okay, I'm assuming, so if they checked the trail, did they verify that she really was at the trail? In which case, did Zink really drop her off? But then what happened after? Did he pick her up again and then something happened? Too soon, the family feels Tara's case went cold. We feel like they really gave it their all for probably 6 months to a year, and then it was an important case for another year or two, and since then it's been shelved. It's completely cold, stone cold. Marilyn told Dateline that she held out hope that her eldest daughter would return home for a long time. It never felt like we properly mourned or grieved her in some ways because for so many months we hoped she would come back, she said. It was a very gradual process realizing she was gone. Terry, on the other hand, felt like he knew Tara's fate within the first 48 hours of her disappearance. I think Marilyn held on to hope far longer than I did, he said. I was convinced that she was gone from almost the get-go. Wow. I mean, it's so, it's kind of hard to even go through this, obviously, because it's so tragic, but I mean, yeah, again, family members, a lot of the time, the intuition will tell them whether they're gone or not. And of course, sometimes the intuition is true, sometimes it's not. And of course, a lot of goofs like to pretend that intuition's all nonsense by just pointing to the times it was inaccurate and writing off the times it was accurate as purely coincidental. But obviously, there could be more going on here, but yeah, it's just tough. It's tough. Kira and her other siblings did not participate in the searches for their sister. I really think my parents tried to just protect us from that, she told Dateline. When I was younger, I just didn't think about like all the ugliness in the world. You're more aware as an adult. As an adult, Kira moved out of Reading, got married, and now has children of her own. Now that I'm older and I'm more aware of things, I still very much try to focus on just her life and all the good, because I don't want to focus on the ugly details of her disappearance. So Kira did just that, decided to focus on the good. She reached out to Tara's loved ones and put together a binder full of memories of her sister. I just wanted a way for people to share their memories of her, Kira said, to hear how many lives she's touched. We have a full 3-ring binder of these stories that we wouldn't even be aware of had she not gone missing, Terry said, remembering his daughter. And they paint a picture of a 16-year-old girl who was well beyond her years in maturity in terms of being thoughtful and considerate. And while the focus is on Tara's life, not her absence, we want justice still, Kira said. We don't want someone capable of doing something like this out just living their lives. Nearly a quarter century later, they realize the odds are slim but not impossible. There are plenty of cold cases out there that may never be solved, Terry said. We just hang on to the hope that ours won't be one of those. When asked where the investigation stands, Lieutenant Edwards told Dateline, it's still an active open investigation through our agency, and we're following up on the leads that we do get. So again, just quickly going back to the quirky motor goof, in their very disingenuous, completely dishonest, and flat-out goofy write-up, they're pretending the case is closed. Here we have a direct quote from law enforcement. It's still an active, open investigation, and they're still getting leads. When asked if there were any active search efforts to find Tara, Lieutenant Edwards replied, "Not at this time. There's not." At the time of her disappearance, Tara was 5'7", blonde hair. The 16-year-old weighed 135 pounds. So she's pretty big and athletic. Strong, athletic build. Tara's mother, Marilyn, said her daughter didn't have any scars or birthmarks. Tara would be 40 years old today. She just had a really good heart. Tara had a really good heart, Marilyn told Dateline. I think the world is a better place for her having been in it. Her father, Terry, added, and I can only imagine how much better it would be if she was still here. I mean, my other thought is her friends. What do her friends know? Because one of her friends was the one that told her parents about the possible relationship with Zink, although it seems like they must have known for sure. Well, maybe not, but I don't know. Teenage girls talk, so I'm assuming she told that friend so the friend knew. What else did they know? And who else was around her that maybe was shady? Or is this really just a case of a stranger abductor? A stranger abduction. And was this all verified, too? Because Zink is claiming that she called him at work on her cell phone. So did they verify that? It doesn't say whether that was verified. Also, on Reading.com, it stated that Zink refused to be questioned by investigators after his initial interview with sheriff's deputies. Shasta County Sheriff Sergeant John Hubbard said in 2008 that by 2008, hundreds and hundreds of tips have been investigated. None panned out. They need to just brain fingerprint scan Zink and all her friends. I mean, that would solve this quick. I mean, really. Here's a post from one of Tara's friends, August 1st, 2019, on the Web Sleuths forum. I came searching for this thread as a real-life friend of Tara Smith. Since I became aware of online sleuthing communities, I have hope for some resolution of her case. I attended Zink's felony weapons sentencing hearing at the Shasta County Courthouse, which was full of Tara's friends and family, wearing yellow ribbons. Zink's family also attended. Here are some details I know that were not mentioned. Zink's truck was detailed before it was searched. So hold on a second. So they did search his truck? Huh. That's kind of interesting. Zink was convicted of felony rape. My recollection is that it was spousal rape in the early 90s. A search warrant unrelated to Tara's case was carried out at Zink's place of business, where he had a number of firearms. He was then charged with felony possession. Zink's defense was that the weapons belonged to his father. Tara's fastidious journal keeping indicated a sexual relationship with Zink and her intention to end it. I am so confident Zink is responsible and can't understand how he was never charged. So a few details here. Updated from the Charlie Project, updated April 2022. So Tara was last seen leaving her family's residence, so nobody saw her on the trails. So she was going for a jog between 5 and 7 p.m. She wasn't allowed to leave the house at night on her own, and her sister tried to stop her, but Tara said she would be back before their parents got home. She has never returned home, has not been seen again. So according to Zink, Tara called him during the evening hours, asked him to meet her near her home at 6:30 p.m. That's kind of weird, though. It says that she was leaving between 5 and 7 p.m., so her sister doesn't know the exact time she left the house. I mean, I guess that's not... I mean, I don't know. People don't always look at the time every second, but... Zink claimed that Tara requested $2,000 from him during the meeting, but wouldn't say what for. He said he refused to give her the money. She became angry. She asked him to drop her off at the intersection of Old Alturas Road and Old Oregon Trail in Redding. He stated that he drove to Hang Glider Hill by himself to pray afterwards and returned to his house at approximately 11:30 p.m. So does he routinely go praying for all these hours? So he's got a wife and kid, and he works. He's a Taekwondo instructor. And so... what does this mean? So he's meeting her at 6:30. He drops her off, allegedly. Now, I would think Hang Glider Hill would be searched extensively, because why would he say he went to these... I mean, I don't know. This is rough. Is he thinking people might have seen him driving? Like, what? Was there really nobody out on the roads at this time? So nobody... I don't know. This is tough. Oh, here's another detail here. He has always denied his involvement with Tara's disappearance. He said that he received a letter from her, which allegedly stated she was planning to leave her home. Okay, so did he make that up and the $2,000, which she needed to leave home? Did he concoct that story to cover for himself? Or is the story true and someone else harmed her? Tara's family has maintained she was a typical teenager who had some problems with her life, but nothing that would have led her to run away. What problems? Okay, there's another detail here. There was an unconfirmed sighting of Tara on the evening of her disappearance in Redding. A witness told investigators that someone matching Tara's description was spotted inside a full-size dark blue 1976 Ford pickup with mag wheels and a yellow tailgate. The girl was accompanied by an unidentified Caucasian male. It has not been established if this sighting is related to Tara's case. Tara was a junior at Central Valley High at the time of her disappearance. She had 3 siblings. Her parents are still living in Redding. No arrests have been made, and the case remains unsolved. Okay, so there was a sighting. Possibly of her, maybe not her, but... also, she was a homecoming queen. What's kind of weird, why did Zink admit to going to the house? Is it because he really did? Because her sister, Sierra... said, I remember watching her as she jogged out of my line of sight. Was that inside the home or outside the home? So did she see Tara jog down the street? So she did not see Zink pull into the driveway or even onto the street. So why did Zink say that if it wasn't true? It also says they met up near her home, so not right at the home? I don't know, that's kind of weird. Also, what kind of truck did Zink have? I'm assuming here, unidentified Caucasian male. Was this not Zink? The other thing that's weird, of course, is the timeline, because if Zink dropped her off at about 6:30 p.m., the intersection of Old Alturas Road and Old Oregon Trail, that's an hour, that's too far from, so she needs to start her shift at 7. So that does not allow, that's not enough time to start her shift. So what does that mean? So Zink apparently had a black truck, not a blue 76 Ford pickup. He had a black truck. Nobody spotted his truck. Nobody was able to corroborate his story. Where he was or where he claimed to be or if he was elsewhere. I mean, apparently nobody had seen him in that period of time at all anywhere. So supposedly the day after her disappearance, he got new tires and detailed the truck. The old tires were never located. He also never told the police where he got the work done to detail and get the new tires. And apparently the police never tracked that down. I mean, this is insane. So from a local here on Reddit, Unresolved Mysteries, Art Before Words, this is all info from this individual. All of us in the area are 1,000% sure he killed her and dumped her body into one of the many mine shafts on his father's property. Both of these men should have been charged. His dad was a creep and scammer too with his coin shop. Many people felt the father knew exactly what happened. Charles Troy Zink was later arrested for dumping kittens in Tehama County and charged and served time. Wow, so he's dumping kittens now too? This is crazy. Wow, that's a lot of weird information there. This individual also said there is no doubt by many in law enforcement that he was the killer. She might have told him she was going to rat him out for having sex with 16-year-olds. Anyway, he was already a rapist, so he killed her and got away with it. There has never once been another suspect. I hope he rots in hell. Wait a second. So apparently Tara's friends also went to the Taekwondo school. So did Tara know that he was having relationships with other students also? Is that true? And why have the other students not come forward if that is true? Because that would definitely be motive there. What are these problems that her family said that she's having? Because this is also the Saturday right before school starts. So this is not an arbitrary date in the middle of the summer. So apparently his property was searched and the place where he said he meditated was searched, as well as areas in between there and the trail. But I believe, so here from everything I've seen, they never searched his father's house or property. Another poster posted, Amador9 posted that Zink was on parole for illegal sex with a 15-year-old girl. And had his relationship with Tara come out, he would be on his way back to prison for a long time. He also denied any inappropriate relationship with Tara. So he thought it'd be, so is it perfectly normal that a random 29-year-old is going to be giving rides to a 16-year-old girl at her whim? The phrasing here is interesting, too. The story he told police was very strange. He denied any inappropriate relationship with Tara, claimed she asked him for $2,000 and got mad when he refused, took her to a specific remote location where she wanted to go, where she did not appear to have any reason to be. And that is curious. Did she ever jog there before? Or was this the first time ever she wanted to be dropped off there? And he went off to a very remote area to pray. The police were baffled by the bizarre story that was hardly self-serving. The detail about the 2000 seems so off the wall there must be some significance. Very likely, Troy knew that there may be some evidence that Tara had some expectation that he would give her $2,000, and possible witness sightings of him with her that evening. He probably needed to cover that in his story. According to all the write-ups on the case I have found, the writings that her father had found indicated that Tara was in a sexual relationship with Zink, but she had decided that it was wrong, so she was going to confront him and break it off. I have no idea if this is accurate or if this is a sanitized account intended to protect the reputation of someone who's clearly a victim. Obviously, $2,000 doesn't really seem to fit into the scenario. It might fit if Tara was pregnant and the money was for an abortion. This, however, would be speculation, since it has never been acknowledged by anyone connected to the case. While it is possible that Troy killed her because he was mad she was breaking up with him, it seems more likely that he feared another sex with a minor charge that would land him in prison for a long time. It could be that she was refusing to have an abortion, or otherwise planning some action that would get him in trouble. It is even possible that he killed her to save himself the $2,000. There is another 16-year-old girl, a friend of Tara's, whose existence has been mentioned in many accounts but has never been identified. Her role in the matter is rather vague. It has been suggested that she may have been having sex with Zink, or just a confidant of Tara who had information about her relationship with Zink. Whatever the case, Zink has not been charged with illegal sexual activity with her. Reading is a town of 100,000 people. Well, how did nobody else see them that night? This is weird. Both the fathers of Zink and Tara are somewhat well known, and this whole situation is well known. 20 years later, people still talk about it and take sides. Wow, seriously? People are taking Zink's side on this? I heard that Zink returned to Reading when he got out of prison. If he is still there, he has kept a low profile. Other people are saying that he doesn't currently live in Reading. He's been moving. He moved around a lot the past 20 years. Again, I have no idea if that's true or not. Others said that he actually changed his name and his son changed his name as well. Some more curiosities by online researchers here. So supposedly the area where Zink said he went to pray is actually closed on weekends. Obviously, he could still have snuck in, but that's weird. Also, if she was really having some kind of a problem, so this is the Saturday, this is the weekend before school starts. So was there some other kind of an issue where she really did want to run away? And then something happened to her? Possibly even that same night? Alright, we're about to get into MINDSHOCK land. I didn't think I'd be spending this much time on this case, but there's a lot here, actually. So, someone claimed, I don't know, this was on a YouTube comment on a news story of Tara. There's no link here, but this is on the Web Sleuths forum. Someone said that law enforcement did not interview a friend of hers, Jenny. Jenny apparently saw Tara running away from Troy Zink the day she disappeared. YouTube comments can be taken with a grain of salt, but it does make me wonder just how much of a missed opportunity law enforcement had to get this guy. And what if this guy is some kind of a scumbag and she did run away from him only to meet her fate at the hands of another scumbag? And we're going to get into some truly mind-shocking territory in a moment here on the area that allegedly she wanted to be dropped off, according to Zink, which I don't know if that's true at all after seeing some of this stuff. So the intersection where Zink says he dropped Tara off is of interest. I hope law enforcement have knocked on all doors up and down that area. So who's ready for a huge mind shock? So Sherry Papini, this was supposedly some kind of kidnapping hoax. So, Sherry Papini was actually Tara Smith's classmate. So let's look at this. I mean, again, this is just absolutely insane and mind-shocking. I don't know if anybody actually requested the Tara Smith case on MINDSHOCK. Maybe they did. I've gotten so much requests. I write them all down and add them to the list. So I'll be covering them. But this is crazy. This is an article from krcrtv.com by Dylan Brown, March 18, 2022. The Papini arrest opens up old wounds for family of missing North State woman. Shasta County. Sherry Papini's arrest has sparked frustration for one North State family as their search for Tara Smith continues for its 24th year. I would love to say that it's not upsetting and just to be able to have so much compassion, but I can't because it's so upsetting, said Sierra Smith, sister of longtime missing Reading girl Tara Smith. Tara was a 16-year-old Central Valley High student who disappeared from her family's home on Tarsi Way in '98 after officials say she went for an evening jog and never returned. Our parents told us never to leave the house at night on our own. I was like, Tara, you're not allowed to go, Sierra said. She told me that she would be back before our parents ever got home. I remember watching her as she jogged out of my line of sight. But wasn't she supposed to start work? Sierra said the then 29-year-old Troy Zink was dating Tara at the time and was her former martial arts instructor. Former? Wait a second, so she was no longer doing Taekwondo at the time? She said the family believes he had something to do with this, but officials have never named Zink as an official suspect. His name is still hard to hear in our house, Sierra said. Tara remains missing to this day. When officials in Shasta County announced Sherry Papini's disappearance in 2016, Sierra said that the Papini family asked Terry Smith, Tara's father, for advice. After Sherry was found 22 days later, Sierra said the Papini family visited their house several times. My sister Kira spoke to Sherry after she was found, Sierra said. She had dinner at my parents' house. Sierra said it was frustrating to find out that Papini had been lying about her kidnapping. I just have to tell myself that she's sick, you know, Sierra said. Like, she has to be sick to have come up with that story and to hurt herself the way she did. She's just not well. Officials continue the search for Tara, and her photo and info still remain on the California Department of Justice's website under missing persons. I remember one day I had forgotten what Tara's voice sounded like, and that's just so sad, Sierra said. We know someday we will see her again in heaven, and that's what we have to hold on to. That's almost what I would want to happen at this point instead of finding something I wouldn't want to see or know. Sierra said she looked up to her sister when she was little and that Tara was always full of joy and kindness. She was my person, the one I looked up to, Sierra said. Let's go in order here, though. So this is a People.com article by Diane Herbst, published December 9, 2016. What happened to Sherry Papini's schoolmate who also vanished in the same city 18 years ago? On August 22nd, 98, Tara Smith, then 16, and the high school homecoming queen of the freshman class, left home in Redding, California, dressed to go jogging. She was never seen again. Sherry Papini, a mom of two and a former schoolmate of Tara's who disappeared 18 years later during a jog. So not only is this whole thing supposedly a hoax, but she also claims she got kidnapped while jogging. So 2.5 miles from where Tara vanished had a luckier outcome. She was found alive, but beaten and chained on Thanksgiving morning following an apparent abduction. So was this some kind of liar situation where she beat herself up, or did other people beat her up? Papini's case continues to baffle investigators, and it bears some seemingly baffling similarities to Smith's case, though Shasta County Sheriff Tom Bosanko tells People investigators have not developed any evidence that the two cases are linked. Still, several days after Papini disappeared, her husband, Keith Papini, reached out to Smith's father for advice. Keith came to me and we spoke for about an hour, Terry Smith tells People. I just told him to stay strong for his kids and not assume law enforcement has the answers and to push them. It was obvious Keith was torn up, Terry says, and I believe he was confident he'd get his wife back. I mean, obviously this is a different situation than, a 30-some-year-old versus a 16-year-old going missing, but Sherry's case brought back some very vivid memories, and our hearts went out to Keith and his kids, Terry says. We know how it feels, that hopelessness and having nothing to go on is familiar. Tara's sister, Kira, who was in the same grade as Sherry. Tara was a year older. When Sherry was found, the Smiths were elated. Terry says, I can't tell you how thrilled we were. It's bittersweet. We didn't have that kind of outcome. Despite the strange surface similarities between Tara's and Sherry's disappearances, there are notable differences, Terry says. While authorities are still piecing together why and by whom Sherry was abducted, Tara's case is not so mysterious. Terry claims he knows who is responsible for his daughter's vanishing, a man who has never been charged and denies involvement but who remains a person of interest. And, of course, this is Zinc. And the People article is actually stating that Tara was scheduled to work at 6 p.m., not 7 p.m., which is even weirder. Terry stated this, that Zinc wasn't... So Terry says he was told during the search by one of Tara's friends that his daughter was romantically involved with Zinc. So not a suspicion. It seems like it was a definitive statement. That night, he went to Zink's house. Terry says Zink wasn't there and he didn't show up until 11:30 p.m. Zink is an avid four-wheeler guy. He knows the back roads. He had 5.5 hours to get rid of evidence, and he's been smart enough to keep his mouth shut, Terry says. There might be some funny business going on with police here because Sheriff Bosanko stated that thousands of tips were called in. Not one person saw her on the busy road, but supposedly there were one or two sightings, unconfirmed, but at least people said they saw her, supposedly. So let's look at Sacramento Bee, July 28th, 2022. Hoodwinked. Sherry Papini's kidnapping hoax ends with arrest outside her kids' piano lessons. Actually, let's go to LA Times. Sherry Papini's family, appalled by arrest in alleged fake abduction, says she was ambushed in front of her kids. Don Thompson, March 4, 2022. The family of a North California woman whose 2016 disappearance triggered an intensive search and international headlines on Friday criticized the way she was arrested on charges that she faked her own kidnapping. Sherry Papini, 39, of Redding, was ambushed in front of her children Thursday afternoon, according to her family. She spent the night in Sacramento County Jail on charges of mail fraud and lying to a federal agent. At a Friday afternoon court appearance, she was ordered detained as a danger and flight risk. Papini disappeared while jogging in 2016. She turned up 3 weeks later on Thanksgiving Day alongside a highway 150 miles from her home. She had a brand on her right shoulder along with burns and bruises on her body. Wait a second. Was this actually a real kidnapping? and the police are trying to cover it up because it has something to do with corrupt police, which we'll actually get to in the Tara Smith case in a moment. I mean, this is all really insane. She described her abduction at gunpoint and abusive treatment by 2 Hispanic women to police in great detail, triggering a hunt for her abductors. It was all a lie, authorities said Thursday. She actually was with a former boyfriend in Orange County, they said, and beat herself up to support her fabrication. So she beat herself up like liar, liar style? Like what? This is a weird case. Her family's statement did not address the veracity of the charges, but said the family is confused by several aspects of the counts. They also criticized how she was taken into custody. We love Sherry and are appalled by the way in which law enforcement ambushed her afternoon in a dramatic and unnecessary manner in front of her children, the family said in the statement released through a publicist. She would have come to the police station if asked, the family said, where this could have been handled in a more appropriate way. I mean, that's a good point. Papini and her husband Keith have cooperated with investigators' requests, the family said, despite repeated attempts to unnecessarily pit them against each other, empty threats to publicly embarrass them, and other conduct that was less than professional. Her attorney, Michael Borges, did not immediately respond to telephone and email messages seeking comment after a court appearance Friday. Papini is due back in court Tuesday for a hearing to determine whether she can be released from custody. The FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office in Sacramento declined to comment, while the Shasta County Sheriff's Office did not immediately comment, but previously said it would have nothing more to say now that charges have been filed. All 3 agencies investigated the case. Papini is charged with lying to a federal agent as recently as August 2020 when authorities said they confronted her with evidence that she had made up her story and warned her that lying to federal enforcement officials is a crime. The mail fraud charges relate to the more than $30,000 she collected from the California Victim Compensation Board, including therapy for anxiety and PTSD, according to the court filing. It carries a penalty of up to 20 years in prison, while lying to a federal officer has a maximum of 5-year sentence. A 55-page court affidavit supporting her charges say a GoFundMe campaign raised more than $49,000 to help the family. No charges are related to that money, which investigators say the couple used to pay off bills and for other expenses. So apparently she was sentenced to 18 months in prison. So what's weird though, it was 5 years. So since she turned up, 5 years passed before these allegations that it was all a lie in the arrest. So her husband apparently spent those 5 years really thinking that she was legitimately kidnapped. I mean, if she was, how are people, like, what is the definitive evidence that she wasn't? I mean, I don't know. Apparently she also owes $300,000 in restitution. Now, people commenting on the case, they were also stating that they never believed her even before all of this came out. I don't know, that's kind of weird. Mel posted, at first I believed her because of how bad her injuries were, including the branding. I don't think anyone would do that to themselves. Then when it got to the details of her captivity, I started to get suspicious because of how sensationalist it seemed, and then it mentioned the annoying Mexican music. I knew for sure. I mean, I don't want to go too far into this case because there is quite a bit of information here. And she did plead guilty, and she admitted that she faked her kidnapping, which is interesting. Now, if it was real, I'm sure they kind of told her, like, if she really felt that she would not have been believed and facing however many years in prison, would she admit it just to get the lesser sentence? I mean, obviously people do that all the time. Again, I'm not alleging that it was or wasn't real. Obviously, I don't know. I mean, there's just a lot of issues here. So she was a classmate or 1 or 2 years off, a year off from Tara. Like, from Tara Smith? And she also alleging to have gone missing while jogging. Now, we're going to get into... I'll read a few excerpts here from the Sacramento Bee. Hoodwinked Sherry Papini kidnapping. This is before she admitted it. So days before, Papini, chains around her wrists and waist, her voice hoarse from screaming, flagged down a motorist along a darkened road north of Sacramento. She told detectives she'd spent 22 days locked in a room, a bucket filled with kitty litter for a toilet. Her captors, she said, were 2 Latino women who kidnapped her at gunpoint while she was on a jog near her home north of Redding. They beat her. They branded her shoulder as if she was livestock. They told her she was going to be sold as a slave to a cop. Then, inexplicably, they let the 34-year-old mom go. Now, here she sat safely on a living room couch, the invited guest of MacArthur, the then mayor of Reading. Papini's husband, Keith, did most of the talking, MacArthur recalled, while his wife sat hunched over, gaze locked on the floor. Inside that living room, MacArthur, a former physician's assistant who worked in hospital emergency rooms, saw a woman still cowering in fear of her tormentors. This was part of my wheelhouse, to see people traumatized by things. You can't work in an ER for years and not see it, MacArthur recalled 5.5 years later, sitting in the same living room. So I just believed it. I believed it, and she certainly appeared to have signs of PTSD. But it was all a lie. The world now knows that the two women never existed after Papini pled guilty this spring to lying to FBI agents. See, this isn't enough information to convince me that this didn't happen just because someone said so. Like, where's the hard evidence? Her 3 weeks in captivity in November 2016 were spent in Southern California in an apartment with an ex-boyfriend, James Reyes. At Papini's request, FBI agents said he branded her shoulder with a wood-burning tool, he hit her with a hockey puck, and he held up a hockey stick so that Papini could ram her face into it and break her own nose. So is that where he drew the line? That he'll brand her and he'll hit her with a puck, but he won't break her nose. If she wants to break her nose, he'll only hold the stick and she has to run into it. Is that how their relationship worked? Papini, through her attorney, Bill Portanova, declined to comment for this story. Portanova also declined comment. More than a mere tabloid tale that once captivated the nation, Papini's story is one of a community that went from heartbroken to hoodwinked. What follows is the most comprehensive retelling of the story of Papini's disappearance, her reemergence, and the web of people victimized by her lies. It is the culmination of hours of interviews Sacramento Bee reporters Ryan Sabelo and Sam Stanton conducted over the years, both before and after her arrest, and a review of court filings, public records, 911 calls, and court testimony. The Bee and its attorneys also successfully petitioned the Shasta County Superior Court to unseal 17 search warrants the detectives had obtained in the case. Those warrants provide previously unreported details that appear in this 3-part story. So, okay. So do they have hard evidence, witnesses, security footage that she really was in this apartment with her boyfriend? The disappearance. The last text message Keith Papini received from his wife, November 2nd, 2016, urged him to come home for lunch so that they could have sex. He wasn't able to sneak away from work, but when he got home that evening, the house was empty. It made him nervous since the kids never came home either, and Sherry didn't return his calls. He used a cell phone locator app and found her phone near the edge of their driveway. Their wedding song, Michael Bublé's Everything, was playing on repeat through the phone's earbuds. He called 911. Dispatcher, hello? Can I help you? Keith, I just got home from work and my wife wasn't there, which is unusual, and my kids should have been there by now from daycare. So I was like, oh, maybe she went for a walk. I couldn't find her, so I called the daycare to see what time she picked up the kids. The kids were never picked up. So I got freaked out, so I hit the Find My iPhone app thing, and it showed her phone like at the end of our driveway. I'm totally freaking out thinking that somebody grabbed her. Dispatcher, when's the last time you heard from her? She sent me a text asking me if I was coming home from lunch. Dispatcher, what time were the kids supposed to be picked up? Way before 5:30. She usually goes like 4:30, 4:45. Dispatcher, okay, are you headed back to the house or where are you right now? I'm at the end of the driveway. I'm at Old Oregon Trail and Sunrise where they meet because that's right where I found her phone on the ground. That's telling me that something happened to her. Then there's like hair in the headphones like they got ripped off. In the days that followed, Keith Papini took a lie detector test to prove he wasn't involved in her abduction. Sheriff's deputies with tracking dogs and volunteers walked grid patterns pushing through poison oak in the brushy foothills surrounding the neighborhood where Sherry disappeared. A local company printed hundreds of signs featuring Sheriff Papini's face and the number for the sheriff's office. They soon hung from power poles and fences around town. At the intersection, and she kind of sort of looks like Tara Smith as well. I mean, obviously older. At the intersection where she went missing, a trio of balloons hung from barbed wire fence, "Bring Sherry Home," was written on them in black marker. Papini's family reached out to media outlets. It wasn't particularly hard sell for a news industry that's increasingly facing criticism for overhyping stories about missing attractive white women while paying scant attention to other missing persons cases. When she was younger, Papini had been an account exec for AT&T for several years, covering several stores. After she was laid off due to corporate downsizing, she embraced motherhood. She became a stay-at-home mom who homeschooled her children. Her family told reporters she was deeply devoted to her family and would do anything for her children. Headlines and articles declared Papini a super mom. I actually still can't get over how similar she looks to Tara Smith. I mean, even their high school photos look similar. I mean, they look the same. They allegedly vanished from the same road. They go to the same school. I mean, this is weird. It's also curious, did she also take Taekwondo lessons? I mean, this is just really, really weird. But back to the article here. Her family shared a number of photos of Papini with news outlets in the hopes someone would recognize her. There were plenty of photos to choose from. Sherry with her children, Sherry with her husband, Sherry smiling as she posed for a picture in front of Shasta Dam. But one photo would get widely shared by the tabloids and the likes of People magazine in the weeks and years ahead. An image of Papin's striking blue eyes looking directly into the camera. Keith appears to lean in to kiss her neck. Meanwhile, donations poured into the GoFundMe account, and a self-proclaimed hostage negotiator and an anonymous donor became involved. A ransom and rewards totaling at least $100,000 were offered. On November 15th, almost 2 weeks after her disappearance, Keith Papini and Sherry's sister Sheila Coaster appeared at a Reading City Council meeting begging for help. "I'm just trying to do everything I can to get her face everywhere, her name out to everybody," Keith Papini told the council. They asked the council to allow them to release balloons in her honor. "We will make that happen for you," then Mayor MacArthur replied, "and our prayers are with you." But hopes that Papini would be reunited with her family began to fade as the days dragged on and the helium in the balloons began to sag. Her case brought back horrifying memories of other women who were abducted, went missing, or were murdered in Shasta County over the years. There was serial killer Darrell Keith Rich, the Hilltop rapist, who murdered 3 women and an 11-year-old girl in Reading in 1978. He was executed in 2000. In 97, Christine Monroe, a 37-year-old nurse with blonde hair, was found dead along the river trail where she'd gone for a jog. Wait, what is it with this MO? Blondes that go jogging? And this is 97. This is only a year before Tara Smith. I mean, obviously the age, but I mean, this is crazy. And she was found dead along the river trail where she'd gone for a jog. She'd been stabbed over and over. At the time Papini was missing, no suspects had been identified. Due to a DNA hit, her killer, James Earl Watkins, pled guilty to her murder in 2021, to Christine Monroe's murder. And there was the 98. See, the problem for anybody that's studying all these true crime cases, a big problem that occurs is you really can't trust law enforcement or the court system. Because how often do they get it wrong? Now, and that's a multi-prong issue, because in certain cases they're actively framing people that they know are innocent or guilty of other crimes, but not this particular crime that they're accusing them of. But they frame them anyway, either to cover up for one of their own or someone connected with them, or just simply to close the book and not have to honestly investigate and do all that work, or they possibly coerce someone who they think is guilty, but maybe they're not. And then there's all these wrongful confessions. So can we even really trust this? But supposedly the DNA hit matched and he pled guilty. And again, sometimes people plead guilty just for the lesser sentence, not because they're actually guilty. And opening up the can of worms with DNA issues, because obviously every generation of DNA technology is touted as incredibly accurate until the new one comes around and they're like, oh, okay, I guess the previous one wasn't accurate. But for some reason, all these clueless goofs hallucinate that whatever the current generation tech is, somehow it's magically accurate and super accurate, even though the other ones weren't. And then no matter how many times history repeats, no matter how many times the innocent are exonerated due to supposedly matching DNA evidence, these clueless goofs still religiously worship these DNA matches, so-called matches. And I'm not saying that they're not matches. Obviously, it's good tech. It's legit technology for the most part, but that doesn't mean it's 100%. And that's where the goofs really go haywire, where they can't comprehend that. But if we take it at face value, then that means James Earl Watkins was responsible for Christine Monroe, yet another blonde who went jogging and ended up dead. But there was a body here, so, Now, on krcrtv.com, it's actually stating that Christine Monroe was a 1995 cold case, not 97. Is that an error on the Sacramento Bee website? According to case documents, Christine Monroe was attacked while jogging on the south side of the Sacramento River Trail June 24th, 95. And these are all occurring in the summer? Is this too much coincidence for people? Not one, not two, but three. And again, I'm not saying it was the same person responsible. Isn't it kind of weird? Because contrary to popular belief, there are non-blondes in California. There's plenty of brunettes in California. Not every single female is blonde. Also, not every single blonde goes jogging in California. And certainly not in this exact area. So apparently the fingernail scrapings were resubmitted for DNA evidence January 2020. And there was a possible match on James Watkins, 42 of Texas. At the time, Watkins was serving a 14-year sentence for robbery in Texas State Prison. There was a search warrant issued for Watkins' DNA. Within a few weeks of their return and submission of Watkins' DNA, they learned that the CODIS hit was a match. Watkins' DNA was under Christine Monroe's fingernails at the time of her murder. D.A. Bridget said that Watkins waived all of his rights to appeal. He will receive 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole. And what are all the details of that? Did he do that to not face the death penalty? And is there any other evidence? Did they confirm that he was in the area, even? Because if he was in Texas the whole time, that might be a dodgy DNA hit. Were his whereabouts accounted for? Yeah, this is tough. But continuing on here, and there was the 98 disappearance of Tara Smith, 16-year-old blonde who went to high school with Papini. The last person to have seen her said she went out for a jog on Old Oregon Trail, the same road where Papini later vanished. Smith's body was never found. No arrests were made. Less than a week after Papini went missing, Keith Papini spoke with Tara Smith's father. Terry asked him for advice. He had little to offer other than to doggedly insist detectives throw everything they have at the case and to not give up. But Terry Smith told a Bee reporter a few days before Papini showed back up that he wasn't optimistic. In the Papini case, they've got nothing at all, Terry Smith said. I didn't have a lot of comfort to offer him. I'm not real confident that anything's going to come out of it. How do you tell somebody 5 days after their wife's gone missing that she's probably gone for good? Suspect number 1 in Papini abduction. While Sherry Papini was missing, detectives were aggressively pursuing leads. For a time, they even thought they had their abductor, Donovan Misk, a healthcare consultant from Michigan. According to the search warrants the Bee had unsealed, Papini's deleted text messages revealed that she'd been texting with Misk as recently as the week before she disappeared, November 2nd. Misk met Papini in 2011, according to a statement to detectives, when she was in Michigan for a conference. Misk told the Bee he didn't know she was married, though she'd been with her husband Keith for 2 years at that point. She appeared to be an exceptional individual, he said. Obviously, she was drop-dead gorgeous, and everyone that met her was enamored by her. She was really pretty magical, as I recall. Even so, he said the relationship faded over the years. The two gradually stopped speaking. She messaged him out of the blue in 2016, presumably when she saw from his social media accounts that he was in San Fran for work, Miske said. I'm in a conference from 9 to 5. How far of a drive? Where would we meet? Miske texted her on October 29th, according to the search warrants. She replied that she was 4 to 5 hours away. Yikes, he wrote. Her messages quickly grew uncomfortable, frequent, frantic, and cryptic. Misk said one of Papini's messages was to the effect of, quote, if we don't meet now, we may never meet again, end quote. I thought to myself, I'm not meeting up with this person. It sounds like too much hassle, too weird. The distance and Papini's odd texts prevented a rendezvous, but their messages did persuade two Shasta County detectives to travel halfway across the country to pay Misk a visit. They, along with U.S. Marshals and Michigan police officers, showed up unexpectedly at his client's office and began asking him questions. Did I have a party and someone leave drugs at my house? Misk remembered thinking. Did I accidentally hit someone when I was driving my car? Was there some embezzlement case where I was pinged for it? Was I trying to go through all the possibilities and it seemed extremely serious? Like I had committed a very heinous crime. They acted like I might have, a bunch of guns and people held up in cages at my house or something. He was able to show from his cell phone tracking data as well as pictures from his San Francisco trip that proved he wasn't anywhere near Shasta County when she disappeared. The detectives also searched Misk's apartment while he was at work. Sherry Papini wasn't there. They claimed my door was open, Misk said, though he swears the place had been... Wait, so they didn't have a warrant? This is insane. And yet detectives refused to even search Zink's father's place. Normally I'd be very frustrated about that, Misk said, but it probably helped me that they searched me at random, and I passed with flying colors. Captain Brian Jackson of the Shasta County Sheriff's Office said Misk was their primary lead while Papini was missing. It was a major disappointment to have to make the call to the top brass in Shasta County and tell them their would-be suspect had a rock-solid alibi. I mean, he said that was a huge letdown. With no suspect and no real lead on Papini's whereabouts, the situation seemed beyond bleak. But then it happened, the moment the Shasta County Sheriff's Office would call an absolute miracle. Allison Sutton was driving northbound on Interstate 5 just before 4:40 a.m. She was with her daughter Michelle on their way from Southern California to visit relatives for Thanksgiving on the North Coast. Bleary-eyed and tired after driving nonstop along the flatlands of California's Central Valley, Sutton was jolted by the sight of a woman practically standing in traffic. She had a piece of fabric, I don't know what it was, but she had this piece of fabric that she was waving as she tried to flag somebody down. She had this kind of wild-eyed, frantic, desperate look in her eyes. It's the look in her eyes that, stuck with me. Sutton pulled over and called 911. A truck driver who also spotted Sherry Papini would pull over and wait with her until a California Highway Patrol officer arrived. The officer immediately radioed for help from the Yolo County deputies. Wow, that's an interesting county, Yolo County. Wow, I wonder what kind of things go on in Yolo County. The officer urged them to go to Code 3, police dispatch logo for turning on lights and sirens and speeding to a location as quickly as possible. Papini's long blonde hair was cut short. She had a swollen nose. She'd lost nearly 10 pounds, a substantial amount for a woman who barely tipped the scales at 100 when she'd gone missing. So if this is all fake, she was pretty dedicated to this. Wow, she starved herself, beat the crap out of herself. Wow. Wait, and this is after the release of Liar Liar. A series of medical exams at a Woodland hospital found no evidence of sexual assault, though there were plenty of other signs of trauma. She had bruises on her face, rashes on her left arm and left upper inner thigh, as well as other parts of her body, ligature marks on her wrists and ankles, burns on her left forearm, and bruising on her pelvis and the front of both legs, the FBI would later write in their criminal complaint. You know what's curious, too? Like in the Jeffrey McDonald case where he barely had a scratch on him, supposedly one careful puncture, collapsed lung, whatever, and he's a doctor, so he could have easily done that. But he didn't even punch himself in the face a couple times. This woman is allegedly running into hockey sticks and getting beaten senseless with a hockey puck, and all these ligature marks and all of this, and Jeffrey McDonald couldn't even smash his face through some glass or a window or a mirror or throw himself through some bookshelves. It's kind of weird for the people that think he's guilty. She had been branded on her right shoulder, though the FBI wrote it wasn't clear what the brand said. Agents wrote the markings were indistinguishable. Papini would later tell a detective she thought the markings appeared to be from the biblical book of Exodus. The heck? It's a really confusing Bible passage, she told them. It's like a really weird part of the Bible. It doesn't make any sense. But why would she think that the markings would be from that? Wow. Okay. At first, though, Papini refused to talk to detectives, so they gave an audio recorder to her husband, who asked her questions in the hospital and during an ambulance ride to another medical center. Papini described how while out jogging, 2 women abducted her at gunpoint and forced her into a dark-colored SUV. She saw that they had masks on before they wrapped something around her head to block her vision. She said she was groggy during the drive. She said she might have been hit with a stun gun or drugged. I don't remember a lot, she told her husband. I'm missing time. The car smelled really bad, like sewage. She stuck me with something. I kept falling asleep. In that interview, and in others that would follow, with detectives, she described her abductors playing mariachi music while she was in the SUV. Wow. When they arrived at their destination, she said they kept her chained in a small room. She was only unchained when they let her out to bathe. She wore either an adult diaper or used a bucket with kitty litter for a toilet. That's kind of a weird thing, though. Like, how is it both? So they switched her from a diaper to the bucket back and forth? Does anybody else find this kind of weird? Her diet consisted of stale bread, beans, tortillas, leftover meat, and apples. She said she was beaten when she looked at her captors. Papini was given the opportunity to take 2 showers during her 22-day captivity. She described taking the first shower at gunpoint under the supervision of both women. She tried to engage the women. Where am I? Why am I here? Papini asked. Eventually, Papini described one of her captors saying, "We sell you," and the other one adding, "Your buyer is a cop." All right, this doesn't really make a lot of sense, because why would they... Okay, maybe they would say, "We're going to sell you." Why would they tell her who the buyer was? See, the fact that they said it was a cop, this is where it's going to get crazy in a moment. Because, yeah, we're going firmly into MINDSHOCK land. When the younger woman got distracted by a comment from the older woman and lowered her gun, Papini said she slammed the younger woman's head into a toilet. The women grabbed Papini... Wait, so there was a toilet and they didn't let her use it? Okay, so if this was a different area, though, so they kept her in a tiny cell with kitty litter or whatever, and then they let her bathe twice in, I guess, the main area. The women grabbed Papini and dragged her back into the bedroom by her hair. They forced her to drink a bitter substance, then locked the door. Papini also claimed to have fought back at other times. "I tried to get out the first time, and that's when she branded me," she told her husband in the initial recorded interview. She described how her abductors brought a table in, hit her back, and tied her down. When they branded her, she said her skin made a sizzling, popping sound. She offered limited descriptions of her captors, saying they wore face coverings, including different colored bandanas and lace masks. One of the women, she said, had thin eyebrows and pierced ears. Her hair was long and curly. The other one, who was older, had straight black hair and thick eyebrows. Sherry told Keith one of the women, who she said otherwise spoke Spanish most of the time, read her articles in English that had raised questions about whether Papini had been abducted. "She was laughing at me," Papini told her husband. "No one believes you. Everyone thinks you ran away. No one believes you." Papini said she was reminded just why she was kidnapped in the first place, to be sold, presumably as a sex slave. "Guess what?" the woman told Papini. "The buyer's a cop. They're never going to find you." She said the day before her release, she heard captors arguing, followed by a gunshot. The older one never reappeared. Okay. Is she alleged? Wow, if she made this all up, she's kind of creative. She's saying there was an argument with a gunshot and she never saw the older captor again. So is she alleging here that the younger woman killed the older woman? The next day, the younger one forced her into a car before dropping her off along the road in Yolo County. Okay, so was this kind of... What does this mean? So is she alleging... Like, if this is all fabricated, she's alleging... She's making up a story that they had an argument and then the younger one just abandoned her because she didn't want to go through with the cop. Like, what caused the argument? I mean, I wonder how far she thought this through. Is she alleging that the cop backed out of the deal and then they had an argument or whatever? The details she provided about her captor's appearances were among the only ones released at a Reading news conference a few days after her return. Remember that she was held against her will and was isolated. Then Sheriff Tom Bosenko told the gaggle of reporters. There's still a lot of unknowns about her assailants. However, we commend Sherry for her efforts to sit down with our detectives to provide a statement. Bosenko urged anyone with info to contact authorities, and Captain Brian Jackson of the Shasta County Sheriff's Office said it didn't take long for detectives to start fielding calls from tipsters wanting to report suspicious Latinas. Jackson gave an example of what their calls were like. "I was at Walmart and there were 2 Hispanic ladies. One was younger, one was older, and they were whispering and they're looking at me and I got blonde hair." A couple of days after Bosenko's news conference, Keith Papini gave his only statements to reporters since his wife's return, first in writing, then in an interview with ABC's 2020. He lashed out at those who didn't believe her. By that point, online doubters were beginning to express skepticism about her story. Rumors, assumptions, lies, and hate have been both exhausting and disgusting, he said in a written statement. Those people should be ashamed of their malicious, subhuman behavior. We are not going to allow these people to take away our spirit, love, or rejoice in our girl being found alive and home where she belongs. I understand people want the story, pictures, proof that this was not some sort of hoax, plan to gain money, or some fabricated race war. I do not see a purpose in addressing each preposterous lie. I mean, I have to say this, though. If it's all fake and she made it all up, you have to admire the dedication. I mean, she really beat herself up for this. Broken nose, branded, possibly permanent scar from that. In his emotional TV interview on 2020, he described feeling the scabs on her branded shoulder. He recounted how she screamed herself raw trying to get help the night her abductors let her free. She was coughing up blood from the screaming, Keith Papini said, trying to get somebody to stop. Was that confirmed? Wow, that's crazy. He had no doubts. I knew she was taken, he told ABC at the time. Detectives turn to cell tower clues. While Sherry Papini struggled to provide meaningful info about her captors, investigators turned to cell records for clues. Around the time Keith Papini was talking to 2020, detectives were asking a Shasta County judge to sign off on a search warrant. They had already obtained warrants that pulled reams of cell phone tracking data from cellular towers near where Papini had disappeared and from where she was found along the highway. They sent the data to the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, which performed a data run on the numbers looking for cell phones that had pinged towers at both locations. 6 numbers came back. The warrant allowed them to search the records associated with each number, including pictures and text message and billing info, without the knowledge of the phone's owners. The hope was that Papini's abductors had their cell phones on and that the detectives could use the info to track them down. One of the numbers belonged to Sarah Steiger, who was 21 and had dark hair like Papini's abductors, though she isn't Latina. She lived in Redding at the time. The morning Papini reappeared, Steiger was on her way to the Sacramento airport to visit her family for Thanksgiving. Then she returned from her trip. 2 detectives knocked on her door. It was after 9 p.m. and Steiger had no idea why these 2 men wearing plain clothes were standing in the dark outside her home. That's kind of creepy. They started out asking me questions like who else lived in my house. She told the Bee recently in a phone interview from Arkansas where she now lives. And they actually kind of were trying to come in and look around in my house, but I was like, oh, I'm not very comfortable with that. So I kind of kept them on the outside of the door. She said they began asking her questions about what she was doing on the morning Papini showed back up. Eventually, before they left, they told her that her cell phone had pinged a cell tower and that they were questioning her about the Papini case. Looking back, she said, I probably shouldn't have answered those questions because they didn't tell me who they were, you know? Later, I was talking to my roommate and she's like, how do you know that they were actually really cops? And I was like, I don't know. The experience left her rattled. She was afraid to sleep alone in her house that night. She had a friend come over to stay with her out of fear that the men who'd been asking her questions would come back. It left me definitely fearful, you know? I mean, we're going to get into further activity with the Popo in that area because there's some really shady allegations. Papini, Trump, and Latinos. They're bringing Donald Trump into this. Wow. 8 days after Papini turned up, about 200 people gathered in Redding, 130 miles north of where she was found, to pose for a welcome home photograph. The picture was to be presented to Papini as a surprise gift. They stood in a grassy area not far from Redding's landmark Sundial Bridge and waved as a drone flew overhead to capture the photo. Older couples, families with children, cyclists, and dozens of people accompanied by dogs mingled together, many of them wearing pink, Papini's favorite color. They wore pink shirts, sneakers, jackets, and scarves. One woman rode a pink bicycle. Many reacted with disgust to suggestions that were emerging online that the case might be some sort of hoax. It's sick, Lisa Jeter, who helped organize the event, told a B reporter who traveled from Sacramento that day. I mean, she's the sweetest, most warm-hearted person you would ever meet. And for people to be that negative, that cruel, is disheartening and very, very sad. You know, from all these testimonies, too, do people actually think this was malicious? Because what are the options here? I mean, yes, it could have all been malicious. She could have set it all up and lied about everything. Or if she had some kind of psychotic break or split personality disorder, did she not even know what she did? Or, third of all, it's real. Missy MacArthur, the former Reading mayor, also attended the rally and had similar thoughts. They're just trolls, she said. Forget them, they're just out of it. Papini's story of being abducted by 2 Latinas sold well in Shasta County for other reasons. Said Alan Ernesto Phillips, an advocate for Shasta County's small Latino population. Papini went missing just days before Donald Trump was elected president. His stories of Mexican immigrants being rapists and criminals resonated in Shasta County, whose population of 182,139 people is only 10% Latino. Trump secured 2/3 of the vote in the 2016 election. I believe that Trump, his fellows, and his followers surprisingly quickly gave license to be able to say Mexicans are coming over the border and they're going to rape our women. They're going to bring in drugs. They're going to take away our jobs, Phillips said. You know, it's kind of funny. Obviously, that's not actually what Trump said. There was a clear delineation there between the criminals and the immigrants, but obviously, you know, the race baiters and the goofs, they like to pretend and fixate. And again, I'm not advocating anybody vote for Trump. I don't advocate any kind of oppressors or rulers or any kind of slavery of any kind or stealing money from people, whether you call it taxes or not. So, yeah, I'm not advocating to the violent religious cult of statism in any way, because I know the goofs are going to jump on that. But clearly, you know, I'm just about accuracy and logic, but obviously none of that here. Phillips said some Latinas in the community were already uncomfortable because of the political climate went subterranean. Latinas were advised not to go out in pairs, he said. If they could, Phillips said, they avoided driving dark-colored SUVs like the one Papini claimed her abductors drove. They wouldn't go out in public around white people, he said, unless they had a witness. Yeah, is anybody buying this? I mean, this Phillips guy just seems like just a classic race-baiting goof. Doubts about Papini's story percolate online. Papini's story wasn't embraced by everyone in Shasta County. Tim Scarborough, who's lived in Shasta since the 1970s, was one of Papini's most outspoken skeptics. He was worried the weeks Papini went missing and for a few days after she returned. At the time, I had 2 teenage daughters, both blonde, Scarborough told the Bee recently. I was fearful for my daughters and fearful for women in the community. But after a few weeks, and as new details emerged, her story didn't sit right with Scarborough, who at the time worked for a local website hosting company. For one, experts were telling reporters in interviews that it's incredibly rare for women to kidnap each other. Well, it's incredibly rare to be kidnapped and killed by a serial killer as well. I mean, it's not like it doesn't happen just because it's rare. They also noted that sex trafficking victims, including children, were almost always known to the people exploiting them. Abductions of adult white women for the sex trade are exceedingly rare in the U.S. Well, see, what does exceedingly rare mean? What delineates rare from not rare? Because as I did a podcast on Amy Bradley, where a lot of the Dunning-Kruger crowd really loves to kind of shut down any idea, any kind of conversation or ideas that she was kidnapped for whatever reason. In any, not necessarily as a sex slave, but for any purpose, she was kidnapped. I actually put together a montage of actual photos on an escort website company that Bradley also appeared on of all of these women. Not all of them were white, but most of them were white, or more than half of them from Europe or the U.S., and they look identical. So all these clueless goofs saying that it doesn't happen, clearly it happens. And I mean, I would say more than 0 is too much. I mean, I think any moral person would say that. So to just phrase it as exceedingly rare, I mean, any kind of, even kidnapping children, I mean, I wouldn't say that's, well, the amount of millions of children, like how many millions would you have to have? What is it, 800,000 go missing, and a certain percentage of those actually were taken by family members and not involved in any kind of actual trafficking? So if you're talking hundreds of thousands of children getting kidnapped for whatever reasons, obviously, whatever minuscule percentages by maybe child serial killers, most of them are probably for some kind of trafficking situations. Compared to the total amount of children there are, I mean, what do you, like, again, this kind of nonsense on calling something rare. Rare relative to what? And does that mean it didn't happen in this case? Come on now. I mean, can we have at least a little bit of logic here? Obviously not in the mainstream, but. Scarborough said he read reports online sleuths had dug up that appeared to show Papini as the author of a racist post. An essay posted on a now-defunct website called skinheadswithaz.com was signed by Sherry Grafe, Papini's maiden name. It included a photo of a woman who looked like Papini. The writer said that while growing up in Shasta, she got into 2 fights with Latinas. I used to come home in tears because I was getting suspended from school all the time for defending myself against the Latinos, the post read. The chief problem was that I was drug-free, white, and proud of my blood and heritage. I mean, is that that's racist? What? That's allegedly racist? What? How is that a racist post? I mean, this is in the Sacramento Bee, so I guess, we're not really looking at accuracy here, but I mean, are they alleging she was lying and she was the one starting the fights? I mean, what are they alleging here? Because the post itself is not racist. She's talking about herself being drug-free, white, and proud of my blood and heritage. So you can only be proud of your blood and heritage if you're a certain race and not another? Is that what goofs hallucinate racism is? How is being proud of yourself racist? It's kind of weird. How is defending yourself against anybody racist? I don't know. This stuff is so weird. Man, the Sacramento Bee does not look good in its race baiting here. Here's the thing, though. Let's do two things. Let's assume she's not racist. Let's say she did get into fights with Latinos. Maybe they wanted revenge for that. Whether she is or isn't racist. Let's say she is racist, whatever. Whether she is or she isn't. If she got into fights either in self-defense or not, would that make her a target if she was kind of known to get into fights? Again, regardless of whether she was on the initiating or defending. Wouldn't that increase the likelihood that some people would want to get back at her? I mean, come on, is logic gone completely out the window here? The essay portrays the writer as a fierce fighter who inflicted damage on one of the Latinas she fought. It took 3 full-size men to pull me off of her, the post read. I broke her nose and split her eyebrow. And again, without knowing how that fight started, because was she attacked first and then she retaliated? Without knowing that, you can't really draw any conclusions here. Detectives say they never learned if Papini wrote the post. Papini and her family members insist she didn't. I mean, they don't have the IP to trace that? In an interview with detectives, Papini said at one point she'd hire an attorney to try to have the post removed. That was not her, Papini's ex-husband David Dreyfus told the Bee in late November 2016. There was someone who made a malicious post that is entirely uncharacteristic of her and not her at all, with as a diverse of a friends group as she and I had, that's not her. No, but even if it was her, wouldn't that increase the chances that there'd be retaliation, whether she initiated or defended, if she actually beat up someone involved in a gang or whatever? I mean, who knows? Scarborough didn't buy it. In late 2016, he began writing a blog about the inconsistencies in her story, as well as rumors he'd heard that made him think she'd made up the kidnapping. One of his entries went viral, generating close to 50,000 page views, a huge number for such a small blog, which he has since taken down. Why did he take it down? Many of the emails and comments he received were supportive of it and urged him to keep digging, but he said about half of them, many of them from his neighbors in Shasta, chided him for refusing to believe her story like they did. And again, what's with all these goofs? They're either jumping to believe or disbelieve. Why choose a side? I mean, you see this with all of this goofery in the mainstream. It's like clueless goofs are addicted to picking a side. They cannot remain objective, logical, and neutral. It's just impossible for the vast majority of people for some reason. But again, that's why the MindShock podcast exists. I was being attacked, he said, because I questioned the story that just didn't add up. Papini's sister, Sheila Koister, was among those who took issue with Scarborough's blog. The info that you have written on your blog is false and is harmful to my family, she wrote in a comment. We are asking that you take your blog down because of your false and inaccurate information is causing harm to my family at this time of healing. Detectives uncover Papini's history of lying. Detectives also had their doubts from the beginning, but they kept them largely to themselves. And again, I don't know how likely this would be. Because why would a local cop want her kidnapped unless, actually, I don't know, if he saw her around town and he liked her, I suppose that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. And his fellow, and obviously cops don't investigate themselves, the guards don't, they don't investigate themselves. So, I don't know. We're going to get to that in a moment in relation to the Smith case. Nothing was ever making sense, Captain Jackson of the Shasta County Sheriff's Office, but obviously in the beginning stages, we take every report seriously. They had good reason to. Just a few months earlier, the Vallejo Police Department had admitted that detectives got it wrong when they announced that the 2015 kidnapping and sexual assault of Denise Huskins was a hoax. Her kidnapper, Matthew Muller, has since pled guilty. Huskins and her boyfriend, who Muller left tied up and drugged in their home when he abducted Huskins, have since sued the department. The case reportedly settled for $2.5 million. That's crazy. Wow, cops were that incompetent that they just flat out called it a hoax? That's insane. Why would they do that? I mean, were they just that lazy they didn't want to investigate? But the inconsistencies of Papini's story were piling up. Details she told detectives didn't make sense. For instance, Papini initially claimed her wrists were zip-tied behind her back when she was first put in the room, but she said she somehow got them in front of her and chewed off her bindings. Well, depending on how long her arms are and how they're zip tied, you could scoot your arms under your legs. I mean, people do that with handcuffs all the time. You could just look up videos on Google. Like, if she's that small, I mean, I don't know. It depends on. I guess it would depend on her flexibility level and the zip ties. She mentioned being hit with a taser in her first interview, but it never came up again. Well, didn't she say it was a taser or drugging? She couldn't remember. She said she was blacked, she had memory loss from this traumatic. I mean, this is kind of weird. Details she shared about the branding changed after her initial interview. Initially, Papini claimed that she was branded as punishment for her first attempt at escaping when she pulled boards off the window of her room. She also stated that her abductors told her that her buyer wanted her branded. Those aren't mutually exclusive, though, because if the buyer wanted her branded, they didn't get around to it. Then when she tried to escape, they decided to punish her and brand her at that time. That's not mutually exclusive. Man, these cops don't seem too bright here. In subsequent interviews, she said the branding came later and as a punishment for something else. And again, with someone that went through this traumatic ordeal, if it's true, and she was deprived mostly of water and food and obviously just the trauma and the beatings, would she be expected to have perfect memory, especially if she was drugged with unknown substances all this time? Why would there be an expectation of flawless memory? Like, that's kind of weird. People who aren't drugged, starved, and beaten, they don't have perfect memory either. I mean, you know? She chalked up her memory problems about the branding incident to being in pain from the burn, as well as the weight of her body on her breast implants, the FBI wrote in their complaint. While Papini was missing, detectives and FBI agents also filed at least 15 search warrants for cell phone records and for data associated with Papini's social media accounts. The records revealed that before she vanished, Papini had been secretly exchanging messages with both Donovan Misk, the man from Michigan, and with another man whom detectives haven't identified. So they still haven't identified him to this day? She had their numbers hidden on her phone under women's names. One other piece of evidence cast doubt. In the summer of 2017, the Bee revealed that Papini's mother, in 2003, called deputies to ask for help with her daughter. Papini, her mother alleged, had been harming herself and blaming the injuries on the mom. The report the Bee obtained was only 2 sentences long. It didn't say whether the department found evidence that Papini, then 21, had in fact harmed herself. So they don't know it could have been true? How is that evidence of lying? Jackson said detectives were aware of the report and talked to Papini about it. He said it was another red flag similar to the Skinheads blog, but not enough evidence to publicly disavow her claims. This is not very good evidence that she's lying. I mean, this is like the worst evidence I've ever heard presented of that somebody might be lying. Not that she's not lying, but this is not evidence. At the same time, detectives interviewed told them Papini had a long history of narcissistic behavior and lying. Okay, even so do a lot of people that never make up kidnapping stories. Papini's former youth counselor, who investigators didn't name, told them while she was still missing that Papini, quote, was good at creating different realities for people so that they would see what she wanted them to see, which got her really good attention, end quote, according to the FBI's complaint. And you know what's weird? We're going to get into this later. If there is some kind of police cover-up here and they're trying to make her look bad, who's to say that former youth counselor isn't buddy-buddy with the cops or was paid off? Her ex-husband, Dreyfus, who was in the military, told detectives when they got married only because she needed his health insurance due to complications related to regular egg donations. According to the FBI's complaint, he couldn't be reached for comment for this story. And again, is that just an ex-husband, a mad ex-husband who's making stuff up? I mean, was that actually verified that she did egg donations? Like several others they interviewed, Dreyfus told them Papini claimed she'd been abused by her family growing up. He told detectives that after they divorced in 2007, several mutual friends told him she was a habitual liar. And here's the thing, too, like, just because someone thinks someone is a habitual liar doesn't mean they are. Because, you know, as people gossip, someone might say what someone said was a lie when it actually wasn't a lie. Like, so do we have any actual definitive examples? Because so far there are zero. Like, is there definitively proven examples of her lying? And about what? And how serious? Shahan Davari, one of Papini's ex-boyfriends from the early 2000s, wasn't among those contacted by authorities, but he told the Bee he would have said much the same thing about Papini. That's just the way that her MO is. Lie, cheat, steal, bat her eyelashes, he said. It's weird to call her a con artist because I don't know that her goal is to get money out of somebody, but she doesn't have the ability to be truthful. Okay, so pretty substantial hit piece. So if these people aren't lying, so let's say they're not lying, is there a magic Dungeons and Dragons spell that protects habitual liars from being kidnapped or killed in any way or being met with foul play? I mean, this is the level of goofery we have to deal with in the so-called true crime community. Because so many goofs think that just because someone lies about a lot of things, that somehow means they magically, whatever particular story can't be true in another instance. I mean, even in The Boy That Cried Wolf, I mean, has nobody read that story? Even if somebody lies all the time, that doesn't mean they're incapable of telling the truth. Or if it really is some kind of massive hit piece, I mean, we're going to get to why that would be in a moment. And if she's always lying about everything and getting into fights with people, would that paint a bigger target on her back? Like, what, you know? And also, does she have a history of hurting herself? Because that is relevant. Because how many people that fake kidnappings go through this level of dedication to beat the crap out of themselves? DNA hit breaks open Papini investigation. Nearly a year after she first went missing, the sheriff's office released the first sketches of the two masked women based on descriptions Papini had provided to a sketch artist. Detectives also released the first new info about the case in months. Some of it seemed to cast doubt on the story. For instance, Papini told detectives she cut her foot in the fight with one woman in the bathroom, but investigators didn't find evidence of the cut. Jackson told the Bee at the time that it wasn't necessarily a sign that Papini was making up part of the story or any other parts of her account. Well, how deep was the cut? I mean, if it was a very small cut, why would there be evidence of that weeks after the fact? Obviously, in any investigation, especially something of this nature where there's trauma and it's a prolonged thing, Jackson told the Bee in 2017, it's not abnormal to have inconsistencies. But behind the scenes, Jackson was becoming frustrated. I would have days where it was like, this is a waste of our time, he later told the Bee. But we have an obligation to investigate this because what if, it's true? Then we have a serious problem. Though it didn't seem so at the time, Jackson dropped a bombshell in that 2017 news release. The last ones detective would send about the case for the next 4 years. He told reporters that a forensic exam found male DNA on Papini's clothes that didn't belong to her husband. He didn't reveal at the time that the male DNA was found in her underwear. In the interview with the Bee after her arrest, Jackson said that doesn't necessarily mean Papini had sex. The DNA could have ended up on her clothing merely through close association. A medical exam after her reappearance didn't find any evidence she'd recently had sex. Nevertheless, the DNA would prove to be the decisive piece of evidence. In March 2020, a DNA hit from a family tree database led them to the mother of James Reyes, her ex-boyfriend. If we didn't have that, where would we be today, Jackson said. We wouldn't be here. And the quote-unquote cold case or whatever would be quote-unquote sitting on the shelf. FBI agents went to the Reyes home on June 9th, 2020 and collected items from his trash, including a Honest Honey green tea bottle. The DNA on it matched what was on Papini's underwear. That garbage collection is essentially the same technique investigators used to confirm the identities of the Golden State Killer Joseph James D'Angelo and NorCal rapist Roy Charles Waller. A few weeks later, FBI agents and a Shasta County Sheriff's detective confronted Reyes at his apartment. He quickly began to tell the story that unraveled all of Papini's lies. See, before we get to this, I just want to point this out. If this was all real, and they're trying to make it look like she set it all up for whatever reason. We're actually going to get to the reason. We're going to get to the reason soon. I know it's been a while. I want to finish this article and we'll get to the biggest mind shock yet in the Smith case. But they can't really tell exactly when the DNA was left there, right? So could she have met up with the boyfriend, or if she has a split personality, whatever, could he have visited her while he was abducted? If he was in on the abduction with the other two women, is it possible he wanted her to go down for this alone, which is why he made that up? But again, whatever reason, she could have had contact with him, and it could still be true, obviously. But let's finish this article. And again, brain fingerprint scan is the way to go, both on her and the boyfriend and all the cops. Ex-boyfriend's account of Papini's missing weeks. Reyes, who has not returned messages from the BBC, can comment for this story, and Papini had been friends since they were in their early teens. So wait a second. So he possibly could have also known Tara Smith. Huh. At one point they became engaged, but it didn't work out. He was cleaning his house in 2015 and came across a box of old photos and some of Papini's stuff that he had held onto. He sent the items to Papini's parents. Not long after, she called him at work. She said she wanted to run away with him and that she'd been saving cash to do it. Papini told him that her husband was beating and raping her and she was trying to escape. She kind of laid out the situation. He told the investigators about the initial call. Afterwards, they bought prepaid phones to communicate with each other. She shipped him a package that included a note detailing the spot where she wanted him to pick her up. He got a friend to rent him a car, and he drove up from Orange County. He waited at a Reading Starbucks for her to text him. When she did, he pulled up to where she was jogging, and she climbed in the back seat and laid down. She slept most of the way back down to Costa Mesa, he told the investigators. And again, is there anything to confirm this? Do they have any of the toll cameras of this vehicle with him, at least to confirm his movements? He's claiming that she was in the back seat and laid down. That's kind of convenient. So was she not seen by any cameras? I mean, maybe she was. If they have the evidence, they need to present this evidence. Once there, he bought her some sweats, socks, and t-shirts to wear since she'd only been wearing sweaty running clothes. He worked during the days, and as far as he knew, she never left the house. They talked and ate together, but otherwise, Papini rarely left her room. She was just feeling for herself, you know. Reyes told the investigators about what Papini did for most of those 3 weeks. She was in her own thing. At her request, he said he covered up the window in her room with boards. The room, agent said, matched the description of the one Papini said her captors kept her in, including the closet where she said they'd kept her chained. There was no sign of a chain, however, because obviously he would leave it there if that was true. As the weeks went by, Reyes said Papini started missing her kids, and she told him she wanted to go home. She ate little in an apparent effort to lose weight. She chopped off her hair. She started hitting and burning herself, but she needed help for her other injuries. She told him to bank a puck off my leg, so I shot a puck off her leg lightly, he told investigators. Reyes held up a hockey stick, and she rammed her nose into it, said Jackson, the Shasta County Sheriff's captain. Wow. Then she asked him to go to Hobby Lobby and buy a wood-burning tool. She pulled her shirt up, and as the tool glowed red-hot and with shaking hands, Reyes attempted to brand the message that Papini wanted written. He told the investigators he couldn't remember what exactly it was she wanted him to sear onto her skin, but he clearly remembered that she never complained about the pain. Are we really believing this guy? I mean, why would anybody trust a guy that would actually do this? Then, right before Thanksgiving, she told him, I'm ready to go. He got his friend to rent him a car, and they drove without stopping to Yolo County. He dropped her off on a frontage road beside an orchard. He drove back to Orange County and had dinner that night with his aunt. I haven't talked to her since, he told the investigators. Were any women involved in her captivity, they asked. No, he told them. I don't know any Mexican girls. Reyes told investigators he wasn't the only one who knew Papini was with him. His cousin's wife, and the cousin's mother also knew she was at his apartment. Reyes' cousin even spotted her once while she was standing in the window and once when he briefly went inside. She retreated from his view both times. Reyes' family members' names weren't provided in the FBI report, which noted they never made any effort to speak to police about Papini until after Reyes had the investigators show up at his apartment. 3 days later, FBI agents confronted Papini. Despite telling her multiple times that it's a crime to lie to the FBI, she stuck with her story with one exception. When her husband Keith left the room, she admitted she had been speaking to other men. When I went out of town for work, I talked with other guys, she said. I made a mistake, and I talked to other men, and I shouldn't have. With this small admission, Sherry Papini went home. FBI agents and detectives continued to investigate for another year, building a case not against would-be abductors, but the person they now believed was truly responsible. In early March 2022, 5 years and 3 months after she reemerged with a fantastic tale of abduction, agents knew there was only one thing left to do. Okay, hold on a second. So, is it possible she saw... So first of all, does anybody think Reyes is weird for this? So they're not even really involved with each other. She's just hanging out in a room that she asked him to board up. She's asking him to beat her up, and he just goes along with this? Apparently they're not even, like, sexually involved or anything. So what kind of a guy would do this? Does anybody think Reyes is weird? And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm buying his story, but wow, is it possible? Okay, is it possible everything is true? Is it possible she has some kind of split personality? Is it also possible that he was maybe... Is it possible that his cousin's wife and his cousin's mother, is it possible they actually went into the room at certain times? And in whatever mental state that Papini was in, she thought that they were her captors? Or maybe they really were without the knowledge of Reyes? Maybe they found out Reyes was keeping her there for whatever reason, of her own will or not. And they came up with this scheme? And if she does have a genuine mental condition, things got mixed up, and she didn't want to betray Reyes, so she didn't mention him. I mean, there's just something's not right about all of this, and for people to just think that she just lied and that's the end of it, they don't find Reyes weird or any of this other stuff weird. I mean, Reyes is admitting, he's flat out admitting that his cousin's wife and the cousin's mother knew she was at the apartment. So he admits that two females, a younger female and an older female, know that she's there. And what else is he not saying? I mean, I really don't understand how people could just take anybody's word on face value about anything. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm not claiming she's lying or not lying. But there seems to be a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different types of scenarios that could account for all of this. Sherry Papini's children, aged 7 and 9, were at piano practice with their mom in Reading on a morning in early March. Just then, a man came inside and told Papini her car had been hit. He was really an FBI agent. Yeah, that is really shady. Another was waiting outside to place her in handcuffs. When they went to grab her, she screamed no. She tried to run. She threw her cell phone 20 feet. After they put her in cuffs, they would drive her down the same freeway past where James Reyes, her ex-boyfriend, dropped her off to the Sacramento County, Maine jail, which serves as the holding cell for local prisoners accused of federal crimes. She'd spend the next 5 nights there. Papini's family remained very much in her corner on the day of her arrest. A family hired a Utah public relations firm to issue a statement that night. The firm's founder, Chris Thomas, handled media relations for the family of Elizabeth Smart, whose kidnapping at age 14 also became a tabloid sensation. The statement read, "We love Sherry and are appalled by the way in which law enforcement ambushed her this afternoon in a dramatic and unnecessary manner in front of her children. If requested, Sherry would have fully complied and come to the police station, as she has done multiple times before, where this could have been handled in a more appropriate way. Sherry and Keith have cooperated with law enforcement's request despite repeated attempts to unnecessarily pit them against each other, empty threats to publicly embarrass them, and other conduct that was less than professional. We are confused by several aspects of the charges and hope to get clarification in the coming days." Papini's family declined to be interviewed for this story, said Linda Lucetti, who's fielding media inquiries for the family on behalf of Thomas's firm. Would Papini disappear again? A judge weighs in. In Sherry Papini's first court hearing the day after her arrest, her then attorney, Michael Borges of Reading, asked that she be released immediately. He told the judge he was concerned about the conditions in the jail where Papini was being held in isolation as part of the facility's routine 14-day COVID-19 quarantine protocols. Borges said Papini has food allergies and has only been able to eat part of an apple since her arrest. U.S. Magistrate Judge Jeremy D. Peterson continued the matter of whether to release her on bond until after the weekend. At the next hearing, prosecutors said her behavior at her kid's piano studio showed that she was a flight risk. They also noted that Papini had already proven she couldn't be trusted. This defendant ran and successfully hid from law enforcement for 3 weeks, said Assistant U.S. Attorney Veronica Alegria. Borges argued that she was merely startled at the piano recital and has been trying to run toward her children. And again, can we really even trust the statements of law enforcement? Because everything's kind of he said, she said. I mean, release the video of the arrest if there was one. She's not a danger to the safety of anyone, Borges said. Citing her lack of criminal history, a federal judge agreed to set her free on a $120,000 bond. She was required to surrender her passport and her husband's firearms. See, that's sketchy. Why would she be? That's really sketchy because let's say somebody breaks in, like let's say she was being framed or something or whatever, or maybe she has enemies. She has children in the home. But even if she didn't, like she hasn't been convicted in court yet, so she's not allowed to defend herself. So if people break into the house, they don't have weapons, they get shot and killed, who's that on? I mean, this is insane. And if they're that much of a criminal, they can have unregistered firearms as well. So what does surrendering the registered ones do? I mean, you know. Obviously something not that the Dunning-Kruger crowd never considers. She was ordered to limit her travel, abstain from drugs and alcohol, not commit any crimes, and undergo psychiatric treatment. Ordered to not commit any crimes. By the way, don't commit any crimes, as if that's not always the standard. After the hearing, like she could have been allowed to otherwise, but in this case she's not. After the hearing, around 24 reporters and a handful of friends and family members waited for Papini to come through the jail's main lobby doors and onto the street. She ran when she saw the TV cameras. Her sweatshirt was pulled up over her head. She was sobbing. Reporters chased her down the street. See, that's just scummy behavior. I mean, it's one thing to, you know, be outside the court and document something, but when someone is clearly sobbing and distressed and you continue hounding them, that's insane. And it's not like it's a convicted, like, see, if it was a previously convicted serial, you know, someone who's definitively committed crimes, I mean, this is a mother with children. There's no reason for that. After the hearing, and she's not even accused of killing anybody or, you know, or hurting anybody else. Reporters chased her down the street yelling questions. Her friend and family members tried to shield her with their bodies before they sped away in a car. Keith Papini wasn't among them. The price of Papini's ruse. Keith Papini isn't facing any charges in the case. Neither is Reyes, the ex-boyfriend with whom she stayed those 22 days. Hold on a second. How are they not charging? He admitted to beating her up. I mean, if somebody asks you to assault them, I mean, obviously it's dicey territory if they're an adult, but if she has a mental health condition, it doesn't matter if you ask somebody to assault you. They still assaulted you. And again, I mean, if she's, you know, I mean, she's 5'3", 100 pounds, and he's beating the crap out of her and branding her, and he's not charged with anything. I mean, I guess it's for his cooperation, but wow. Okay. Why are they trusting him, though? I still don't get it. Like, they don't think anything is weird about a guy who's just, you know, she's just staying in this tiny room and he's beating her up, and at her request or not. How do they know that's true? Instead, prosecutors said Papini bears sole responsibility. Prosecutors initially charged Papini with 34 counts of mail fraud and 1 count of lying to the FBI. If convicted on all counts, she could have spent up to 25 years in prison and paid $500,000 in fines. You know what's crazy? I mean, there's scum out there who harm children that get off in like 5 years. And she's facing 25 years for lying. I mean, this is insane. I mean, really, really highlights just the goofery within the so-called justice system. The mail fraud counts stemmed from Papini's receipt by mail of about 35 payments totaling $30,694.15 from the Victim Compensation Board, and her use of the mail to send $2,997 in victim funds she received to pay for a therapist for treatment for anxiety and PTSD for her purported kidnapping, court records say. In mid-April, though, she agreed to plead guilty to 2 of the counts in hopes of getting a lighter sentence. I'm still puzzled on how they know Reyes... Like, how do they know Reyes didn't set this whole thing up? And he wanted to hold her for ransom, then changed his mind or whatever. I mean, this is just weird. Because if she really did text him and she wanted to run away with him, he could have thought, oh, this is his opportunity to do something. Like, how do they really know this wasn't mostly his idea? The day she entered her plea, Papini appeared before Senior U.S. District Judge William B. Shub via Zoom. She wiped her nose and struggled not to cry as she sat in her lawyer's office in Sacramento. How do you feel today? The judge asked as he began inquiring about whether she was mentally fit to enter her plea. I'm sorry, Your Honor, Papini answered. I'm sad. I feel really sad, Your Honor. I feel very sad. Were you kidnapped? He asked. No, Your Honor. Did you lie to government agents when you told them you were kidnapped? Yes, Your Honor. See, the other thing, if she really does have a mental health condition, was she coerced into saying this didn't happen? Like, did they take advantage of her? And if she really does have some kind of severe mental health condition, does she easily believe what other people tell her? So did she believe that they convinced her that she lied? Did she believe that? Even if she didn't lie. The turmoil wreaked on Papini's family. Sitting inside the sheriff's office in Reading 2 days later, Captain Jackson had to say, when asked about Keith Papini learning the truth, that his wife had been lying to him for years. Everybody has a choice of what they want to forgive, and if that's his choice, then God bless him. Jackson didn't know that Keith Papini had already filed for divorce. And you know what's really tragic? If it turns out that she really was kidnapped. It was a dramatic about-face for the loyal husband who had defended his wife so vigorously when she returned home and who sat by her side through all those interviews as she lied to detectives. In his divorce filing, Keith Papini said his days of doing interviews with reporters are done for now. He's not going to do any more of them. He described it a living hell for him and his 2 children that kept life in turmoil for 5.5 years. For a substantial time, we received anonymous messages, hate mail, and even death threats, he wrote in his divorce filing. And I would also be curious to know what his intuition tells him. Because I know, like, when the FBI is giving you documentation, she admits it, etc., etc. But I would still put stock in his intuition, especially initially, when she first came back by whatever means. I would be curious about that. Because did he just allow himself to be convinced by external forces? The children have now learned that their mother lied to them about her disappearance, lied to them about how she was abused by 2 Hispanic women, and lied to them about her arrest, he wrote. The fact that their mother lied to them on such a major issue is something they and I are having a hard time dealing with. He argued he should get sole custody of the couple's children, who hadn't seen their mother in weeks. His filing said she'd been staying with a relative in Chico, though he didn't say whom. Reading, a community left with anger and sadness. Missy McCarthy, the former Reading mayor, says she feels for Keith Papini and especially their kids. The Papini name is forever tainted in Shasta County. I'm not of the opinion she should go to jail for years and years because that just hurts her kids, she said. And, you know, they're still kids. But the victims extend well beyond family. There were the 6 people, included Sarah Steiger, the young woman who received the frightening nighttime visit from the 2 deputies. They had their phone. Yeah, but see, that's on the police because those deputies could have done that in daytime. They could have had, 1 or 2 female officers with them. They could have made that totally comfortable. That's totally on law enforcement. They had their phone records searched, their privacy violated without their knowledge, all because of Papini's lies. That's a lot of energy to put into something that's fake, Steiger said. That's terrible. There was Donovan Misk, the Michigan man who had the cops showed up his work. He said the terrifying ordeal nearly cost him his client. I believe it was the first or second day of me working with this. And that's on law enforcement. They could have showed up. Why'd they show up at his workplace? They could have showed up at his home. So it made me look like a real bad person to work with, and I was just starting my company. There were the hundreds of people in the small Latino community in Shasta County. They weren't safe. They won't say they were fearful or frightened, but they were afraid, said Alan Ernesto Phillips, the local Latino advocate. They were taking precautions to protect themselves and their families. And that's the sad part, said Jackson, the sheriff's captain. This incident instilled that fear in people, and it didn't need to happen. Luz Maria Galvana, who works at the Reading Mexican restaurant, felt like a target after Papini returned. It felt kind of in a way racist, she said. Her story didn't add up. I just never believed her story, lie after lie. And again, if it turns out to be true, are any of these people going to be issuing apologies? I don't know if I'm going to hold my breath for that. I'm not even going to go over the rest of this article. I mean, it's just kind of mostly nonsense. All right, so let's get into the biggest mind shock in the Tara Smith case that possibly is connected to the Papini case as well. There's actually one more thing. There's a comment on Unresolved Mysteries on the case. I wonder if her Orange County boyfriend was watching the news for the time that she was kidnapped, saw the news story, and decided to say nothing, or if he knew all along she was going to doctor this whole scam up, in which case he should be charged and fined heavily too. Let those 2 nitwits pay for everyone's time and resources expended on her search. And yeah, I mean, I just don't understand. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get why everybody gives this guy a pass. Because how did people know he's not the true mastermind behind all of it? All right, so let's get to the major mind shocks here. Actually, I lied. I want to go over one more article before we get to the biggest mind shock here. This is on nowtolove.co.nz, so this is New Zealand. A mysterious coincidence. Sherry Papini's school friend also vanishes in the same area. And again, just the likeness. I mean, these 2 girls really could pass for sisters. as this article starts, Sherry Papini and Tara Lynn Smith could have passed for sisters. When Tara went missing August 22nd, 98, the whole town of Redding, California, including Mrs. Papini, then known as Sherry Grafe, and her now husband Keith wondered what happened to her. For 18 years, the case had been cold until Sherry went missing on the same road on November 2nd this year. The Northern Californian community couldn't help but make chilling comparisons. But unlike Sherry, who was released by her captors on Thanksgiving morning, 3 weeks after she went missing, Tara was never found. Also, that Thanksgiving morning, I mean, that's an interesting date. This article is from December 8th, 2016, by the way. Prior to his wife's release, Keith Papini, who along with his wife Sherry was in the year above Tara at Central Valley High, reached out to Tara's father, Terry Smith. The desperate husband raised the possibility that the person who had taken Mr. Smith's pretty blonde-haired, blue-eyed, slim-built girl had come back and taken his wife. The prime suspect in Tara's disappearance was her martial arts instructor, Troy Zink. Zink, then a 29-year-old married father of one, was the last person to see Tara alive, allegedly. Zink told police that the two had fought near her family's Redding home on the evening she went missing. He claimed, and again, he's admitting to an argument with a person. I mean, this is kind of weird. Like, you would think if he was truly guilty, he wouldn't have done that unless, of course, I don't know. Maybe he knows the cops in the area, which we'll get to in a moment. He claimed to have dropped her off at an intersection while he continued to drive to a secluded spot to pray before returning to his home at 11:30 that night. Despite being the prime suspect, Mr. Zink, now 48, was never charged due to lack of evidence. While authorities do not seem to think there's a connection between the two cases, they can see how the community might be drawn into speculation. Sherry is 34 years old, but looks much younger. Shasta County Sheriff Tom Bosenko told reporters early this month when asked about a possible link between the cases. Bosenko has over 30 years of experience in the area, also added they could probably pass for sisters. I mean, this is just, they're both blondes who look identical, jogging on the same road, disappear. I mean, this is insane. And it's about to get a whole lot crazier. All right, so let's go back to the Web Sleuths forum on Tara Smith. So there's going to be some conflicting statements here, but a poster here, January 1st, 2017, regarding Zink and Tara Smith. There isn't anyone who lives here that doesn't think he is responsible, including law enforcement. My father was law enforcement at the time, and they said they knew he didn't. But there was absolutely nothing at all to tie him to it. Well, then how did they know? There are so many mines, hills, and valleys around here, so many places to stash a body. It's horrific to think what her family has suffered and to know that there's a good chance they will never be able to lay her to rest. I don't know how he lives with himself, let alone still lives here. It's not like we don't know what he did. A follow-up post here by Roadrunner. They found Aaron Corwin in a mine by sending cameras down. Seems like a cold case rework might be circumstantial enough to convict him. I had not heard her story until the story about SP, and it's still clearly obviously he did it to us strangers. What about her scent not being where he said he dropped her off? I feel some very hardcore investigators could crack this guy and get this solved. What can we do to try to push her case further along? I'm going to guess there's probably about a 75% chance she's in an old gold mine. I've never been to that area. Are there really that many mines? Like hundreds and hundreds of mines there? So it's like impossible to search every single one? Another post. As I mentioned before, my dad is retired law enforcement. He worked homicide, and while he didn't catch this case, it's a small enough department. Everyone was involved, whether it was looking for her, discussing the case, running down leads, etc. We talked about this about 6 or 7 years ago, and he told me there was never any doubt in any of their minds that Zink murdered her. There just wasn't a shred of evidence to prove it. Short of planting evidence at the time, there was nothing that could be done. I remember telling him that day I could understand why someone would want to do that, especially when you know someone is about to get away with murder. He scolded me and told me it is against the oath they take, and no decent detective would do such a thing. Well, unfortunately, there's plenty of non-decent detectives out there. Of course, I completely agree. I have little regard for police officers who do that, but on a case like Tara's, I completely understand why someone would. See, I don't know. I don't necessarily believe that. As long as you know with 100% certainty. So they're saying they knew, but did they really know, though? Like, let's say a piece of evidence was obtained illegally. like a piece of real evidence that proved that he killed her. But it was illegal, so they can't use it in trials, so they can plant something else. I don't know if I would necessarily have a problem with that as long as the evidence was legitimate. Because if there's some kind of paperwork issue, that's different. You know, investigators can do what they need to do to get the guy that's 100% guilty. But the problem is, if they don't actually have any real evidence and it's just their opinion that he's guilty. Because what if he didn't even act alone? I mean, it's just, yeah, it's tough. Okay, so here's probably our final point on this and the most mind-shocking. A poster posted this October 14th, 2018 on the website. Does anyone know the name of the RPD officer who reportedly stayed on the case full-time even after the FBI and Sheriff's Office stepped in? Also, did anyone ever look at the officers on duty that evening, particularly in the East Reading area? The intersection of Old Alturas and Old Oregon roads were a hot spot at the time where other karate instructors felt safe to take their underage students. They didn't worry about being caught there. In fact, they felt safe doing pretty much whatever they wanted in their vehicles while parked just off the road. And I know firsthand that Tara's case was used to threaten other girls who came after her. The instructors who I knew were very close to both RPD and the DA's office. At least 2 members of which admitted back in 2000 to knowing about their friends' relationships with minors but never reported anything. I thought it was interesting that a sex ring was mentioned in the Papini case because while that matter appears to be a total hoax, there absolutely was a non-exclusive group of karate instructors who preyed on their underage students during and around the time Tara disappeared, and it appeared to be somewhat of an open secret among those involved as well as their law enforcement friends. I am terribly disheartened and yet not at all surprised by what appears to be law enforcement's suppression of evidence and or stonewalling, at least with regard to inspecting Zink's truck and releasing info regarding the nature of his relationship with Tara, which was pretty much undeniable from the start. My sincere hope is that her family have managed to find peace despite so many unknowns. Okay, so is that opening Pandora's box here? Because if Zink knew that other RPD officers and other karate instructors were having these relationships and they all looked the other way, were they afraid that if they truly went after Zink, he would blow the whistle on them? And is that also why he felt safe staying in town? Because, I mean, yeah, this is all really crazy. And I am going to unveil the McGuire theory, which, again, I am not alleging it is true in any way. In any way. I am not alleging it is true. This is just something I couldn't help but consider, because if Papini was also... Did she also take karate classes? And was she traumatized or abused by a police officer? Did that cause a split personality? Did that factor into her alleged kidnapping, whether real or not? Did it cause her to mentally spiral? And some of the details, like being sold to a police officer, is that just fragmented pieces of her psyche? Was she really abused? Maybe not her by her parents, but by these police officers and karate instructors. Because is this really an open secret and a hotspot? And was that Zink's threat to law enforcement by admitting to them that's the intersection that he took her to? Because that seems kind of like a random intersection for her to go jogging, and yet that's what he's made in his official statement. I mean, that's an open threat to law enforcement, is it not, that he would blow the whistle on them if they continued to go after him? What does that mean? And since they went after him for the gun charges and not Tara, was that kind of like, is that why he chose not to blow the whistle? I mean, it's kind of weird, but that's the McGuire theory there, is that it's all related. Because whatever traumatized Papini, if she was being abused by one of these older guys, either another karate instructor other than Zink, or maybe Zink himself. Is there any evidence that also who told the Smiths that Tara was even involved with Zink? Was it Papini? This person was never named as far as anything written online. I mean, yeah, the coincidence stack is so high here. I mean, this is one of the most mind-shocking ones. Do any locals know about this alleged open secret in this intersection of El Torres and Old Oregon Road? Because is that true or not? Because if it's not true, then okay, that's all out the window. But if it is true, and yeah, I mean, he also mentions a sex ring in the Papini case, even though it appears to be a total hoax. I mean, what are the allegations there, and what are connections to local law enforcement? So, that's it for now. But obviously, there's a long list. There's plenty more missing women in this area, possibly connected to Peterson, possibly not. We have much to go over. And in the next episode, we will continue to do so. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons, you get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttal, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. You are listening to MindShock True Crime. This is the Scott Peterson case, episode 6, The Innocence Project. The Innocence Project has picked up Scott Peterson's case, and we will be examining why, as well as a few other things. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is MindShock, a logical examination of true crime. Everything from missing persons cases, unsolved mysteries, wrongful convictions like this one, because even if he's guilty, this is clearly a wrongful conviction with the amount of corruption involved here. There's no actual evidence supporting the state's narrative, so if he's guilty, then the crime went down in a completely different way, which would make this a wrongful conviction since he was not lawfully convicted. And for whatever reason, this triggers a lot of goofs. A lot of goofs get triggered by this. Now, if he's innocent, then that means the true murderer or murderers are still out there harming others. And it's pretty disgusting how many goofs just don't care. How many other innocent women, children, men out there can be getting killed simply because they think that this guy being a cheater or a lying narcissist somehow automatically, magically means he's guilty, while ignoring mountains of evidence. Just dozens of witnesses who saw Lacey walking, several witnesses who saw the van, the burglars across the street, the police corruption in covering all of that up. Now, maybe they did it, maybe they covered it up because they really thought Peterson was guilty, or they just didn't care one way or the other. They just wanted to close a case, which is unfortunately how a lot of wrongful convictions happen. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patreon is to get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Also, if you're not getting the updates through YouTube, you can sign up for the free Patreon tier, and that should give you all of the updates. Seabass in the chat asks, wouldn't you say that there is a possibility that the reason they don't like him for those reasons could be projection, psychological projection? The narcissism? Maybe. I mean, maybe. It could be some of that, but I think some of it is just good-hearted people, like clueless, good-hearted people who can't imagine, for example, why someone would run. I mean, that's one of the basics. If you truly believe the media and the country is against you, and it's just impossible for you to get a fair trial, would you run? A certain percent of people would. Like, if you have no faith in the corrupt system, would you run, even if you're innocent? And that comes down to whether you have faith in the system. So the people that do, maybe they wouldn't run. The people that don't, they would run. So, I mean, it's kind of weird. Seabass says, that's a good point. Naivete is also an epidemic. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of everything. Let's not fall for false dichotomy, logic, fallacies, of course. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some projection going on. There's some naivete. And there's just some plain old gophery going on with this case. Just an absence of logic and reason in examining what is known. So clearly this guy's a philandering scumbag. Nobody's disputing that. But here's the thing, if you actually care about Lacey and Connor Peterson, wouldn't you want true justice to be served? Like, wouldn't you want this guy to get a fair trial? Wouldn't you want there to actually be evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to make sure that it's him, so that there aren't other people killing women and children out there? Apparently the goofs don't care. The goofs just do not care. So, the Innocence Project, very interesting here. Let's go. I got a few articles. Actually, you know what? Let's go straight to the videos. Let's be a little bit more video heavy here. We'll watch some news clips and then we'll dive into the Innocence Project. Because a lot of goofs hallucinate that prosecutors can't get it wrong, that there's no corrupt and or incompetent cops out there, that jurors can never get it wrong, that there simply aren't any guilty people in prison, or if there are, it's just such a minute amount it's not worth talking about. I mean, there's actually brain-dead goofs out there who think this. So we're actually going to dive into the numbers to expose the gophery of the bootlicking, authority-worshipping cultists hallucinating these things. I have to admit, when I first started looking at this case, it's not that I knew for sure that he did it, but it obviously wasn't proliferated in the media the extent of the police funny business and the exposing of there not actually being evidence against Scott Peterson. Like, there's actually no legitimate evidence. And of course, ignoring all this. I mean, there's actual satanic cults in the area who have been prosecuted. There are other missing pregnant women found murdered. There's other missing pregnant women who aren't found. I mean, all of this is ignored by the bootlicking, authority-worshipping cultist ghosts, hallucinating that if the TV reported something, if something was on the idiot box, and that only infallible humans can serve on juries or be police officers. I mean, just the level of gophery, particularly in this case, is stratospheric gophery here. so let's look at this clip here from NBC News on what's going on recently.
It's the chilling case that's still a national obsession.
He didn't want to be a father, and this is the way he thought about getting out of it.
Now, for the first time since going to prison, convicted murderer Scott Peterson is speaking out.
Why should anyone want to hear your side of the story?
Because I didn't kill my family.
In Face to Face with Scott Peterson by Peacock, a division of our parent company Comcast, the 51-year-old gives his own version of events from behind prison walls. In interviews done over an entire year, Peterson, appearing in good health with longer hair, continues to maintain his innocence and is confident in ongoing efforts to free him.
There's no forensic evidence. There's nothing to tie him to the murder.
Peterson was sentenced to death in 2004 for the 2002 murders of his wife Lacey and their unborn son Connor after their bodies washed up in San Francisco Bay near where Peterson said he'd gone fishing months earlier.
She trusted her husband, and he betrayed her.
In the Netflix docuseries American Murder, Lacey Peterson, Lacey's at the center of the story. Her mother, Sharon Rocha, speaking out for the first time in years about Peterson's conviction.
I can't say we were all excited and happy about it. That's not the feeling that I had at all. Just a relief.
Also speaking out, Peterson's former girlfriend, Amber Fry, whose decision to come forward about their relationship helped prosecutors establish a motive.
On the stand, I wasn't just sitting there alone, but I was sitting there for Lacey and her unborn child.
In Face to Face, Peterson admits his affair with Fry was a terrible mistake, saying he withheld that information from police to focus on finding Lacey. In 2020, California's Supreme Court overturned Peterson's death sentence, citing jury selection errors by the trial judge, and resentenced him to life without parole. He was denied a new trial in 2022. Now backed by the LA Innocence Project, Peterson is trying again.
So let's pick it up there. What are the next steps as Peterson tries to get this new trial?
So his team is trying to win a new trial by finding new evidence, especially DNA evidence with advancing technology. So far, the court has only agreed to allow new DNA testing of a single piece of duct tape that was found on Lacey Peterson's pants. Prosecutors, in the meantime, are calling this a fishing expedition, and Scott Peterson's family continues to maintain his innocence.
I mean, just look how smug this guy is. This guy's smug when he was arrested. He's smug in prison. He's smug in the mugshot. I mean, this guy's just always smug. And that's why a lot of people don't like him. Because he's a smug, philandering, narcissistic, lying scumbag. But again, that doesn't make him a murderer in any way. Do you know, like, the amount of guys that meet this description that are out there. So, okay, hold on a second. So just give me 5 minutes, please. I'll give you 5 seconds. You say, I thought there might be a chance he was innocent until he talked about how he wasn't that into Amber Fry. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? It's actually a perfect example of how this was tried in the media. Because a lot of people, they're all about feels over reals. There's a lot of soy goofs. There's a lot of menopausal women who just hate this guy. And in their feeble minds, in their feeble, mentally deficient, cognitive dissonant, logic-lacking minds, they just can't fathom why this guy would be arrested in the first place. They're just spanning statistical fallacies about how it's usually the husband, the boyfriend, or the ex-boyfriend, which is true, but I've talked about this many times. If you're looking at if you're doing a meta-analysis of women that are harmed, women that are missing or dead, and if you're looking at a meta-analysis of the majority of cases, yes, the majority of the time it is the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, husband, whatever, significant other. man known to them. But when you start, but that's why it's a fallacy, because on average, for all the cases, it is. But not for each individual case. For example, if it was this particular case, you would think there'd be some kind of evidence. I mean, is he really that much of a genius mastermind? Asha Harry in the chat says that's why he got his arse kicked in prison. Did he? I didn't even know that. Because of that smug look on his face. You know what's funny? That probably still didn't wipe the smug look off his face. I mean, they stole this guy. If he's innocent, they stole his entire life, and it's still not enough to wipe that smug grin off his face. And that's actually why, well, I'm going to do a little bit of an overlap with Richard Allen in the Delphi case here. So, if you're that much of a narcissist, they're not going to be able to get you to confess. Because, I mean, false confessions is one of the leading causes of wrongful convictions of the innocent. So, I'm actually going to get into the stats there, just for the goofs, just because they're hallucinating that Richard Allen is guilty in the Delphi case just because he confessed. Like, they don't need evidence because they have his confession, even though false confessions are a leading cause of wrongful convictions of the innocent. Even though the average person will falsely confess under the right conditions. And we're going to actually get into cold, hard stats. We're going to go reals over feels instead of feels over reals, which is what seems to be the predominant culture here in true crime. Seabass says, like they did with West Memphis, is this a recruitment ritual? What do you mean? Seabass says, one piece of evidence intentionally placed. Seabass says, no forensic evidence, like not at all. That seems a little professional. Even if he did it, it smells like a professional cleanup crew. Yeah, well, if he did it, he couldn't have done it at the time that they said, because too many people saw Lacey Peterson afterwards. There's coincidentally a burglary going on across the street, which the corrupt cops covered up and changed the date on. I mean, there's multiple witnesses to this van. There's another witness who saw a pregnant lady being transported in a van. There's several, I mean, check out the previous episodes in this series. It's the most comprehensive series on the case. There was a witness who saw Lacey get pulled into a van at a park nearby. There was another witness who saw a pregnant lady in a van being manhandled by people on the highway. Now, maybe it was a different woman, but how many pregnant women are getting pulled into vans and manhandled in or around vans in this area? It's kind of crazy. So there's one piece of forensic evidence, which is Lacey Peterson's hair in pliers on the boat. So here's the thing. How many husbands don't have a hair from their wife in their car, boat, workplace? It's not a single drop of blood. I mean, that's all the evidence they had. Something that any husband would have in their car, boat, whatever. I mean, obviously, you know, hairs go from one piece of clothing to another. So, and he did show her the boat, because a lot of the goofs, they were pushing the narrative that it was some kind of secret boat that he bought that nobody knew about. I mean, it was registered. I mean, everything was above board. He even showed it to Lacey at the warehouse. So, you know, she was in and around the boat as well, not to mention, obviously, in contact with him, his clothing. So that single piece of hair, not even with blood on it, there was no blood on the hair. So there was not a single piece of evidence pointing to violence of any kind. Seabass says it's like a different form of humiliation. Which, okay, I see what you're saying. What you mean the media? So they knew he was innocent, and this is some kind of Illuminati smear campaign just because they could. I mean, I don't know if I mean, who is this guy? I mean, he did go. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would target this guy. That seems kind of weird. Unless, I mean, who is Amber Fry? Are there connections we don't know about? Are there connections we don't know about? Nunya Biz says, no, they had him assaulted. They're not going to let him be acquitted. That would derail their agenda. Seabass says, did the comment above that one not appear? You mean like they did with the West Memphis? Is this a recruitment ritual? That's all I see. That's all I see from you, Seabass. Oh, they put the West Memphis behind bars to recruit them to the next stage as a test. That's why they got released now. They passed. Lord Zed says, when I quoted Van Damme, YouTube removed it. Okay, let's try to stay focused here, Lord Zed. Okay. So, my point here regarding Peterson's narcissism is that why they couldn't get a false confession out of him? Because if he's some kind of narcissistic psychopath, he's not going to confess whether he's innocent or guilty. But a lot of innocent people do confess, like non-narcissistic psychopaths. Like a lot of good people confess. But yeah, so apparently there was a piece of duct tape on Lacey Peterson when she was found, and they didn't even bother to test it. Like, what kind of brain-dead goof is defending this that actually cares about justice? Like, why wouldn't they have tested it? Is someone else's DNA on it? Like, don't they care? Like, it's kind of weird.
They believe that the new evidence will show that he's innocent.
All right, Emily, thank you. We should mention that the docuseries Face to Face with Scott Peterson will be streaming on.
He didn't.
This morning, 2 decades after going to prison for the murder of his pregnant wife, Lacey, Scott Peterson is breaking his silence.
I wish I could say I was stronger, but all that stuff did take a toll on me.
In the new Peacock docuseries, Face to Face, the 51-year-old speaks out from behind prison walls, arguing police ignored critical evidence that exonerates him, and describes in disbelief the moment he was convicted.
I was still expecting to go home that day. I was staggered by it.
Peterson was sentenced to death in 2004 for the 2002 murders of his wife Lacey and their unborn son Connor, after their bodies washed up in San Francisco Bay, near where he said he'd gone fishing months earlier.
There are certainly times that I become a wreck.
At times emotional, Peterson pushing back on the portrayal of him as an uncaring and detached husband.
I was so angry at the media because their reports just weren't factual. I strive not to show any emotion to the court because I didn't want to, see them break me.
He also speaks out about his former girlfriend, Amber Fry, whose testimony was crucial to establishing a motive.
They said that you killed Lacey because you didn't want to be married and you didn't want to be a father.
That's so offensive. It's so disgusting. I certainly regret cheating on Lacey.
Why did you keep talking to Amber Fry after Lacey disappeared?
I was searching for my family, stay in contact with Amber, I thought, and she wouldn't get into the picture, complicate, ruin the search.
In 2020, Peterson's death sentence was reduced to life without parole. Now backed by the LA Innocence Project, he's petitioning for a new trial, arguing it was burglars robbing the home across the street who killed Lacey.
I believe that Lacey went over there to see what was going on. That's when she was taken.
So there's renewed interest. There's the Innocence Project. So now what's next for the case?
So Peterson's new legal team hopes that new DNA testing and evidence could lead to this new trial.
And look how smug he looks, even in this video from prison talking on the phone. I mean, this guy's just so smug. Like, it's like no matter what. I mean, that is a sign of psychopathy. I mean, it's like this guy can't be broken. Psychopaths are usually incredibly mentally strong. And also, like, he might have thought, since there was no evidence, he would be let off. I mean, guilty or innocent, right? Guilty or innocent. If there's no evidence, how are you going to prison, regardless of whether you're innocent or guilty? Seabass says, I think the statistic is that 70% or something like that can be forced into a false confession through torture. We're going to get to the exact percentages. Because like I said, a lot of goofs, they're thinking Richard Allen is guilty in Delphi based on his confession alone, completely ignoring all the other people that confessed to the Delphi murders. I mean, the gopher is just off the charts with the Delphi case as well. Okay, what? Oh, okay. It came through now, Lord Zed. Now, but I'm not going to read that quote. Actually, okay, screw it. I'll read the quote. Now take your big stick and your boyfriend and find a bus to catch. The one and only Jean-Claude Van Damme from the John Woo classic, Hard Target, of which we have still not seen a proper director's cut. Okay, Anyway, so, all right. I don't really know what's going on with this case. It's just such a bizarre case. It is just such a miscarriage of justice. I mean, how many brain dead goofs are so into their feelings? They're so about feels over reals, they don't understand what beyond a reasonable doubt means. I mean, it's just so weird. So this guy's just the perfect criminal, doing all this in the middle of the day. I mean, it's just so crazy. Just the level of gopher at a marina, like a busy marina that anybody can look at. I mean, it's just crazy and completely ignoring all the actual evidence. It's just bonkers. This case is just straight up bonkers. And just the level of goofery about the brain dead people, the brain dead bootlickers actually defending this conviction. I mean, it's one thing to think he's guilty. I mean, I'm not even saying he's not guilty. I mean, if he's guilty, obviously it went down completely different. Because the state's case just doesn't make any sense, and there's nothing supporting the state's case at all. There's nothing. We went over it in the first 5 episodes. I mean, there's just nothing here. I mean, there's more potential evidence against Stephen Avery than Scott Peterson, and there's really not much against Avery either. So this is a tough one. They also think that the Innocent Project these armchair goofs think that the Innocence Project don't know what they're doing. I mean, we're going to get into the Innocence Project.
Key here, the court has said that they will allow this piece of duct tape that was found on Lacey during the autopsy to be tested. It never has been before. And Peterson's legal team says they have witnesses that says they saw Lacey walking their dog before Scott left the home that day, which would rule him out as a suspect. No surprise, all these years later, the prosecution says this is a fishing expedition.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we should mention too, Kaylee, thank you, the Face to Face with Scott Peterson, the docuseries streaming right now on Peacock.
Yeah, and the thing about the witnesses, I mean, the coincidence stack with the witnesses, there's also another pregnant lady with a dog, the exact same dog with the exact same name in the neighborhood, who was involved, who was supposed to testify in another case. I mean, check out the previous episodes for that. I'm not going to get, the coincidence stack is a mile high. We're not talking about 1 or 2 witnesses. We're talking about around a dozen witnesses, most of which specifically knew who Lacey Peterson was because they saw her walking all the time. So these are people that knew her, because a lot of goofs hallucinate. Oh, witness is not reliable. They knew her. Like, when you see somebody you know, that's a little bit different than trying to give an account of a person you don't know, who you saw on the street one time randomly and you didn't know a crime was going to happen afterwards. So this is a completely different situation, obviously. And then there's also a burglary across the street. I mean, what a coincidence. And then everybody always, and the bootlickers ignore all the police incompetence and or corruption. So, let's get into the Innocence Project. And keep in mind, everything the Innocence Project has done and accomplished, that's only what they were able to uncover. One can only imagine. One can only imagine the true amount of wrongful convictions out there, that there's simply not enough evidence to overturn, because you need a lot more evidence to overturn it, because you're dealing with the egos of corrupt and incompetent cops, prosecutors, court officials. Like, these people don't like to be wrong and humiliated in front of the world. To have their corruption and or incompetence paraded around in the media and in the world, they don't want that. They would rather the innocent rot than take that blow to their ego. These are the scum in the justice system that we're dealing with. Let me get the write-up here on innocenceproject.org. They've exonerated hundreds of people. And again, think about how many they weren't able to exonerate. just because there wasn't enough evidence. And this is really, this is just, I mean, this is so sad. And how all the brain-dead bootlickers ignore all of this. I mean, it's just so unconscionable how these brain-dead bootlickers ignore all of this. But let's look at their numbers here. I mean, this is just such an uphill battle for the Innocence Project and all involved. So here are their numbers. We'll put it on the screen right now. So this is only what they were able to definitively prove. So far, obviously, so far. They're still working on many other cases. 4,016 years Innocent Project clients collectively spent wrongfully incarcerated. 203 Innocence Project clients exonerated by DNA. 253 victories. These numbers provide a snapshot of wrongful convictions remedied with the help of the Innocence Project. And again, this is only with the Innocence Project. This isn't all the other wrongful convictions overturned by, just random individual attorneys, etc. I mean, we're going to get into the exact numbers of how many innocent people are in prison. So they are based on the data set of information drawn from the case documents of DNA exonerations, non-DNA exonerations, and other legal victories. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Lord Zed says, why did this make news so huge? Do guys not murder their wives? That's a good point. The Scott Peterson trial, I guess because she was pregnant. Obviously that happens also, but... Yeah, I mean, it definitely caught media attention a lot more than other cases. That's a good point. That is a good point. It's one of the most media heavy. Seabass says, I question some of the project's goals, like maybe it's getting some innocent people out, but then using a light-of-hand approach to get some guilty out while people aren't paying attention. Oh, no. No, everybody's paying attention. If you look at even original case documents, so the one criticism I have of the Innocence Project, I mean, it's not even a real criticism. They only really take kind of slam-dunk cases because their resources are limited. So in cases where it's not 100% clear, they're pretty much only taking cases where it's pretty obvious the police were either corrupt, flat out incompetent, conflicts of interest across the board. So it's not like they take every case. So, I mean, and everybody's paying very close attention to each individual case because they don't want these people to get out. Again, you're dealing with the egos of these corrupt scum. I mean, they're going to do anything not to get these innocent people out. Because it also calls into question all the other cases they worked on. Nunya Biz says, he's like Karen Reed, very unlikable. Do people find Karen Reed unlikable? I didn't notice that. I mean, just looking at social media. I mean, you have bootlickers hallucinating that the cops would never, make anything up or create any kind of conspiracy, so they're automatically going to be anti-Karen Reed. I haven't really seen, any non-bootlicker hate directed at her. Seabass says, I question it because in this day and age it's pretty easy to fake forensic evidence. The government has most of our DNA databases and can CRISPR it at any time to frame us. Okay. That's now. I mean, they do have chain of custody verifications for some of these old cases, and you're also dealing with cases that are high profile. Like, if you're talking high profile, like, for example, the Virginia Giuffre recent passing, if that was some kind of, Clinton-like style suicide, I mean, they can obviously swap out whatever. But stuff from decades before where they still have the original samples, they still have, original everything. I mean, you're saying, I guess they could fabricate. I mean, it would take some resources, though. Most of these cases have nothing to, these are low profile, have nothing to do with anything. So I don't know if they would be completely redoing it all. Let's look at some more numbers here. I mean, this is just so tragic because all of these just bootlickers that just don't care about the innocent. I mean, part of it is that they're just so mentally weak. They can't handle living in a world where innocent people can be convicted. So their safety blanket is just to put all this blind faith in the corrupt and just be a Stockholm Syndrome style bootlicker. Because it's almost like a coping mechanism for these Dunning-Kruger goofs. I mean, they should be forced to look all of these people in the eye, because that could be them. You know? Back the blue until it happens to you. 27 is the average age when they are when the wrongfully convicted are wrongfully convicted. 45 is the average age when exonerated. I mean, that's, you know, the best years of their life just stolen by these corrupt and incompetent scum, and the bootlickers just pretend and hallucinate. Okay, maybe it happened a few isolated times, but it definitely can't happen now. It's just the same rhetoric every time. 76, the estimated number of exonerees who have not received compensation for their wrongful convictions. 14 states do not have a compensation law at all. I mean, this is just bonkers. I mean, they should be able to sue, you know, all the corrupt and or incompetent cops that put them away, all the corrupt and or incompetent judges, prosecutors, attorneys. I mean, in certain cases where the witnesses lied, they need to be able to sue all those people. All those people should be criminally liable because the law is clear beyond a reasonable doubt. In most of these cases, if you go through the court documents, just like the Scott Peterson case, I mean, this isn't even in the ballpark of beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, it's as far from beyond a reasonable doubt as you can get. It's crazy. 9% of the 253 people were sentenced to death, and of course, you know, unfortunately, there's a lot of tragic cases of those who were actually executed and exonerated after their deaths when new evidence came to light. And again, these bootlicking goofs just never learn their lesson. It says here 6% of the 253 pled guilty to crimes they didn't commit. That's a pretty low number. We're going to look at other stats. This is, again, only of the Innocence Project cases. That's pretty low on average, because in a moment I'm going to look at all wrongful convictions and exonerations, not just the Innocence Project. The Innocence Project is just one group. Now, here's where these bootlicking scum really need to be called out. 1 second, I'm gonna get this next graphic. Because this is just absolutely unconscionable. Absolutely unconscionable. So again, this is of only the Innocence Project cases, not other cases. 101 additional violent crimes were committed while an innocent person was imprisoned in the original attacker's place, including 56 sexual assaults, 22 murders, and 23 other violent crimes. Again, this is only of the Innocence Project cases that they know about. Also, there could be more, but that's what they uncovered. And 89 people who actually committed the crime were identified from the 253 exonerations. So they were able to find the true guilty party, or supposedly. I guess that could be wrong too. But a lot of these cases, they don't have the criminal. So, I mean, this is just unconscionable. I mean, these scum goofs, these bootlicker goofs hallucinating that cops can't get it wrong, juries can't get it wrong, prosecutors can't get it wrong. You know, these are people losing their lives because of these bootlicking scum goofs. hallucinating that innocent people can't be in prison. Because they're unwilling to actually follow the letter of the law beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond. I mean, how many people can actually say Stephen Avery, or Scott Peterson, or Richard Allen are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Like, maybe they're guilty. But, I mean, anybody with any modicum, I mean, this is like preschool level mental capacity required to understand what beyond a reasonable doubt means. Just absolutely unconscionable. And you see the cycle continue, like I said, with Richard Allen, or even Brian Kohlberger in the Idaho student's case. I mean, maybe he's guilty, but maybe he didn't act alone. Maybe he did, but is it beyond a reasonable doubt? Like, how many brain-dead goofs are actually hallucinating that he's guilty no matter what? So here are the final numbers here, and then we'll get into totals, not just, because keep in mind, this is just what the Innocence Project, this one group, has uncovered. Imagine if there were 100 different groups like this. What they would uncover? Bootlickers are too cowardly to even consider that. They're too cowardly to even do that mental exercise. Too mentally weak. %63% involved witness misidentification. Hello, Delphi case. But not even, because the witnesses in the Delphi case didn't even describe Richard Allen. They described somebody with the complete opposite attributes of Richard Allen, and there is no real time of death. And again, so there's no real, they don't have the crime scene or the time of death. And then even if the witnesses did ID Richard Allen, which they didn't, it wouldn't prove anything anyway. 19% involved informants, 52% involved misapplied forensic science. But we don't even have that in the Peterson case. They didn't even test the duct tape, so we don't even have misapplied forensic science. Unless that hair in the pliers isn't really from Lacey Peterson. But that doesn't prove anything anyway. I mean, you would expect, why wouldn't you expect her hairs to be found in Peterson's car, Peterson's boat, on Peterson's clothes? I mean, spouses have each other's hair on and DNA on them all the time. So that, that's not proof of a violent crime in any way. 29% involved false confessions. And that number is a little low here, but again, this is only from the Innocence Project. So we're going to get into total numbers in a second. So, actually, I'll put up one more on the screen here. And this is staggering. So all the coincidence theorist bootlicker gilfs, they're going to be so triggered here from this one. Now, keep in mind, not even everybody knows about the Innocence Project. So, this is staggering here. Since 1993, the Innocence Project has received over 65,600 letters from incarcerated individuals seeking help in proving their innocence. The intake team processes letters chronologically and thoroughly reviews each case request received. So again, maybe some of them are Hail Marys. Maybe. But they know they're going to test the DNA. So how many guilty people want the DNA tested if it's going to come up theirs? Again, maybe some of them, because maybe there's a Hail Mary mistake. But this is a staggering amount. And we're going to get into some other studies here. And so this is only people who know about the Innocence Project. I mean, keep in mind, there's millions and millions of incarcerated individuals. Not everybody knows about the Innocence Project. Especially if they had, like, you know, a public defender and they're just in prison. You know, maybe they've heard of it. Maybe I would say a majority probably haven't even. Thinking thoughts in the chat here for the first time. Your vids and playlists have my interest. Welcome. Logic and reason are the order of the day here. So let's get into total numbers a little bit more here, because this is relevant to Delphi, to Kohlberger, to many different cases. So all these numbers that we just went over, that's Innocence Project only. So that doesn't include all the other exonerations and wrongful convictions uncovered by just individual lawyers and all of that. Kathleen Zellner is working on Avery's case, etc. So let's go over this here. Give me 1 second. So let's go over 2 more stats here before we get a little bit deeper. So now we're going over totals. So not just the Innocence Project. And this is very important here. Now I'll get the sources on the screen in a moment. We're just looking at these first. Contributing causes of wrongful convictions. So the first 325 DNA exonerations total is more than 100% because wrongful convictions can have more than one cause. So eyewitness mis-ID, 235 cases. Unvalidated or improper forensics. For example, claiming it's Richard. There was a cycled round from not the murder weapon anyway. So from not the murder weapon, there was allegedly a cycled round from Richard Allen's gun found at the staged crime scene. In the Delphi case, for example. What does that prove? Well, bullet forensics are actually, there's a lot of controversy there. It's actually very difficult to get those round markings to prove that it came from one particular gun, because it can kind of sort of match many different guns. It's not exact. So again, that would be improper or unvalidated forensics. Or again, a so-called DNA match that's not a real match. For example, in the Stephen Avery case, Teresa Hallback couldn't be excluded, but there's actually no definitive proof she's dead anyway, because there's not a definitive DNA match to the remains of Teresa Hallback, for example. So, false confessions or admissions, 88 cases. Informants, 48 cases. So, in a lot of cases, there's more than one of these at play. What a shocker for all the bootlicking goofs. What a shocker. Not only are mistakes made, but mistakes are multiple mistakes in multiple categories. Or if it's corruption involved, it's not a mistake. It's an intentional act in multiple categories. I mean, this is going to send the bootlicking goofs into conniptions here. And again, this is validated in multiple studies. So okay. The BGA is the Better Government Association Center for Wrongful Convictions. So they found overlapping reasons contributed to 85 cases of wrongful conviction. Multiple causes can impact one case. In the majority of those cases, alleged government mistakes or misconduct played a role, as did some other non-government related causes. So 66 alleged police misconduct or error, 46 erroneous eyewitness ID, 44 alleged prosecutorial misconduct, 33 false confessions, 33 out of 85. Think about this. They only did a study on 85 of them. 33 false confessions out of 85, in addition to all these others. Incentivized witness testimony. Oh, people were paid to say something. What a shocker for the bootlicking goofs. Humans can be paid to say things that aren't true? Say it isn't so. 29 questionable forensics evidence or testimony. 23 alleged ineffective assistance of counsel. And some of that could have been by design as well. I mean, Strang and Buting behaved very strangely in the Avery trial as well. So again, and this was just from a small sample of 85 wrongful convictions. Imagine if they looked at all hundreds of them, what they would find. I mean, this is just crazy. Welcome, Court of Public Opinion. Welcome, Pinto Sack. Seabass says 4 types of Satanists: generational, dabbler, unconventional, and I think traditionalist. At the very top, there are the Luciferians, which aren't usually included in the types. Man, Seabass has them all compartmentalized. Dabbler. The dabblers. Definitely been a few of those in cases. Okay. So, let's go a little deeper now. Are there any coincidence theorists in here who think Scott's guilty? I know there's a lot of goofs on the Delphi series commenting that Richard Allen just has to be guilty. He just has to because he confessed. Alright, so let's get to some more receipts here. Oh man, there's so many receipts here. We're going to drown the bootlickers in receipts. Oh man, this is tough here. Let's get to the actual facts, which the bootlickers obviously detest. They hate the facts. Because it shatters their reality. Because their cult of authority worship hinges on these authorities being somehow magically infallible and not able to be involved in corruption of any kind or fallibility of any kind. Give me a second, I'll get the next receipt on the screen here. Yeah, there's just so many. I'm gonna try not to go for 5 hours here, because there's just so many receipts for this. It's kind of sad, actually. Okay. One more second here. Okay. These are old figures too here too, so I mean, it just gets worse and worse in the so-called justice system. So, these are just some basic facts on falseconfessions.org here. Let's go to the facts and figures. Police-induced false confessions are among the leading causes of wrongful convictions. And we're going to get to a whole bunch of different sources here, because there's been many different studies on this. So it's not like it's just one source here. Since the late 80s, 6 studies alone have documented approximately 250 interrogation-induced false confessions, yet somehow Richard Allen couldn't be one of them. I mean, it's weird. In Bedeau and Radalet's 87 study, false confessions were the 3rd leading cause of wrongful conviction. In Walden's 2003 study, they were the single leading cause. Police-induced false confessions appear to occur primarily in the more serious cases, especially homicides and other high-profile felonies, because obviously they're trying to clear the case. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure there are some good apples out there, but unfortunately there's plenty of bad apples. They just want the clearance rate. And you know what's kind of crazy? Despite all this corruption and incompetence going on, despite all of it, despite it all, I mean, look at the track record here. Like, let's assume there are no wrongful convictions. I mean, look at this homicide clearance right here. So this is FBI data. Murder Accountability Project. National homicide clearance rate dropped from 90% to under 55%. So even, like, it's kind of crazy. This is without factoring wrongful conviction. This is assuming there are no wrongful convictions. So even if they got it right, now here they are sputtering and trying to close cases, just flat out lying and engaging in corruption, and they can't even, and it's still plummeting? I mean, you would think, I mean, it's just kind of crazy. I mean, wow. The people who just are just blind faith bootlickers, I mean, there's something wrong with their brains. More than 80% of the 125 false confessions documented by Drizin and Leo occurred in homicide cases. False confessions are the leading cause of wrongful convictions in homicides. More than 2/3 of DNA-cleared homicide cases documented by the Innocence Project were caused by false confessions. So it's kind of weird. So they get the DNA to clear it after a false confession. Double whammy, and yet the guy's innocent. And I have to do a whole episode on crime lab corruption, because where there's funny business with DNA, like in wrongful convictions and as of yet undiscovered wrongful convictions, a lot of the corruption occurs in the lab by switching labels. It's not done by planting. It's done by switching labels in the lab. I'll be doing a episode on that in the Stephen Avery series for the goofs that hallucinate that's not possible. There have been 317, again, these are old numbers now. There have been 317 post-conviction DNA exonerations in the U.S. Exonerations have been won in 38 states since 2000, over 250. In about 30% of DNA exoneration cases, innocent defendants made incriminating statements, delivered outright confessions, or pled guilty. So even if they didn't confess, they made statements, like, for example, Scott Peterson. Some people found some of his statements incriminating. 18 of the 258 people exonerated through DNA served time on death row. The average length of time served by exonerees is 13 and a half years. In Zellner's cases, I think it's actually closer to 18, 19. The average age, 27. 92% of false confessors are men. The most common basis for exoneration were the real perpetrator identified, 74%, or that new scientific evidence was discovered, 46%. For example, if Scott Peterson is innocent and the DNA of the actual perpetrator is on the duct tape, that was never even tested. I mean, that's an above-board investigation, isn't it? 63% of false confessors were under 25, 32% were under 18. Yet, of all persons arrested for murder and rape, only 8 and 16% respectively are juveniles. 22% were mentally retarded and 10% had a diagnosed mental illness. I mean, there's people that think Brendan Dassey's so-called confession has some kind of merit. There's all sorts of brain-dead goofs out there. Multiple false confessions to the same crime were obtained in 30% of cases, wherein one false confession was used to prompt others. And that's curious, too, because in the Delphi case, a lot of brain-dead goofs hallucinate that Richard Allen not only confessed, but confessed multiple times, which is actually pretty common, almost a third of these cases. 2009 brought 22 new cases of DNA exonerations of people wrongfully convicted. And again, these are old numbers, so this is from 2009. Innocence Project reports that 25% had given false confessions. Among a total of 340 exonerees of all kinds documented between 1989 and 2003, 15% involved false confessions. So that's even for smaller crimes. So that's of all kinds. Of the 24 exonerations in New York State, 13 had been based upon false confession. It's more than 50%. 2/3 are, and again, these are only the ones they found out about enough to have overturned. I mean, what kind of a brain-dead goof thinks that these are the only ones? I mean, it's crazy. 2/3 of murder convictions overturned by DNA evidence turned out to have been based on false confessions. Over 850 jurisdictions nationwide, including the states of Alaska, Minnesota, and Illinois, regularly record police interrogations. According to a report by Northwestern University School of Law, after speaking with hundreds of police jurisdictions, the researchers found that virtually every officer with whom we spoke, having given custodial recordings a try, was enthusiastically in favor of the practice. I mean, obviously they would say that, right? Whether they were or weren't involved in false confessions. 68% indicated they believed the suspect would confess falsely not very often, 40%, or almost never, 28%. This quantifies the perception of trial attorneys who report the vast majority of potential jurors insist that it's not possible for someone to confess to a crime he didn't commit. And these people obviously shouldn't be jurors, because if they're that mentally bereft of logic and reason, if they're that brain dead, why are they jurors putting innocent people away? I mean, that's a huge problem. And again, that problem is just further exacerbated by all these brain dead bootlickers online who think that jurors can't get it wrong. They think convicted has some kind of a relation to reality, as if a conviction is synonymous with truth. The truth is whatever it is, regardless of what some random people of varying intellects, what their opinion was. Well, that's why I said in the Scott Peterson case, if he's that much of a narcissist, he's not going to confess. They're not going to break him with that smug look for how many decades? I mean, this guy's going to be smug forever no matter what they do to him. So if someone's a narcissist, they're probably not going to confess whether they're innocent or guilty. There have been 43 wrongful confessions in New York State. New York State outpaces almost every other state in the number of wrongful convictions overturned by DNA tests. Again, this is only what they found out about. In the last 7 years, I think this is 2009 and prior, there have been a particularly high number of DNA exonerations in New York State. Since 2000, 17 wrongfully convicted people in New York State have been exonerated of DNA evidence. 7 of the 17 were wrongfully convicted of murder. Again, this is only the ones they found out about. In 10 of New York's 26 DNA exonerations, the actual perpetrator was later ID'd. In 9 of those 10 cases, the actual perpetrator of crimes for which the innocent people were wrongfully convicted went on to commit additional crimes while an innocent person was in prison. According to law enforcement reports, 5 murders, 7 rapes, 2 serious assaults, and 1 robbery. This is only New York's. Wait, this is total? 1 robbery were committed by the actual perpetrators, and each of these crimes was committed after the wrongful arrest or conviction, so they could have been prevented if wrongful convictions had not happened. And yet, I mean, if the bootlickers are never going to learn their lesson, that police officers, prosecutors, judges, juries, that they can get it wrong. If these bootlickers are just that mentally bereft, that mentally weak, then this is all going to continue to happen. Eyewitness misid played a role in 13 of the 23 wrongful convictions in New York that were overturned with DNA testing. In 11 of the 26 cases in New York, innocent people falsely confessed or admitted to crimes that DNA later proved they did not commit. And that's a lot of things like, again, these brain-dead goofs ignore. In a lot of these cases where someone's put away based on a wrongful confession, there's other people who also wrongfully confessed. Just like in the Delphi case. There was several other people who confessed. But these brain-dead goofs ignore it because these other people weren't on the idiot box like Richard Allen. They didn't get the news coverage, so these brain-dead goofs ignore it all. Limited or unreliable forensic science played a role in 10 of the 23 wrongful convictions in New York overturned through DNA evidence. In 9 of those 10 cases... Okay, we already went over that. So additional facts. 35% of the 317 cases exonerated by DNA received no compensation. Imagine that. That's crazy. 22, I mean, there should be criminal charges for the scum involved in putting these people away. 22 states require the recording of an interrogation. And in all these states, too, it's kind of curious how there's always missing tape. Like, even, you're bringing up West Memphis 3 in the chat. For the alleged Jesse Miss Kelly confession, there's hours of footage missing. Well, what's on that footage? Why is it missing? Anywhere between, I forgot the exact number. It was like, there was one claim that it was like 45 minutes or something, and there's like 3-hour claim, a 6-hour claim. I don't remember, but there's missing footage. What's in the missing footage? Why is it missing? If it's such an above-board confession, why is it missing? Okay, now here's the big one. Here's the big one the bootlickers grasp desperately for. I'm going to circle this with a nice big circle for these Dunning-Kruger bootlickers. They deserve a nice big pink circle. Okay. According to the Innocence Project, 25% of wrongful convictions overturned by DNA evidence involved a false confession. And many of those false confessions actually contain details that match the crime details that were not made public. Okay, so the cope spirals incoming from the Dunning-Kruger ghosts. The court of public opinion said Miss Kelly was functionally retarded, wasn't he? No shade. He's had some kind of mental deficiency of some kind. So, here's the thing here. I mean, Debbie in the chat says New York is so corrupt, it's a game, they need to win, and they will do whatever it takes to get the win. They're not the only state. I mean, every state does this. So here's the thing. Like, a lot of these coincidence theorists, authority worshiping cultists, bootlickers, they hallucinate that if someone made a confession that the police reported, had details not been made public, is that because the cops were the one that leaked the details? Did they do? And in all these cases, there's always missing footage. It's just such a coincidence. What's in that missing footage? It's just crazy. Pinto Sack says that's more fuchsia than pink. How dare you? Do we need to do a whole podcast on color identification? I mean, it's kind of coming to this. I mean, Craig probably needs that one as well. Of Fight the Flat Earth. Okay. Seabass is talking about clones. We should probably save that for a dedicated podcast. Heracles says, that's what I'm saying. 2 or 3 people do a crime. They find one person's DNA but arrest their partner. Just the level of gophery from the authority-worshipping cultists, though. I mean, just the lack of mental capacity to understand that humans are fallible and or corrupt, particularly those in positions of power that want a clear case, and they have egos. I mean, just the level of gophery and hallucinating, that's not true. I mean, it's just crazy. If approximately 27% of the total number of exoneration cases involve the false confession, and if 10% of the 2 million men and women in prison in the U.S. are innocent, as estimated by the Department of Justice, we can gather that as many as 50,000 of their convictions involved false confessions. Let me say that number again for the coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, goof bootlickers. The Department of Justice estimates that 10% of the 2 million men and women imprisoned are innocent. Extrapolating the percentage of known false confessions in exoneration cases, there would be as many, so way more than 50,000 wrongful convictions, but 50,000 specifically involving wrongful confessions, false confessions. So all the brain-dead goofs hallucinating that people would never confess unless they're really guilty, whether it's Richard Allen or whoever. So there could be as many as 50,000. And again, these are only the ones that have been found out about. So the number would obviously be more than that, just based on the rule of thumb. I mean, the evidence has to be overwhelming to get an exoneration. So there's many cases where people are suspected innocent, but they just don't have that overwhelming amount of evidence to clear them. So until that's found out about, so it would be more than 50,000 specifically. There would be more than 50,000 innocent people involved in making a false confession. I mean, it's just kind of crazy. I mean, these numbers are astronomical. And the average goof walking around bootlicking, they're just ignoring all of this. As of February 4th, 2014, 1,403 people have been exonerated in the U.S. since '89, according to the National Registry of Exoneration. In the same time period, the number of non-DNA exonerations rose from 34 in 2005 to 59 in 2012 and to 69 in 2013. In 2013, 72% of the 1,281 exonerated from January 9 to December 2013 were cleared without DNA evidence. 20% of the 1,281 exonerees had a false confession as a contributing factor. And again, these are only the ones they found out about. In a 2013 report, between January 89 through December 2013, 152 of the non-DNA exoneration has the highest in the nation. Studies of proven false confessors have shown that even in cases involving confessions later proven to be false, juries convict in 73 to 81% of the cases. So the juries are that stupid. So even in a case where the confession was false, they still convicted. That's crazy. I mean, and there's actually brain dead goofs out there that just have blind faith in juries. They say, oh, well, if the jury ruled, the jury convicted, therefore it's true. Like, they don't care about the truth at all. Like, it's crazy. Just the amount of goofs out there, particularly attracted to, like, true crime podcasts, etc., that just do not care about the truth. They only care what a jury ruled. I mean, it's bonkers. This is absolutely bonkers. Believe it or not, we're just getting started. So, for those that want the exact, so more than 80% of the 125 false confessions documented by Professor Steve Drizin and Richard Leo occurred in homicide cases. That's, if you guys want the exact link to the study, we always have all the receipts here on MindShock. Put it on the screen in a second. This is one of the main studies cited. Again, this is all publicly available information, but bootlickers are gonna bootlick. That's their identity. Coincidence theorists, authority worshipping cultists. It doesn't matter how much facts and evidence that you provide. Bootlickers are gonna bootlick. Coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists are gonna be bootlickers and authority worshipping cultists. It's their identity. Now, I mean, that's where that saying comes, back the blue until it happens to you. Like the people, you know, the anti-Avery goofs, the anti-Stephen Avery goofs, they would be crying for Kathleen Zellner to come save them if they were wrongfully convicted. So this study here, problem of false confessions in the post-DNA world, North Carolina Law Review, URL on screen here. So this is volume 82, number 3, 2004. URL on the screen. Okay, so, I mean, people are really going on in the chat about clones, human cloning. I think I did did I not do an episode on human cloning? I did an episode on DNA cycling. You could check that out in the Altered History playlist. I went over a lot about cloning in that one. Okay. But wait. There's more. So this is the other study here. Put it on the screen in a second. We got all the receipts here for all the Dunning-Kruger gifts hallucinating that there simply can't be that many innocent people in prison, and there simply can't be that many wrongful confessions. False confessions, wrongful convictions. Let's get some more receipts up in here, because there's definitely not enough. Get these goofs drowning in receipts. So this is false confessions, causes, consequences, and implications. And here we have police-induced false confessions are a leading cause of wrongful conviction of the innocent. So not just false confessions, but specifically police-induced. So not just random people walking off the street and confessing, but police coercing or somehow influencing the testimony of innocent individuals or individuals they simply don't care or guilty or innocent, because they're too busy trying to close the case. Now, who's ready for a mind shock? Who is ready here? I mean, we're going to really destroy these bootlickers. This is a big one. This is a big one. Drum roll, please. Okay. So again, this sample size isn't even that big coming up here. This is going to shock some minds. So we have this particular study right here. False Confessions, an integrative review of the phenomenon. And this is Michael Wiener, Matt Delissi, Teresa Janusowski. Published December 4th, 2024, pretty new. Behavioral Sciences and the Law. So here's the salient point here in this particular study. Alright, here's what we got here. Another line of research relies on inmate self-reports of false confessions. Early comparative study of Icelandic prisoners and juvenile offenders reported false confession prevalence estimates of 0% and 12% respectively. That was back in 96 and 94. A more recent study of Scottish prisoners, 2021, found that 33% reported to have given at least one false confession to police over their lifetime. So that's of the total population. This isn't for, I mean, maybe they committed actual crimes, so they committed many crimes. 33% of all Scottish prisoners have given at least one false confession. So these are people that are actually guilty of crimes as well. So people that are actually guilty of certain crimes have falsely confessed to other crimes. I mean, how much of a brain-dead bootlicker do you have to be to think that someone wouldn't falsely confess? In the Scottish study, 7.8% of inmates reported having falsely confessed 6 or more times over their lifetime. So regardless of whether they're innocent and guilty of other crimes, so not just once, not just twice, not just thrice, not just quadrice or quintice, but 6 times. I mean, how crazy are these numbers? Pinto Sack says, to be fair, those Scottish are troublemakers. Yeah, but I mean, think about it. If people that are actually guilty, if actual criminals who are guilty have falsely confessed to certain crimes, I mean, just think about the level of gopher of those hallucinating that nobody would ever falsely confess under any circumstances. Lord Zed says it's just routine to say Jesse was there for many hours. No one can actually back it up. Yeah, they can. They actually have video of a lot of it. There's just missing out. There's missing time in the video. And yeah, we're still not done. We are still not done. All right. I mean, this is crazy. This is just absolutely bonkers. All right, so here's an interesting article from KARE11.com. I'm actually surprised this got published. But here we are. So let's look. This is a good article with some real numbers here. I mean, this should be required reading for anybody who wants to comment on a case on True Crime Online. Because the level of gopher of those commenting on True Crime Online without knowing any of this basic information. Because it all comes down to just people are fallible. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Humans are fallible. Is it really that shocking? Okay, so, I mean, this is the last thing I'm going to go over because we can go on for hours. There's just so much of this. This is the last article we'll go over, and then we'll talk about why. Okay, we'll talk about Scott Peterson a little bit more. So this is on KARE. How many innocent people are in U.S. prisons, and why can't we find them? Most estimates put the number of wrongfully convicted people in the tens of thousands. Fewer than 3,000 have been exonerated in the last 30 years. No one knows how many wrongfully convicted people are sitting in U.S. prisons, but we do know they're there. That's because sometimes there's proof. The most definitive way to rule out wrongful convictions is DNA testing, which has cleared 375 people in the U.S. since '89. 21 of them were on death row. I mean, that's how much the bootlickers have no respect for human life. They think that because the jury ruled something, that must mean it's true, and there's just the mental capacity is just not there to understand they could have got it wrong. Researchers can use the number of DNA exonerations and extrapolate from there to estimate how many innocent people are in prison right now. Most estimates put the number between 1 and 5%. I mean, the DOJ actually ruled that it was 10%, or up to 10%. With nearly 2.3 million incarcerated, that gives us a low-end estimate of more than 20,000 people, and at the higher end, over 100,000. So if it's over 100,000, then I mean 50,000 would involve false confessions. That's what the other extrapolations were. How many have been exonerated? It's more than 365. The University of Michigan Law School keeps a national registry of exonerations where they attempt to track all exonerations, not just those reached with DNA evidence. This registry includes a broader definition of exoneration, including when a judge throws out a conviction, prosecutors drop a complaint, or a person is acquitted at a new trial. That registry has documented more than 2,700 exonerations in the last 30 years. 18 of them were in Minnesota. So with 2,700 exonerated among tens of thousands wrongfully convicted, we can conclude that there are thousands, likely tens of thousands of people still in prison who didn't commit the crime they're incarcerated for. But they're hard to find because the system is set up to make it very, very hard to get out. I mean, the rest of the article kind of goes on about how the system is set up, where they just need such a huge amount of evidence to overturn or to get a new trial. So that's the real problem. They need way more evidence to overturn a wrongful conviction than get the conviction in the first place. That's really what it boils down to, that a lot of these bootlickers, they just can't comprehend that, or the sheer number of potential innocent people in prison. There's also the Prison Policy Initiative that has even crazier number. So according to the Prison Policy Initiative, most people in jail are legally innocent, which would mean the letter of the law, even if they're guilty of the crime, the letter of the law wasn't followed, which is kind of obvious. So beyond a reasonable doubt wasn't followed. So potentially more than 50% are legally innocent, up to 10% are actually innocent. So legally innocent meaning they committed other crimes, so they were convicted of an additional crime that they didn't commit, even if though they were a criminal who committed other crimes. So they weren't given a fair trial in the specific crime that they were convicted of, even if they did get a fair trial in a different crime that they were guilty of. So that's the system in a nutshell. And the Innocence Project, again, they mostly only take slam dunk cases. Now they're interested in Scott Peterson. Why? So all these callable goof bootlickers, why is the Innocence Project interested in Scott Peterson? Could it be that this is such an obvious wrongful conviction, even if he's guilty? Alright, any final thoughts here? I do have some really big things I'm going to be releasing on the podcast here that will be ready very soon. They're going to be revolutionary. Not just in true crime podcasts, but in any podcast on any topic. I'm just going to leave the tease there. Can't say what it is yet. I want to make sure it's 100% operational before unleashing it. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.